If one were to traverse into the realm as the younger brother of Xiao Yan, what monumental feats could be accomplished? With the prowess of a Do Huang, would it be possible to carve out a significant legacy in that world? One that would be etched in the annals of history and remembered by all? Chapter 1. From Rags to Riches. On the roadside of the Gamal Empire, a beggar sat in disarray. His hair was unkempt, his clothes tattered, and before him lay a battered bowl as he gazed vacantly at the passers-by. Indeed, he is our protagonist, Xiao Yun. In his previous life, he was a graduate of a second-rate university, possessing unparalleled skills in raising gamecocks, revered as a master in the realm of fowl. However, his life was abruptly cut short when a celestial pig fell from the sky and struck him down, leading him to be reborn into the world of Do Song Xiong. As for why he began his journey as a beggar, it is due to the foolishness of his former self, who, perhaps due to an underdeveloped intellect, chose to abandon his family and flee, in order to avoid overshadowing his elder brother and becoming the clan leader. Although he originated from the Xiao family, he was taken in by the clan leader at the time, Xiao Zhan's father, having been found in some remote corner of the mountains. Despite the significant age difference with his elder brother, it is remarkable that someone could end up in such dire straits after leaving home. That it is truly astonishing. When he traversed into this new world, his previous self had already succumbed to starvation, leaving him with a dismal, starred-in, empty bowl and 3 days of nothingness. Yet, today he had finally endured to the end. Ding! This is System 9527, delighted to serve you. Upon hearing this hopeful voice, Xiao Yun looked up and glimpsed the faint outline of the system panel. Overcome with excitement, he exclaimed, "At last, I've emerged from despair. The days of subsisting on nothing but the wind are finally over." Tears streamed down his face, and his heartfelt expression would bring anyone to tears. Then, Xiao Yun inquired, "System, dear brother, what functions do you possess?" The system replied coldly, "Based on years of observation, the host has neither stolen nor committed immoral acts. Furthermore, you have not resorted to mooching off others during times of hunger. Your willpower is commendable. Therefore, this system has decided to elevate your strength to the level of a Do Huang to assist the protagonist, Xiao Yan, in his development." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was filled with immense joy. Having starved like a mere stick figure for years, he had refrained from stealing or committing wrongdoing. As for attending banquets, he had merely wished to partake in a meal, only to be mistaken for a village guardian and subsequently chased away. While Xiao Yun was still lost in thought, the system began to infuse him with Do Qi. As the energy flowed into his body, he felt as if he were about to ignite. His formerly frail physique steadily transformed into one of strength, as if flames coursed beneath his skin. Before long, the system's notification echoed once more. Do Qi infusion complete. The host has reached the initial stage of Do Huang. Xiao Yun clenched his fists, sensing an unprecedented surge of power. Rising to his feet, his ragged clothing was shattered by the force of Do Qi, revealing his robust musculature. Xiao Yun felt a surge of joy within. With such newfound strength, he would no longer be subjected to the whims of others. He gazed into the distance, contemplating that, in order to assist Xiao Yan, he ought to visit Wutan City. After all, it had been many years since he last saw his elder brother. With this thought, he soared into the sky, heading towards Wutan City, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. Inside the hall of the Xiao Clan, Xiao Zhan was engaged in conversation with Jia Libi when suddenly the voice from outside announced, "Miss Nalan Yanran has arrived." Instantly, capturing everyone's attention, all eyes turned towards the entrance, where Nalan Yanran gracefully stepped into the hall, adorned in splendid attire, her countenance as pristine as freshly fallen snow. She offered a slight bow to Xiao Zhan. "Greetings, clan leader Xiao," she said. Xiao Zhan responded with a cheerful demeanor, "Yinner, there's no need for such formality. We shall soon be family." Nalan Yanran did not elaborate further. She slowly produced a qi-gathering pill and commenced her explanation. Once she had elaborated on its remarkable properties, she shifted to the crux of her request. "To speak candidly, I have one more request, and I hope clan leader Xiao can grant it," Nalan Yanran stated humbly. "What is it?" "As long as it is within my power, I will do my utmost," Xiao Zhan replied, still in high spirits. Nalan Yanran took a deep breath and declared, "I wish to annul the engagement." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhan's previously joyful expression froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he asked, "Pardon, miss, could you repeat that?" Nalan Yanran resolutely replied, "I wish to annul the engagement with Xiao Yan." Xiao Zhan's countenance darkened. Nalan Yanran, this engagement was a solemn agreement, made long ago. It cannot be treated lightly. Nalan Yanran raised her gaze, her determination unwavering. Clan leader Xiao Yan is no longer the prodigy he once was. I do not wish to tie my future to one devoid of potential. Miss Nayland, annulling an engagement cannot be so simple. Do you wish for me to kneel before you? Moreover, you must understand the disgrace of such an act in the Duki continent, Xiao Yan retorted. Nayland Yinran remained unyielding. I'm fully aware, which is why I've brought a chi gathering pill as compensation. I believe this demonstrates my sincerity. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Silence. Annulment is a tremendous disgrace on the Duki continent. Their clansmen shall be unable to hold their heads high for generations. I trust Miss Nayland has considered this thoroughly. Indeed, it was our protagonist, Xiao Yan. After a series of twists and turns and a lengthy dialogue which I find too tedious to recount, Xiao Yan addressed Nayland Yinran. I have decided to divorce you. What? Nayland Yinran asked incredulously. Divorce? Are your ears not functioning properly? I intend to divorce you, you wretched woman. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, while Nayland, in a fit of rage, charged forward. Your actions will lead to mutual destruction. It benefits no one. I am well aware this is a case of mutual ruin. Despicable. Accepted. Shameless. Agreed. Once her emotions had settled, Nayland Yinran turned to Xiao Yan once more. Very well. I shall grant the Xiao family 3 years. After this period, you may come to the Yunlan sect to compete with me. Should you lose, you must agree to the annulment of the engagement. If you win, I, Nayland, will acquiesce to your desires. One of the elders from the Xiao family protested. This is unjust. It is common knowledge that given Xiao Yan's current state, he will hardly be able to catch up to you in 3 years. IT is merely a 3-year reprieve for our family after that. We will still be at the mercy of the Jia family, Nayland Yinran interjected. This is the greatest concession I can offer. Do not think that a mere divorce can intimidate me. Xiao Yan, ponder this well. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, aware that with his present abilities, he would be unable to match Nayland Yinran in 3 years. However, the opportunity to cultivate for another 3 years was far preferable to an immediate annulment, and thus he consented with a sense of relief. With his answer, Nayland Yinran prepared to depart the Xiao residence, while Xiao Yan uttered the words, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the youth. For their poverty, Nayland Yinran and the others merely cast a disdainful glance at him, treating him as little more than a jester. Once the matter was resolved and everyone was ready to leave, a formidable presence suddenly descended from the sky. A figure appeared, adorned with crimson battle wings formed from condensed qi, slowly landing in the courtyard of the Xiao family. The onlookers grew vigilant, and Xiao Yan stepped forward, calling out loudly, "Who approaches?" Before the figure arrived, a voice echoed, "Ha, brother Xiao Yan, have you forgotten me?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Yan could not recall the identity of the speaker, as Xiao Yun had left home at the tender age of 12, and after 10 years, who could remember a voice? At that moment, Xiao Yun finally descended into the courtyard. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, he hurriedly bowed. "Brother, it has been a long time." Xiao Yun appeared strikingly handsome, with a refined countenance, clad in a flowing white robe and a green jade pendant adorning his waist. Recognizing the familiar facial features, Xiao Yan tentatively inquired, "Is it you, Yin?" Xiao Yun smiled gently, his eyes brimming with warmth. "Yes, brother, it is I." Scratching his head, Xiao Yun added, "It is a long story. Suffice it to say that I have acquired some skills now." With that, he emanated a hint of Do Huang's aura. Xiao Yan was taken aback. "Do Huang? Yin, what circumstances have led you to this?" Just as Xiao Yun was about to respond, Xiao Yan curiously observed him from the side. "This uncle appears quite formidable." Xiao Yun turned to Xiao Yan and smiled. "I presume you must be the young master Xiao Yan. At such a tender age, you possess such resolve. You are destined for greatness." Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. "Alas, today Nayland Yinran came to annul the engagement. Though Yin has displayed strength, the 3-year agreement is fraught with difficulty." Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow. "Brother, there is no need for concern. With my presence, the Xiao family shall not be shamed, and I will surely assist young Yin in achieving his aspirations." Xiao Yan's face lit up with delight. "If you possess such strength, then I entrust this matter to you." Xiao Yan nodded confidently. Chapter 2. Participation. Given Xiao Yan's current condition, it is evident that there are issues at hand. Allow me to assist you in examining your health. With that, he placed his hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder, channeling a formidable aura into his body for inspection. After 2.5 minutes of scrutiny, Xiao Yun found no discernible problems, which left him astonished. The method by which Yao Lao concealed his presence was indeed remarkable. Had he not perused a portion of the original work, he might never have uncovered the truth. "Yun, what is the situation?" Xiao Yun sighed. "I have detected no abnormalities. His body appears to be in alignment with that of a normal person." "How can this be?" Xiao Yan responded, I shall take a look myself. The shattering of even the slightest hope is quite disheartening. With that, he vanished in an instant. An elder nearby stepped forward and inquired, now that Yun has returned, should we not hold a celebratory gathering to introduce him to the younger generation? Indeed, let us commence the festivities this evening. He replied before turning to attend to matters in the hall. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan found himself at his mother's grave, kneeling before the tombstone. Anguished, he struck the ground and lamented, Mother, I am deeply sorry. 3 years hence, I fear I shall have no face to meet you in the afterlife. At that moment, Xiao Yun arrived beside Xiao Yan and helped him to his feet. Do not be so despondent. If your mother were to see you in such a state, she would be utterly heartbroken. Wiping the tears from his face, Xiao Yun continued, Uncle Yun, what brings you here? I was concerned for your well-being and wished to offer some guidance, he replied. Patting Xiao Yan's shoulder, he spoke earnestly, Little Yan, do you remember your mother's hopes for you? She would have desired for you to face any adversity with resilience. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Perhaps this moment seems like an impasse, Xiao Yun continued, but often, a turning point arises unexpectedly. Within you may lie immense potential, hidden even from my scrutiny. A flicker of hope ignited within Xiao Yan's heart. But, Uncle, did you not say there were no issues? Xiao Yan chuckled, that was earlier. What relevance does it hold now? His demeanor shifted to seriousness. Will the spirit residing within my nephew not reveal itself? After a moment of silence, Xiao Yun pressed on. I am aware that you dwell within the ring on my nephew's finger. Do you choose to reveal yourself voluntarily, or shall I compel you to do so? With that, Xiao Yun unleashed a surge of powerful fighting spirit, causing the winds to whip around them, while the ethereal flame, the scarlet lotus of the abyss, flickered ominously at his chest, akin to a slumbering beast. At that instant, a voice resonated. Ah, I did not anticipate encountering a Do Huang-level powerhouse in this remote town. One who possesses extraordinary flames and formidable investigative prowess. How curious indeed. As the ring on Xiao Yan's finger emanated a radiant blue light. A dazzling spectacle of light and smoke dissipated, revealing Yao Lao at last. Do not be alarmed, he reassured the astonished Xiao Yan, while Xiao Yun, suppressing his excitement, inquired, Might I ask the identity of this remarkable being? What purpose do you serve while residing within my nephew? What an aberration. I am merely a soul, remarked the esteemed alchemist, his displeasure palpable. Isn't it still akin to a ghost, lacking a corporeal form? Upon hearing this, the alchemist was momentarily taken aback by the validity of the statement. Nonetheless, he feigned a cough to regain composure. At that moment, Xiao Yan finally discerned the reason for his stagnant progress in cultivation over the past 3 years. Incensed, he directed his ire towards the alchemist. However, after a moment's reflection, realizing he could not overpower him, he contemplated enlisting Xiao Yun's assistance to subdue the alchemist. Xiao Yun gazed at Xiao Yan and offered a resigned smile. My dear nephew, this old man is not one to be trifled with. I can distinctly sense that in his prime, he could easily best thousands of me. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle Yun, you are a Do Huang master. Surely you are not intimidated by him? Xiao Yan shook his head. Though he is but a spirit, his strength is unfathomable. Moreover, his willingness to teach you may present a remarkable opportunity. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Opportunity? He has caused me 3 years of stagnation. The alchemist floated closer to Xiao Yan. Listen, if not for my discreet suppression of the excess impurities in your Do Qi, you would have perished long ago. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Nephew, ponder this well. If you can attain his true teachings, your future accomplishments are boundless. Xiao Yan fell into silence, contemplating his predicament and realizing he desperately needed formidable power. Seizing the moment, the alchemist declared, If you take me as your master, I assure you shall become one of the continent's top powerhouses. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Yun, who subtly nodded in affirmation. Ultimately, Xiao Yan clasped his hands in salute to the alchemist. Master, please accept this humble bow from your disciple. At that juncture, Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. How shall we commence our training? Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was examining his status panel. Ding. Congratulations on participating in the plot development. You have received 5 Do Qi. Upon seeing this reward, Xiao Yun felt an urge to curse, while others received generous rewards, such as divine weapons or top-tier techniques. He was begrudgingly allotted a meager 5 Do Qi. Nevertheless, recalling the initial grant of Do Huang level strength, he begrudgingly accepted it and proceeded to review his data panel. Host, Xiao Yun strength, Do Huang, 2 stars, 15, age, 22 technique, Ming Huiju, heavenly rank, Do skills, fire dragon technique, intermediate earth rank, burning flame, earth rank, raging inferno, earth rank, exotic fire, red flame lotus, an arbitrary title. Just as Xiao Yun lingered in contemplation, Xiao Yan sheepishly addressed him, Uncle Yun, Do you have any money? Might I borrow some to purchase the herbs listed here? It will require a substantial sum, and I find myself lacking. Xiao Yan was elated by the prospect. Thank you, Uncle Yun. I promise to repay you swiftly. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. No rush. Go procure the herbs and focus on your cultivation. With that, Xiao Yan hurriedly departed with the magic crystal, while Xiao Yun resolved to explore this town. Both familiar and unfamiliar. As Xiao Yan prepared to depart, he unexpectedly encountered Xiao Sun'er. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he learned of her desire to accompany him to procure medicinal herbs. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yan consented to her company. The two then proceeded to the apothecary, where they sold a magical box and exchanged it for 3 20-year-old purple leaf orchid and 2 uniged joy grain flowers. After indulging in a leisurely stroll, they were about to take their leave when they were intercepted by Galabai's subordinates. Following a heated exchange with the 2 lackeys, the elder within Xiao Yan's ring urged him to escape promptly, prioritizing the art of alchemy. Heeding the advice, Xiao Yan hastily retreated down a narrow path, while Galabai's minions, in their attempt to show off, lost track of him. Reunited with Xiao Sun'er, they completed their purchases of magical cores and prepared to depart once more. At that moment, an unknown character alerted Xiao Yan that trouble had arisen at the Xiao family market. It turned out that Galabai's subordinates were causing a ruckus. Aware that he was no match for Galabai and his ilk at present, Xiao Yan resolved to rely on his agility to turn the tide. Upon reaching the market, he skillfully dislodged a banner from the second floor, leaping down to deliver a thorough beating to one of the thugs. Having dealt with one, he readied himself to confront another, only to find that his opponent, unprincipled and brimming with formidable fighting spirit, launched an aggressive assault against him. The thug previously incapacitated by the banner had now broken free and sought to join forces against Xiao Yan. Through a series of agile maneuvers, Xiao Yan managed to evade the 2 assailants. However, the lurking Galileo, disregarding the code of combat, harnessed his fighting will to immobilize Xiao Yan, lifting him skyward and spinning him in midair for 2.5 minutes before casting him toward the ground. Just as he was about to plummet, Xiao Yun intervened, effortlessly catching the falling Xiao Yan with a single hand and sending Galileo flying, rendering him unconscious. With their leader incapacitated, Galileo's subordinates hurriedly carried him away. Watching their retreating figures, Xiao Yun's eyes glinted with ferocity. How dare they stir trouble while I, a Do Huang, preside? They truly underestimate my presence. With that thought, he swiftly soared toward the Galabai clan's stronghold. Upon reaching the skies above, he did not directly invade but instead unleashed the oppressive aura of a Do Huang, enveloping the entire Galabai clan in an atmosphere of dread. The clan leader, stricken with fear, rushed to gather his kin outside the courtyard. Esteemed Do Huang, have we, in some manner, offended you? Galabai stammered, trembling. Xiao Yun coldly retorted, how dare you send individuals to harass the disciples of the Xiao Clan? Have you forgotten my existence? At this, Galabai broke into a cold sweat, hastily explaining that the actions were taken without his approval. Xiao Yun, unwilling to be swayed, let out a cold snort, raising his hand as the temperature in the surrounding air began to rise dramatically. As Jailebi approached, he inquired about the situation. Xiao Yun, with a hint of amusement, gazed at Jailebi and remarked, did I not declare upon my departure that should I encounter you again, I would annihilate your entire clan? Without hesitation, Jailebi affirmed, indeed. Very well, I have encountered you once more. It is time for your demise, Xiao Yun declared, as a surge of energy enveloped him, flames swirling around his form. Jailebi, taken aback, retreated in haste, calling out, Lord Do Huang, spare us. It was truly a misunderstanding. Xiao Yun scoffed, your assurances are as worthless as scrap paper. I shall not be deceived again. Today marks the end of the Jailebi clan. Aware that begging for mercy would be futile, Jailebi gritted his teeth and commanded the clan's elite to jointly assault Xiao Yun. If they united their strength to exhaust his fighting spirit, they might survive. Yet, Xiao Yun remained unperturbed, swiftly forming hand seals, conjuring a colossal flame shield that deflected all attacks. In an instant, with a gesture, he unleashed a torrent of fire that obliterated the entirety of the Jailebi clan. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Jailebi resorted to a clandestine clan technique, attempting to ambush Xiao Yun. However, Xiao Yun had already sensed his intent, countering with a fiery strike that struck Jailebi. At that moment, Jiao returned with 2 subordinates, only to be met with a powerful descending palm strike that swiftly dispatched several of them. Chapter 3. The Ascendance of Xiao Yan in Wutan City elsewhere. After enduring an intense training battle the previous night, the first thought that crossed Xiao Yan's mind upon awakening was to indulge in steamed buns. Just then, Xiao Yun burst in, seizing a water jug and drinking vigorously. Ah, how exhausting, he sighed, casually grabbing a few buns and devouring them. Xiao Yan, Puzzled, asked Uncle Yun. What troubles you? You appear rather fatigued. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. It is nothing. I merely eradicated the entire Jailebi clan. What? You mean the entire clan has been obliterated by you? Xiao Yan exclaimed in shock. Of course. If I were to spare anyone, would I not simply leave a few survivors? Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. In contrast, Yao Lao exhibited a composed demeanor. After all, Xiao Yun was a Dohuang-level powerhouse, wielding unparalleled influence in Wutan City. Extinguishing a clan devoid of even a Doling was a trivial task. At that moment, Xiao Yun turned to Yao Lao and inquired, what should we do next? Yao Lao cleared his throat, drawing the steamed buns on the table into his hand, and spoke again. Now, I shall teach you the art of the absorbing palm. Upon hearing absorbing palm, Xiao Yan recalled a previous encounter on the street where Yao Lao had mentioned imparting this technique and had spent money to acquire an iron plate containing its teachings. Since you have mastered the absorbing palm so well, why not teach it to me? Xiao Yan inquired with eager anticipation. At that moment, he glanced at Xiao Yun, who was nearby, casting a look of desperation, but Xiao Yun merely shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. Gazing at the bun in his hand, an idea suddenly struck Xiao Yan. He held it up and called out, Master. Just as Yao Lao was basking in his own pride, Xiao Yan abruptly added, I was addressing the bun. Yao Lao, infuriated, raised his hand and extracted the filling from Xiao Yan's bun. He then stated, with mastery of the absorbing palm, one can draw forth boulders weighing thousands of pounds. When faced with formidable foes, one can exert the full power of the absorbing palm to extract their very lifeblood, effortlessly subduing them. As Yao Lao examined the iron plate, he discovered it concealed another technique, the fire-blowing palm. By skillfully alternating between the absorbing palm and the fire-blowing palm, one could achieve an unparalleled elegance in combat. Dismissing the unworthy, he tossed an 8th-level burst to Xiao Yan while boasting about its merits. The trio then ventured into a small grove, where Yao Lao instructed Xiao Yan to demonstrate the 8th-level burst to assess his physical prowess. However, to everyone's astonishment, after just one use, Xiao Yan was left utterly exhausted, resembling a weary dog. After a brief respite, Xiao Yan addressed Yao Lao, old man. This 8th-level burst truly lives up to its reputation as a high-level technique known for its destructive power. Yao Lao, stroking his beard, replied, It's decent enough. It was only because someone once wept and begged me for alchemical training that I accepted him. Reclining against a tree, Xiao Yun interjected. So your alchemical skills must be quite impressive then? Merely average, Yao Lao humbly responded. Since you are an alchemist and possess such remarkable skills, how did you meet your demise? Xiao Yun's curiosity was piqued, for he had never encountered the latter half of battle through the heavens in his past life, rendering his ignorance understandable. Yet, Yao Lao offered no answer, merely saying, What is past is of little consequence. Why dwell on it? Enough of your chatter, you two. It's time to assist me in training, not to indulge in idle conversation, Xiao Yan interjected helplessly. At last, Yao Lao resumed his focus on Xiao Yan, stating, To repeatedly utilize the 8th-level burst, you must strengthen your body, and this requires external stimulation. What kind of stimulation? Xiao Yan asked, puzzled. You'll find out shortly. Yao Lao chuckled, while Xiao Yun silently mourned for Xiao Yan in his heart for 3 seconds. The external stimuli as described by Elder Yao refer to the act of being struck. Perched upon a colossal stone, Elder Yao gracefully waved his arm, summoning whips forged from condensed fighting energy that struck Xiao Yan with resounding force. The echoes of the impact reverberated throughout the forest. Each lash from Elder Yao precisely reached Xiao Yan's threshold of endurance, delivering the most excruciating blows without endangering his life. Xiao Yan's capacity to withstand such trials stemmed from his fervent desire for power and the nurturing essence of spiritual herbs and liquids. With each strike, the spiritual liquid within him was gradually absorbed, flowing through his entire body and quietly fortifying his physique. During the intervals of training, Xiao Yan found himself intrigued by the extent of Elder Yao's prowess, which even his uncle, Xiao Yun, dared not challenge. Elder Yao merely smiled, and in an instant, a formidable aura surged forth, dispelling Xiao Yan's inner doubts. He was utterly captivated by Elder Yao's strength, and thus, the seed of a future alchemist was quietly sown within him. Elder Yao then spoke, Once you become a fighter, I shall impart to you a specialized fire-based technique, enabling you to become a true alchemist. At that moment, Xiao Yun unexpectedly interjected, Hey, Elder Yao, what about me? Though I am utterly unfamiliar with the art of alchemy. Elder Yao laughed heartily, acknowledging the young man's enthusiasm. A few days later, Elder Yao summoned both Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan to a tranquil location, where he presented them with 2 alchemical furnaces, setting the stage for their preliminary lessons in alchemy. With a serious demeanor, he began the instruction. Xiao Yun gazed at the furnace with keen curiosity. Despite his He had never ventured into the realm of alchemy. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was eager and prepared to engage. Elder Yao first demonstrated the fundamental steps, including flame control and the sequence of herb placement. Xiao Yun attempted to summon his, but it nearly spiraled out of control upon its emergence, fortunately being restrained by Elder Yao in time. Controlling the fire requires a calm mind. Recklessness will lead to disaster. Elder Yao cautioned. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, progressed more smoothly, adhering to the steps methodically. Observing Xiao Yan's alchemical techniques, Xiao Yun couldn't help but admire him. Recognizing his prowess as the protagonist, he silently resolved that even if he could not surpass Xiao Yan's skills, he would strive to grasp a fraction of Elder Yao's abilities. For the profession of an alchemist held substantial prestige in the continent of fighting energy. Days later, while Xiao Yun was still in a deep slumber in his chamber, Xiao Yan barged in, startling him awake with a vigorous kick to the door. Furious, Xiao Yun exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Xiao Yan chuckled, "Apologies, Uncle Yun. I was a bit too eager. You must rise quickly. Today is the adult ceremony. My father insists you attend, especially since you have been absent from the clan these past few days, and they couldn't celebrate without you." Xiao Yun, visibly irritated, replied, "I understand. You may leave. I need to change my clothes." With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yan stepped back. After a brief moment of preparation, Xiao Yan exited, joining Xiao Yan as they headed toward the venue for the adult ceremony. Along the journey, the tribesmen cast reverent glances, for the tale of Xiao Yun's vanquishing of the Jia family had already spread far and wide. Upon arriving at the venue, Xiao Zhan stood upon the stage delivering a speech. Noticing Xiao Yun's arrival, he offered a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Xiao Zhan addressed the gathered Xiao family disciples, calling out, "All right, everyone, please settle down. I would like to introduce our new vice clan leader, Xiao Yun. Let us give him a warm welcome." A wave of applause erupted from the audience, and after a brief pause, Xiao Zhan continued, "As for the vice clan leader's prowess and accomplishments, I need not elaborate. I trust you are all well aware. Now, I hereby declare the commencement of the coming-of-age ceremony." Once Xiao Yan descended, numerous individuals approached him to forge connections, showering him with congratulatory remarks. In that moment, Xiao Yan's former girlfriend, though whether she was truly his girlfriend or merely a friend remains uncertain, Xiao Mei shyly approached and inquired, "I wonder if brother Xiao Yan has time to train together tomorrow?" Before Xiao Yan could respond, Xiao Suner interjected, "I'm sorry, Sister Mei, but brother Xiao Yan and I have already made plans to train together tomorrow." "Oh, I see," Xiao Mei replied, while from a distance, Xiao Ning glared at Xiao Yan with clenched teeth. After a night of rest, the coming-of-age ceremony commenced as scheduled the following day. Xiao Yun, predictably, was awakened by the commotion and, struggling against drowsiness, made his way to the venue to observe. As he watched the selection of opponents and the ensuing combat, a sense of ennui washed over him, prompting him to drift into a daydream, reminiscent of one zoning out in class. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan faced off against Xiao Ning. After the elders established the rules, Xiao Ning sprang into action with remarkable speed, launching an aggressive assault toward Xiao Yan. Unfazed, Xiao Yan deftly sidestepped the attack. Observing this, Xiao Ning unleashed a barrage of strikes, the winds from his punches howling fiercely. Seizing the opportune moment, Xiao Yan executed the 8th level collapse, his fist infused with powerful fighting spirit, striking towards Xiao Ning. Startled, Xiao Ning hastily attempted to defend himself, but was nonetheless forced back several steps by the impact. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. They had not anticipated Xiao Yan's formidable strength. Once Xiao Ning steadied himself, he let out a furious roar, his fighting spirit surging forth, warping the air around him. He charged at Xiao Yan once more, who skillfully combined the techniques of absorbing palm and blazing palm to counter. Ultimately, Xiao Yan secured victory in the match, instilling fear in those among the Xiao family who might have entertained thoughts of challenging him. On the other side, Xiao Yan received his own reward, ding. Congratulations to the host for continued participation in the unfolding narrative, earning the entry-level technique of 9 Dragons Soaring Combat, along with an additional 10 points of fighting spirit. Chapter 4, Daily Life on this day, Xiao Yun, as was his custom, fished by the riverside. However, Xiao Yan approached with a dejected demeanor. Noticing this, Xiao Yun inquired, "What troubles you? Has something gone awry?" "No, nothing has happened on our end," Xiao Yan replied. "But I heard from my father that our family is running low on funds, and he is deeply troubled by it. I wish to alleviate some of his burdens. Yet I am at a loss as to where to begin." Xiao Yun regarded Xiao Yan with an expression of bewilderment, as if he were observing a fool. In response, Xiao Yan shot back with indignation. "What do you mean by that look?" With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yun remarked, "Why does it feel like since I stepped into the main storyline, you've become even more foolish? You have the esteemed medicinal elder by your side, and as an alchemist yourself, The presence of alchemists within the city of Wutan is so sparse that one could count them on a single hand. The available elixirs are lamentably few. Would it not be prudent to clandestinely concoct potions to assist the Xiao family? Or perhaps, under my name, claim that they were generously gifted by a friend and then donate them to the Xiao family? Xiao Yan scratched his head and replied, Uncle Yun, your idea is indeed commendable. I simply had not considered this approach until now. It appears we must act swiftly. Xiao Yun stowed away his fishing rod, rose, and patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, stating that time was of the essence, and they should first consult the medicinal elder regarding which potions would be most suitable for production. The two proceeded to the elder's location and disclosed their plan. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. This plan is feasible. However, the materials required for potion making must also be gathered. Xiao Yan promptly assured, I will take care of the materials. I shall inspect the family treasury and procure any missing components. Thus, Xiao Yan hurriedly set out to prepare the necessary ingredients, while Xiao Yun and the elder began to delve into the study of the potion formulas. Noticing the absence of certain herbs, it became evident that a visit to the middle auction house would be necessary. That evening, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan, cloaked in black, met with Yafei. Xiao Yun found himself momentarily entranced by Yafei's striking beauty. Her red qipao, flowing long hair, and alluring figure left him speechless. In this instance, all he could muster was a silent exclamation of admiration. While Xiao Yun was lost in thought, Xiao Yan handed the potion formula to Yafei, who examined it closely and inquired, Do you wish to concoct the blood coagulation powder? Xiao Yan replied in a low voice, You have a keen eye? Yafei then turned her gaze upon Xiao Yun and asked, Is this gentleman also an alchemist? Why does he seem so captivated by my presence? With a playful smile, she regarded Xiao Yun. Yafei nodded slightly, affirming that most of the ingredients were available. However, one particular herb, the blood spirit grass, was quite rare and likely expensive. Xiao Yan frowned, aware that his funds were limited. Yet, Xiao Yun smiled gently, declaring that money was not an issue as long as the goods were obtainable. He then produced a pouch of gold coins and several gleaming gemstones, placing them upon the table. Yafei's eyes sparkled with interest, recognizing the sincerity of this gentleman. In that case, I shall arrange for the materials to be retrieved. However, according to our customary practice, we must retain a certain percentage as compensation or as a portion of the finished elixirs. Just as Xiao Yan was about to respond, Xiao Yun eagerly assented. That is acceptable. Let us expedite the acquisition of the materials. Soon after, the materials were delivered, and Xiao Yan meticulously inspected them to confirm their accuracy. Upon leaving the auction house, Xiao Yan could not help but express his gratitude to Xiao Yun, saying, Uncle Yun, I owe you my thanks. Without your assistance, the blood coagulation powder would never have come to fruition. After several days of diligent effort, a batch of precious elixirs was successfully crafted. Following their plan, Xiao Yan presented them to the Xiao family under the guise of a gift from a friend of Xiao Yun. When the head of the Xiao family beheld these elixirs, a wave of astonishment washed over him, for not only did it alleviate their financial troubles, but it also significantly bolstered the family's strength. From the Xiao family, renowned for its remarkable efficacy and affordability, quickly became the object of admiration among numerous individuals in the martial world, effectively claiming a substantial share of the lucrative market in Wutan City. Xiao Yan silently expressed his gratitude towards Xiao Yun, realizing that sometimes a shift in perspective could unveil a path to resolution. Consequently, he became increasingly adaptable when faced with challenges. Xiao Yu, with a heart full of concern, gazed at Xiao Ning, her eyes ablaze with fury. Who has done this to you? Tell your sister, and I shall ensure they face the consequences. With a weak voice, Xiao Ning replied, It was that Xiao Yan who injured me. You must avenge me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu unsheathed the whip at her waist, preparing to seek out Xiao Yan, when an elder intervened, questioning, What do you intend to do? Are you not ashamed enough already? Unyielding, Xiao Yu retorted, No. I refuse to let anyone in Wutan City harm my brother without facing retribution. With that, she stormed out in search of Xiao Yan. She rushed to Xiao Yan's usual training grounds, calling out, Xiao Yan, come out. Xiao Yan emerged slowly, noting the fury etched on Xiao Yu's face and the whip in her hand, and he understood the situation all too well. Sister Yu, what troubles you? What troubles me? You have harmed my brother, and today, I shall teach you a lesson, Xiao Yu declared, brandishing the whip. Xiao Yan deftly sidestepped the attack, responding, It was merely the rite of passage. Injuries are to be expected. I care not for excuses. You have injured him and must face the consequences. Xiao Yu intensified her assault. At that moment, Xiao Yun appeared, stepping in front of Xiao Yan and seizing the whip. Lady Yu, I implore you to remain calm. Xiao Yu, angered, retorted, And who might you be? Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. With a smile, Xiao Yun replied, I am the current vice patriarch of the Xiao family. Should you insist on engaging in this conflict, it would be detrimental to our clan. The Xiao family is flourishing. An internal strife would lead to mutual destruction. Are you Uncle Xiao Yun, the formidable Do Huang of the Xiao family? Xiao Yu asked uncertainly. Xiao Yun nodded, affirming, indeed, that is I. While it is understandable to be enraged over your brother's injury, the rite of passage is inherently a contest of equals. One cannot blame others for lacking skill. Furthermore, Xiao Yan has contributed significantly to the Xiao family. Should he be harmed, many of our affairs may come to a standstill. Xiao Yu scoffed, declaring, what contribution could he possibly have? Merely fortunate, I wager. Xiao Yun, maintaining his smile, explained, Xiao Yan has the assistance of a mysterious alchemist, responsible for the affordable and high quality that has greatly benefited our clan and enhanced our reputation. Taken aback, Xiao Yu hesitated momentarily, but then resolutely stated, though he has made some contributions to the Xiao family, it remains a fact that he has injured my brother. Therefore, I propose this. Let him and I engage in a sparring match, with the understanding that I will only inflict injuries, ensuring he suffers no lasting harm. What say you? Xiao Yun was about to decline, but behind him, Xiao Yan spoke up. I agree to duel with you. Xiao Yun frowned and replied, Xiao Yan, your strength is vastly inferior to Xiao Yu's. This is fundamentally unfair. Xiao Yan chuckled. In a true battle, what is fair and what is unfair? The old alchemist within the ring also communicated, your insight is indeed commendable. Hearing this, Xiao Yan ceased his persuasion, while a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yu's eyes. She hadn't anticipated Xiao Yan's willingness to accept so readily. The surrounding clansmen, upon hearing this, gathered eagerly to witness the duel. The arena was swiftly cleared, with Xiao Yu gripping a long whip, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Xiao Yan, who remained unfazed and composed. As the battle commenced, Xiao Yu charged at Xiao Yan like a gust of wind, her strikes fierce and relentless. Xiao Yan adeptly evaded her attacks, simultaneously gathering a surge of fighting spirit to counter her. The two exchanged blows, locked in a fierce stalemate. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Xiao Yan lunged forward, placing his palm against the whip, channeling a formidable force through it that sent Xiao Yu staggering back several steps. He then unleashed a fiery palm strike. But as it was about to connect with Xiao Yu, Xiao Yun intervened, pulling her into his embrace and casually blocking the blow. The flames illuminated Xiao Yun's handsome visage, leaving Xiao Yu momentarily entranced. As for the reason behind this method of defense, charm was only a fraction of it. The majority lay in the opportunity to embrace her waist. Xiao Yun turned to Xiao Yan, his tone serious. Nephew Xiao Yan, let us conclude this matter here. Xiao Yan withdrew his power and nodded. Since Uncle Yun has intervened, I shall naturally respect that. However, Xiao Yu, indignant and blushing, struggled free from Xiao Yun's grasp, declaring, why did you intervene? I have not yet lost. Xiao Yun responded sternly. Xiao Yan has shown restraint multiple times, and his contributions to the family are significant. Do not act impulsively. Xiao Yu huffed and departed, at which point Xiao Yan approached with a grin, teasingly asking, Uncle Yun, how did it feel? But Xiao Yun maintained a grave demeanor, replying, what feeling? I am a gentleman, do not speak carelessly. With that, he strode away briskly. Oh, Uncle Yun, how ungrateful. Why are you leaving so quickly? Wait for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fighting technique Fire Cloud Step, along with an additional 200 fighting spirit and a wealth of knowledge in alchemy. Subsequently, the system will enter a dormant state, during which only fighting spirit will be rewarded, and no fighting techniques will be dispensed. Xiao Yun gazed at the rewards and sighed. Well, he would forge his own path moving forward. After all, the rewards he had already received were substantial, and he had now broken through to the 4th star of the Fighting Emperor level, which would suffice in the early stages of Do Paitsong Qiong. Indeed, the saying that early-stage fighting emperors are as formidable as gods, while later-stage ones merely guard the gates, holds significant weight. To be candid, I initially had no intention of developing the character of Xiao Yu or this particular narrative. However, after repeatedly watching the first season of Do Paitsong Qiong, I found myself unexpectedly drawn to the character of Xiao Yu, which compelled me to bring her to life within the story. Simultaneously, given the presence of a system, there may be instances where I inadvertently omit certain details. Thus, I have chosen to depict her as either dormant or vanished, and I hope for your understanding. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all readers for your engagement. Thank you. Chapter 5. Departing from the Xiao family as days turned into weeks, the Xiao family had undeniably become a colossal presence in Wutan City. Xiao Yun calculated the passage of time and realized that it was indeed time for him to depart. After all, Xiao Yan had a 3-year pact to fulfill, and it was inconceivable to squander time in this small city. What he needed was relentless honing rather than indulgent leisure. One evening, after a thorough discussion between Xiao Yun, Xiao Yan, and the esteemed Yao Lao. Xiao Yun posed the question, Xiao Yan, Yao Lao, do you not think it is time for us to leave? Before Yao Lao could respond, Xiao Yan interjected eagerly, leave Wutan City? Uncle Yun, why must we depart? In response, Yao Lao delivered a sharp reprimand with a flick to Xiao Yan's head, saying, must you ask such foolish questions? When venturing out into the world, do not attribute any of this to my teachings. Rubbing his sore head, Xiao Yan retorted, is there a problem with my inquiry? What is the difference between training here and training outside? Seeing Xiao Yan's bewildered expression, Yao Lao raised his hand, poised to deliver another reprimand, but Xiao Yun interjected. Yao Lao, please be patient. Xiao Yan is merely struggling to comprehend. Xiao Yun continued, while Wutan City has its merits, its resources are limited. To elevate your capabilities swiftly, you must seek opportunities in broader horizons. Furthermore, you carry the weight of the 3-year pact bestowed upon you by Na Lan Yin Ran. Merely training in Wutan City will not suffice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with realization. Uncle Yun, I understand now. Only through facing more battles can I grow at a faster pace. Yao Lao nodded in approval, acknowledging his gradual awakening. However, the world outside is fraught with danger. You must be mentally prepared. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. I am unafraid. No matter how arduous the journey, I shall defeat Na Lan Yin Ran within 3 years. Xiao Yun patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. Excellent. We shall set off tomorrow. Make sure to pack your belongings and bid farewell to your family tonight. By the way, before we leave the Xiao family, there is one more matter to attend to, which will enable you to protect the Xiao family while we are away. What is it? Xiao Yan inquired, scratching his head. Xiao Yun replied slowly. We shall join the Jianan Academy. Upon hearing the mention of joining Jianan Academy, Xiao Yan felt a surge of excitement. Uncle Yun, is Jianan Academy truly that remarkable? Xiao Yan nodded affirmatively. Indeed it is. Jianan Academy is a place where talents abound, and it harbors numerous invaluable cultivation resources. More importantly, should we encounter any trouble in the future, we can simply invoke the name of the academy. Furthermore, once we depart, its reputation will serve to protect the Xiao family. The following morning, Xiao Yan and his companions arrived at the enrollment office of Jianan Academy. At this moment, upon seeing Xiao Yan's arrival, Xiao Yu and the others were taken aback, their expressions reflecting surprise. In Xiao Sun'er's eyes, however, there was a glimmer of joy. Mentor Roland, observing Xiao Yan and sensing the formidable aura concealed within him, inquired with curiosity, are you here to participate in the enrollment? Xiao Yan replied confidently, yes, Mentor. After scrutinizing him, Mentor Roland suggested, let us first assess your Doqi level. With a satisfied smile, she remarked, very well, welcome to the Canaan Academy. Having concluded the matters concerning Xiao Yan, Mentor Roland prepared to continue testing other students. At this juncture, Xiao Yan hesitantly interjected, Mentor Roland, I would like to request a leave. With unwavering confidence, she responded, of course, how long do you wish to be absent? 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days? Xiao Yan slowly articulated, 3 years. Mentor Roland was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed her brow and replied, 3 years? Xiao Yan, are you aware of the invaluable resources you will miss at the academy during this time? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan respectfully replied, Mentor, I understand. However, I have made a 3-year pact with someone, and I must honor it. He turned to Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun'er, and the others. His gaze lingering on Xiao Sun'er as he gently said, Sun'er, you will have to navigate the life at Canaan Academy on your own for the next 3 years. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Sun'er nodded. Subsequently, Xiao Yan departed with Xiao Yun and Yao Lao from Wutan City. As the three journeyed along the path, Xiao Yan bore the Xian Zhong Qi, a weapon bestowed upon him by Yao Lao. He turned to them and inquired, what should we do now? What is our destination? Xiao Yun glanced at Xiao Yan and earnestly replied, the Monster Mountain Range is home to numerous rare medicinal herbs and magic crystals, which will greatly aid in enhancing your strength. Moreover, the abundance of magical beasts that will sharpen your combat skills. Yao Lao nodded in agreement, adding, furthermore, the Xian Zhong Qi can be utilized more effectively within the Monster Mountain Range. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened with understanding. I see. However, the Monster Mountain Range is perilous. Is it not? Xiao Yan chuckled. It is precisely the danger that makes it worthwhile. As long as we exercise caution, with our current strength, the magical beasts will only dare to keep their distance. Yao Lao crossed his arms, declaring, with me around, ordinary magical beasts pose no threat. Thus, the trio quickened their pace towards the Monster Mountain Range. Upon entering the outskirts, Xiao Yan was immediately enveloped by a surge of rich spiritual energy. Suddenly, a distant cry echoed, help! Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan swiftly set down the Xian Zhong Qi and rushed toward the source at lightning speed, dispatching several He Yuan beasts in mere moments. Just then, another He Yuan attempted to ambush the woman. From afar, Xiao Yun waved his hand, and that magical beast was instantaneously obliterated. Once Xiao Yan had eradicated all the magical beasts, Xiao Yun approached with the Xian Zhongqi and Yao Lao, only to find that the woman had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiao Yan leaned closer and asked Xiao Yun and Yao Lao, "What has happened here?" Xiao Yun crouched down to examine the woman's condition, concluding that she had merely fainted from fright and was not in serious danger. Yao Lao stroked his beard thoughtfully, stating, "This place is not safe for prolonged stays. It would be troublesome if more magical beasts were to attack." Xiao Yan nodded and suggested, "Shall we take her to a nearby safe location?" Xiao Yun expressed his agreement, and so Xiao Yan lifted the young woman onto his back, following Xiao Yun and the elder Yao to a secluded and secure cave within the Monster Beast Mountains. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Yan gently placed the woman atop a mound of hay. Soon after, the woman slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing the unfamiliar trio before her, she instinctively produced a contemporary version of pepper spray, directing a frenzied spray towards Xiao Yan, who stood closest to her. Observing the situation, Elder Yao hastily instructed Xiao Yan to cover his mouth and nose. With remarkable speed, Xiao Yan complied, swiftly knocking the pepper spray from her hand. Xiao Yan promptly reassured her, "Do not be afraid, my lady. We mean you no harm. We merely came to your rescue." The woman eyed them warily, inquiring, "Who are you? Where's this place?" Xiao Yan patiently explained, "This is a cave within the Monster Beast Mountains. We were traveling when we heard your cries for help, and we came to assist you." Only then did the woman relax somewhat, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. I am a physician from the Wan Yao Zhai in Qingcheng town, and people call me the Little Medicine Immortal." Xiao Yan waved his hand with a smile, and Xiao Yun interjected, "What brings you to such a perilous place alone, my lady?" Xiao Yan remarked, "I see, the Monster Beast Mountains are exceedingly dangerous. You should find your mercenary group and descend the mountain as soon as possible." The Little Medicine Immortal shook her head. "I wish I could. But this mountain range is vast, and I cannot find my way." Xiao Yan contemplated for a moment and suggested, "We can accompany you. We also need to hone our skills in this mountain and search for your companions along the way." The Little Medicine Immortal gazed at them gratefully. "Thank you very much, sirs." Thus, the four of them set off together. Along the way, they encountered numerous low-tier magical beasts, which Xiao Yan dispatched effortlessly, eliciting gasps of admiration from the Little Medicine Immortal. As they continued, a pack of second-tier magical wolves appeared ahead, their numbers considerable. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, but Elder Yao chuckled, "Perfect. This pack of wolves will serve as an excellent opportunity to test your training results." Gripping the heavy Xian measuring rod, Xiao Yan charged into the midst of the wolf pack. His figure flickered as each swing of the rod felled a magical wolf. Xiao Yun and Elder Yao flanked him, ensuring that no stragglers would harm the Little Medicine Immortal. Before long, the pack of magical wolves was completely eradicated. The Little Medicine Immortal expressed her admiration. "You are truly impressive, sir. Such prowess is rare among the younger generation." Xiao Yan humbly smiled, and the four continued onward, seeking the direction where the Little Medicine Immortal's mercenary group had scattered. Meanwhile, the mercenary group faced an assault from a serpent-tailed leopard. The leader rallied the members to resist fiercely. The battle was intense, as the serpent-tailed leopard was swift and powerful, leaving several members grievously injured. Brandishing a great sword, the leader roared, "Hold on, everyone. We will surely drive it back." Just then, the serpent-tailed leopard leaped high, seemingly about to pounce on the crowd. At that moment, a torrent of flames surged forth, striking the serpent-tailed leopard directly. It was none other than Xiao Yan and his companions arriving in the nick of time. Xiao Yan called out, "Do not panic." He charged towards the serpent-tailed leopard, the heavy Xian measuring rod raised once more, engaging in fierce combat. The Little Medicine Immortal hurried to the side of the injured members, assessing their wounds. Xiao Yun also joined the fray, unleashing his Do Huang aura, which astonished the surrounding mercenaries. After a tumultuous battle, the serpent-tailed leopard began to falter and ultimately fled after sustaining severe injuries from Xiao Yan's onslaught. The leader of the Little Medicine Fairy's mercenary group let out a sigh of relief and promptly expressed gratitude to Xiao Yan and his companions for their life-saving assistance. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary. The Little Medicine Fairy gazed at Xiao Yan, her eyes filled with admiration. Subsequently, Xiao Yan and his companions decided to temporarily remain with the mercenary group to recuperate. The Little Medicine Fairy stayed constantly by Xiao Yan's side, and the bond among the group deepened quietly. At that moment, Mu Li approached, carrying a sizable haul of snake-tailed leopard beasts, which he tossed to Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, thanking them for their help and declaring that these magical beasts were now theirs. As Xiao Yun pondered over the situation, the medicinal elder within the ring patiently elucidated, "These are first-tier magical beasts, and their heads might yield magical cores. Such treasures are desired by all. And according to the mercenary group's rules, the remains of the beasts belong to the ones who slay them. Additionally, the Beast Mountain is rich in medicinal ingredients. We might even discover some rare herbs. Oh, Xiao Yan exclaimed in realization. He immediately set to work on the magical beasts, dissecting one only to find no rewards. Before moving on to the next, finally uncovering a low-tier magic core from its head, he glanced over at Xiao Yun, who was surrounded by dozens of magical beasts. Yet it found not a single core. Xiao Yun stared at the carcasses in silence, cursing his ill fortune. Just then, a voice chimed in beside Xiao Yan. With one magic core appearing for every 2 beasts, your luck isn't too shabby. Stick around the mercenary group for a couple of days, and who knows, you might strike it rich. Heh, I didn't come to the Beast Mountain to seek wealth, but rather to enhance my own strength. Oh, such ambition. Of course. Xiao Yan replied confidently. Very well then, I shall refrain from persuading Mu Li to convince you to join the mercenary group. With that, he departed. Night soon fell, and many mercenaries, weary from a long day, began to drift into a deep slumber. Under the cover of darkness, the little medicine fairy stealthily slipped out of the mercenary camp. Coincidentally, she was spotted by Xiao Yun, who had stepped out to relieve himself. He promptly teleported into Xiao Yan's tent, waking him with a swift motion. Xiao Yan awoke, visibly displeased. Uncle Yun, what are you doing? In a hushed tone, Xiao Yun replied, the little medicine fairy has snuck out, and I sense something amiss. Xiao Yan instantly became alert, and the two stealthily exited the tent to follow her. The little medicine fairy arrived at a towering cliff, where the pure white moonlight cascaded down, illuminating her features. Her slightly pouted, rosy lips added a touch of adorableness to her appearance. Perched at the edge of the cliff, she first leaned over to observe below, then located her earlier markings, casually securing a rope to a nearby tree before slowly descending along the cliff face. After a few minutes, Xiao Yun, Xiao Yan, and the medicine elder approached the precipice to observe the situation below. To their astonishment, they discovered a massive rock serpent coiling above the vicinity of the little medicine fairy. The serpent, devoid of any emotion, fixated its gaze upon her. In a state of alarm, the little medicine fairy hastily retrieved the medicinal powder from her waist and scattered it towards the serpent. The creature let out a pained howl, swiftly adjusting its stance before diving towards her with lethal intent. As the colossal snake drew nearer, panic engulfed the little medicine fairy, prompting her to throw even more powder at the serpent, yet to little effect. In her moment of despair, Xiao Yun made a swift motion, unleashing a formidable surge of fighting spirit that pierced through the serpent with lethal precision. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan swiftly intervened, rescuing the little medicine fairy and ushering her into a nearby cave, with Xiao Yun following closely behind. Upon entering the cave, the group was astonished to discover that the walls were embedded with luminous stones for illumination, while the ground was strewn with an abundance of gold and silver jewels, resembling small hills of golden coins, a sight that spoke volumes of the wealth possessed by their former owner. At the center of a stone door sat a skeletal figure, seemingly welcoming guests as its host, though time had rendered the remains a mere shadow of their former self, creating an eerie atmosphere. Directly in front of the skeletal host lay a broad stone platform, upon which 3 exquisitely crafted boxes were sealed, clearly of considerable value. In the corners of the cave, small mounds of earth were adorned with a variety of rare flowers and precious medicinal herbs, each worth a fortune. Notable among them were the white spirit herb, green plum mushroom, and wuxi fruit, all of which were quite rare, indicating that their fortune was indeed favorable, suggesting that the relic's owner was a skilled alchemist of no low rank. The medicine elder cautioned Xiao Yan. Now, how shall we allocate this treasure? The little medicine fairy pouted, contemplating the distribution. Xiao Yun interjected, both Xiao Yan and I are primarily focused on cultivation. You should take a larger share of the herbs, while we will take less. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed. All right. Xiao Yun approached the stone platform and carefully examined the boxes, realizing that they were intricately locked to the platform, making it difficult to retrieve the treasures without a key. His gaze then fell upon a key resting on the skeleton, and with determined strides, he moved to the skeletal figure, retrieving the key and also pocketing the map of the Lotus Demon Fire. With the key in hand, Xiao Yun unlocked the boxes on the platform, while Xiao Yan and the little medicine fairy gathered their desired items and joined him. The first stone box contained a vibrant tome of poison techniques. Mastering this manual would facilitate the completion of assassination tasks. The little medicine fairy, being a physician, found this particularly intriguing, while Xiao Yan expressed little interest in it. Upon opening the second stone box, an ancient tome of aerial combat techniques lay within. Witnessing this, Xiao Yun could not help but feel a profound sense of disappointment. As a dignified Dou emperor, mastering the art of transforming Dou Qi into wings was trivial for him, rendering the book practically useless. He offered it to the little medical immortal, who waved her hand dismissively, saying, I have my own companion. This manual serves no purpose for me. Moreover, I am honing my innate talents and possess a modicum of self-awareness. Bestowing it upon me would be a waste of a precious artifact. Thus, the tome of aerial combat techniques was claimed by Xiao Yan. Inside the third stone box was a high-level Xian-class combat technique entitled Roar of the Savage Lion, belonging to the category of soundwave techniques. This piqued Xiao Yun's interest. And naturally, it became his possession. Just as they were about to exit the cavern, Xiao Yun's acute senses detected imminent danger surrounding them, prompting him to halt. Xiao Yan and the little medical immortal, perplexed by his sudden stop, approached him with questions. Xiao Yun patiently explained, We are surrounded. Exercise caution. Continuing their advance through the dark abyss, Xiao Yun, at the forefront thanks to his Do Emperor cultivation, discerned the glint of blades ahead, heralding the commencement of a thrilling encounter. Chapter 7. The predicament. Xiao Yun walked ahead, only to stop once more. Xiao Yan approached, inquiring, What is it, Uncle Yan? Xiao Yun whispered, We are encircled. What? Is that true? The little medical immortal exclaimed, startled. She then rummaged through her belongings for medicinal powder, eventually producing a small pouch from her bosom and handing it to Xiao Yan. This is a concoction I prepared. It can incapacitate them for a minute. Take some and proceed with caution. Thank you. Xiao Yun gazed at the two of them, bemused. Have they forgotten that I am a Do Emperor? What peril could a group of weaklings pose? Considering the situation, he took the initiative to confront their foes while Xiao Yan and the little medical immortal debated how to safely break through. This approach is unviable. It carries too much risk. Why is it unviable? This is the best strategy. I've already stated it won't work. You have no idea of Mu Li's strength. He is at the pinnacle of the Doge realm. So what? So what? Listening to their quarrel from within the ring, Yao Lao interjected with exasperation. Have you finished your bickering? Once you're done, I have both bad news and good news to share. Master, spare us the jest. We are surrounded. What good news could there possibly be? Listen to me. Speak, Xiao Yan replied, unconcerned. The bad news is we are indeed surrounded. Isn't that obvious? Xiao Yan retorted, exasperated. Now for the good news, Yao Lao continued. Quickly, please. Xiao Yan urged impatiently. The good news is your uncle, Xiao Yun, has already dealt with the enemies. He is currently grilling chicken wings. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan turned sharply towards Xiao Yun, and indeed, the enemies had been nearly silenced, with their captain, Mu Li, gruesomely embedded in the wall, while Xiao Yun leisurely roasted chicken wings. Xiao Yixian followed Xiao Yan's gaze, feeling an awkward embarrassment wash over her. How could she have forgotten that Xiao Yun had initially revealed himself as a Do Huang powerhouse? The strongest among the mercenary group was merely a peak Doja, Mu Li, and it was indeed a rarity for anyone to contend with a Do Huang. Xiao Yan scratched his head and approached sheepishly, saying, Uncle Yun, my apologies for not being of any assistance. Xiao Yun, with a teasing tone, responded, Oh, have the two esteemed strategists devised a method to break free yet? Xiao Yan, feeling bashful, scratched his head again, while Xiao Yixian blushed and hid behind him. Observing their predicament, Xiao Yun burst into hearty laughter. After a good laugh, he extended the chicken wings in his hand toward Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian, saying, They're ready. Let us have something to fill our bellies. Xiao Yan, without hesitation, accepted the offering and began to eat heartily, while Xiao Yixian, feeling a bit shy, quietly expressed her gratitude after taking a wing, but then fell silent. Noticing this, Xiao Yun stretched leisurely and addressed Xiao Yan. Well, since the matters here have been settled, we ought to depart tomorrow. With that, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. After finishing their chicken wings, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian added a few sticks of firewood to the fire and soon succumbed to sleep as well. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the cave. Xiao Yun awoke first, and, seeing Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian still in slumber, shook his head gently. He rose to stretch and inadvertently glanced outside, his expression suddenly shifting. It turned out that the commotion from the previous night had attracted more formidable magical beasts from the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian were jolted awake by Xiao Yun's tense aura. Upon seeing the enormous figure outside the cave, Xiao Yan clenched his fists, and Xiao Yixian readied her remaining medicinal powder. However, Xiao Yun remained composed and whispered, This magical beast is exceedingly swift. A direct confrontation would be futile. Its strength may have already reached the initial level of Do Huang. You two must flee. I shall deal with it. Just as Xiao Yan was about to protest, Xiao Yan dashed out. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan grabbed Xiao Yixian's hand and fled in the direction indicated by Xiao Yun. Yet, the beast was cunning, splitting off a doppelganger to pursue them. Reaching Xiao Yun's side, admiration filled Xiao Yan's eyes as he exclaimed, Uncle Yun, you're truly remarkable. Xiao Yun patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and replied with a smile, Little Yan, you two shall become immensely powerful in the future. Xiao Yan stepped forward, expressing her gratitude. Thanks to Uncle Yun, we would have been in grave danger otherwise. Enough with the flattery. Let us see if the beast possesses anything of value. Xiao Yun chuckled. The trio approached the carcass of the beast and removed its head. Before long, they uncovered an exceptionally volatile magic core. As Xiao Yun reached out to examine the core, it suddenly emitted a strange glow, enveloping the three of them in an instant. When the light faded, they found themselves in a mysterious space adorned with ancient ruins. What is this place? Xiao Yan inquired warily. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, surveying their surroundings, realizing that the magic core concealed secrets, perhaps a form of teleportation array. Xiao Yan clutched the hem of Xiao Yan's garment tightly, her face etched with worry. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the space. Outsiders, if you can pass my trial, you shall obtain unparalleled treasures. As the words fell, a multitude of phantom beasts surged towards them. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened, and he charged ahead into the fray, with Xiao Yan and the little medicine fairy following suit, unwilling to be outdone as they unleashed their skills in battle. After a fierce struggle, the phantoms dissipated, revealing a grand door that slowly opened to unveil a trove of gleaming treasures and a tome. Approaching, Xiao Yun picked up the tome and discovered it to be the long-lost method for enhancing combat techniques. He turned to Xiao Yan and the little medicine fairy, remarking, "It seems we've turned calamity into fortune." Xiao Yun then approached the body of a magical beast and said to Xiao Yan and the little medicine fairy, "This is a 6th-tier wind poison python, possessing exceptional toxic attributes. The toxins within its body should prove useful in medicine, and other materials can also be utilized effectively." As he spoke, he methodically extracted all valuable and sellable parts from the python's body, placing them into his storage ring. Once finished, he turned to the two behind him and said, "All right, Xiao Yan, we have lingered here long enough. It is time to depart. By the way, little medicine fairy, where do you plan to go next?" The little medicine fairy pondered for a moment before responding, "I intend to remain in Qingshan town to treat more people. After all, Wanyaozhai is my home, and it is hard to part with my roots." Xiao Yan nodded slightly, saying, "Little medicine fairy, please take care while you are here. If you encounter any trouble, remember to inform me, and I will certainly come to your aid." The little medicine fairy felt warmth in her heart and smiled gently. "Thank you. Take care on your journey as well." Xiao Yun observed the two and cleared his throat. "Then let us set off." On the journey, Xiao Yun curiously asked Xiao Yan, "Hey, Xiao Yan, if Sun Air were to find out about your relationship with the little medicine fairy, do you think she would give you a good thrashing?" Xiao Yan's face flushed, and he hurriedly waved his hands. "Uncle Yun, you misunderstand. The little medicine fairy and I are merely friends." Xiao Yan laughed heartily. "Just friends? It seems the little medicine fairy has a special regard for you." Xiao Yan scratched his head. "The little medicine fairy is kind and adorable. Indeed, she is a wonderful companion, but my heart belongs solely to Sun Air." Seeing this, Xiao Yun merely smiled slightly and chose not to press further. At that moment, Xiao Yan asked, "Uncle Yun, Master Yao, where should we go to train now?" At this point, the figure of Master Yao slowly emerged from within the ring. "Oh, I'm glad you still remember me. I thought you might have forgotten your teacher in favor of a new girlfriend." Master Yao floated in midair, arms crossed. "Given our current strength, we can venture deeper into the Beast Mountain range. Though it is fraught with peril, it is rich in rare herbs and magical beast cores, which will greatly aid in our strength enhancement." Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. The Beast Mountain range sounds splendid. All right, let us head there at once. Chapter 8. Yinji, wait, Uncle Yun, please stop. I can't take it anymore. Xiao Yan sat on the ground in a most undignified manner. His body covered in bruises, his face battered and swollen, as if he had just endured a fierce battle. At that moment, Xiao Yun approached with a smile, accompanied by Master Yao, twisting his wrist. "Xiao Yan, your ability to endure is lacking, isn't it? In just about a month, your progress is far too slow. You must practice more." Xiao Yan wore a mournful expression and muttered, "Uncle Yun, I am human, not a magical beast. How can I practice like this?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun burst into laughter. "Xiao Yan, if you cannot endure such minor hardships, how can you ever aspire to become a formidable warrior? When I was your age, I was far more diligent." Elder Yao, standing nearby, cleared his throat and remarked, "Xiao Yun, do not push him too hard. Although Xiao Yan's training pace may be slow, his foundation is becoming increasingly solid." Hearing Elder Yao speak on his behalf, Xiao Yan immediately felt invigorated. "My teacher truly understands me." Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. "Very well, we shall conclude for today. However, Xiao Yan, you must thoroughly study the way your internal fighting energy operates and discover methods that suit you for swift enhancement of your strength." Lost in thought, Xiao Yan seated himself and entered a meditative state, embarking on a quest to unravel the mysteries of his own fighting energy. Just as he was immersed in meditation, A furious roar shattered the tranquility of the forest, startling Xiao Yun and Elder Yao, who were busy roasting chicken wings. They exchanged glances, swiftly pulling the still-dazed Xiao Yan along as they rushed towards the source of the commotion. Upon arriving nearby, they heard a voice filled with rage. Why does this human woman dare to disturb my rest? Today, I come with no ill intent. I merely wish to borrow the crystal of purple spirit from the Lion King. The mention of borrowing the crystal elicited a moment of bewilderment from the crystal-winged Lion King, followed by a hearty laugh. I, the crystal-winged Lion King, can shed but a small piece of my essence every 20 years. Do you think you can simply take it as you wish? I can offer you items in exchange for what you seek. I do not possess transformation pills, but I can provide you with other things, the Lion King continued, laughing once more. Compared to the other items you mentioned, I find you far more intriguing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly had a revelation upon hearing the Lion King's words. Elder Yao interjected. Hey, you little rascal, what are you thinking? The crystal-winged Lion King can elevate its rank by devouring high-level humans. It certainly won't let her leave easily. Oh, I see, Xiao Yan replied, while Xiao Yun, momentarily distracted by Yun Yun's figure and elegant legs, was not a part of this conversation. The two above finally reached an impasse, and a fierce battle was imminent. The crystal-winged Lion King struck first, unleashing an overwhelming aura, met with unwavering composure from Yun Yun. Below, Xiao Yan was nearly toppled by the force of the aura, prompting Xiao Yun to gently wave his hand, conjuring a protective fire shield to counter the descending pressure. Seeing the fire shield, the Lion King's gaze turned even fiercer. Humph. So you have allies? Then you shall all perish together. With that, it intensified its assault, causing the fire shield to begin to tremble precariously. Xiao Yan scoffed, forming hand seals as the flames surged, reinforcing the shield. At that moment, Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled as he conceived a countermeasure. He whispered to Elder Yao, Teacher, I've noticed that while the Lion King's attacks are fierce, there is a brief pause between each strike. Perhaps we can exploit this interval to counterattack. Elder Yao nodded in approval. Yun Yun was also not idle. She wielded her sword, sending waves of sword energy toward the crystal-winged Lion King. As the Lion King dodged, it exposed a vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun broke through the fire shield, sending a blaze straight toward the Lion King. Caught off guard, the Lion King was struck on its side, letting out an enraged roar as it began to gather a massive energy sphere in its mouth. As the moment of launch approached, Xiao Yan shouted, Uncle Yun, attack its mouth. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun concentrated his power in both hands, transforming it into a colossal fiery palm that struck the Lion King's maw. The Lion King was compelled to swallow the energy sphere, suffering severe damage and emitting a painful roar, which instantly shifted the tide of battle. Sensing the deteriorating situation, the Lion King fought desperately, unleashing a sealing technique. One strike aimed at Yun Yun, the other at Xiao Yun. Caught off guard, Yun Yun was hit by the sealing spell, while Xiao Yun, observing the incoming attack, was uncertain whether to evade or allow it to strike him to advance the plot. After a moment of intense contemplation, he ultimately decided to let the sealing technique take effect. As the spell hit, Xiao Yun was enveloped in a radiant light, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the Lion King charged towards Yun Yun, intent on delivering a final blow. However, at that moment, Xiao Yan rushed forth, channeling all his internal fighting energy to form a protective shield in front of Yun Yun. The Lion King's claws clashed against the shield, sparking a flurry of flames. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan held firm, silently praying that his fighting energy would endure. Elder Yao, witnessing the perilous scene, recognized the danger in Xiao Yan's actions, but also understood that this was a pivotal moment for his growth. Thus, he discreetly cast a spell to slightly enhance Xiao Yan's fighting energy. Seeing that it could not breach the shield, the Lion King turned and lunged towards the sealed Xiao Yun, determined to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. Just as the Lion King approached Xiao Yun, the power of the erupted, instantly enveloping his entire being and shattering the Lion King's constraints. Xiao Yan nodded excitedly. Uncle Yun, thanks to you, I have grasped the significance of identifying vulnerabilities in battle. Moreover, my control over fighting energy seems to have become more adept. Yun Yun slightly inclined her head in gratitude. Thank you for the rescue, esteemed one. Your strength is formidable. May I inquire about your master? Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. No need to mind that. We are merely wanderers. By the way, how are your injuries? Are you gravely hurt? Yun Yun smiled gently. I am quite well, merely some superficial wounds. I owe much to both of you for your assistance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Xiao Yan scratched his head. Sister, you are quite impressive. If it weren't for the Lion King's treachery, you would not have been ensnared. Xiao Yun nodded. Indeed, the amethyst-winged Lion King is cunning. However, after this encounter, it is unlikely to appear so boldly for some time. As the group conversed, a furious voice echoed from outside the cave. You had best not let me find you. For awaiting you is the arrival of death. Xiao Yan clenched his fists. This Lion King is truly arrogant. Does it think we fear it? Xiao Yun, however, merely chuckled coldly. It is but a bluster. It suffered significant injuries in the recent battle and is incapable of fighting again in the near future. Yun expressed her concerns, saying, though that may be the case, our powers are currently sealed, and we cannot recover in the short term. It would be wise to exercise caution. Xiao Yun then suggested, in that case, I shall scatter some beast-repelling powder outside the cave. He rose and proceeded to sprinkle several handfuls of the powder outside. Since we are now comrades on the same front, allow me to introduce ourselves. To show my sincerity, I shall go first. I am Wutan City's Xiao Yun. He gestured towards Xiao Yan, and this is my nephew, Yao Yan. You two are related by blood? Yun marveled. Indeed, why would it be otherwise? Xiao Yun replied. However, I appear to be in my 20s, don't I? To clarify, my nephew's father, who is my brother, is not my biological brother. He is rather someone I took in, so the age discrepancy is quite normal. Oh, I see. That makes sense. She responded. But what about you? Will you not introduce yourself? I am a guest elder of the Yunlan sect, she replied. By the way, my name is Yunji. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. She performed a respectful salute. Xiao Yun smiled and said, Miss Yunji, you are too modest. Xiao Yan then introduced himself, Sister Yunji. Besides training with my uncle, I also enjoy studying alchemy. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yun's eyes. Alchemy? That is no simple endeavor. To have such ambition at a young age, you are destined for greatness. As Xiao Yun glanced at the darkening sky, he spoke to the two. It is getting late. I will venture out to seek food. Xiao Yan, you gather firewood. Yunji, you should rest here due to your injuries. With that, he stood and left. Chapter 9. Days in the cave. Seeing this, Xiao Yun hurried to support him, anxiously asking, Xiao Yan, what happened? Why do you look so disheveled? Xiao Yan weakly smiled and replied, I encountered a pack of formidable demon wolves and had to struggle for quite some time to escape. At this moment, Yunji awakened and, upon seeing Xiao Yan injured, furrowed her brow. She retrieved some ointment from a corner of the cave and handed it to him. Xiao Yun rushed over with a roasted fish, offering it to Xiao Yan. Eat something to replenish your strength. After taking a few bites of the fish, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. These beasts are scouring the mountains for us. I was only gone for a short while, and they managed to find me. This situation is truly precarious. Xiao Yun sighed and said, enough of this. For the next few days, you and Yunji should rest and recuperate in the cave. I will go out alone to gather food and firewood. But uncle, your fighting spirit is sealed. Xiao Yan protested. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern. Although my fighting spirit is sealed, I still retain some agility and strength. Xiao Yan stood up earnestly and insisted, Uncle Yun, I shall accompany you. My injuries are not that severe, and having an extra pair of hands will be beneficial. Moreover, the beasts are most active during the night, and it is too dangerous for you to go alone. Yunji chimed in. I can assist in keeping watch as well. Unable to persuade them otherwise, Xiao Yun reluctantly agreed. The following night, the three ventured cautiously out of the cave. Xiao Yun led the way, using his years of experience to avoid areas frequented by the beasts. However, as they reached a stream, deep, rumbling roars suddenly echoed around them. A group of shadowy figures swiftly converged upon them. Xiao Yun clenched his fists, while Yunji prepared for battle. Although Xiao Yun lacked fighting spirit, he nimbly picked up a few stones and aimed for the eyes of the beast. Seizing the moment of the creature's confusion, Xiao Yan unleashed his combat skills, with Yunji assisting in controlling the situation. After a fierce struggle, they finally repelled the horde of beasts. The trio exchanged smiles, their trust and understanding deepening, and then continued their quest for food and firewood. As they entered the forest, Xiao Yan sought food, while Xiao Yun and Yunji looked for firewood. The two ventured deeper along a narrow path when suddenly, Yunji's foot gave way as she stepped onto a hidden trap. Xiao Yan quickly reached out to grab her, but the trap had a mechanism, and several arrows shot forth. With a forceful pull, Xiao Yun yanked Yunji aside, but was grazed on the arm by one of the arrows. Feeling guilty, Yunji tore a piece from her clothing to bandage Xiao Yun's wound. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan discovered a fruit tree laden with peculiar fruits. Just as he was about to pluck one, a massive guardian beast sprang forth. Xiao Yan engaged in a clever dance, skillfully using the surrounding environment to evade its attacks, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash a powerful strike that struck the beast's vital spot. Wounded, the guardian beast fled, allowing Xiao Yan to successfully gather the fruits. The two found themselves squeezed together within the confines of a withered tree, their scents mingling in the close space. Yunji's back pressed against Xiao Yun's chest, and due to the limited room, Xiao Yun's hand rested awkwardly on Yunji's waist, creating an intimate atmosphere that made her blush. While he dared not glance down at her, the beast prowled around the withered tree, occasionally scratching at its trunk. Xiao Yun and Yunji held their breaths, remaining tightly pressed together. Suddenly, a small beast discovered the hollow of the tree and curiously poked its head inside. Quick as a flash, Xiao Yun seized it by the neck, stifling its noise. Yunji watched anxiously as Xiao Yun gradually tightened his grip until the beast lay still. At that moment, the outside beasts seemed to sense something amiss and began to gather around the withered tree. Realizing they could no longer wait idly, Xiao Yun exchanged a glance with Yunji, signaling her to prepare for a dash. As the beasts lunged forward, Xiao Yun shouted, pulling Yunji out of the tree. They fled, taking advantage of the cover provided by the surrounding trees. Fortunately, Xiao Yan, hearing the commotion, rushed over. He unleashed a formidable combat technique, igniting the surroundings in a blaze of light. Upon returning to the cave, Xiao Yun arranged the firewood while Xiao Yan neatly laid out the food. Yunji silently retreated to a corner, a faint blush still gracing her cheeks. Xiao Yun stole glances at her, clearing his throat to break the tension. Acknowledging their teamwork that day, Xiao Yan nodded with a smile, agreeing but reminding them to exercise more caution next time. As night fell, Xiao Yan was the first to succumb to slumber. Xiao Yun tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his thoughts lingering on the moments shared with Yunji in the withered tree. Yunji, too, found her mind replaying the scene of Xiao Yun saving her. Outside the cave, the stars twinkled in the night sky, resembling countless bright gems embedded in the dark canvas above. The summer night air was perfumed with a subtle fragrance of flowers. They fell asleep, accompanied by two individuals with differing thoughts. As the morning sun streamed into the cave, Xiao Yan was the first to awaken, unaware of the subtle tension between Yunji and Xiao Yun. He casually greeted Xiao Yun and picked up a piece of already roasted fish to eat. Chewing on the fish, Xiao Yan mumbled, Uncle Yun, what should we do now? Xiao Yun replied no. Yet he was still dragged outside by Xiao Yun, arriving at a waterfall where he was stripped of his shirt and forced to withstand the cascading water with his bare body. While supporting the Xian Zhong Qi with both hands, Xiao Yun held a wooden stick, scrutinizing Xiao Yan's posture. Meanwhile, Yunji sat on the shore, resting her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Xiao Yun, resembling a wife observing her husband. At that moment, a furious roar shattered the tranquility. Xiao Yun and the others exchanged glances before rushing toward the source of the sound. Upon arriving nearby, they witnessed two magical beasts engaged in a fierce battle. While not far away stood a 1,000-year-old Qingling vine. The medicinal elder reminded Xiao Yan through the ring, this is a precious 1,000-year-old Qingling vine, highly valuable for alchemy and other purposes. I never expected to encounter it here. You are indeed fortunate, my disciple. At the elder's words, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. However, the two battling beasts were formidable, and any rash action could lead to peril. After observing for a moment, Xiao Yun whispered, let us wait for them to weaken each other. Yunji nodded in agreement. Before long, both magical beasts were gravely injured. Seizing the opportune moment, Xiao Yan sprang into action, swiftly dispatching one of the bloodied beasts in just a few moves. Observing this, the other beast realized it had fallen into a trap. And after assessing the strength of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, it charged fiercely at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun and Yunji's powers had been sealed, and Xiao Yan was too far to provide support. In that critical moment, Xiao Yun pushed Yunji aside, but the beast collided with him, sending him crashing into a tree and rendering him unconscious. Seeing this, Xiao Yan erupted in fury, unleashing his combat skills to slay the beast before rushing to check on Xiao Yun's injuries. Yunji had already reached Xiao Yun's side before Xiao Yan, gently caressing Xiao Yun's pale face, her eyes filled with guilt and concern. Xiao Yan knelt beside Xiao Yun, feeling his pulse, and after a moment, breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Yun has only sustained severe internal injuries. He has merely fainted. He retrieved a healing pill from his ring and fed it to Xiao Yun. After a while, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the worried expressions of Xiao Yan and Yunji. Uncle Yun, how do you feel? Xiao Yan asked anxiously. Xiao Yan managed a faint smile. I won't die. Yunji, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, why did you push me away? You truly frightened me. Xiao Yan coughed a few times and replied, it was charging at both of us. If one could be spared from harm, it was for the best. Hence I pushed you away in a moment of desperation. Xiao Yan teased from the side, Uncle Yun, it seems you care deeply for Sister Yunji. Xiao Yun's face flushed with embarrassment. At this moment, the voice of the elder echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. Disciple, having obtained the 10,000-year green spirit vine, it is prudent for you to leave this place promptly to avoid further dangers. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he supported Xiao Yun as the three of them departed, carrying the invaluable vine, and made their way towards the cave. Along the journey, Xiao Yun and Yunji occasionally exchanged shy glances before quickly averting their eyes, while Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Chapter 10, Restoration. The Battle. After a fortnight of recuperation, Yunji and Xiao Yun vaguely sensed the weakening of the seal on the amethyst-winged Lion King. Thus, today they resolved to shatter the seal and regain their powers. To ensure their safety, They instructed Xiao Yan to guard the cave entrance, preventing any unforeseen beast intrusions. Gripping his weapon tightly, Xiao Yan vigilantly scanned the surroundings. As moments ticked by, ripples emanated from within the cave. Suddenly, a shadow darted towards them from a distance, prompting Xiao Yan to enter a state of readiness for combat. It turned out to be an impetuous wind wolf, which he effortlessly repelled. Meanwhile, within the cave, Yunji and Xiao Yun were working in unison to breach the final seal. A brilliant light flashed, and the seal shattered completely. A powerful aura erupted from both women as they successfully restored their strength. Emerging from the cave, they beheld Xiao Yan's weary yet resolute demeanor, filling their hearts with gratitude. Yunji remarked, "Thanks to you, Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan scratched his head modestly. It was but a trivial matter. "What matters now is that you have regained your strength." Xiao Yun nodded and spoke, "Now that our powers are restored, it is time to settle the score with the amethyst-winged Lion King. Little Yin, you need not accompany us, after all. A confrontation at the Do Emperor level would be of no benefit to you as a mere fighter. It is best for you to remain here in the cave and await our return." "Uncle Yin, I can be of assistance," Xiao Yun insisted, waving his hand. "Although we previously inflicted injury upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, I suspect that with the aid of the amethyst spirit crystal, it has likely healed by now. Your presence would not be advantageous." Xiao Yun was about to further object when Yunji gently tugged at his sleeve, urging him to join them. "This child is quite clever. He can protect himself if danger arises." Xiao Yun sighed in resignation. "Very well, but we must follow orders in our actions." Xiao Yun was overjoyed and nodded eagerly. The trio set forth towards the territory of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Along the way, Xiao Yun discreetly consumed some of his specially crafted pills to enhance his abilities. Upon reaching their destination, the amethyst-winged Lion King had already sensed their approach and emerged with an enraged roar, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Observing this, Xiao Yun acted first, brandishing his longsword, its blade glinting as it thrust toward the amethyst-winged Lion King. The beast responded with a powerful flap of its wings, unleashing a tempest that forced Xiao Yun to stagger back several steps. Meanwhile, Yunji formed hand seals, sending waves of sword-infused energy flying towards the lion. In retaliation, the amethyst-winged Lion King unleashed a burst of violet flames that clashed with the sword energy, resulting in a fierce standoff. The formidable forces clashed with such intensity that they nearly swept Xiao Yan, who was observing from below, off his feet. At that moment, the elder Yao from within the ring advised Xiao Yan, "My disciple, we are utterly powerless in this situation. Instead, why not stealthily raid the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King and seize all that is valuable within?" Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with understanding, recognizing the wisdom in Yao's suggestion. Seizing the opportunity while the amethyst-winged Lion King was engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Yun and Yunji, he quietly maneuvered to the rear, sneaking towards the Lion King's den. Surrounding the lair were numerous traps and defensive spells, yet Xiao Yan skillfully navigated them, aided by Yao's occasional guidance. Upon entering the lair, he was astounded by the mountain of treasures before him: rare herbs, shimmering ores, and mysterious magic nuclei emanating potent energies. As he hastily collected the bounty, he suddenly discovered a massive amethyst spirit crystal hidden in a corner. Just as he reached for it, a female amethyst-winged lion sprang forth, unleashing a formidable force toward him. Xiao Yan quickly summoned his inner fighting spirit to resist the attack. After withstanding the onslaught, he instinctively retaliated, inadvertently slaying the female amethyst-winged lion. Inside the ring, Yao sensed impending doom. This female lion was likely the mate of the one outside, and was presumably pregnant. Now, with her death, 2 lives were lost. If the Lion King were to find out, it would surely rage uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the battle outside intensified, with Xiao Yun and Yunji gradually finding themselves at a disadvantage, despite having inflicted some damage on the amethyst-winged Lion King. Just as the Lion King prepared to deliver a fatal blow, it sensed a disturbance from the direction of the lair. Distracted, it left itself vulnerable, allowing Xiao Yun and Yunji to seize the moment and strike in unison, inflicting severe damage upon the Lion King. Ignoring its own injuries, the Lion King hastily employed its secret technique to assess the situation within the cave. What it discovered horrified it. Its partner lay in a pool of blood, and the unborn cubs had perished. The amethyst-winged lion's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Reaching an apex of fury, it let out a heart-wrenching roar, imbued with profound sorrow and unbridled wrath. In a desperate act, it converted its entire lifespan into energy, channeling all its remaining strength into the amethyst spirit crystal to enhance its power, resulting in an immediate surge of strength exceeding tenfold. Xiao Yun and Yunji were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Xiao Yan emerged from the lair, filled with regret upon witnessing the scene. Yet, with no turning back, they prepared for battle. The amethyst-winged Lion King charged at them relentlessly, pouring every ounce of its might into each attack. Xiao Yun and Yunji fought with all their strength to withstand it, while Xiao Yan supported them with various skills. Yet the Lion King's assault surged like a tidal wave. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, Xiao Yun resolved to unleash his full power, summoning the within. After the amethyst-winged Lion King fell, a somber atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Yun released a sigh of relief and turned to Xiao Yan, his eyes reflecting both reproach and solace. Xiao Yan, filled with guilt, lowered his head. As night fell beside the crackling campfire, Xiao Yan sat in a trance, gazing at the flames while holding a roasted fish. Xiao Yan approached, gently patting his back, and spoke, "Do not be too hard on yourself. This world is one where the strong prey upon the weak. Had we been the ones defeated today, we would have faced irrevocable doom. Although there is regret in today's events, it has also imparted a deeper understanding of the cruelty of this world." Yunji then joined them, presenting Xiao Yan with a purple spirit crystal obtained from the Lion King, which would greatly aid in his cultivation. "I hope you will not let my expectations go unfulfilled," she said. Xiao Yan accepted it, gripping it tightly. "Sister Yunji, I will strive to become stronger." The following morning, radiant sunlight streamed into their cave. Xiao Yun awoke groggily, noticing Xiao Yan still fast asleep, while Yunji had already departed, leaving behind a letter, a manual of cultivation, and a piece of her personal armor. On the eve of their journey to the Tagore Desert, Xiao Yun picked up the letter, which contained only a few words. "Yun, by the time you read this, I must have already left. The days we spent together brought me immense joy. The potential of Yao Yan is boundless. I hope you will guide him well. This advanced cultivation manual, explosive steps, is for his training, and the armor is a token for you. I hope we can meet again." Sighing, Xiao Yun glanced at Xiao Yan, who had awakened and understood everything upon seeing the letter and armor. "Sister Yunji has indeed left," he lamented. Xiao Yun approached, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder. "Little Yan, there is no need for sorrow. I believe we shall meet again." Xiao Yan teased, "Uncle Yun, when we meet again, will you and Sister Yunji become a couple?" Xiao Yan's face flushed. "You rascal, it seems your cultivation is lacking. Do you want me and Old Yao to give you some more?" Never mind. By the way, Uncle Yun, where are we headed next?" At that moment, Old Yao slowly materialized from the ring. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before speaking. "We have gathered enough from the Monster Mountain range. I heard from a friend that there is strange fire appearing in the Tagore Desert. Shall we go there and see if we can seize some?" "Strange fire? Are you referring to that type in your possession?" Xiao Yan exclaimed with delight. "Is this news true, Uncle Yin?" Old Yao inquired, and Xiao Yan confidently replied, "Indeed. By the way, take this as well. I discovered this during a treasure hunt with the little medicinal fairy in a cave. It should be a fragment of the map leading to the strange fire." He handed over the fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire's map to Xiao Yan. Old Yao leaned in to take a look and immediately recognized it as the pure Lotus Demon Fire, which ranked high on the list of strange fires. Xiao Yan scratched his head and asked, "Is the strange fire really that formidable?" Old Yao lightly tapped Xiao Yan on the head. "You little rascal, of course. Strange fire is powerful. It not only increases the success rate of alchemy, but, if integrated into oneself, will greatly enhance one's strength." Xiao Yan's eyes lit up as he tightly grasped the map fragment. Suddenly, Xiao Yun recalled something and remarked, "However, collecting the complete map of the pure Lotus Demon Fire is no easy feat. It is said that some fragments are held by ancient families or mysterious factions. Moreover, those individuals are unlikely to relinquish the fragmented map easily." However, Xiao Yan smiled nonchalantly. Regardless of the circumstances, having a lead is worth a try. At worst, he could engage in a contest with them. The elder Yao nodded in approval, appreciating his fighting spirit. "Nevertheless, your current strength is insufficient. It would be prudent to solidify your foundation first. The matter of the pure Lotus Demon Fire can be deliberated over time." Xiao Yan scratched his head in understanding. Xiao Yun spoke, "In that case, let us first proceed to the Tagore Desert in search of the traces of the blue Lotus Earth Fire." "Very well, let us set off now." With that, Xiao Yan shouldered his pack and stepped out of the cave with purpose. Xiao Yun watched his departing figure, shaking his head as he followed suit. "Are you foolish? On the way to the desert, we need provisions. Moreover, we must eat and rest within the desert. It would be wise to purchase supplies in the town before departing." With that, he entered a shop in Qingshan town. Upon entering the store, Xiao Yun surveyed the shelves, while Xiao Yan excitedly rushed to the section containing dry rations, beginning to make his selections. "Do you have a map and information regarding the Tagore Desert?" Xiao Yan inquired. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Yes, indeed. Such items are rare. And the price is not cheap." Xiao Yan grimaced. "Shopkeeper, please do not exploit us. If it is too expensive, we shall seek alternatives." The shopkeeper hastily waved his hands. "I would not dare. Seeing as you are earnest about venturing into the desert, I shall offer you a fair price." Xiao Yun accepted the map, noting its detailed illustrations, which not only indicated routes, but also marked hazardous areas. After acquiring the map, He purchased several tents and a substantial amount of dry provisions. Having settled the payment, they prepared to leave, but just a few steps out the door, an elderly woman hurriedly entered the shop. Seeing her, the shopkeeper inquired with curiosity, "Aunt Lu, why are you here instead of seeking Bagua?" Aunt Lu, beaming with excitement, replied, "You are not aware, are you? A significant event has transpired recently." "Oh, what is it?" "It concerns the leader of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps, Mu Li, who was murdered. His brother, Mu Si, has now taken over his territory. Recently, he has set his sights on the little healer from the Wan Yao Zhai. Just a few days ago, he conspired with the head of Wan Yao Zhai to seize her, and today is the day of their grand wedding. Are you not going to witness it? I hear there will be a feast. Is that true? I must quickly close the shop and attend the banquet." With that, he shut the shop and rushed towards the wedding venue. Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan exchanged glances and hastily followed. Upon arriving at the wedding scene, they were greeted by a bustling atmosphere. Yet, Xiao Yan was restless, searching desperately for the little healer's figure. Xiao Yun patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Subsequently, he employed his secret technique, thoroughly investigating the little healer's location, ultimately discovering her in a side room, her gaze vacant, alongside the head of Wan Yao Zhai. Xiao Yun addressed Xiao Yan, stating, "I have located the whereabouts of the little medicine sage. She is within the estate, in the side room adjacent to the corridor in the southeast direction. You must go and rescue her, while I distract Muse. The master of the Wan Yao chamber remains by her side, so exercise utmost caution." Xiao Yan nodded slightly and stealthily approached the side room. Observing this, Xiao Yan shouted to the guests surrounding them, "All of you present are nothing but fools, mere pawns." The guests were initially taken aback by his words, but soon their anger flared, and those with fiery tempers rushed towards him, eager for confrontation. Xiao Yun merely chuckled coldly, unleashing the oppressive aura of a Do Huang, causing those who charged at him to slip and kneel in reverence. "I have encountered many trials in my life, yet have not found a worthy father until now. Upon witnessing your divine might, if you do not cast me aside, I wish to pledge myself as your adopted son. Please accept this humble bow from your child." Ignoring this individual, Xiao Yun shouted again, "I am here solely to save a life, and will not seek to increase bloodshed. Those who have lost are seated here. Let them eat and drink as they please. Do you understand?" Meanwhile, Muse remained in his chamber, drinking, when one of his subordinates rushed in, breathless. Captain, someone is causing trouble." "What? Who dares to defy my reputation and influence in Qingshan town? How many are there?" Muse, infuriated, smashed a wine jar onto the wooden table. "Only one," the subordinate replied. "Only one? You cannot handle one person? Are you all useless? Though it seems they are quite skilled." "Oh, a skilled individual, that explains it," he said, lifting the wine jar for another drink. "By the way, how many of us are there?" "There are over 300 brothers here." "What? Over 300, and yet you cannot withstand a single skilled opponent?" He slammed the wine jar onto the table again. They are a Do Huang level expert." "Oh, a Do Huang expert. That makes sense, he said, taking another swig of wine. At that moment, Xiao Yan had stealthily infiltrated the side room and dispatched the guards. The little medicine sage regained consciousness, astonished and delighted upon seeing Xiao Yan. Just as they were about to leave, the master of the Wan Yao chamber blocked their path. Xiao Yan, seeing this, struck first, launching a powerful punch imbued with intense Do Qi. However, the master deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow and countering with a gust of energy. Xiao Yan swiftly altered his footing, retreating to create distance, while simultaneously gathering flames in his palm and directing them towards his opponent. The master of the Wan Yao chamber formed hand seals, conjuring a green barrier that absorbed the impact of the flames, scattering sparks in all directions. "Do you think you can take her from me?" the master of the Wan Yao chamber sneered. Xiao Yan retorted with a cold grunt. "I must take her with me today." With that declaration, his aura surged dramatically, bolstered by the power of the medicine elder, and he darted towards the master like a bolt of lightning. As the master prepared to react, Xiao Yan's punch sent him flying, rendering him unconscious. Xiao Yan then grasped the little medicine sage's hand and departed. Chapter 12. The eve of departure to the Tagore desert on the other side, Xiao Yun, growing increasingly impatient as he awaited the arrival of Mu Si among the guests, ultimately decided to teleport directly to Mu Si's location. Upon his arrival, he found nothing but an empty room, save for a letter left on the table. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not despise the middle-aged in poverty. This territory is yours now. The little healer is in the side room. Go seek her yourself. I must take my leave, and please refrain from pursuing me, my dear Do Huang brother. I beg of you." Upon reading the letter, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth. He never anticipated that Mu Si would exhibit such pragmatism. However, he could not afford to dwell on Mu Si at this moment, as he was still uncertain about the situation with Xiao Yan. Hastily exiting the room, Xiao Yan took only a few steps before he spotted Xiao Yan holding the hand of the little healer. He was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, while I harbor feelings for you, you, young man, are here flirting. After regaining his composure, he approached and inquired, Xiao Yan, are you well? Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, replying, Uncle Yun, I am fine. Very well. Since that is the case, let us depart swiftly. The matter has been resolved. And lingering here serves no purpose. Stepping out of the courtyard and passing by the wolf-head mercenary core treasury, Xiao Yan inadvertently glanced inside, his eyes lighting up as he halted his steps. Xiao Yun, noticing this, smiled appreciatively and nodded, saying, Xiao Yan, your instincts are commendable. We shall shoulder the burden of our transgressions together. Thus, the three of them entered the treasury. Inside, the room gleamed with piles of gold coins and various rare treasures. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun meticulously collected everything within the vault, ensuring not a single item was overlooked before they exited. As they strolled down the street, Xiao Yan asked, What are your plans for the future? I am uncertain. I suppose I shall take each step as it comes. By the way, I own a house in a valley not far from this town. Would you care to see it? I have a pet there that can perform backflips. Just as Xiao Yan was about to decline, the old alchemist in his ring interjected, Very well, accompany him to take a look. You might as well rest here a few more days, honing your fighting skills and recuperating from the techniques that Yunji left for you. Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Yun, who simply nodded in agreement, recognizing his responsibility as a caring uncle towards Xiao Yan's significant life decisions. However, he felt a pang of sympathy for Sun Er, wondering if she would be furious upon learning of this. Xiao Yan followed the little healer to the house nestled in the valley. It was a quaint little abode surrounded by exotic flora. As they approached, a peculiar little creature bounded out, performing backflips, which elicited a hearty laugh from Xiao Yan. Once settled inside, Xiao Yan diligently practiced his fighting techniques under the guidance of the old alchemist, mastering the explosive step within a couple of days. The little healer quietly accompanied him, occasionally providing herbs to assist with his training. Time flowed steadily, and during this period, Xiao Yun consumed a fair amount of dog food, yet life remained peaceful and harmonious. However, the heavens are, after all, unyielding. On this fateful day, upon returning from gathering medicinal herbs, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun opened the door only to find the little healer lying on the bed, racked with pain. At the sight, Xiao Yan was immediately flustered, while Xiao Yun remained composed, enveloping his arm with both fighting spirit and exotic fire to assess the little healer's condition. Yet, after a thorough examination, he found no tangible clues. The knowledgeable Yao Lao recognized the little healer's affliction, identifying it as the rare and formidable malignant poison body. Those possessing this toxic constitution could swiftly cultivate by absorbing poisons, but the grave downside was that most would meet an untimely demise. Xiao Yan turned to Yao Lao, seeking a solution, but Yao Lao merely shook his head. It was then that Xiao Yun spoke up, A means to resolve this does exist, though it is as formidable as climbing to the heavens. What method is that, Uncle Yin? No matter how difficult, I will pursue it, Xiao Yan exclaimed, gripping Xiao Yun's shoulder anxiously. To effect a cure, first, you must possess 3 types of exotic fire. Second, you need the magic core of a 7th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast. Third, you will require the Bodhi transformation saliva. And fourth, you must seek out a place of utmost solar intensity for treatment. Only then can you achieve success. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. No matter what, I will gather these items. Xiao Yan patted his shoulder. Xiao Yan, this is no trivial matter. However, if you are determined, I will lend my utmost support. Thank you, Uncle Yun. No need for thanks. We are family. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the little healer stirred and, upon opening her eyes and seeing Xiao Yan, hurriedly asked, Xiao Yan, you haven't touched me, have you? Rest assured, I have not. That is a relief. Hearing this, the little healer finally relaxed, for had he touched her, she would surely have been poisoned as well. At this juncture, Xiao Yan inquired, Little healer, why have you not shared such a grave matter with us? She sat up and replied to Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, the malignant poison body is, after all, an incurable affliction. Speaking of it serves no purpose. If I told you, you would undoubtedly exhaust yourselves seeking a remedy, and I do not wish to burden anyone. Xiao Yan shook his head. Little healer, you have saved me countless times. I cannot stand idly by. Besides, we are friends. What talk is there of burdening one another? Xiao Yun concurred. Indeed, now that we have devised a plan, we shall not easily abandon it. Tears welled in the little healer's eyes, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. That night, Xiao Yan and the little healer sat together in the valley, gazing at the stars above, while Xiao Yun, understanding, chose not to intrude and instead quietly roasted chicken wings from a distance. Yet, searching high and low, Xiao Yan could not find the little healer's figure. Observing from a tree, Xiao Yun remarked, She has left to avoid burdening us. What? Uncle Yun, why did you not stop her? She is still unwell. Xiao Yan questioned anxiously. Xiao Yan sighed. It was she who pleaded with me to let her go. She said she does not wish to become a burden to us. Nor does she want to implicate any friends. She hopes we will cease our search for her. This is unacceptable. I must find her. Stop. What use is it for you to find her in your current state? Can you cure her illness? However, after a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yan finally nodded and said, Uncle Yun, let us act swiftly. Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Yan with relief, noting that he had not succumbed to anger. In that case, on our way to the Tagore Desert to seek thee, we shall also make a stop at Black Rock City to procure the necessary snow lotus pills, ice spirit cold spring, and several other auxiliary medicinal materials required for devouring. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth without delay. With that, he shouldered his belongings and embarked on the journey to Black Rock City. Chapter 13. Black Rock City. After departing from Qingshan Town, Xiao Yan, Xiao Yun, and the medicine elder hurried towards Black Rock City, arriving just before nightfall. The setting sun cast its warm glow upon the towering city walls, imbuing the city with a sense of sanctity. Disembarking from the carriage, Xiao Yan generously tipped the coachman before striding confidently into the city. Upon entering, he was greeted by a vibrant scene. The streets were bustling with energy, lined with various stalls, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Uncle Yun, it is so lively here, Xiao Yan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In contrast, Xiao Yun regarded him with disdain, recalling his own days as a beggar in the capital of the Gamma Empire, where he had mastered the art of stretching a single meal over 3 days. As they strolled down the bustling streets, the medicine elder rested within the confines of his ring, while a throng of people surged towards one direction. Xiao Yan, grinning widely, stopped a passerby and inquired, Brother, what is happening? Where is everyone rushing off to? The man, recognizing them as outsiders, patiently explained, It's the disciples of Master Frank and Master Otto, Linda and Xuemei, who are about to undergo their certification as first-grade alchemists. We're hurrying to witness the spectacle. Oh, I see. Thank you, brother. The man waved his hand and continued towards the Alchemist Association. At that moment, the medicine elder spoke up. By the way, my disciple, after our lengthy training in the Monster Beast Mountains, our alchemist rank has reached the 2nd grade. We should find an opportunity to get certified. After all, having the identity of an alchemist will greatly facilitate our endeavors. Upon hearing the medicine elder's words, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. You are right, master. But let us first observe the certification of these 2 female disciples. Thus, the trio made their way towards the Alchemist Association. Arriving outside the Alchemist Association, they found it already crowded with spectators. After much effort, they squeezed to the front and saw 2 young women preparing their alchemical materials in the center. The crowd buzzed with speculation, eager to guess who would excel. Soon, the alchemical process commenced. The 2 female disciples displayed remarkable skill, their control over the flames precise and deft. Yet, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and whispered to the medicine elder, Master, I feel their control is slightly lacking. The medicine elder chuckled, Your discernment has indeed improved. Just as the elixirs were nearing completion, one of the female disciples' alchemical furnace began to wobble slightly, prompting gasps from the audience as it appeared to be on the verge of failure. A surge of instinct propelled Xiao Yan to discreetly release a wisp to stabilize the furnace. Xuemei successfully completed her alchemical concoction, earning her qualification as a first-grade alchemist. After the event, Xuemei seemed to sense something, casting a gaze towards Xiao Yan's direction. Her eyes filled with both confusion and gratitude. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, quietly led Xiao Yun away, pondering the necessity of swiftly obtaining his certification as a 2nd-tier alchemist. That evening, Xiao Yun took Xiao Yan to a modest inn for the night, and by dawn the following day, she accompanied him to the Alchemist Association for his certification. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Alchemist Association, they discovered a long queue of individuals awaiting their turn for certification. With no other choice, Xiao Yan resigned himself to slowly moving forward in line. During this time, many bystanders scrutinized him, some even displaying disdain, deeming him too youthful to possess any real skill. Xiao Yan remained unfazed, patiently awaiting his turn. Finally, it was Xiao Yan's moment to enter the examination room. The examiner was Otto, the mentor of both Linda and Xuemei. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan commenced the process of refining a first-tier elixir. His technique was deft, each step executed with precision, and the elder within his ring nodded approvingly. However, just as the elixir was about to be completed, an unforeseen mishap occurred. The fire source used to maintain the flame suddenly weakened. Xiao Yan responded with composure, swiftly channeling his own dou qi to bolster the fire. With a flash of brilliance, the elixir was flawlessly crafted. Otto's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with joy as he declared Xiao Yan a certified first-tier alchemist. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Yan as he exited the examination room, met with an uproar from the waiting crowd. At that moment, Xuemei, whom Xiao Yan had discreetly assisted the previous day, appeared among the throng, her gaze towards him brimming with admiration. Just when the crowd assumed the event was concluding and began to disperse, Xiao Yan approached Otto respectfully, saying, Master Otto, I wish to partake in the trials for second-tier alchemist certification, and I kindly ask for your continued guidance. Otto was momentarily taken aback, but then a look of appreciation graced his features, recognizing the young man's remarkable courage and ambition. However, the assessment for second-tier alchemists is no simple task. Are you certain you wish to attempt it now? Xiao Yan nodded resolutely. Observing his determination, Otto instructed the staff to prepare the examination area once more. As the assessment commenced, Xiao Yan meticulously selected his materials, his movements even steadier than before. Yet, as he ignited the furnace, he suddenly found it difficult to concentrate, his thoughts becoming muddled. Frowning in confusion, Xiao Yan sought the counsel of the elder, who advised him to clear his mind and allow his spirit to stabilize. He followed this guidance, gradually regaining control over the flames, and proceeded to extract the essence of the materials with skillful execution, impressing the other alchemists present. In the final moments, Xiao Yan poured all his effort into the last step of refining the elixir, ultimately succeeding in producing a second-tier elixir. Otto leaped to his feet in excitement, loudly announcing Xiao Yan's successful certification as a second-tier alchemist. The room fell into a profound silence, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause. Otto, brimming with enthusiasm, approached Xiao Yan, exclaiming, In my many years traversing the Doqi continent, I have encountered countless prodigies, yet few possess the extraordinary talent you display. Xiao Yan humbly smiled, replying, Master Otto, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. Otto waved his hand, urging humility aside. At such a tender age, you have already achieved so much. Your future is boundless. By the way, wait a moment. I have instructed someone to bring over the alchemist robe that is exclusively yours. This is a distinctive emblem of our alchemists. He hesitated for a moment, as if having made a resolute decision, then addressed Xiao Yan. May I inquire, young brother, if you have a moment? If so, could we discuss matters pertaining to the alchemist conference? Xiao Yan replied, This matter should be discussed with my uncle. He gestured toward Xiao Yun. Otto followed his gaze and saw Xiao Yan approaching. With a smile, Otto said, You must be Xiao Yan's elder, with such remarkable talent. If he participates in the alchemist conference, he is bound to shine brilliantly. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment and asked, Is there danger associated with this alchemist conference? Otto's demeanor grew serious. While there are precautionary measures in place, unforeseen occurrences can arise amidst competition. Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Yan, who met his gaze with unwavering determination. Uncle, I wish to give it a try. Xiao Yun sighed. Very well. The youth indeed requires experience. Otto rejoiced. Then I shall register Xiao Yan. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. Chapter 14. Journey to the Tagore Desert. Thank you both for your trust. However, there are still several months before the Alchemist Conference begins. I wonder if you two plan to remain in Blackrock City or venture elsewhere for training, and whether you will return in time. At that moment, Otto hurriedly interjected, Hey, we are all friends here. Let us not resort to hostility. What is Frank doing? Frank scratched his head and replied, I heard a talented alchemist has emerged here, so I hastily came to see for myself. Otto scoffed, If you act so recklessly, what if you frighten this young friend? He pointed at Xiao Yan. Only then did Frank scrutinize Xiao Yan closely, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, he possesses an extraordinary aura. He must be that talented alchemist. Xiao Yan slightly cupped his fist in greeting. I am honored to meet you, senior. I merely have a basic understanding of alchemy. Frank laughed heartily. No need for modesty. At such a young age, you have achieved remarkable skills. Your future is certainly limitless. He then turned to Xiao Yun. Just now, I sensed your Do Qi fluctuations. Achieving Do Huang 7 stars at such a young age is indeed formidable. That is merely luck, Xiao Yun replied. Then Frank turned back to Xiao Yan. I possess an ancient alchemy manual that I intended to reserve for someone fated to possess it. Today, seeing your potential, I shall bestow it upon you if you agree to one condition. Xiao Yan's eyes shimmered with surprise and curiosity. What does the senior ask? Frank's expression turned serious. At the Alchemist Conference, you must give it your all and showcase the most dazzling alchemical skills. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, and Frank, satisfied, handed the manual to him. At that moment, the alchemist who had gone to fetch the robe returned respectfully with a green robe. Upon seeing it, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, and he donned the alchemist's robe. After putting it on, he appeared even more spirited. Frank smiled and nodded. This robe symbolizes your identity as an alchemist. I hope you wear it with pride and make a name for yourself at the conference. Xiao Yan gently caressed his robe and resolutely declared, Rest assured, senior. I shall exert my utmost efforts. He then inquired, By the way, where do you plan to go next? After pondering for a moment, he respectfully stated, I intend to venture into the Tagore Desert for training. The Tagore Desert? That is certainly not a safe place. The serpent clan inhabiting the desert does not welcome our human race, and their queen, Medusa, is nearly a Do Zone level powerhouse, Frank voiced his concerns. Yet Xiao Yan responded with confidence, I am not afraid. Uncle Yun will surely protect me. Frank, taken aback, asked, you two are related by blood? Xiao Yun smiled and explained, though we are not blood relatives, our bond is akin to that of uncle and nephew. I will ensure Xiao Yan's safety. Despite their determination, Frank continued to frown, aware that the Serpent Clan's territory was fraught with peril, not only due to Medusa, but also numerous serpent warriors who showed no mercy to intruders. Otto concurred, indeed, that desert is filled with unknown dangers. Even a Do Huang-level expert must tread carefully. Xiao Yan, however, wore an expression of resolve, saying, precisely for that reason, I must undertake this training. If I constantly hide in safety, my strength will not grow swiftly. Xiao Yun patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, affirming, my nephew speaks wisely. I too believe that through this experience, both Xiao Yan's alchemy and fighting skills will advance. Seeing their determination, Frank sighed, in that case, I can only wish you both a safe journey. Xiao Yan respectfully clasped his fists together, expressing gratitude for the senior's kind words. Subsequently, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan prepared to bid farewell to the group, setting off for the Tagore Desert. At that moment, Otto and Frank's disciple Linda approached with the shy Snow Charm in tow. Linda smiled and said, Xiao Yan, brother, Snow Charm has something to say to you. With her head bowed and hands gripping her garment tightly, Snow Charm finally mustered the courage to lift her gaze. Xiao Yan, your journey to the Tagore Desert is fraught with danger. Please take this sachet. It contains my specially crafted poison-repelling powder, which may aid you. Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon displayed a gentle smile as he accepted the sachet. Thank you, Miss Snow Charm. I am immensely grateful. Xiao Yun, standing nearby, teased, Miss Snow Charm is truly considerate. Xiao Yan, you must cherish this sachet. Xiao Yan sheepishly scratched his head. Otto then stepped forward, presenting Xiao Yun with an exquisite box. These are some healing pills I have concocted. Although you two are formidable, it is best to be prepared, so please accept them. Xiao Yun solemnly received the gift, expressing, thank you, Mr. Otto. We shall remember your kindness. Afterward, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun once more clasped their fists in farewell to the group. As they faced the rising sun, the two embarked on their journey to the Tagore Desert, the figures of their companions gradually fading into the distance, while the echoes of their well-wishes lingered in their ears, encouraging them to bravely confront the challenges ahead. Linda, observing the receding figures of Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan, nudged Snow Charm with her elbow and playfully remarked, what's wrong? Is it because he once helped you suppress that almost exploding pill that you have fallen in love? Snow Charm's face flushed crimson as she retorted, no way. Don't speak nonsense. Linda giggled, you still deny it? Just look at you now. You resemble a ripe apple. Shuemei stamped her foot and turned to leave. But Linda quickly grasped her arm, saying, all right, I'm no longer jesting. However, it is true that Xiao Yan is quite exceptional. He will undoubtedly gain much from his journey to the Tagore Desert. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun hastened their steps along the road. Xiao Yun reminded Xiao Yan, nephew, the strange fires within the Tagore Desert are coveted by countless individuals. We must remain vigilant not only against the serpent people, but also against other hidden adversaries. Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze resolute. Uncle Yun, I understand. The more perilous the place, the greater the opportunities. I am determined to obtain that strange fire. On another front, the Pill King Gu he sought to acquire the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire and invited the Do Wang powerhouse, Lion King Yan Shi, the Windwalker Feng Li, and the Yun Lan sect's leader, Yun Yun, to join him in the quest for the strange fire in the Tagore Desert. Gu he addressed the group. I appreciate your efforts on this journey. There shall be substantial rewards upon our return. Yun Yun lightly nodded. Master Gu he, you are too humble. Once you possess the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire, your alchemical skills will undoubtedly reach new heights. Yan Shi laughed heartily, as long as the rewards are ample. This expedition will certainly be worthwhile. Meanwhile, Feng Li stood silently, his gaze cold and distant. Chapter 15. The Tagore Desert. I have disappointed you, father. Mother. I have still failed to surpass Nalan Yanran within the 3-year period. I am truly sorry. I have let down Uncle Yun and my master. I am but a failure. Xiao Yan, the demise of the Xiao family is upon us today. Please no? Xiao Yan suddenly awoke from his dream. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Asked Yao Lao. Are you all right, Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan inquired with concern. I'm fine, uncle. Master, I am all right, Xiao Yan replied, taking a deep breath and forcing a faint smile. It was merely a dream. There is no need for concern. Yet, turmoil brewed within him, as the failures in his dream weighed heavily upon his heart. I just heard you calling Nalan Yanran's name. What troubles you? Xiao Yan questioned, puzzled. I am simply a bit frightened. Frightened of what? Are you afraid that Nalan Yanran is training faster and becoming stronger than you, leading to failure in our battle after the 3-year agreement? Yao Lao spoke calmly. I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, your uncle will take care of you. Xiao Yan responded. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan slowly articulated, Master, Uncle, Nalan Yinran possesses exceptional talent and the backing of the Yunlan sect. As the 3-year period approaches, despite my relentless training day and night, I still feel a considerable gap between us. Xiao Yun patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Do not lose heart. Xiao Yan, you possess an indomitable will, and with Master Yao's assistance, you will prevail. Yao Lao nodded slightly. Xiao Yan, have you forgotten the burning art? It is an unparalleled technique that can continuously evolve. As long as you acquire sufficient strange fires, surpassing Nalan Yinran will not be an insurmountable challenge. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, and the fear within him gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of determination. Master, Uncle, you are right. I shall not be intimidated by this dream. Even if the path ahead is fraught with difficulty, I will fight with all my might, not only to uphold my family's honor, but also to prove myself. With that, Xiao Yan clenched his fists, a fierce spirit igniting within him. All right, enough with the fervor. Let us return to sleep. Dawn is approaching. And tomorrow we must seek the strange fire, Xiao Yan acknowledged, closing his eyes. Yet, his mind was filled with thoughts of the quest for the strange fire that awaited him the following day. Time passed unnoticed until I finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight poured into the tent, awakening Xiao Yan, who rose early, brimming with vitality. After organizing his belongings, he followed Yao Lao and Xiao Yun into the depths of the Tagore Desert. As they ventured further, the oppressive heat intensified. While walking, Xiao Yan noticed an unusual sand mound and was about to investigate when the surrounding sand suddenly caved in, revealing a swarm of sandworms. Startled, Xiao Yan swiftly drew his Xinzhong. Xiao Yan cautioned from the side, Be careful, Xiao Yan. These sandworms are social creatures and quite troublesome. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yan summoned his and charged toward the swarm. He nimbly dodged the sandworm's attacks while waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate with his Xinzhong. After a fierce battle, Xiao Yan gradually discerned the sandworm's attack patterns. Despite sustaining several wounds, he successfully dispatched numerous sandworms. The remaining ones were incinerated by Xiao Yun's flames, leaving Xiao Yan in awe of the power of, intensifying his yearning to possess it. Uncle Yan, there is a house ahead. As they approached, they beheld a dilapidated structure, its walls marred by the ravages of time. Xiao Yun, touching the crumbling wall, reflected, It is truly astonishing that amidst this vast desert, life still endures. Come, Xiao Yan, let us venture inside. Upon entering, they discovered an elderly man with white hair, clad in a blue robe, engrossed in creating a map, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, left to their own devices, began to explore the interior, searching for items of value. Though Xiao Yun appeared to be looking for something, he discreetly observed the elderly man, who was one of the few experts from the once mighty Gamma Empire. Suddenly, Xiao Yan exclaimed, The residual map of the pure Lotus Demon Fire. He proceeded to piece together the map previously given by Xiao Yun, confirming it as the genuine artifact. Holding the fragment excitedly, Xiao Yan addressed the elder, Esteemed sir, would you consider selling me this map? No, the elder replied firmly. Do not harbor any notions about this item. I have no interest in money, nor should you entertain thoughts of forceful acquisition. That would be detrimental to you. Hai Buodong said slowly. At this moment, Yao Lao, concealed within the ring, cautioned, Disciple, this individual is formidable. I sense that he has been suppressed to the level for some reason. He may have once been a powerhouse, much like your uncle Xiao Yun. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's heart sank, and he quickly dismissed any thoughts of seizing the map. He respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, addressing the elder. Esteemed elder, I apologize for my presumptuousness. This map holds great significance for me, and if I have offended you in any way, I kindly ask for your understanding. Hai Buodong regarded him with a measured gaze and slowly replied, Even with such respect, I will not part with this fragment. Sir, I have made it clear that I must acquire this item today, Xiao Yan insisted. Observing the impending confrontation between the two, Xiao Yun hurriedly interjected, Esteemed elder, my nephew is inexperienced, and I kindly ask for your forbearance. Hai Buodong scoffed. Do you think a few flattering words will sway me? This map holds value for me as well. Xiao Yun hastily remarked, Senior, we can offer something else in exchange. Please feel free to stipulate your conditions. However, Hai Buodong resolutely responded, I have stated countless times that I will not sell this fragment. It is futile to continue. Realizing the negotiation had collapsed, Xiao Yun slowly replied, In that case, we shall resort to our own abilities. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yun felt a surge of alarm, aware that Xiao Yun was now genuinely committed. Hai Buodong scoffed, You think you can contend with us? With that, an overwhelming aura of Dou's spirit emanated from him. Xiao Yun sensed the pressure but refused to yield, exerting all his strength to mitigate its impact. Hai Buodong observed Xiao Yan and nodded in approval, then cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yun, saying, Your nephew has already revealed his cultivation. Why are you still holding back? Sighing, Xiao Yun unleashed a formidable aura of Do Huang, instantly suppressing Hai Buodong's Do spirit. In astonishment, Hai Buodong exclaimed, "A Do Huang expert." The disdain on his face vanished, replaced by a grave expression, for he had never anticipated encountering such a young Do Huang. "Now, can we speak calmly, Elder Hai?" Xiao Yun crossed his arms. After a brief silence, Hai Buodong slowly spoke, "I can provide the fragment, but you must offer something of equal value in return." "Oh, what does Elder Hai desire?" Xiao Yun inquired. "Since you know my name, you must also be aware of my experiences," Hai Buodong replied, glancing at Xiao Yun. "Indeed. You are one of the few Do Huangs among the top 10 experts of the Gamma Empire," Xiao Yun stated. "Then, let us dispense with superfluous matters. To acquire the fragment, you must provide a 6th grade Air Dan in exchange. By the way, I should inform you that the fragment of the was divided into 2 when I obtained it, and you possess merely 1/2. Chapter 16. The transaction with the Ice Emperor. A 6th grade Air Dan. Not to mention that our highest ranking alchemist is merely a 2nd grade. Even if we had someone capable of crafting 6th grade pills, the materials required are exceedingly difficult to procure," Xiao Yan exclaimed. "Under normal circumstances, your strength would prevent me from seeking your aid. However, the moment I glimpsed your chilling white flames, a flicker of hope ignited within me, a hope to break the seal that binds me." Hai Buodong stroked his beard and continued, "If you can lift the seal on me, I will gladly present the fragment and owe you a favor. You must understand that favors from a Do Huang are scarce. But my uncle is also a Do Huang," Xiao Yan retorted, glancing at Xiao Yun, who was observing the exchange with interest. Xiao Yun shrugged. "Little Yan, this decision rests solely with you. I shall not intervene. However, crafting a 6th grade pill is indeed a formidable challenge, and gathering the necessary materials is even more arduous. Yet, if you can secure the favor of a Do Huang and that fragment, it may prove immensely beneficial for your future." Hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, weighing the pros and cons. On one hand, he understood the immense difficulties of crafting a 6th grade pill. On the other, the allure of a Do Huang's favor and the fragment was profoundly enticing. Upon witnessing the scene, Hai Buodong added, "Young friend Xiao Yan, as long as my seal remains unbroken, I shall be unable to fully restore my strength. However, should you assist me, I vow to repay you with all my might. Moreover, I possess considerable knowledge regarding the secrets of, which may aid you in enhancing your fiery power." While Xiao Yan was still contemplating, the voice of Yao Lao emerged from within the ring, stating, "Xiao Yan, agree to his request. For me, concocting a 6th grade elixir is not particularly challenging. It merely requires a bit more intricate technique." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a surge of confidence. He lifted his gaze and addressed Hai Buodong. "Old Hai, I can attempt it, but I cannot guarantee success." Hai Buodong was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Excellent. Your willingness to try is already more than enough." At that moment, Xiao Yan continued, "You must be aware of the customary rules when requesting an alchemist to refine elixirs, correct? One must provide their own medicinal materials." "I am familiar with that rule, my young friend," Hai Buodong replied as he led Xiao Yan into the room. He retrieved a considerable quantity of materials necessary for crafting them. After presenting them, he turned to Xiao Yan and said, "Although I have gathered most of the required ingredients, we still lack one essential component." "What material is that?" Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. Due to the seal placed within me by the Queen Medusa, the moment I tread deeper into the Tagore Desert, I shall be detected." "Thus, so what are you implying?" Xiao Yan asked, puzzled. "Are you suggesting that we venture forth to seek the—" Xiao Yan interjected. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan stood up and scolded Hai Buodong. "Old man, are you trying to scheme against me? The depths of the Tagore Desert are fraught with peril, and the Queen Medusa is no easy foe. Do you wish for us to walk into our doom?" Hai Buodong, looking helpless, hurriedly explained, "Young friend Xiao Yan, I harbor no such intentions. In my current state, I am utterly incapable of journeying there myself. However, you are young and capable, accompanied by a Do Huang powerhouse. If you proceed cautiously, it is not impossible to procure the— Ha ha ha. I know you are unlikely to undertake this task willingly, but I possess some information that may pique your interest." Hai Buodong chuckled as he spoke. "What information?" Xiao Yan asked. Gently stroking his grizzled beard, Hai Buodong began. "What?" At the mention of this, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. "I surmise that you have come here in search of traces of, am I correct?" "Indeed. We are indeed seeking. Is what you speak of related to this?" Xiao Yan intently fixated on Hai Buodong. With a smile, Hai Buodong replied, "I am uncertain of the exact location of, but I can assure you that without my guidance, you could search the Tagore Desert for a year and never uncover even a hint of its presence. What do you think? Is my offer enticing enough?" Xiao Yan pondered silently. This was the he had long yearned for. Furthermore, the old man spoke with truth. Uncle Yun had only mentioned that appeared within the Tagore Desert, without providing any approximate location. He likely had no knowledge of it either. Moreover, without the map he offered, wandering aimlessly would hardly lead to the discovery of. With only a few months remaining before the 3-year agreement, time was of the essence. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Yan finally declared, "Old Hai, I shall trust you this once. However, should there be any treachery along the way, do not blame me for being impolite." Hai Buodong hastily waved his hand, reassuring the young friend, "Rest assured. I am eager to lift the seal on this old body of mine." Thus, the transaction was swiftly concluded by Xiao Yan. After the agreement was reached, Hai Buodong presented a tattered map to Xiao Yan. "Young friend, this is the fragment of the map, which marks several special locations within the Tagore Desert. It should assist you in your quest for thee and the Sand Mandala." Xiao Yan cautiously accepted the map, scrutinizing it intently, while Xiao Yun leaned in to take a look as well. The following morning, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun packed their belongings in preparation for departure. Hai Buodong stood at the entrance, cautioning them. The climate in the desert is unpredictable, and many formidable magical beasts lurk within. You must exercise caution. Upon entering the Tagore Desert, the scorching sun beat down upon the earth. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yun, and Yao Lao followed the map's guidance, and soon encountered an ambush by a pack of sand wolves. Xiao Yan summoned violet beast fire, while Xiao Yun employed his fighting spirit for defense. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the sand wolves. Subsequently, the trio wandered in the desert for over 10 days without any fruitful discoveries. Fortunately, the abundant fire attribute energy in the desert proved highly conducive for Xiao Yan's cultivation of purple fire. During these days of training, Xiao Yan's strength grew significantly through rigorous practice. Just as he was immersed in his training, an injured individual suddenly stumbled into his path, flying past Xiao Yun. Xiao Yan hastily ceased his training and approached to find an injured person. He initially intended to ignore him and tossed a water flask aside, preparing to leave. The person in the sandpit called out, "Young hero, please wait. Could you deliver this letter to Shimo City to request assistance? Our North Desert Mercenary Group will reward you handsomely." "What did you say? The Mo Tai Mercenary Group? Who is your leader?" "Xiao Ding Xiaoli." Chapter 17. The Mo Tai Mercenary Group. Meanwhile, the Mo Tai Mercenary Group was besieged by Mo Xing and his companions. At that moment, a massive python, bound at Mo Xing's feet, broke free and lunged towards the mercenary group. Just in time, Xiao Yan arrived, descending from the sky to pin the great python in place with a black spear, thus making a dramatic entrance. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Mo Xing and his cohorts continued their raucous banter. Observing this, Xiao Yan charged forward and delivered a punch, sending Mo Xing flying. The remaining members of Mo Xing's crew were left dumbfounded, and seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan swiftly incapacitated them all. Xiao Yun, unfazed, jumped down from above, deeming them mere lackeys and leaving the task to Xiao Yan for his experience. The members of the Mo Tai mercenary group approached to express their gratitude. Xiao Yan waved them off, saying, "No need for thanks. I am merely here to find my brother." "Your brother is?" "Our leaders, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the members of the Mo Tai mercenary group displayed expressions of surprise. One exclaimed, "So you are young Master Xiao Yan. We have long heard of your remarkable talents. Today, seeing you in person truly lives up to the reputation. Your 2 elder brothers are in Stone Desert City. We shall escort you there immediately." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. At that moment, one of them pointed at Xiao Yun and inquired, "May I ask who this gentleman is?" Upon entering the city, they witnessed a man bullying a young girl, which drew Xiao Yan's ire, prompting him to intervene and save her. The girl, named Qing Lin, was a descendant of both humans and serpents. Such children typically do not survive past 2 years of age, yet Qing Lin was an exception, making her a target of disdain and discrimination from both the Serpent Clan and humanity. Modi, the leader of the Iron Brigade, took pity on her and offered her refuge. Soon after, guided by Xiao Yun, Xiao Yan finally reunited with his long-lost brother. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Yan exclaimed, "Second brother." Xiao Li, initially taken aback and then astonished, embraced Xiao Yan tightly, exclaiming, "Little Yan, you truly have come, huh?" Noticing this, Xiao Yun coughed lightly, prompting Xiao Li to release Xiao Yan, and, upon seeing Xiao Yun, curiously asked, "Who is this brother?" "Ah, so young," Xiao Li exclaimed in surprise. After Xiao Yan clarified, Xiao Li respectfully bowed to Xiao Yun, realizing he was Uncle Yun, and apologized for any earlier impropriety. With a smile, Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formality, we are family." At that moment, Xiao Ding also arrived, and was equally delighted to see Xiao Yan. That night, the 4 of them gathered in the house, sharing drinks and stories, conversing until dawn. Both Xiao Li and Xiao Ding expressed their desire for Xiao Yan to remain and help develop their mercenary group. Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation, expressing his wish to stay but noting that the 3-year agreement was approaching, and he still had a significant gap in strength compared to Nalan Yan Ran. Thus, he needed to train harder. Moreover, his purpose for coming to Mo Bay City was to seek the Earth Heart Fire. Unfamiliar with the terrain, He hoped his brothers would assist him. Concerned for Xiao Yan's safety, Xiao Ding hesitated to agree, while Xiao Li slammed the table and declared loudly, "You must go. Everything has been prepared for you here. Why not stay?" Afterward, he attempted to gauge Xiao Yan's strength. Xiao Yan effortlessly sidestepped Xiao Li's attack, leaving Xiao Li slightly astonished, and then engaged in a series of fierce moves. As he dodged, Xiao Yan remarked, "Second brother, no need to test further. My strength surpasses yours." Xiao Ding, worried that Xiao Li might inadvertently harm Xiao Yan with excessive force, prepared to intervene but was halted by Xiao Yun, who was enjoying the spectacle. Xiao Ding, puzzled, asked, "Uncle Yun, why is that?" Xiao Yun chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, this young man knows his limits." Seizing the moment, Xiao Yan swiftly grasped Xiao Li's wrist and, using his leverage, pulled him forward while quickly retreating a few steps to create distance. Once Xiao Li regained his footing, he burst into laughter. "Huh? Little Yan is indeed formidable." Xiao Ding shook his head in resignation, stating, "Little Yan, the quest for is not a simple endeavor. One misstep could lead to peril." With unwavering determination, Xiao Yan replied, "Elder brother, I understand the risks, but I must obtain it to enhance my strength. I already have some strategies in mind." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Li said, "Little Yan, if you must go, I shall accompany you. I am somewhat familiar with the surrounding areas." Xiao Ding furrowed his brow. "Second brother, you." Xiao Li interrupted him, "Elder brother, Xiao Yan has made up his mind. We cannot deter him. Instead, let us lend him our support." With a sigh, Xiao Ding ultimately nodded in agreement. Gratitude illuminated Xiao Yan's face. "Thank you, second brother, elder brother. With your assistance, I am certain I will successfully acquire the Blue Lotus Earth Core Fire." That night, the four gathered to deliberate on the map provided by Haibo Dong, identifying the location most likely to harbor the strange fire. Xiao Ding pointed towards the eastern part of Shimo City. This is the most probable site for the unusual fire. However, the eastern region of Shimo City is a desolate desert, and there have been no recent anomalies. There is hardly any sign of strange fire. As the group pondered their next steps, Qing Lin suddenly expressed her alarm, having discerned something peculiar. The eastern part of Shimo City does indeed harbor something strange. 6 months ago, a powerful aura emerged from that area, and it bears a resemblance to the bloodline within me. A similar aura to yours? Could it be the Queen Medusa? She is a peak Do Huang level powerhouse. At this moment, Qing Lin continued. Afterward, the energy there became extremely chaotic, and it seems the Queen Medusa was injured and departed. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened upon hearing Qing Lin's words. Since a formidable aura once resided there, perhaps the strange fire lies hidden within. The Queen Medusa's departure might have been precipitated by the fire's upheaval. Xiao Li stroked his chin in agreement. Xiao Yan makes a valid point. Regardless, we must investigate the matter further. The following day, the four set out with Qing Lin towards the eastern part of Shimo City. The journey was fraught with swirling sands, and as they neared their destination, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Upon reaching the suspected site, they observed a vast fissure in the ground, emanating wisps of heat. Chapter 18. The eve of the strange fire contest. As the group prepared to delve into the investigation, a sinister laughter suddenly echoed. "Ha! Where are you all headed?" Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld Mo Xing, accompanied by their captain and members of the Sand Mercenary Corps, approaching. It became clear that this territory was under the influence of the Sand Mercenary Corps. After suffering a significant defeat at the hands of Xiao Yan previously, Mo Xing sought retribution through his captain, Rob. To avoid escalating tensions during this critical search for the strange fire, Xiao Yan signaled to Xiao Yun to take action. Instantly, Xiao Yun unleashed his Do Huang pressure. Rob felt the overwhelming force and trembled, collapsing to his knees after 3 seconds of resistance, while Mo Xing, sensing the formidable aura, was already terrified. Xiao Li and Xiao Ding exchanged astonished glances, realizing that their uncle was indeed a Do Huang level powerhouse, which meant they could navigate the Gamma Empire with ease. In a state of panic, Mo Xing hastily pleaded for mercy. "My lord, spare us. We shall never dare to cross you again." Xiao Yun snorted coldly, retracting his Do Huang pressure. Rob slowly rose, his face flushed with embarrassment. At this juncture, Xiao Yan spoke. "Let today's events be set aside. Do not obstruct our path again. Next time, we may not be so lenient." Rob repeatedly acquiesced, retreating with Mo Xing and the other members in a dejected manner. Xiao Li rubbed his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "Uncle is truly impressive. Now, who would dare provoke us?" Xiao Yun spoke with a grave demeanor, cautioning, "Do not underestimate this. It is merely a minor intimidation. The land of thee is fraught with peril, harboring numerous hidden masters." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They then continued their journey towards the location of the. Along the way, Xiao Yan remained quietly vigilant, acutely aware that the path ahead would undoubtedly be riddled with challenges. However, with Xiao Yun, a formidable Do Huang by his side, he felt a surge of confidence. As they pressed on, A peculiar radiance suddenly emerged ahead, accompanied by an intense heat that enveloped them. Xiao Yan's eyes sparkled with realization. It seemed they were nearing the group quickened their pace. Yet, upon arriving at the place where the was stored, they were met with disbelief. The area was utterly devoid of any trace of the. A voice emerged from the ring on Xiao Yan's hand, resonating from Yao Lao. The aura of the has long dissipated. It must have been taken by Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa? She is a peak Do Huang master. If the is indeed in her possession, it poses a significant dilemma. Xiao Yan spoke with concern. Just as he felt despondent, Yao Lao's voice resonated once more. My disciple, do not be hasty. Although the has been removed, there may still be residual traces here that could lead us to Queen Medusa's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in Xiao Yan's eyes as he began to search meticulously. Before long, he discovered a faint clue. Based on its direction, the territory of the snake people should be located in the western region of the Tagore Desert. At this moment, Xiao Yan addressed Xiao Li and Xiao Ding, saying, eldest brother, second brother, for tomorrow's quest for the, I intend to go only with Uncle Yun. Why is that? Do you look down upon your elder brother and second brother? Xiao Li responded with dissatisfaction. Not at all, not at all. It's simply that your strengths are a bit lacking. Second brother, your power is that of a dosher, and eldest brother, you are merely a great dosher. There would be little use in your presence, and you would only place yourselves in jeopardy. With Uncle Yun's protection, it suffices. Though Xiao Li and Xiao Ding felt somewhat reluctant upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, they recognized the truth in them. Xiao Ding patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. Third brother, you must be cautious. Queen Medusa is not to be trifled with. Xiao Yan nodded resolutely. Eldest brother, rest assured, I shall proceed with utmost caution. On the following morning, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun set forth towards the territory of the snake people. The journey was marked by swirling sands and lurking dangers. Suddenly, a band of sand raiders, mounted on sand lizards, charged out, encircling them. Xiao Yan frowned, ready to take action, but Xiao Yun gently shook his head. With a flash of Do Qi, Xiao Yun unleashed a formidable aura of a Do Huang. The mounts of the sand raiders were startled, causing chaos, and the raiders themselves fled in terror. After 2 months of traversing the desert, the trio finally approached the of the snake people. Just as Xiao Yan was filled with joy, a mouse unexpectedly flew into his mouth, causing his stomach to churn violently, forcing him to expel the little water he had left. There is an oasis nearby. Let us seek water there and rest for the night, he suggested. Thus, they proceeded in the direction of the oasis. Upon arrival, they were delighted to discover not only water but also edible fruits. Xiao Yan eagerly rushed to the water's edge to cleanse his mouth and gulp down some refreshing water. Meanwhile, after Xiao Yun took a few sips, he inadvertently glanced ahead and was astonished to see numerous snake people, resembling serpentine figures in various postures. However, the spectral figure of Yao Lao beside him sensed an air of peculiarity in this place. Unperturbed, Xiao Yan felt reassured with Yao Lao and Xiao Yun by his side, allowing himself to frolic freely as he dashed into the distance, with Yao Lao and Xiao Yun reluctantly trailing behind. Nightfall descended swiftly, yet the trio continued their wanderings within the oasis forest. Suddenly, they sensed the presence of someone ahead, prompting them to hastily conceal themselves in the nearby brush. Peering forward, they beheld a woman gracefully dancing upon the lake's surface. Just as Xiao Yan became engrossed in the sight, Yao Lao struck him on the head, leaving Xiao Yan bewildered. However, upon glancing at Xiao Yun and Yao Lao, he quickly comprehended the situation and respectfully urged them to observe first. What ensued was the appearance of 3 lecherous figures, lurking in the grass to spy on a bathing woman. After a while, Yao Lao discerned that something was amiss. The aura emanating from the scene was that of the Medusa, queen of the snake people. Hearing this, Xiao Yan instinctively recoiled a few steps in fright, while Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him that the aura surrounding him had already been masked, rendering him undetectable. Just as Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief, Yao Lao's startling revelation struck him. There was no trace of nearby, and the dance being performed was likely the dance of supplication. It is said that each generation of the snake people's queen must perform this dance at a pond before undergoing a perilous evolution, seeking the protection of their ancestors. The success of this evolution, which could elevate one to the level of Dozong, hinged upon the presence of, which could be seized during the process of absorption. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, a glimmer of determination shone in Xiao Yan's eyes. Teacher, shall we take advantage of this opportunity? Yao Lao pondered for a moment. We must not act recklessly. Though she is engaged in a critical moment, she is a peak Do Huang. Any misstep could lead to our utter demise. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. As the 3 conversed and continued to observe, the Medusa queen had already detected their presence. With but a glance, she ensnared Xiao Yan within an illusion, but Yao Lao promptly awakened him, averting a grave mistake. Realizing their location had been compromised, they swiftly turned to flee. At that moment, the Medusa queen's guard, Yume, arrived with others to pay their respects. The Medusa's frigid voice cut through the air. Yu Mei is entrusted to you. Remember, do not let a single one escape. Understood, came the reply. Subsequently, Yu Mei transformed into several small serpents, pursuing Xiao Yan and his companions. As they fled wildly through the forest, the serpentine shadows struck at Xiao Yan. In that critical moment, Xiao Yun revealed his true strength as a Do Huang, instantly repelling the Do Wang level Yu Mei. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Xiao Yan and fled. Mindful of the half-step Do Zone Medusa still watching them, not daring to expend excessive energy, Yu Mei, intent on continuing her pursuit, was halted by the Medusa Queen's command. Observing this, Yu Mei could only watch as the figures of Xiao Yun and the others gradually vanished into the distance. Chapter 19. The contest for the mysterious flame. Xiao Yun pulled Xiao Yan along at a hurried pace, only pausing once they were certain no one was pursuing them. Gasping for breath, Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Yun, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Thanks to you, Uncle Yun. Otherwise, I would surely have met my demise here. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively. Do not rejoice just yet. This is merely a temporary escape. With the emergence of the mysterious flame, powerful figures from all corners will soon converge. We must swiftly seek a secure location to devise our next plan. As they conversed, a sudden disturbance arose from the nearby woods. Xiao Yun grew vigilant, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Yan. Out from the thicket emerged a colossal scorpion demon. Its fierce gaze fixated upon the two, emitting a low and menacing growl. The creature radiated a formidable aura, clearly not to be trifled with. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. It seems trouble has found us again. However, this presents a perfect opportunity for me to test whether my latest alchemical advancements can enhance my combat prowess. With that, he retrieved several pills from his storage ring and consumed them, feeling his fighting spirit surge within. Observing Xiao Yan's actions, Xiao Yun smiled slightly, having no intention of intervening. Instead, he wished to assess the extent of Xiao Yan's current strength against this scorpion demon. Xiao Yan produced the heavy Xian ruler from his ring and activated a combat technique called Explosive Step, reappearing beside the scorpion demon. He struck with the ruler, but the demon raised its pincers to block. In a split second, the other claw launched an attack, but Xiao Yan narrowly evaded the strike. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, he propelled himself forward once more. The heavy Xian ruler sliced through the air, casting a dark streak as it descended heavily towards the demon's head. The scorpion demon leapt back, narrowly avoiding the fierce blow, while its tail shot towards Xiao Yan like a bolt of lightning. Unfazed, Xiao Yan concentrated his fighting spirit in his palm, seizing the demon's tail, and, with a mighty heave, flung the massive creature several meters away. Stabilizing itself, the scorpion demon became even more enraged, the surrounding air seemingly igniting with its fury. Its pincers flailed wildly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yan consumed another pill to replenish his fighting spirit, feeling his energy surge dramatically. With a thunderous shout, he charged at the scorpion demon like a cannonball, the heavy Xian ruler radiating brilliance. This time, the demon could not withstand Xiao Yan's ferocious assault. As the ruler struck its abdomen, causing it to shriek and collapse to the ground. Xiao Yun, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction. Yenner, your strength has improved significantly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Yan chuckled. This is largely thanks to my previous training and the assistance of the pills. Just as the two engaged in casual conversation, a flying ship slowly approached from the distant sky. On the deck stood Feng Li and Yin Shi, two of the 10 strongest from the Gamma Empire, both formidable 6-star Do Wang experts. Alongside them were several Do Ling and a cloaked Do Huang woman. Led by the renowned Pill King, Gu He, their mission was also to seize the mysterious flame. At that moment, the Elder Yao cautioned the duo, stop chatting. Someone is coming. Upon hearing Elder Yao's words, both Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan's expressions turned serious. Xiao Yun whispered, Xiao Yan, the newcomers do not bear good intentions. Perhaps we should first avoid attracting their attention. Xiao Yan nodded, and the two donned their black cloaks, hastening deep into the Tagar Desert. However, unbeknownst to them, a keen-eyed individual aboard the airship discerned their figures darting beneath the cover of night and darkness. Upon realizing they had been spotted, Xiao Yun muttered a curse under his breath. Xiao Yan tightened his grip on the Xianzhong, his gaze resolute. Uncle Yun, since evasion is no longer an option, let us engage in battle. What nonsense. I sensed at least 3 Do Wang, 1 Do Huang, and several Do Ling on the opposing side. With such an assembly, as long as the serpent people do not intervene, we can traverse the Tagar Desert with impunity. With that, he unleashed his Do Huang level prowess, transforming his Do Qi into wings and soaring away with Xiao Yan in tow. The crew aboard the airship, witnessing this, hastily maneuvered to pursue them. Yet, due to the massive and cumbersome nature of the airship, its speed could not compare to that of a Do Huang, and the figures in the distance grew increasingly indistinct. Ancient River's anxiety mounted. He was certain that the two harbored clues regarding the. Thus, he addressed Yin Shi, Feng Li. And the woman in black. You three must intercept them. I will follow shortly. Yinner, I will hold them off. You seize the opportunity to escape, he instructed. However, Xiao Yan shook his head. Uncle Yun, I will not abandon you. As they spoke, Yin Shi and the others closed in. Yin Shi was the first to strike, unleashing a powerful stream of Do Qi toward the pair. Xiao Yun formed a Do Qi shield before him, successfully deflecting the attack. Feng Li then lunged forward with his longsword, executing a fierce strike. Xiao Yun evaded to the side and countered with a palm strike. The black-clad woman, recognizing the familiar Do Qi, was momentarily taken aback. Among the trio, she was the strongest, and although they could barely suppress Xiao Yun when working together, her moment of astonishment allowed Xiao Yun to escape unscathed, as neither Yin Shi nor Feng Li could match him. This provided Xiao Yun with the opportunity to employ the Do technique, Li Hua Lia Yuan, sending forth a torrent of searing flames toward those pursuing them. Yin Shi and Feng Li's expressions shifted, and they swiftly activated their defensive Do techniques to resist the flames. The woman in black, however, her gaze flickering, summoned an ice-blue longsword, deftly slicing through the air to unleash a sword qi that neutralized the fire. Meanwhile, Dan Wang Guhi, accompanied by several Do Ling and the airship, arrived at the site of the recent confrontation. Observing the black-clad woman meditating and Yin Shi and Feng Li standing idly, he inquired with confusion, "Did you not capture those two?" Yin Shi, feeling awkward, replied, "One of the black-clad individuals is a Do Huang-level powerhouse. They are not easy to apprehend. Moreover, they had no intention of engaging with us. The moment they found an opportunity, they fled. So they escaped." Guhi retorted with an exasperated glance at Yin Shi. "Never mind, there is no use in lamenting now. We must rest well, and tomorrow contemplate how to negotiate with Queen Medusa for the woman in black interjected. "Let us hope that tomorrow's exchange of proceeds without incident. Rest assured, with you and our 3 Do Wang, 1 Do Huang, and several Do Ling in our ranks, we should encounter no difficulties," the woman in black reassured as she patted Gu He on the shoulder. "Let us hope for the best." Chapter 10. The contest for the mysterious fire 2 in the Tagore Desert. Under the relentless blaze of the sun, the scorching rays mercilessly bathed every grain of sand. The esteemed Dan King Gu, he led a group of formidable warriors as they slowly ventured into this arid expanse. At the forefront stood Yin Shi, one of the 10 mightiest fighters of the Gamma Empire, a warrior of the Do Wang level. His imposing stature and bulging muscles caused the sand to yield slightly beneath each step he took, emanating an overwhelming aura of fighting spirit akin to a beast poised to break free from its confines. Beside him was Feng Li, whose athletic build and stern countenance radiated an air of cold precision. His gaze, sharp as a winter star, hinted at the latent power within him, ready to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Trailing closely behind were several Do Ling-level warriors, whose overall strength might be slightly lesser. Yet their presence was not to be underestimated. Their eyes sparkled with a blend of anticipation and caution for the impending clash. Bringing up the rear was a mysterious woman clad in black, a Do Huang-level fighter, who maintained her composure as she followed the group with an unwavering demeanor. Within the territory of the Serpent People, Queen Medusa sat regally in her opulent palace, her grip firm around the Qinglian heartfire. This ethereal flame flickered like a captive sprite, casting a ghostly blue glow under her command, pulsating as though it possessed a life of its own. Beneath her breathtaking beauty lay a profound vigilance towards the impending arrival of humans. Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan stealthily infiltrated the desert, seeking refuge in the shadows of a sand dune. Xiao Yun cautiously unleashed his fighting spirit, concealing their presence to evade detection. Gu He and his companions reached the edge of the Serpent People's territory. Stepping forward, Gu He brandished a transformation pill that shimmered with an extraordinary luminescence, proclaiming loudly, "Queen Medusa, we come with no ill intent. I am willing to exchange this precious transformation pill, along with other elixirs, for the Qinglian heartfire. This represents a rare opportunity for both you and your kin." Queen Medusa emerged slowly from her palace, her frigid gaze sweeping over Gu He and his companions. With disdain, she replied, "Gu He, do you truly believe that my people would covet your pills? The Qinglian heartfire is a treasure of my clan, not something you can so easily barter for." Upon hearing this, the hot-tempered Yin Shi erupted, "Medusa, do not mistake our goodwill for weakness. Do you think you can withstand our numbers?" With a chilling laugh, Queen Medusa retorted, "Then let us put that to the test." With that, Yin Shi launched the first assault, unleashing a roar as his fighting spirit surged forth. A colossal fighting lion, conjured from his very essence, charged towards Queen Medusa. Its claws bared, each strand of fur radiating the glow of fighting spirit. It stirred the sands into towering waves, reminiscent of a mighty vessel cutting through turbulent waters. Simultaneously, Feng Li transformed into several phantoms, darting from various angles towards Queen Medusa. His hands gleamed with icy brilliance, the weapons he wielded reflecting a blinding light in the sun, clearly manifesting his formidable combat skills. The black-clad woman drew her long sword, unleashing fierce gusts aimed directly at Queen Medusa's front. Queen Medusa remained calm amidst the chaos, gracefully evading the fierce lion's assault while unleashing a stream of azure flame from the heart of the earth, directed towards Feng Li and the woman in black. The flame resembled a sinuous azure serpent, winding its way toward Feng Li and the cloaked figure. Observing the unfolding situation, Gu He commanded the spirit warriors behind him, instructing them to flank the serpent warriors and prevent them from aiding Medusa. The serpent warriors surged forth, engaging Gu He and his allies in a fierce melee. In that moment, the desert was filled with the cacophony of battle cries, the clash of energies intertwining, stirring the surrounding sands into a tumultuous frenzy, while the sky was painted in a riot of colors by the radiant energy. As the battle raged on, Queen Medusa gradually realized that Gu He and his companions possessed strength beyond her expectations. A sense of urgency gripped her. She understood that if this skirmish continued, the heart of the earth would inevitably be seized. Resolute, she shouted to the serpent warriors beside her, urging them to hold the line. With that, she vanished in a flash, dashing toward the direction of the serpent tribe's sanctuary, leaving only a blurred silhouette in her wake. Gu He, witnessing her escape, bellowed, "We cannot let her flee. Pursue her." Yin Shi and Feng Li immediately raced after Queen Medusa, while Gu He led the spirit warriors, engaging the serpent fighters as they gradually advanced toward the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the woman in black found herself ensnared by the relentless Moon Brow, one of Medusa's subordinates. Xiao Yun, noticing Medusa's departure, felt a surge of elation. He whispered to Xiao Yan, "Yinner, the opportunity has arrived. Let us follow." Cautiously, they crept toward the sanctuary, moving in the shadows of the sand dunes. Xiao Yun continually released faint waves of energy to sense their surroundings, ensuring they remained undetected. He positioned the heart of the earth before him, establishing formidable defensive formations. These formations shimmered with enigmatic light, their runes flickering in the air. Queen Medusa began to channel her internal energy, her eyes tightly shut as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. A powerful aura emanated from her, warping the very space around her. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, roiling with the cataclysmic power of impending tribulation. Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan stealthily entered the underground sanctuary through a concealed passage. Upon witnessing Queen Medusa undergoing her tribulation, they felt a mix of tension and exhilaration. The tension stemmed from her formidable power, while the excitement arose from the proximity of the heart of the earth. Within Xiao Yan's spatial ring, the spirit of Yao Lao softly cautioned, "Xiao Yan, this is a chance, yet be wary of Queen Medusa's counterattack. She is at a critical juncture of her tribulation. Should she falter, the heart of the earth could spiral out of control." Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the heart of the earth, silently preparing to subdue the extraordinary flame in accordance with Yao Lao's teachings. The process of Queen Medusa's tribulation proved arduous. Bolts of heavenly lightning descended upon her in relentless succession, each strike akin to a silver serpent writhing with the potential to obliterate a small mountain. Her defensive formations began to crumble under the onslaught of the lightning, their brilliance dimming as the runes started to fade. Despite her utmost efforts to summon the fighting spirit within and withstand the onslaught of the calamitous thunder, she found it increasingly arduous to endure the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, a particularly potent bolt of lightning descended, shattering the last bastion of Queen Medusa's defenses. Blood spilled from her lips, and the azure heart fire of the blue lotus erupted beyond her control. Her body began to undergo a transformation amidst the agonizing failure of her tribulation, gradually morphing into a vibrant, multicolored serpent. The once imposing gaze in her eyes was now replaced by sheer agony and helplessness. Chapter 21. The battle for the extraordinary fire. 3 Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan witnessed the azure heart fire of the blue lotus slip from Queen Medusa's grasp, and they both lunged towards it. In Xiao Yan's mind, the voice of Yao Lao resonated urgently. "Xiao Yan, swiftly subdue it using the method I taught you. This azure heart fire is exceedingly volatile. Proceed with caution." Focusing intently, Xiao Yan endeavored to establish a connection with the azure heart fire, executing intricate hand seals as the fighting spirit within him surged forth to envelop the azure heart fire. Standing beside Xiao Yan, Xiao Yun remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings to preempt any unforeseen developments. A faint shield of fighting spirit enveloped his body, poised to counter any potential threats. Meanwhile, outside the temple, Gu He and his companions continued their fierce battle against the serpent warriors, oblivious to the events unfolding beneath the temple. During the fray outside, Gu He suddenly sensed a familiar aura shifting. Alarmed, he felt an instinctive apprehension that the azure heart fire might be in peril. He called out to Yin Shi and Feng Li, "Hold the line. I will investigate inside the temple." With that, he dashed toward the temple, his speed swift as he left a trail of elongated footprints in the sand. Although Yin Shi and Feng Li were puzzled, they pressed on with their combat against the serpent warriors, intensifying their attacks to expedite the conclusion of the skirmish. However, Gu He encountered numerous obstructions from the serpent warriors en route, and sensing the waning aura of the extraordinary fire within the temple, his heart sank further. Xiao Yun sensed an approaching presence toward the temple, tightening his grip. Yinner, hurry! Someone is coming. Xiao Yan, drenched in sweat, was exerting every ounce of his strength to subjugate the azure heart fire, enduring tremendous pain. The power of the azure heart fire surged violently within him, attempting to break free from his control, yet he gritted his teeth, resolute in his singular determination to claim the azure heart fire. Seeing Xiao Yan's plight, Yao Lao, within the ring, resolved to lend his full support. In an instant, a stream of white fighting spirit enveloped Xiao Yan, significantly enhancing the absorption rate of the extraordinary fire. Before long, Xiao Yan successfully subdued the azure heart fire, and as he felt the surge of formidable power coursing through him, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. On the sidelines, Xiao Yun, upon witnessing Xiao Yan's successful absorption, quickly urged, enough with the excitement. Gui has broken through the serpent warrior's blockade and is about to enter. We must leave at once. Startled, Xiao Yan pondered why the vibrant serpent seemed so fixated on him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he dismissed his thoughts and casually took the multicolored serpent with him. At this moment, Gui had successfully overcome the obstacles posed by the serpent clan and arrived at the subterranean sanctum, only to find it deserted. Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan had long since departed. Xiao Yan, accompanied by the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent, swiftly fled, and along the way, Xiao Yun could not help but inquire. Yinner, why did you bring this little serpent? It may pose a danger. Xiao Yan scratched his head and replied, I do not know. I just feel compelled not to abandon it. Furious, Gu He entered the empty sanctum and began to search for clues, soon discovering the direction in which Xiao Yan and the others had escaped. Humph, a group of thieves. The rightfully belongs to me, and you cannot elude me. Thus, he led his subordinates to abandon their confrontation with the serpent clan and pursued Xiao Yan's group. Seeking refuge, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun hid within a cave to rest. Xiao Yan produced some provisions and shared them with Xiao Yun. At that moment, the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent swam around Xiao Yan, who attempted to soothe it with his Do Qi, but to no avail. Just then, a voice from the ring, belonging to the medicine elder, advised, Disciple, you may use the half-life purple crystal source obtained from the monster beast mountain range. Creatures like the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent are particularly fond of the fire essence from naturally fire-attributed magical beasts. Hastily, Xiao Yan retrieved the half-life purple crystal source from his spatial ring. Upon its emergence, it radiated a captivating glow and a rich aura of energy. The seven-colored sky-devouring serpent's eyes sparkled with excitement as it joyfully slithered towards the crystal source. Xiao Yan gently presented the crystal to the serpent, which swallowed it eagerly, and a soft radiance enveloped its body as it affectionately nudged Xiao Yan's hand. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the cave. Xiao Yun grew vigilant, stating, Yinner, it seems Gu He and his group are upon us. Frowning, Xiao Yan grasped the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent and whispered, we must depart quickly. The two stealthily moved deeper into the cave. However, Gu He and his followers had already sensed their presence. Upon spotting the two masked figures in black, he calmly addressed them, might I request, esteemed ones, the relinquishment of the? I am willing to exchange it for 6th-grade medicinal pills. The black-clad woman nodded slightly, and, with a flash, pursued them. Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan raced forward, propelled by the sound of rushing wind behind them, aware that their pursuers were closing in. Yinner. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth. Continuing like this is futile. We must find a place to set a trap. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. The two discovered a narrow gorge entrance, and Xiao Yan utilized the power of to create illusions to confound their pursuers, while he and Xiao Yun concealed themselves behind immense boulders. The black-clad woman, the swiftest among them, rushed into the gorge, only to realize she had fallen into a trap when it was too late. Both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun launched their attacks simultaneously, unleashing a formidable surge of Do Qi. Yet, the black-clad woman, possessing remarkable strength, managed to withstand the assault and counterattack. Suddenly, Xiao Yun recalled a possibility. Could this black-clad woman be an acquaintance he had once met? Yet there was no time to ponder. As they fled, Xiao Yan swallowed a recovery pill, exclaiming, Uncle Yun, if we keep running, our medicinal energy will be depleted, and we will be at their mercy. With unwavering resolve, Xiao Yun pointed ahead. Let us take refuge within that grove of stone pillars and engage in a strategic maneuver. The two dashed into the stone forest, using the columns to evade the woman's sword energy. The woman in black pursued her way into the stone forest, only to suddenly halt, realizing that the magnetic field here disrupted her senses. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan circled behind her to launch a surprise attack. The woman effortlessly raised her hand to deflect their assault and casually unleashed a wave of sword energy, forcing Xiao Yan to retreat. With a cold snort, she declared that she would not let them off today. With a swift motion of her longsword, a powerful wave of energy surged towards the two. Xiao Yan shouted loudly, his entire body erupting with fighting spirit, as he joined forces with Xiao Yan to withstand the blow. Just as the standoff continued, the woman unexpectedly removed her cloak. And upon seeing her familiar face, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan gasped in unison, Yunji, Yunji, Yao Yan, Yao Yun, it's been a long time. I never imagined you had become so weak. It's truly pathetic. Honestly, I feel like I've written Gu He in a somewhat wicked manner, almost as a villain. I shall endeavor to portray him better during the Alchemist competition of the Gamma Empire. Chapter 22. Recognition. Xiao Yan smiled wryly. Yunji, why do you assist Gu He in confronting us? Yunji crossed her arms and replied with a dismissive huff. Who told you to seize that rightfully belongs to him? However, for the sake of our past acquaintance, if you hand over I will allow you to leave. Xiao Yun's expression turned serious. Yunji, this is crucial for Yin. We cannot surrender it. Yunji furrowed her brow, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Before she relented, fine, just make sure to leave quickly. I will discuss the matter with him. Xiao Yan looked at Yunji with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yunji. I will remember this favor. Focus on your cultivation. This kindness shall serve as my repayment. Yunji glanced at the darkening sky and continued. The day is waning. The magical beasts are likely to emerge. You must leave now, and I too must depart. With that, she soared towards Gu He and the others, moving with incredible speed. At that moment, a surge of purple light erupted around them, and the fighting spirit became overwhelmingly intense. Yunji sensed the unusual atmosphere and halted, cautiously surveying her surroundings. When she spotted the 8 leaders of the Serpent Clan, her heart tightened. Why do you Serpent Clan block my path? Yunji inquired. Yu Mei sneered. You have slain our queen, and you dare to ask why? Today, you shall not leave this desert alive. Yunji frowned and replied. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The victor is king, while the vanquished are deemed outlaws. Mo Basi declared loudly. We seek only revenge for our queen. We care not for anything else. As he spoke, the 8 leaders of the Serpent Clan began to unleash their fusion techniques. Yu Mei stood to the east, her hands forming seals as her red fighting spirit flickered. Mo Basi positioned himself to the west, his black fighting spirit flowing like ink. Inshur occupied the south, his gray fighting spirit exuding a chilling aura. Yin Xiai stood to the north, his orange fighting spirit flickering like flames. Mei Xing was stationed in the southeast, her purple fighting spirit shimmering like starlight. Then she positioned himself in the southwest, his green fighting spirit entwining like vines. Hua Xiwang held his ground in the northwest, his yellow fighting spirit howling like a sandstorm. Heidu stood in the northeast, his blue fighting spirit carrying a toxic essence. The 8 warriors began to intertwine their fighting spirits, beams of light darting between them. As the fusion deepened, the surrounding space began to warp, a formidable force coalescing among them. Yunji sensed the overwhelming energy fluctuations and recognized the potency of this fusion technique. She swiftly conjured a cerulean fighting spirit shield around her body while retrieving her treasured sword from the spatial ring. Do you think this will be enough to slay me? Yunji declared, her gaze resolute. The power intensified, forming a colossal energy sphere that shimmered with a myriad of colors, as if it harbored the capability of annihilating the world. After Yunji departed, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan did not leave immediately. Sensing something amiss in the direction Yunji had taken, they stealthily followed her. Upon witnessing Yunji besieged by the 8 leaders of the Serpent Tribe, and the imminent launch of their formidable fusion technique, Xiao Yun did not hesitate for a moment. Xiao Yan, look for an opportunity to assist from behind. I will take the lead, he instructed, and in a flash, charged toward the 8 leaders of the Serpent Tribe. Xiao Yun unleashed his Earth-grade fighting technique, Dragon Scale Break. Golden scales manifested across his body as a massive dragon-shaped fighting spirit erupted from his hands, hurtling towards the energy sphere in fusion. Boom! Xiao Yun's assault collided with the energy sphere, resulting in an explosion of blinding light and a tremendous shockwave. Though he was thrown backward by the impact, he successfully thwarted the immediate activation of the fusion technique. Xiao Yan, witnessing Xiao Yun's injury, felt a surge of anxiety. He began to scout the area for advantageous terrain and resources. Not far away, he noticed a patch of quicksand, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He quietly maneuvered to the side of the 8 leaders of the Serpent Tribe and began to agitate the quicksand with his fighting technique. The quicksand began to flow toward the Serpent leaders, albeit slowly, distracting some of their attention. Furious at Xiao Yun's interference, the leaders of the Serpent Tribe seethed. You dare to disrupt our plans? We shall eliminate you today. Yu Mei shouted. Steadying himself, Xiao Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly replied, "If you wish to harm my friend, you must first contend with me." Yunji, moved and filled with guilt at Xiao Yun's willingness to suffer for her, realized she could no longer remain in a defensive position. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun launched another assault. He activated a technique that enhanced his own strength. The body of the fighting emperor, his physique expanding and muscles bulging, his power multiplying several-fold. Xiao Yan continued to agitate the quicksand and employed minor fighting techniques to target the eyes and vital areas of the serpent leaders. Under the combined onslaught of the three, the serpent leader's fusion technique began to falter. The once stable energy sphere flickered erratically, and the energy transmission became chaotic. "This is bad. They are sabotaging our fusion technique," Inshur shouted. The leaders of the serpent tribe attempted to stabilize their fusion, but it was too late. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated. The 8 leaders of the serpent clan were struck down by their own fusion techniques, collapsing one by one. Xiao Yun approached Yunji, expressing his concern. "Are you all right?" Yunji shook her head, gazing at Xiao Yun with eyes filled with gratitude and an indescribable emotion. "Thank you, Xiao Yun. If it weren't for you and Yao Yan, I fear I would have faced dire consequences today." Xiao Yan joined them, smiling as he said, "Sister Yunji, we would never stand idly by and watch you be bullied." Xiao Yun eyed the 8 leaders and declared solemnly, "Let today's events conclude here. Should you persist in your pursuit, do not blame us for being unmerciful." Though the 8 leaders were reluctant, they understood that further conflict would yield no victory. They could only depart in bitterness. As they walked away, an elder addressed the others. "Our queen may still be alive." The elder's voice was grave. "What?" The group exclaimed in astonishment. "I sense the aura of Queen Medusa from that young man who only possesses the strength of a dome master. Is this true?" Mobas asked incredulously. "It cannot be mistaken. How wonderful. I knew that with the queen's strength, she could not easily fall." Meanwhile, Yunji let out a sigh of relief, turning to Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan. "Thanks to you both. I promise I will not forget your kindness when the time comes." Xiao Yan scratched his head, chuckling. "Sister Yunji, you are too polite." Xiao Yun remarked, "It is unwise to linger here. We should leave this desert as soon as possible." The trio journeyed together, cautiously avoiding various dangers along the way. During their travels, Yunji imparted some unique air control techniques to Xiao Yan, who greatly benefited from her teachings. Upon reaching the edge of the desert, Yunji paused, saying, "This is where I must leave you. I hope that when we meet again, you will have both become formidable warriors." As she prepared to depart, Xiao Yan offered her a jade pendant, blushing as he spoke. "This pendant is for your protection." Surprised, Yunji accepted the pendant, her cheeks flushing. "This is too precious. I cannot accept it." Xiao Yan quickly waved his hand, insisting, "You must take it, Yunji. The dangers of this desert are numerous, and it may protect you in a critical moment." Seeing the sincerity in Xiao Yun's eyes, Yunji relented. "Then I shall accept it." "Thank you." Xiao Yan teased from the side. "Uncle Yun, are you reluctant to part with Sister Yunji?" Xiao Yun's face turned even redder, and he pretended to strike Xiao Yan. Yunji laughed, saying, "All right, enough of the teasing. It would be unwise to continue this." Xiao Yan stuck out his tongue, and Xiao Yun sighed in resignation. After a moment's thought, Yunji spoke again. "I have no gifts to offer, but if it comes to it, I can bestow upon you a kiss." With that, she planted a kiss on Xiao Yun's cheek, causing his face to redden further. Xiao Yun erupted into laughter, while Xiao Yun shot him a reproachful glare. Observing Xiao Yun's bashful demeanor, Yunji chuckled softly. Xiao Yun nudged his shoulder, teasing, "Uncle Yun, they've already walked far away. Are you still lost in thought?" Chapter 23. Alchemy and Restoration. Upon arriving at the small house of Hai Bo Dong in the Tagore Desert, carrying the sand mandala, the atmosphere grew tense, yet brimming with anticipation. The small house was concealed behind a dune, surrounded by simple barriers set by Hai Bo Dong to prevent its discovery by adventurers or the serpent clan within the desert. Upon entering the house, they made their way directly to the basement. The basement was dim and cool, a stark contrast to the scorching desert outside, as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. Xiao Yan summoned the ethereal form of Yao Lao from his ring. As Yao Lao's figure emerged, a powerful aura from ancient times enveloped the basement. Yao Lao surveyed the surroundings and nodded slightly, his phantom visage reflecting a blend of focus and gravity. Xiao Yun began to arrange protective formations nearby to ensure that their alchemical endeavors would remain undisturbed. He retrieved various formation flags from his storage ring, positioning them around the basement according to a specific layout. Each flag shimmered with a faint light as it was placed, and once all were in position, a subtle shield enveloped them. Xiao Yan then carefully extracted the necessary herbs for the alchemical process, laying them out on a nearby stone table. His movements were cautious, for each ingredient was hard-won, particularly the recently acquired sand mandrake. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan followed Yao Lao's instructions, placing the herbs into the cauldron in the prescribed order. Beneath the cauldron, he began to gently heat it with the extraordinary fire he had recently obtained. The power of the fire surged vigorously, yet under Xiao Yan's control, it behaved like a docile lamb, gradually enveloping the herbs in flames. Yao Lao's ethereal form closely observed, his gaze penetrating the cauldron as he scrutinized every subtle change in the materials. Xiao Yan, increased the heat slightly. The sand mandrake requires a stronger flame to fully awaken its medicinal properties, Yao Lao instructed solemnly. Hearing this, beads of sweat formed on Xiao Yan's forehead. Gritting his teeth, he intensified the output of the extraordinary fire. Instantly, the flames blazed hotter, causing the herbs within the cauldron to churn violently. Xiao Yun, standing by, remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the shield's condition. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the cauldron, impacting the shield. Xiao Yun quickly channeled his fighting spirit into the formation flags, reinforcing the shield's strength. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, fully concentrated on controlling the extraordinary fire. His soul energy intertwined with the flames, sensing the transformations occurring within the cauldron. Under Yao Lao's guidance, he continuously adjusted the heat and the order of the herb integration. Gradually, the materials within the cauldron began to coalesce into a liquid radiating an unusual glow. Unbeknownst to him, it was Yao Lao who was orchestrating the alchemical process. To Xiao Yan, he was merely the gifted young man with remarkable alchemical abilities. The liquid within the cauldron gradually formed into a smooth pill, surrounded by a faint halo that contained powerful energy fluctuations. Yao Lao nodded in satisfaction. Success. The breaking pill has been adeptly refined. Xiao Yan exhaled in relief, a weary yet contented smile gracing his face. He carefully extracted the pill from the cauldron and placed it into a jade box. Xiao Yun dismantled the protective formations, and the two emerged from the basement with the jade box in hand. As Xiao Yan handed the jade box to Hai Buodong, the latter trembled with excitement, his hands quivering as he accepted it. Opening the box, he beheld the formidable breaking pill glowing before him. As the elixir was consumed, the aura surrounding Hai Buodong began to surge wildly. His fighting spirit surged within him like a tidal wave, and the previously damaged meridians rapidly healed under the medicinal power of the pill. With his eyes firmly shut, he exerted all his effort to channel the potency of the elixir. A radiant glow emanated from his body, and gradually, his strength as a Do Huang was restored. When the brilliance finally stabilized, Hai Buodong had regained the power of a 3-star Do Huang. He opened his eyes, filled with excitement and joy. Xiao Yan, my young friend, I am truly grateful, Hai Buodong expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Xiao Yan chuckled. You are too kind, Hai Buodong. But may I remind you of the condition you promised me? Hai Buodong, patting his chest, replied, Of course, Xiao Yan. Speak freely. Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Hai Buodong, I hope you can protect me closely for 3 years. Hai Buodong raised an eyebrow. Isn't your uncle, a 7-star Do Huang, by your side? His strength surpasses even my peak. Hai Buodong pondered for a moment before responding. While my uncle is indeed powerful, he cannot be my guardian at all times. After all, even the most meticulous can overlook a detail. After a brief contemplation, Hai Buodong continued. I agree to your request, but I have a condition of my own. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. What condition? Speak without hesitation. Hai Buodong stroked his grizzled beard. During the time I protect you, you must assist me in restoring my strength to its peak. If you can surpass it, that would be even better. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan replied, Rest assured, Hai Buodong, I will give it my all. Hai Buodong laughed heartily. With your words, I am at ease. Subsequently, Xiao Yan began to examine Hai Buodong's physical condition closely. Utilizing his spiritual power, he discovered that although the elixir had mended some injuries, there still remained stubborn old wounds that posed risks. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yan remarked, Hai Buodong, to achieve complete recovery and breakthrough, we will need several rare medicinal herbs. It seems we must embark on another quest for these materials. Hai Buodong's gaze was resolute. As long as it enhances my strength, I will go anywhere. As the two exited the house, they spotted Xiao Yun basking in the sun. Xiao Yun called out, Uncle Yun, it's time to leave. No more sunbathing. Hearing this, Xiao Yun quickly scrambled to his feet, puzzled. Have you come to an agreement? Did that old man readily acquiesce? I thought it would take more effort. Xiao Yun smiled. Hai Buodong is quite straightforward. However, we must now seek some rare herbs. They are essential for Hai Buodong's complete healing and breakthrough. Xiao Yun nodded. In that case, we should not delay. Let us set off immediately. Hai Buodong had no objections, and the three of them headed toward the desert's edge. Chapter 24. A return to the Mo Tai mercenary group. Xiao Yun, Xiao Yan, and Hai Buodong, after enduring numerous hardships in the Tagore Desert, made their weary way toward the city of Stone Desert. The howling winds and sands of the Tagore Desert seemed to still echo in their ears, and the scorching sun felt as if it lingered on their skin. Yet, at this moment, they only longed for a chance to rest well in the city of Stone Desert, where Xiao Yan's two elder brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, resided. These two individuals are remarkably ambitious and have established the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, gaining a modest reputation in Shimo City. Xiao Yun, their uncle, has been keenly attentive to the endeavors of these two nephews. As Xiao Yun, Xiao Yan, and Hai Bo Dong entered Shimo City and proceeded directly towards the headquarters of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, they were met with a cacophony of commotion from within. In the courtyard of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps stood a haughty young man, clad in an exquisite black robe adorned with ornate cloud patterns, the emblem of the Mo family from Yun City. He wore an expression of disdain as he provocatively confronted the members of the mercenary corps. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li stood before the crowd, attempting to uphold the dignity of the mercenary group. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Ding admonished Mo Ran, "Do not overstep your bounds. This is the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, not a playground for your Mo family from Yun City." Mo Ran merely scoffed, retorting, "A mere mercenary corps dares to challenge my Mo family? Today, I shall show you your place." With that, he swiftly lunged at Xiao Ding. Although Xiao Ding possessed some strength, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden assault from Mo Ran. Seeing his brother in peril, Xiao Li rushed forward to assist. However, as a grand fighter, Mo Ran's prowess far surpassed that of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan's eyes blazed with fury. He was acutely aware that his brothers, despite having founded the mercenary corps, were only of average ability among the cultivators of the Gamma Empire. Though Xiao Yan himself was merely a fighter at this moment, his anger compelled him to step forward without hesitation. He positioned himself directly in front of Mo Ran and coldly declared, "Mo Ran, having injured my brother, I, Xiao Yan, demand justice today." Mo Ran appraised Xiao Yan, noticing he was merely a fighter, and contemptuously laughed. "You? A mere fighter believes he can contend with me?" His fighting spirit surged through his meridians like a blazing flame. Gathering in his hands, Xiao Yan unleashed a powerful punch, channeling all his strength into the strike, the wind of his fist howling as it flew towards Mo Ran. Taken aback, Mo Ran had not anticipated that a fighter would dare to launch an offensive. Unfazed, he sidestepped with ease, effortlessly evading Xiao Yan's attack. He then retaliated with a sweeping motion, sending a blade of fighting spirit hurtling towards Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan deftly maneuvered, evading the attack like a specter, quickly countering with another punch aimed at Mo Ran. Thus ensued a back-and-forth exchange between the two. Though Xiao Yan was merely a fighter, his combat skills were remarkably refined. He had accrued considerable experience from battles with magical beasts, which he now applied to this confrontation, continuously seeking Mo Ran's vulnerabilities. Each of Xiao Yan's strikes targeted the young man's weaknesses. Mo Ran began to grow impatient, astonished that a fighter could engage him for such an extended period. With a fierce cry, he unleashed his fighting spirit, enveloping himself in a suit of fighting spirit armor that radiated dazzling light, providing him with robust protection. Realizing that Mo Ran had summoned this formidable armor, Xiao Yan understood that the battle would become even more arduous. Yet, he felt no inclination to retreat. His resolve only intensified. Xiao Yan commenced a strategic transformation, ceasing his reckless assaults and instead employing a nimble footwork to encircle Mo Ran. He intermittently launched minor strikes, endeavoring to deplete Mo Ran's Do Qi. This method incited a degree of irritation in Mo Ran, who charged fiercely towards Xiao Yan, coalescing his Do Qi into a long sword aimed directly at him. In response, Xiao Yan leapt backward, leveraging the wall's rebound to propel himself toward Mo Ran. Midair, he executed a somersault, evading the thrust of Mo Ran's sword, and delivered a swift kick aimed at Mo Ran's head. Although Mo Ran blocked the kick with his arm, it did not strike a vital point. Nonetheless, it rendered his arm momentarily numb. While the blow did not shatter Mo Ran's Do Qi armor, it momentarily hindered his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan pressed his advantage with a flurry of attacks, ultimately causing a slight fissure in Mo Ran's armor. Mo Ran, taken aback, had not anticipated that Xiao Yan, a mere Do master, could achieve such a feat capitalizing on this moment. Xiao Yan concentrated his entire Do Qi into his hands and struck at the crack in Mo Ran's armor with all his might. This blow shattered Mo Ran's armor, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. Xiao Yan approached Mo Ran, gazing coldly at him. Just as Mo Ran braced for a lethal blow, Xiao Yan discreetly summoned a flicker of. With a chilling tone, Xiao Yan proclaimed, "Consider this a lesson. Do not bully others indiscriminately in the future." However, tranquility was short-lived. One day, Qing Lin of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps was procuring supplies in the city when a group of cloaked figures appeared, seizing him in broad daylight. Upon learning of this, the members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps were incensed. They inquired widely and discovered that their recent adversaries were the Sha Mercenary Corps, leading them to suspect Rob, a member of the Sha Corps. Within the hall of the Mo Bay Mercenary Corps, Rob was bound to a pillar. Xiao Yan regarded him coldly and inquired, "Rob, did you abduct Qing Lin?" Rob, panic-stricken, protested, "It was not me, truly." It was the people from the Mo family of Yun City, led by their patriarch, Mo Chung. The revelation stunned those present. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and asked, "Who is this Mo Chung?" Xiao Yun stepped forward, slowly elaborating. "During my travels in the Gamma Empire, I heard of the Mo family. They are one of the 4 prominent families in Yun City, their power only slightly inferior to that of the Nalan family. The patriarch, Mo Chung, is remarkably strong, reputed to have reached the pinnacle of Douling, mere steps away from Douwan. Moreover, their family maintains a close relationship with the Yunlan sect. And in his youth, Mo Chung served as an outer servant of the sect. Over the years, he has clung to this title and has offered tributes to the Yunlan sect multiple times. In Yun City, the Mo family wields considerable influence, controlling many commercial and cultivation resources, and possesses numerous experts within their ranks, making them a formidable entity that most dare not offend." After listening to Xiao Yun's account, Xiao Yan understood that the Mo family would not be an easy adversary to confront. He turned to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, saying, "Elder brother, second brother, the strength of the Mo family is formidable. Your power is not sufficient to partake in this conflict. It is best for you to remain in Stone Desert City." Although Xiao Ding and Xiao Li felt a sense of reluctance, they understood that Xiao Yan spoke the truth. Xiao Ding sighed and replied, "Xiao Yan, you must be cautious." Haibo Dong nodded in agreement, stating, "Humph, regardless of how powerful the Mo family may be, those who dare to harm our people shall not be spared." Thus, Xiao Yan, Xiao Yun, and Haibo Dong embarked on their journey to Cloud City. They were acutely aware that the path ahead would be fraught with peril. Yet for the sake of Qing Lin, they harbored no fear. Xiao Yan silently vowed to ensure that the Mo family would pay dearly for their transgressions. Chapter 25. Cloud City and the Mo family. In Cloud City, situated on the Douqi continent, beneath a facade of tranquility, a tempest was brewing. Xiao Yan, a young man who had ascended to the Douhuang realm with unwavering determination and the aid of the mysterious powers within his ring, was stealthily advancing toward the Mo family alongside his uncle Xiao Yun and Haibo Dong. Their faces were concealed by masks, revealing only their resolute and vigilant eyes, while their black cloaks fluttered gently in the wind, akin to phantoms in the night. The Douqi within Xiao Yan surged like a torrential river, coursing relentlessly through his meridians. Each step he took was imbued with strength, reflecting the confidence and authority of a Douhuang expert. Xiao Yun moved steadily by his side, his demeanor poised like a leopard ready to pounce, his years of combat experience rendering him acutely aware of his surroundings. Haibo Dong's gaze was profound and icy, resembling an immovable iceberg, appearing tranquil yet harboring boundless power. The Mo family estate loomed grandly, exuding an enigmatic aura. Xiao Yan and his companions silently infiltrated the backyard, where a cave hidden among the weeds came into view. The entrance of the cave emitted a faint, putrid odor, as if heralding death. As they ventured deeper, they gradually approached the basement. Suddenly, Xiao Yan halted abruptly, sensing a powerful Douhuang presence. Xiao Yun and Haibo Dong sensed it simultaneously. They exchanged wary glances, each reflecting caution. This aura was robust yet elusive, its strength slightly inferior to Xiao Yan's. This indicated that other formidable beings already resided within the basement. As they cautiously entered, the sight before them ignited a surge of adrenaline within their veins. Mo Chung of the Mo family stood within a massive circular array. Surrounding the array were crystalline containers emanating a ghostly light, imprisoning trembling ordinary people and struggling, roaring magical beasts. The ordinary individuals were mostly scantily clad, their eyes filled with terror and despair, their bodies marred with scars and the signs of drained vitality. The magical beasts, confined within their cramped spaces, violently battered against the walls of their containers, their fur disheveled, eyes flashing with fury and anguish. On Mo Cheng's face was a twisted expression of greed and madness. His hands incessantly shifted through various hand seals, drawing forth streams of black light from the containers, which gradually merged into his being. He endeavored to elevate his cultivation through this cruel method, a nefarious act that was nothing short of a desecration of life. In stark contrast, the opulent living room of the Mo family presented a scene of lively festivity. Mo Chung had extended invitations to various factions from Yun City, and the hall was filled with esteemed guests, abuzz with excitement. Among the invitees were Nalin Yinran of the Yunlan sect and Elder Guyi. Nalin Yinran, adorned in a flowing light blue gown, exuded grace, her countenance serene as she sat quietly, resembling a snow lotus blooming upon an icy peak. Elder Guyi, on the other hand, bore a serious expression, his gaze exuding an inherent authority that commanded respect as he surveyed the assembly, upholding the proud demeanor of the Yunlan sect. Standing at the center of the hall, Mo Chung wore a broad smile and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Esteemed heroes of Yun City, I have summoned you all today for the prosperity and flourishing of our city. Though Yun City may appear tranquil, it is rife with hidden perils. I, Mo Chung, propose a bold initiative, the establishment of the Mo Alliance, led by my family, to collectively safeguard the dominion of Yun City. Should you join the Mo Alliance, my family shall ensure that ample rewards await us all. With a flourish of his hand, attendants streamed in, bearing chests brimming with gold, silver, rare combat techniques, and precious herbs, immediately saturating the air with an intoxicating scent of greed. As the guests beheld these alluring treasures, their eyes sparkled with desire, and the hall erupted into animated discussions. Just as the assembly reveled in the splendid vision that Mo Chung had painted, a sudden surge of formidable energy emanated from outside. In an instant, a figure darted into the hall like a bolt of lightning. It was Xiao Yan, his face obscured, yet his blazing eyes, aflame with righteous fury, were unmistakable. Without uttering a word, he raised a hand, unleashing a powerful force that drew Mo Chung towards him. Before Mo Chung could react, Xiao Yan's other hand shot out, gripping Mo Chang's throat with a vice-like grasp. Mo Chung, you deranged fiend, surrender the Qing Lin at once, he bellowed, his voice trembling with rage, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Mo Chang's face flushed crimson as he struggled to breathe, desperately attempting to pry apart Xiao Yan's iron grip, which remained unyielding. His eyes widened in denial as he stammered, "What are you talking about? I know nothing of any Qing Lin. You slander me. Who do you think you are to act so brazenly in the Mo family? I am an outer elder of the Yunlan sect. Should you dare to harm me, the Yunlan sect will not let you go unpunished." A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he sought to intimidate Xiao Yan with the name of his sect. Xiao Yan, unfazed by the threat, scoffed derisively. "Humph, even if Yun, the leader of the Yunlan sect, were to come personally, I would still not spare you today. You, a villain who seeks to enhance your own cultivation at the expense of innocent lives, deserve to be eradicated by all." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Nailin Yinran was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this masked individual would be so audacious as to openly challenge the authority of the Yunlan sect. Furrowing her brow, she rose to her feet and proclaimed, "Your arrogance is unbecoming, showing a blatant disregard for the Yunlan sect. Regardless of your justifications, creating turmoil within the Mo family is utterly inappropriate." Xiao Yan cast a cold glance at Nailin Yinran and replied, "Nailin Yinran, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This matter lies solely between me and Mo Chung. His transgressions are inexcusable." His eyes brimmed with disdain, although he had long since moved past Nailin Yinran's previous act of breaking off their engagement. Witnessing her attempt to defend such a wicked person as Mo Chung filled him with distaste. Elder Guyi also rose, his expression grave as he stated, "You, masked individual, possess formidable strength, yet you must not be so contemptuous. If Elder Mo has indeed erred, the Yunlan sect shall investigate thoroughly. Your unilateral assault on Elder Mo shows a lack of respect for our sect." Xiao Yan turned to Elder Guyi and exclaimed, "Elder Guyi, look at the atrocities he has committed. He has conducted cruel experiments on ordinary people and magical beasts in the basement. Such actions are utterly abhorrent. Does the Yunlan sect intend to shield someone of his ilk?" Xiao Yan's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing Elder Guyi's heart. Following Xiao Yan's gaze, Elder Guyi beheld the tormented ordinary people and magical beasts, and his heart trembled. He had indeed heard whispers of some of Mo Chang's actions, but due to Mo Chang's standing within the Yunlan sect, he had refrained from delving deeper. Witnessing the horrific scene before him, a pang of guilt stirred within him. Mo Chung, sensing that Xiao Yan was unafraid of the Yunlan sect's threats, became increasingly agitated. He attempted to call for help, shouting, "Someone! Quickly, someone! There is an attempt on my life." The guards of the Mo family, upon hearing Mo Chang's cries, rushed into the hall. However, upon seeing the overwhelming aura exuded by Xiao Yan, along with the cold expressions of Xiao Yun and Hai Buodong, they hesitated, daunted by the situation. At this moment, Xiao Yun stepped forward. Though his face was concealed, his composed demeanor radiated authority. He spoke in a low voice, "Xiao Yan, do not act impulsively. We must first locate Qing Lin. We cannot allow this scoundrel to manipulate us." Xiao Yan took a deep breath and addressed Mo Chung. "Mo Chung, I grant you one final opportunity. If you reveal to me the whereabouts of Qing Lin now, I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you shall learn the true meaning of suffering." His eyes glinted with a chilling murderous intent, leaving Mo Chung quaking in fear. Wishing all readers a happy new year. May fortune smile upon you, and may all your aspirations be realized. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Woman in Black, I Do Not Know. As Mo Chung coughed and began to speak, Xiao Yan was poised to continue his interrogation when Nailin Yinran and Guyi, seated at the Yunlan sect's table, witnessed the horrific experiments involving the fusion of humans and beasts. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, her exquisite features contorted with rage. Mo Chung, your barbaric actions are an affront to life itself, a desecration of humanity. she declared. The Yunlan sect will not allow a villain such as you to roam free. Guyi also stood, her face a mask of fury, echoing Nalan Yinran's sentiments. Nalan Yinran then turned, her gaze sweeping across the assembly, and she proclaimed loudly, esteemed guests. Such malevolence lies before us. How can we remain passive? Let us unite and apprehend Mo Cheng, delivering him to the Yunlan sect for justice, and restore peace to Yun City. Yet, her impassioned plea fell on deaf ears. Representatives from the Yun City factions either averted their gazes, feigning ignorance, or displayed hesitation, weighing the complexities of their vested interests. Their ties to Mo Cheng were intricate and deep-rooted. None wished to offend him and risk embroiling themselves in a conflict that could jeopardize their own fortunes. Seeing the indifference of the assembly, Nalan Yinran's fury erupted like a volcano. Gritting her teeth, she shot a disdainful glare at the apathetic individuals before turning to Guyi and stating, Elder Guyi, we shall take our leave. These people possess no sense of justice and are unworthy to share our company. With that, she stormed off alongside Guyi, leaving behind an atmosphere of palpable tension and awkwardness in the hall. The remaining attendees exchanged bewildered glances, caught in a peculiar stalemate with Xiao Yan and his companions. Observing the retreating figures of Nalan Yinran and Guyi, a sinister smile crept across Mo Cheng's lips. He swiftly broke free from Xiao Yan's grasp, his previously gentle demeanor contorting into something grotesque. Drawing in a deep breath, the air around him seemed to quiver with his rising power. Suddenly, a torrent of intense purple light surged from within him, coalescing like a tidal wave. His form began to undergo a terrifying metamorphosis. Muscles swelled. Purple scales emerged upon his skin, hands transformed into sharp claws, and his visage morphed, elongated fangs protruding from his mouth, rendering him a grotesque hybrid of man and beast. Xiao Yan's heart tightened at the sight of Mo Cheng's transformation, yet his resolve remained unyielding. He understood that a fierce battle loomed ahead. Xiao Yun and Hai Buodong quickly regained their composure, positioning themselves alongside Xiao Yan, bracing for Mo Cheng's assault. Xiao Yan was the first to strike, summoning the Azure Lotus Earth Heart fire from within. The cerulean flames danced in his palm, radiating searing heat. With a mighty shout, he hurled the Azure Lotus Earth Heart fire toward Mo Cheng. The flames, akin to a nimble azure serpent, traced a graceful arc through the air, lunging at Mo Cheng. Mo Cheng emitted a low, thunderous roar, raising his scaled arm as a surge of purple energy coalesced in his palm. He launched a wave of energy toward the oncoming flames. When the fire and energy wave collided in midair, a deafening explosion ensued, sending shockwaves rippling outward, toppling tables and chairs, shattering exquisite porcelain, and splattering wine across the room. Xiao Yun swiftly launched his assault, his hands forming intricate seals as the crimson lotus flame ignited in his palms. The hue of the crimson lotus flame was more vivid than the azure heart fire, resembling a burning red lotus. Stepping forward, Xiao Yun unleashed the crimson flame towards Mo Cheng, who stood in its path. The crimson flames surged forth like a tumultuous wave, carrying immense destructive power aimed directly at Mo Cheng. Reacting with agility, Mo Cheng sidestepped this onslaught, but the crimson flames cascaded towards a corner of the hall, instantly reducing the decor there to a charred blackness. Not to be outdone, Hai Buodong crossed his arms before his chest, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet sharply. Ice elements began to coalesce around him, and with swift motions of his hands, he formed an ice spear that radiated an excruciating chill. The tip of the spear gleamed with a frosty light, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Seizing the moment, Hai Buodong hurled the ice spear at Mo Cheng with great force. The spear whistled through the air, aiming straight for him. Mo Cheng, quick on his feet, extended his sharp claws and grasped the ice spear. The sheer force of his grip shattered the spear instantly, sending ice shards scattering like snowflakes. However, this brief pause allowed Xiao Yan to capitalize on the opportunity, launching another attack with the Azure Heartfire. Caught off guard, Mo Cheng was struck in the shoulder by the azure flames, scorching a patch of his purple scales and eliciting a pained roar from him. Through this exchange, Mo Cheng realized that although he possessed formidable strength, the coordination among Xiao Yan and his companions was exceptionally harmonious, making it difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Additionally, the Azure Heartfire posed considerable trouble, its searing temperature inflicting a burning pain upon his body. Thus, the thought of retreat began to take root in his mind. With a sudden leap, Mo Cheng fled towards the backyard, pursued without hesitation by Xiao Yan and his companions. They traversed the courtyard and arrived at the backyard, where Mo Cheng dashed into the basement. In an instant, a purple energy barrier surged up, sealing off the entrance to the basement. Without delay, Xiao Yan and his companions launched an attack on the energy barrier. Xiao Yan exerted the utmost power of the Azure Heartfire, the blue flames coiling around the barrier like an enraged dragon, continuously burning and battering against it. Xiao Yun unleashed the full force of the Crimson Lotus Flame, intertwining it with the Azure Heartfire to jointly assault the barrier. Meanwhile, Haibo Dong condensed his ice attribute energy into various ice blades, which fell upon the barrier like a torrential downpour. However, no matter how vigorously they attacked, the purple energy barrier remained unyielding, merely rippling with violet waves in response to their onslaught. Inside the basement, the azure-scaled Qing Lin lay unconscious, bound to a stone pillar. Mo Chung gazed at Qing Lin, his eyes glinting with a greedy and sinister light. He was acutely aware that Qing Lin's unique ability, the three flower eyes of the azure serpent, was extraordinarily special. If he could consume her, he would gain immense power, potentially even surpassing his own limits. Thus, he slowly approached Qing Lin, opening his gaping maw that exuded a pungent odor, preparing to devour her. Just at that critical moment, a woman clad in black, radiating a vibrant green aura, suddenly appeared in the basement. Her appearance was as silent as a specter emerging suddenly from the shadows. The woman clad in black cast a disdainful glance at Mo Chung, her eyes brimming with contempt. With a gentle wave of her hand, a flash of green light surged forth, instantly severing the ropes that bound Qing Lin. Qing Lin, now limp, collapsed towards the woman in black, who caught her effortlessly. Without sparing a single glance at Mo Chung, she cradled Qing Lin and soared towards the outside. Witnessing this, Mo Chung erupted in furious roars, yearning to pursue her, yet he was wary of Xiao Yan and his companions lurking outside. Should he step out, he might find himself besieged from all sides. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and his companions, upon seeing the woman in black flying out with Qing Lin, assumed she was allied with Mo Chung. Release Qing Lin, Xiao Yan shouted, but the woman paid them no heed and continued her flight. Left with no choice, the trio decided to intercept her. As they pursued, Xiao Yan unleashed the Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire, directing the flames towards the woman's path. Sensing the attack from behind, she remained unperturbed, extending her hand. The surrounding flora seemed to respond to her call, erupting from the earth. Thick vines rapidly grew and intertwined, forming a verdant barrier. The Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire struck the green shield, scorching it, but failing to penetrate. Xiao Yun followed suit with a Crimson Lotus Flame attack, unleashing it towards the woman in black. With a slight stomp, she caused the ground to rupture, waves of soil rising to engulf the Crimson Lotus Flame. Haibo, not to be outdone, conjured an ice spear with deft movements and hurled it at the woman. She deftly sidestepped, causing the spear to miss, and with a swift motion, sent a massive leaf hurtling towards Haibo. He defended with an ice shield, yet the force of the leaf forced him back several steps. She commanded the vines with the agility of a living creature, ensnaring her foes, while summoning great trees from the earth to strike with their robust branches. Furthermore, she harnessed the power of the land to conjure various traps and obstacles, proving to be exceptionally troublesome. Chapter 27. The Fierce Battle Amidst the Chaos of Battle. Mo Cheng's formidable figure suddenly emerged. With astonishing speed, he charged towards Qing Lin's location, his massive claws striking out and forcing the woman in black to stagger back. Caught off guard, Qing Lin was swiftly seized by Mo Chung. A grotesque grin spread across his hideous face as he opened his gaping maw, preparing to bite down on Qing Lin. No, Xiao Yan roared, his form shooting towards Mo Chung like an arrow. After Mo Chung bit into a fragment of Qing Lin's soul, his violet battle aura surged dramatically, instantly elevating him to the peak of the Do Huang realm. He let out a wild laugh, the sound as piercing as an owl's call in the night. Xiao Yan reached Mo Chung in an instant, unleashing a punch without hesitation. This blow encompassed all his strength, infused with the searing heat of the Azure Lotus Earth Heartfire. Taken by surprise, Mo Chung was struck and sent staggering backward, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. The stone shattered, countless cracks appearing, and Qing Lin fell free from Mo Cheng's grasp. Xiao Yan dashed forward, lifting Qing Lin into his arms. Xiao Yun and Haibo Dong swiftly closed in. Xiao Yun, filled with anxiety, inquired, "How is Qing Lin?" After examining Qing Lin's injuries, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed deeply. Her breath had grown exceedingly faint, and her once vibrant visage now lacked color. At that moment, a woman clad in black approached. She gazed at Xiao Yan and the others and spoke. Xiao Yan hesitated momentarily, glancing at the ailing Qing Lin and then at the black-clad woman. Just then, the voice of the medicinal elder within the ring resonated. What this woman says is true. The child's condition is perilous, and only the Saint Pool of the Heavenly Serpent Mansion may offer a remedy. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan nodded and said to the woman, "Then please take her away swiftly." The black-clad woman cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yan, cradled Qing Lin, and departed in haste. However, Mo Chung, who had been struck into a boulder by Xiao Yan, broke free from his confinement. Stones fell from his body as a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. His focus directed squarely at the retreating Qing Lin. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Mo Chung bellowed, charging once more towards Xiao Yan and the others. After handing Qing Lin over to the black-clad woman, Xiao Yan's fury erupted like a volcano. He turned to face Mo Chung, unflinching, observing him rapidly forming hand seals. The azure lotus fire surged forth from his core. The azure flames, akin to a sinuous spirit serpent, coiled up Xiao Yan's arm, and then surged towards Mo Chung with a fierce howl. As the flames coursed through the air, ripples danced across the spatial fabric, the searing heat igniting the surrounding atmosphere. Sensing the impending danger, Mo Chung quickly conjured a dense shield of purple energy before him. The azure lotus fire collided violently with the shield, producing a thunderous roar. Flames and energy clashed, sending powerful shockwaves that scattered debris in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun advanced to attack. His crimson lotus fire surged within, and with a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a torrent of fiery arrows towards Mo Chung. Yet, with a mere sidestep, Mo Chung evaded Xiao Yun's onslaught effortlessly. The crimson flame struck a massive boulder behind Mo Chung, engulfing it in fire, under the intense heat. Fissures appeared on the stone surface, which soon erupted into a multitude of fragments. Haibo Dong wasted no time. He swiftly formed hand signs. And ice-blue energy poured forth from his being, coalescing into a chilling ice spear before him. With a determined gaze, he hurled the ice spear at Mo Chung. As it soared through the air, the moisture in the atmosphere crystallized into frost flowers. Mo Chung extended his enormous claw, striking at the ice spear with ferocity. Upon impact, ice shards exploded outward, and cracks appeared along the spear. Although Mo Chung's claw sustained some frostbite, it did not inflict any substantial harm. Enraged by the trio's assault, Mo Chung let out a roar, his colossal form lunging towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was acutely aware that retreat was not an option. He swiftly concentrated the green lotus earth heart flame beneath his feet and, leveraging the thrust of the flames, leaped backward while simultaneously forming hand seals to unleash a more formidable attack. Mo Chung, having missed his mark, left deep gorges in the ground with his massive claws. At that moment, Xiao Yan resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. He took a deep breath and began to summon the bone spirit cold fire. The ethereal white flames gradually emerged from within him, harmonizing with the green lotus earth heart flame. The instant the two extraordinary fires made contact, the surrounding temperature transformed dramatically, with alternating currents of hot and cold swirling around Xiao Yan. Gritting his teeth, perspiration beaded on his forehead as he diligently controlled the powers of both flames, striving to merge them. Xiao Yun and Haibo Dong, witnessing Xiao Yan's actions, understood that he was executing an immensely powerful maneuver, prompting them to exert every ounce of strength to restrain Mo Chung. Xiao Yun danced with fervor, the crimson lotus flame blazing fiercely around him as he charged toward Mo Chung, attempting to divert his attention. Meanwhile, Haibo Dong incessantly conjured icicles, hurling them at Mo Chung to disrupt his movements. Mo Chung, increasingly agitated by their assaults, unleashed a violent burst of violet energy that shattered the incoming icicles, simultaneously swiping at Xiao Yun with a claw. Caught off guard, Xiao Yun was struck by Mo Chung's talon, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. On Xiao Yan's side, after arduous effort, he successfully began to merge the green lotus earth heart flame with the bone spirit cold fire. Between his hands, a nascent form of the Buddha's wrath fire lotus, exuding a cataclysmic aura, slowly took shape. Although not yet fully formed, the Buddha's wrath fire lotus already caused the surrounding space to warp. Sensing the imminent danger posed by Xiao Yan, Mo Chung attempted to break free from Xiao Yun and Haibo Dong's entanglement to thwart him. Without hesitation, Haibo Dong charged at Mo Chung, positioning himself as a barrier in Mo Chung's path. He conjured a thick shield of ice before him. When Mo Chung's strike met the shield, countless cracks appeared instantly, yet Haibo Dong gritted his teeth and held firm. Xiao Yun, battling through his pain, rose once more, igniting the remnants of his crimson lotus flame to launch an attack on Mo Chung's flank. Through their desperate resistance, Xiao Yan finally succeeded in fully forming the Buddha's wrath fire lotus. With a steely gaze, he shouted, Mo Chung, meet your demise. With all his might, he propelled the Buddha's wrath fire lotus toward Mo Chung. The lotus traced a magnificent yet terrifying arc through the air, carving a deep trench in the ground and obliterating everything in its path with its overwhelming force. Mo Chung sensed the ominous breath of death and, wide-eyed with terror, found himself ensnared by Xiao Yun and Haibo Dong, unable to evade. Ultimately, the Buddha's wrath fire lotus struck Mo Chung, erupting in a blinding burst of light. As the brilliance faded, Mo Chung's figure had vanished, leaving behind only a vast crater amidst the surrounding devastation. The trio surveyed the ruins before them, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Despite the arduous nature of the battle, they successfully vanquished Mo Chung, safeguarding the path for Qing Lin's departure. Indeed, the two individuals were Yun, the leader of Yunlan's sect, and Jia Tian, the guardian of the Jiamai Empire. They surveyed the remnants of the conflict that had transpired here. Yun furrowed her delicate brows as she crouched down, gently touching the charred earth with her fingers, sensing the lingering fluctuations of fighting spirit. This power was formidable, indicating that the confrontation had been exceptionally intense. Jia Tian stroked his beard, his expression grave. The destruction wrought here implied that the combatants possessed considerable strength, yet he was uncertain as to who these formidable individuals were. As Yun rose to her feet, her gaze swept across the horizon. Regardless of the identities of those who had engaged in such a ferocious clash, there must have been a compelling reason behind it. With nearby civilians residing in the vicinity, any collateral damage to innocents would be regrettable. Jia Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Yun's words. However, the area bore no signs of lingering danger, suggesting that matters had since calmed. At that moment, Yun seemed to sense something, her eyes drawn to a particular direction in the sky. It was peculiar. She felt the presence of a familiar force lingering. Jia Tian, puzzled, inquired, a familiar force? Could it be someone known to the sect leader? After a brief pause, she shook her head. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Let us depart, she concluded. And with that, the two transformed into streaks of light, leaving behind the war-torn land that gradually returned to tranquility. Chapter 28. Resolution. In the aftermath of the conflict at the Mo residence, Xiao Yan stood beneath the peach tree conjured by his dreams, his eyes reflecting both the joy of victory and a tinge of concern. The soul power of Yao Lao had been nearly depleted after aiding him in overcoming Mo Cheng, plunging him into a deep slumber. Xiao Yan understood that Yao Lao's spirit was already weakened from previous injuries, and this latest ordeal had only exacerbated his condition. With great care, Xiao Yan placed the ring in the palm of his hand, gently caressing the item that housed Yao Lao's soul. Suddenly, the ring trembled slightly, and a faint yet familiar voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Yan, my disciple. Startled, Xiao Yan looked up, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Master, have you awakened? I have not truly awakened. I have merely managed to gather a semblance of consciousness while in slumber. Yao Lao's voice was frail, yet imbued with warmth. Disciple, the power I expended this time was immense, and my soul has suffered severe damage. It will require a prolonged period to recover. Xiao Yan's heart tightened. His voice choked with emotion. Master, it is all my fault. I have caused you suffering. I will seek the finest medicinal materials to restore you. Yao Lao chuckled softly. Foolish child, you have already done remarkably well. Had I not forcibly drawn upon my strength, you could not have emerged victorious. However, remember, the restoration of the soul is not an overnight endeavor. It necessitates exceedingly rare medicinal materials, such as Earth Core Soul Essence and Tian Ma Fei Sure Essence. These materials are exceedingly scarce, and you must search for them with utmost caution. Xiao Yan clenched the ring tightly, his gaze resolute. Master, do not worry. I shall find these materials. Even if it means traversing the entire Do-Chi continent, I will not relent. Yao Lao's voice gradually diminished. Child, you have grown. I am proud of you. Remember, no matter the challenges you face, do not give up. I believe in you. You will surely restore me. With the final words spoken, the voice within the ring faded once more, and Yao Lao's soul slipped back into a deep slumber. Xiao Yan gazed at the fading figure of Yao Lao, tears streaming down his face as his dreams began to shatter. He recalled the fierce battle from before, where his mentor had exerted every ounce of strength to protect him, ultimately leading to Xiao Yan's eyes dimming with despair. He felt responsible for his teacher's demise, believing it was his own weakness that had thrust Yao Lao into peril. Lying there in silence, he resembled a soulless puppet, indifferent to the world around him. Xiao Yun entered Xiao Yan's room and was pained to see his cousin in such a state. He sat beside Xiao Yan on the bed, gently patting his shoulder, and said, Yinner, I understand your heart is heavy right now, but you cannot succumb to despair. Yao Lao was immensely powerful. Everything he did was a choice he made. He would not wish to see you like this. Xiao Yan slightly lifted his eyelids, his gaze hollow as he looked at Xiao Yun, his voice hoarse as he murmured, Uncle, I caused Yao Lao's fate. If it weren't for me, he would not have. Xiao Yun furrowed his brows, interrupting Xiao Yan, Yinner, everyone faces danger in this world. Yao Lao lived a long life, and his choices were made to protect what he cherished, and you are among those he holds dear. Your current despondency is the true betrayal of his intentions. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong arrived at Xiao Yan's residence. Standing before him, he observed Xiao Yan's disheartened demeanor and sighed. Xiao Yan, though I am unaware of the reasons behind your sorrow, I can sense that you have lost something of great significance. Yet this is life. We are perpetually in a cycle of loss and gain. There are still many endeavors awaiting you. You are not one to be easily defeated. Xiao Yan stared vacantly at Hai Buodong, whispering, Elder Hai, you do not understand. I have lost my most important teacher. My entire being was shaped by him. Hai Buodong frowned, replying, Xiao Yan, you are not alone in this battle. You have family and friends. If you allow yourself to wallow in despair, your enemies will rejoice. Is this the outcome you desire? Through the persistent encouragement of Xiao Yun and Hai Buodong, a flicker of life returned to Xiao Yan's eyes as he slowly sat up. He realized he could not remain in such a state. There was much left for him to accomplish. From his spatial ring, he retrieved the formula for the recovery spirit purple pill and handed it to Hai Buodong, saying, Elder Hai, this is the formula for the recovery spirit purple pill. My soul power is compromised, preventing me from concocting it myself. Please seek other alchemists to assist you. This pill should aid you in restoring your strength. Hai Buodong accepted the formula, his heart brimming with joy, fully aware of its significance. He looked at Xiao Yan with gratitude, saying, Rest assured. I will find someone to refine this pill. Suddenly recalling something, Hai Buodong addressed Xiao Yan. I have heard that the headquarters of the Mitel auction house may possess materials for restoring souls. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a surge of excitement and a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. He understood that if he could find the materials to restore souls, there might be a chance to revive his teacher. As night fell, Xiao Yan sat alone in his room, contemplating the in his hand, the harbor's formidable energy. Although he is aware of the inherent dangers of forcibly absorbing it, he finds himself in dire need of restoration. Without further hesitation, he swallows the in one swift motion. In an instant, a tempestuous energy ravages through his meridians, causing him to feel as though his very veins are being sliced by countless blades. This energy is beyond his control, let alone capable of absorption. His complexion pales as beads of sweat the size of mung beans roll down his forehead. Realizing he cannot endure this state any longer, his gaze shifts to the nearby. Gritting his teeth, he channels all remaining energy from the towards the. Initially coiled in a corner, the suddenly senses the influx of this immense energy, causing its body to undergo a transformation. Queen Medusa, seizing this energy, temporarily suppresses the soul of the, regaining control of its corporeal form. Though wounded during her ascension and not yet fully restored to her former strength, her presence instills a profound terror within. The queen continues to absorb S, even biting down on his finger in an attempt to drain him completely. Aware of her formidable power, understands that without decisive action, his life hangs in the balance. In a moment of desperation, he invokes the as a means to threaten Queen Medusa. You must recognize this, he declares. Release me at once. Your strength has yet to be restored. Should you attempt to drain I shall, even at the cost of my life, ensure that you once again experience the torment of. Sensing S resolve and the menace of the, Queen Medusa ultimately relinquishes her grip. Although she temporarily ceases her assault, her animosity towards remains unabated. No one shall ever be my master, she warns. Next time I awaken, I will surely kill you. This encounter profoundly enlightens regarding the intricate dynamics of his relationship with Queen Medusa. He recognizes that her threat persists, and in the future, he must tread with greater caution. Chapter 29. Departure for the Imperial capital having restored his state, is enveloped in a tranquil reverie of regaining strength when he is abruptly jolted by the sounds of a fierce battle outside. Alarmed, he immediately comprehends the potential for upheaval and rushes towards the source of the commotion. Following the conflict that he believes is gravely injured and on the brink of death, long harboring ambitions, has covertly coveted power within the mercenary group. He surmises that with S demise, chaos will ensue, allowing him to seize control and become the true ruler of the Northern Mercenary Corps. At this juncture, has gathered the factions he has secretly nurtured, surrounding S brother. And, unbeknownst to them, as they attend to the daily affairs of the mercenary group, the unexpected rebellion orchestrated by unfolds. With sword in hand and a steely gaze, confronts, demanding, what are you plotting? Do you intend to betray the mercenary group? Having spoken, Rob ceased his idle chatter and stomped his foot forcefully, unleashing a torrent of formidable fighting spirit that surged from his being. As a powerhouse who had achieved the rank of Grand Fighter, his fighting spirit surged like a tangible wave, sweeping toward Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. Although Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were also fighters, they were acutely aware of the considerable disparity in strength between them and Rob. Nevertheless, they harbored no intentions of retreating. Xiao Ding was the first to brandish his longsword, its blade shimmering with a faint glow of fighting spirit as he confronted Rob's assault. Xiao Li, meanwhile, sought an opportune moment, gripping his weapon tightly, poised to launch a surprise attack against Rob. However, Rob's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. When Xiao Ding's longsword clashed with Rob's fighting spirit, a deafening sound of metal grinding against metal resonated in the air. Xiao Ding felt an immense force reverberate through his sword, causing his arm to tingle and his body to involuntarily stagger backward. Observing this, Xiao Li seized the moment to charge at Rob from the side, aiming to divert his attention. Yet, Rob was already prepared. He sidestepped effortlessly, evading Xiao Li's strike, and countered with a swift motion, sending a blade of fighting spirit hurtling toward Xiao Li. Caught unawares, Xiao Li was struck by the blade, a wound appearing on his body as blood began to seep forth. Enraged at Xiao Li's injury, Xiao Ding raised his longsword once more and charged at Rob. Yet, Rob responded to the attacks of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li with the ease of a hunter toying with its prey. In this moment of utmost peril, Xiao Yan arrived. His gaze blazed with fiery fury as he coldly regarded Rob. Rob, how dare you lay a hand on my brothers? Such audacity. Xiao Yan's voice was deep and frigid, akin to a decree from the depths of hell. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, Rob was momentarily taken aback, only for a surge of intense jealousy and resentment to wash over him. He had presumed Xiao Yan to be on the brink of death. To his astonishment, he appeared alive and in relatively good condition. However, Rob quickly regained his composure, reassuring himself that, even if Xiao Yan was alive, he would be no match for him in his current state of injury. Xiao Yan, do you think you can stop me? Your timing is impeccable. I shall eliminate you alongside them, and then the Northern Mercenary Corps will be entirely mine. Rob snarled, his gaze becoming intensely focused, as if the very air around him thickened with his intent. Xiao Yan understood that to truly intimidate Rob and his subordinates, he must demonstrate a power so overwhelming that it would instill despair. Gathering energy between his hands, fighting spirit began to coalesce furiously, warping the surrounding space with its potent fluctuations. A resplendent yet fearsome fiery lotus gradually took shape, heralding Xiao Yan's ultimate technique, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Flames danced upon the petals of the lotus, emanating a heart-stopping heat and a sense of impending doom. Nearby, Hai Buodong and Xiao Yan's uncle, Xiao Yun, sensed this terrifying power, their hearts pounding with alarm. They were acutely aware of the potency of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Once unleashed, its impact would be far-reaching. Yenner, be careful, Xiao Yun cried out anxiously. Having spoken, he hastily pulled Hai Buodong away, wishing to distance themselves from Xiao Yan to avoid the devastating power of the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus. Rob, witnessing the formidable Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus in Xiao Yan's grasp, was momentarily seized by terror. He sensed a force potent enough to obliterate him completely, and though he wished to flee, his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, immobile. Sweat drenched his face, and something lodged in his throat stifled his pleas for mercy, rendering him speechless. Xiao Yan's gaze was frigid, devoid of any compassion. With a gentle push of his hands, the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus soared towards Rob with a fearsome speed. It traced a brilliant arc through the air, igniting the atmosphere around it with a series of crackling sounds. Rob could only watch helplessly as the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus approached, attempting to unleash his fighting energy for defense, only to find it as fragile as thin paper against the overwhelming force of the lotus, which shattered it in an instant. A deafening explosion ensued as the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus detonated upon impact with Rob. Flames engulfed him instantly, and the tremendous shockwave radiated outward, sending his subordinates reeling. As the flames gradually subsided, Rob had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a charred mark on the ground, a silent testament to the horror that had just unfolded. The onlookers were left in stunned silence by Xiao Yan's display of power, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed at him. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li let out a sigh of relief, their expressions reflecting gratitude towards Xiao Yan. He withdrew his fighting energy and approached his brothers. Eldest brother. Second brother, are you all right? He inquired. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li shook their heads, with Xiao Ding expressing, thanks to your timely arrival, Yenner. We would have been in dire straits otherwise. Not long after, Xiao Yan, along with Xiao Yun and Hai Buodong, resolved to journey to the Imperial capital of the Gamma Empire. Having sustained damage to his soul power during the battle at the Mo Mansion, Xiao Yun was unable to undertake a long-distance flight. After inquiring around the mercenary group, Xiao Yun learned of a flying magical beast known as the thick-winged bird, capable of carrying passengers to the capital. This creature was enormous, with broad and powerful wings. Although its speed was not comparable to Xiao Yan's full-force flight, it offered a stable ride, well suited for Xiao Yan's current condition. Once all preparations were complete, Xiao Yan, Xiao Yun, and Hai Buodong climbed onto the back of the thick-winged bird. As it flapped its massive wings, it ascended slowly into the sky. With each passing moment, the scenery below shrank into insignificance. Standing upon the bird's back, Xiao Yan felt the wind rush past him, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He was uncertain of what awaited him in the capital, yet he understood that he must face any challenges ahead with courage. Observing Xiao Yan's contemplative demeanor, Xiao Yun gently patted his shoulder and said, Yenner, the journey to the capital is long. You must rest well and restore your strength. Xiao Yan nodded, responding, Uncle Yun, I understand. I will recover swiftly, for we know not what we shall encounter in the capital. Hai Buodong interjected, Indeed, the capital is a place of mixed fortunes. We must exercise utmost caution. As they engaged in conversation, Xiao Yan inadvertently overheard a nearby passenger's dialogue. Have you heard? The Imperial capital is about to host the Alchemist competition, a grand event for the Gamma Empire. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Yan felt a surge of excitement. Recalling his prior agreement with his uncle, Xiao Yun, to represent Black Rock City at the competition alongside Master Frank and Master Otto. Chapter 30. The water article within the confines of the Xiao family estate in Wutan City of the Gamma Empire, Xiao Yan stood in the courtyard, gazing at the gradually brightening stars above, his heart weighed down by anxiety. The day of the 3-year appointment was drawing near, and he understood the significance of this duel for the Xiao family. To ensure absolute preparedness, he resolved to personally visit the Xiao Clan. Someone, Xiao Yan called out loudly. A subordinate hurried over, bowing respectfully. Master, what are your orders? Xiao Yan replied solemnly. Prepare immediately. I must go to the Xiao Clan. Additionally, inform the senior members of the family to ready themselves for the upcoming 3-year appointment. The subordinate nodded and swiftly departed. Xiao Yan remained in the courtyard, his gaze betraying a hint of resolve. He was acutely aware that this duel was not merely about the honor of the Xiao family. It was also pivotal to the future of the entire clan. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan, under the guidance of Hai Bodong, arrived at the headquarters of the middle auction house. Xiao Yun surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, his eyes filled with wonder. Hai Bodong, as they walked, explained, the middle auction house headquarters is indeed vast. The area ahead is the auction zone for ordinary items, where various low-tier combat skills, techniques below the Xian tier, and common herbs and weapons are auctioned daily. Following Hai Bodong's lead, Xiao Yan observed the bustling area, alive with the sounds of enthusiastic bidding. Proceeding further, we reached the VIP area, where the items auctioned are of significantly higher caliber, typically mid to high-level Xian tier combat skills or 4th to 5th grade elixirs. Only individuals of esteemed status or substantial wealth may enter. Hai Bodong continued elaborating. Xiao Yan was filled with astonishment and could not resist asking, Old Hai, how do you know this place so well? Hai Bodong chuckled heartily. I have had quite a few experiences in this auction house. I have traversed many of its corners. At that moment, a graceful figure approached them, and Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. It was his friend Yafei from Wutan City. Upon spotting Xiao Yan, Yafei's eyes sparkled with delight. She smiled warmly at Xiao Yun before leading the group deeper into the auction house. Xiao Yan, dear brother, I have missed you dearly these past few years, Yafei said with a smile. Yafei, what brings you to the Imperial capital? Xiao Yan inquired. As they chatted along the way, an arrogant young man accompanied by several lackeys approached. This young man was Lei Lu, the son of an elder from the middle family, a 1-star great fighter. Upon seeing Yafei and Xiao Yan together, his expression turned icy. Oh, isn't that Yafei? He sneered. How could you be so close to a pretty boy? Liu mocked. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. He detested such bullies who exploited their power. Without uttering a word, he unleashed an 8th-level strike toward Liu. Caught off guard, Liu was sent flying, colliding with a nearby pillar and groaning in agony. You dare strike me? Liu struggled to rise, his face contorted with rage and disbelief. Do you know who I am? I am the son of an elder of the Maitel family. How dare you lay a hand on me? You are finished. Xiao Yan scoffed and approached, looking down at Liu. I care not whose son you are, in my eyes. You are merely a pompous waste. If you dare disrespect Sister Yafei again, I shall ensure you can never rise again. Witnessing this, Liu's lackeys drew their weapons and charged at Xiao Yan. With a chilling gaze, he swiftly appeared before one of the lackeys, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling. He quickly dispatched the others, the entire encounter lasting mere seconds, leaving Liu's minions groaning on the ground. Pale with fear, Liu stumbled back. You don't come any closer. My grandfather is an elder of the Maitel family. If you harm me, he will not let you go. Xiao Yan chuckled coldly. Then let your grandfather come find me. I am eager to see what he dares to do. At that moment, Yafei shook her head in exasperation and stepped forward, grasping Xiao Yan's arm. Xiao Yan, let it go. There's no need to get angry with such a person. We have important matters to attend to. Hai Bodong, laughing heartily, patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. Well done, lad. I admire your spirit. Yafei led them to her office, a tastefully decorated room filled with shelves brimming with scrolls and books, exuding an air of orderliness. After inviting them to sit, Yafei inquired about their purpose. Xiao Yan and Hai Bodong pinned the required medicinal herbs on a piece of paper and handed it to Yafei. She took the paper, examining it closely, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. These herbs are all noted in the alchemical formula. It seems the ingredients you seek are quite rare, Yafei remarked. Xiao Yan nodded. Indeed, Sister Yafei, I require these herbs to restore a soul, while Elder Hai Bodong needs them to concoct the revitalizing purple pill. Yafei acknowledged. These herbs are indeed somewhat challenging to procure, but I shall do my utmost to assist you. Hai Bodong smiled. We appreciate your help, Miss Yafei. Rising, Yafei approached the door and instructed her subordinates outside. You must prepare these herbs immediately. Find them in the shortest time possible. The subordinates nodded and swiftly departed. Liu snorted disdainfully and addressed Yufei. These herbs have already been reserved. How can you so readily promise them to others? Such actions tarnish the reputation of the Meitel auction house. In the future, do not bring in any more paupers. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's expression darkened, ready to erupt in anger. However, Hai Buodong stepped forward first, coldly retorting, "Who do you call a pauper? Do you even know who we are?" Lei Yu cast a disdainful glance at Hai Buodong, scoffing, "Just an old fool, nothing remarkable. You lot only come to our auction house to cause trouble. Do you truly believe the middle family is easy to bully?" A glimmer of cold light flashed in Hai Buodong's eyes as he snorted. "Today, I shall let you understand that there are always greater powers beyond your own." With that, he swiftly conjured an ice spear, aiming it at Liu. Lei Yu reacted quickly, hastily activating his battle armor to shield his grandson from the impending attack. The immense force shattered Lei Yu's armor in an instant, sending him hurtling across the room. In disbelief, he scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "A Do Huang expert." Liu, upon hearing the mention of a Do Huang, was already terrified beyond measure. Lei Yu, in a frantic display of humility, bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Great Do Huang, I was blind to your greatness. I implore you to spare my life." Hai Buodong replied with a grunt, "For the sake of that old coot, Shan of the middle family, I shall spare you this once. If there is a next time, do not expect mercy." Liu, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly assisted Lei Yu as they made their retreat in utter disgrace. Yufei chuckled softly, thanks to old Hai's intervention. This could have escalated into quite the predicament. Although Hai Buodong felt a tinge of disappointment, he still expressed his gratitude to Yufei with a wave of his hands. He collected the medicinal herbs he had obtained and prepared to leave. At that moment, an underling outside reported, "Miss Yufei, the young master of Yunlan's sect, Nalan Yinran, is seeking your presence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and his companions swiftly found a place to conceal themselves. Hai Buodong, observing Nalan Yinran conversing with Yufei outside, turned to Xiao Yan, puzzled. "Isn't that the young lady we encountered at the MO residence?" He was acutely aware of the humiliation she had brought upon him. Had it not been for her abrupt withdrawal from their engagement, he would not have endured such scorn and ridicule. The arrival of Nalan Yinran rendered the atmosphere somewhat tense, prompting Xiao Yan and his companions to remain hidden. Nalan Yinran had come in hopes of leveraging the middle family's connections to find an alchemist possessing. Her grandfather, Nalan Jia, had slain a fifth-tier magical beast, the inscribed iron python, in the Beast Mountain range, only to inadvertently contract a deadly toxin, leaving his condition dire. Even the esteemed Pill King Gu he was at a loss, suggesting instead that they seek an alchemist with for salvation. As compensation, Nalan Yinran offered the choice of any precious treasure from the Nalan residence. "Sister Yufei, I truly rely on your assistance this time." Nalan Yinran spoke with a hint of urgency. Yufei smiled gently, assuring her, "Do not worry, Yinran. I will do my utmost to assist you. The middle family's network extends throughout the Jiao Empire. We shall undoubtedly find a suitable alchemist." Nalan Yinran nodded, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you, Sister Yufei." After their conversation, Nalan Yinran departed under Yufei's escort. Following her guidance, Xiao Yan and his companions finally emerged from their hiding spot. Yufei extended the invitation to Xiao Yan, who initially intended to decline. However, upon hearing that the reward included the elusive 7 illusion Qingling liquid, an exceptional material for restoring soul power, his interest was piqued, prompting his decision to visit the Nalan residence. To safeguard his identity, Yufei also provided Xiao Yan with a mask. Xiao Yun expressed his desire to accompany them, asserting that the 3-year agreement pertained solely to Xiao Yan and Nalan Yinran, and had no bearing on the elder Nalan. Moreover, he could offer assistance in critical moments. "Xiao Yan, are you truly intent on going?" Yufei inquired with concern. Xiao Yan nodded, replying, "Sister Yufei, I require the 7 illusion Qingling liquid to mend my soul. This opportunity is rare. I cannot afford to miss it." Xiao Yan added, "Xiao Yan, I will join you. After all, the 3-year agreement is between you and Nalan Yinran, and does not involve the elder Nalan. I possess unique fire as well, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I can be of aid." Grateful, Xiao Yan cast a thankful glance at Xiao Yun, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Yun." As they prepared to depart for the Nalan residence, Xiao Yun sensed an anomaly upon entering a narrow alley. He swiftly unleashed a surge of, revealing a hidden mysterious Do Huang. "Who goes there?" Xiao Yun exclaimed sharply, as his erupted, creating vibrations in the surrounding air. The shadowy figure of the mysterious Do Huang emerged, cloaked in a black robe and masked, with only his piercing eyes visible. Xiao Yan scoffed, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our passage?" The enigmatic Do Huang retorted with a cold laugh, "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall not reach the Nalan residence today, and your heads must remain here." Frowning, Xiao Yun asked, "Are you planning to engage us?" The mysterious Do Huang nodded, stating, Since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for being impolite. A sense of unease gripped Xiao Yan. Could this individual also be after the 7 illusion Qingling liquid, or was he a rival of the Nalan family? Clenching his fists, he felt the stirring within him. Xiao Yan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Yan, asserting, "Do not presume that a mere mask grants you license to act recklessly." The mysterious Do Huang chuckled darkly, raising his hands as a formidable Do Huang power surged forth. Xiao Yun, undeterred, radiated an aura of, causing cracks to form in the surrounding walls. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Yun, they both understood that this confrontation was inevitable. Stepping forward, Xiao Yun declared, "If you wish to engage, we shall not back down." The mysterious Do Huang snorted derisively, his hands rising once more as an overwhelming force of Do Huang energy emanated from him. Surrounding his body, countless strands of black materialized, rapidly coalescing into sharp blades that glimmered with a chilling light. Xiao Yun, undaunted, intensified his, creating massive barriers to shield himself and Xiao Yan. The mysterious Do Huang sneered, "Do you truly believe such defenses can withstand me? You are woefully naive." As he spoke, he waved his hands, and the dark blades shot forth with astonishing speed, heading straight for Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan. The blades collided with the barrier, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, yet the barrier remained steadfast and unyielding. The enigmatic Do Huang, witnessing this, let out a cold snort and remarked, "It seems you possess some skill, but the next move may prove insurmountable." With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and an even more formidable power of the Do Huang surged from within him, warping the surrounding air. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and said, "Xiao Yan, step back. I shall confront him." As he spoke, he hastily formed seals with his hands, releasing a torrent of potent Do Qi that coalesced into massive barriers, enveloping both himself and Xiao Yan. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yan retreated a few steps, gripping his mysterious heavy ruler tightly, ready to strike at any moment. The mysterious Do Huang snorted disdainfully and rapidly formed seals again, unleashing powerful waves of Do Qi that manifested as gigantic black blades, hurtling towards Xiao Yun. The blades crashed against the barrier, echoing with fierce explosions. Yet the barrier held firm. Observing this, the mysterious Do Huang sneered, "It appears you are not entirely without merit, but let us see how you withstand this next attack." He swiftly formed seals once more, and an overwhelming force of Do Huang emanated from him, distorting the air around. Just then, Hai Buodong arrived, drawn by the commotion. Upon witnessing the fierce battle between Xiao Yun and the enigmatic Do Huang, he immediately joined the fray. As a formidable Do Huang himself, Hai Buodong wielded great power. He unleashed ice-type Do techniques, instantly freezing the surrounding space and slowing the movements of the mysterious Do Huang. "Frozen for 1,000 miles," Hai Buodong exclaimed, causing the air to solidify, further hampering the mysterious Do Huang's actions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful Do technique that struck the opponent directly. The mysterious Do Huang sustained significant injury, barely managing to defend himself. Hai Buodong took advantage of the moment to launch his attack, with ice shards raining down like a tempest, forcing the mysterious Do Huang to retreat under the relentless assault of both fighters. Before fleeing, the mysterious Do Huang uttered a cryptic warning. "You would do well to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Nalan family, or bear the consequences." With that, he vanished into the night. "Who exactly is this person?" Xiao Yan inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Xiao Yan shook his head, replying, "I am unsure, but he clearly wishes to deter us from involving ourselves with the Nalan family. However, since we have resolved to go, we shall not easily waver." Hai Buodong approached and remarked, "This individual possesses considerable strength, yet it is evident he did not exert his full power. He likely harbors ulterior motives and will not strike us down with lethal intent." Xiao Yan nodded, asserting, "Regardless, we must remain vigilant. The matters concerning the Nalan family appear to be far more intricate than they seem. Let us proceed to the Nalan residence," Xiao Yan declared. Xiao Yun concurred, "Exercise caution. The affairs of the Nalan family may be more complex than we anticipate." Hai Buodong chuckled, "With both Xiao Yun and myself present, you need not worry. Although that mysterious Do Huang possesses some abilities, he is not yet capable of thwarting our resolve." As the trio had scarcely taken a few steps, Hai Buodong seemed to sense something and addressed Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan, saying, "I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave for a while. Please take care of yourselves." Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun exchanged glances, a hint of concern evident, yet they could only nod in response. Observing Hai Buodong's retreating figure, Xiao Yun patted Xiao Yan's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not fear, Xiao Yan, I am here with you." The two continued their journey towards the Nalan residence. Chapter 32. Treating Nalan Jia. Having spoken, he respectfully turned to Hai Buodong, expressing gratitude. "Your consideration is appreciated." Hai Buodong then patted Miter Tingshan's shoulder, adding, with your capabilities, wouldn't it be an underutilization to serve as their bodyguard? Haha, do not underestimate those two. Xiao Yan possesses a mysterious power within him that consistently brings surprises. And he is currently a second-tier alchemist. Mind you, he is merely around 17 or 18 years of age. The other, his uncle named Xiao Yun, has already reached the level of Do Huang, 7 stars, which surpasses my peak strength. As long as that old monster from the royal family and Xing Tian do not intervene, he can traverse the Jiama Empire with ease. As Hai Buodong's words fell, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze, everyone exchanging glances filled with shock and confusion. Miter Tingshan was the first to break the silence. His brow furrowed with a hint of worry. Old Hai, your actions are truly unexpected. Do those two youngsters possess such abilities to warrant your deference? A profound smile emerged on Hai Buodong's face, his eyes glimmering with insight. Tingshan, I, Hai Buodong, have always acted unconventionally. I have my own considerations, just observe. He then turned to Yafei, his gaze revealing a sense of reassurance. Yafei, the future of the family rests in your hands. You must carry this responsibility well and not disappoint the expectations placed upon you. Yafei smiled gently, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Rest assured, elder, I will strive to manage the family diligently and live up to your expectations. Hai Buodong regarded Yafei, then glanced at Miter Tingshan, and suddenly spoke. Tingshan, this child Yafei is quite remarkable. You must nurture her well. Perhaps in the future, she could lead the Miter family to new heights. Miter Tingshan nodded, a smile gracing his face. Old Hai is correct. Yafei indeed possesses great potential. I will ensure she receives the proper guidance. Hai Buodong stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Well then, I must take my leave. Those two youngsters are still awaiting me. With a nod, he turned and departed. Why would a mere second-tier alchemist come here? Is he so destitute as to seek food and drink? What food and drink? He has come to treat Lord Nalen. He simply did not anticipate the presence of so many more formidable alchemists here. Nalen Su interjected with concern. Indeed, although you were recommended by the Miter family, you are merely a second-tier alchemist, Nalen Yinran remarked. Xiao Yan remained silent, casting a glance at his uncle Xiao Yan behind him. Receiving a nod of affirmation, he revealed the azure lotus heart fire in his hand. As the crowd beheld the azure lotus heart fire in Xiao Yan's hand, their eyes widened in disbelief. Nalen Yinran took a step back in astonishment, never having imagined that Xiao Yan possessed such formidable. May I now be deemed worthy to assist the esteemed Nalen elder in his treatment? Xiao Yan spoke calmly. Nalen Su also exhibited a look of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure and respectfully replied. Nalen Su promptly stepped aside, gesturing for Xiao Yan to proceed. With purposeful strides, Xiao Yan made his way toward the sick room of the Nalen elder, while Xiao Yun quietly followed behind. Gazing at the frail Nalen Jia, Nalen Xiao anxiously inquired, young friend, what is the condition? Is the elder beyond saving? Alas, the elder's current physical state suggests that the poison has likely seeped deeply into his system. I possess no particularly effective treatment methods. However, we may attempt what the renowned Pill King Guhi suggested, introducing into Nalen Jia's body and gradually purging the toxins within. Nalen Yinran, filled with concern, asked, based on this approach, what is the likelihood of success? 50%. However, if my uncle employs the Crimson Lotus Flame in conjunction, the probability should rise to 90%, Xiao Yan replied. Nalen Yinran let out a subtle sigh of relief upon hearing this. Nalen Xiao furrowed his brow, stating, though there exists a 90% chance, there remains a 10% risk. What shall we do about that? Stepping forward, Xiao Yun calmly reassured, in matters of the world, perfection is a rare occurrence. A 10% risk is indeed quite minimal. Furthermore, both Xiao Yan and I will exert our utmost efforts. Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze resolute. We shall not yield easily. Nalen Yinran bit her lip, replying, then I entrust this task to both of you. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun exchanged a glance, each discerning the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. The treatment demanded utmost precision, particularly in the face of the intricate poison within Nalen Jia. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan slowly approached the bedside, gently placing his hand upon Nalen Jia's pulse, closing his eyes to attune to the flow of toxins within. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing within, and nodded to Xiao Yun. Understanding the signal, they both summoned their internal fighting spirit. Xiao Yan's azure lotus heart fire erupted first, dancing and shimmering in his palm, radiating intense warmth and brilliant light. Following closely, Xiao Yun's crimson lotus flame responded in kind, intertwining with the azure heart fire, creating a magnificent and extraordinary spectacle in the air. The members of the Nalen household held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearful of disrupting this critical treatment process. Nalen Yinran clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms as she fixated on Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, silently offering her prayers. Observing the synchronized movements of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun as they swiftly formed hand seals, they simultaneously uttered a low incantation. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of luminescence, resembling ethereal serpents, as they gently flowed into Nalinjia's body through his nostrils. Nalinjia's body trembled slightly, his pallid complexion abruptly flushing a deep crimson, with veins protruding on his forehead. Evidently, the toxins within were agitated by the searing. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun remained unwavering, wholly focused on navigating the within Nalinjia's body, meticulously seeking out the hiding places of the toxins. As the ethereal flames delved deeper, the toxins within Nalinjia gradually expelled to the surface, manifesting as wisps of black gas, exuding a foul stench. Time passed slowly. Beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, as the exertion of controlling the otherworldly fire drained their energy and fighting spirit. The members of the Nalan household watched this scene unfold, their hearts swelling with admiration for these two young powerhouses. Chapter 33. The branding poison. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun were wholly engrossed in maneuvering the otherworldly flames through Nalinjia's body when, unexpectedly, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a glimmer of clarity. Though his body was frail, his consciousness was gradually returning. Hearing the conversation between Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, he understood he was undergoing treatment, and thus he bore the excruciating pain within himself and rasped, "Young friends, do not cease. Continue to help me eliminate the toxins. I can endure." Seeing this, Nalan Xiao felt both astonished and elated, yet concern overshadowed his emotions. He hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Father, please refrain from speaking. Rest well, and allow these two young friends to assist you with your treatment." Nalinjia gently shook his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, stating, "I am well aware of my own condition. As long as the toxins remain, I shall find no peace. I implore you, young friends." Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun exchanged glances and nodded, continuing to wield the otherworldly flames to purge the toxins from Nalinjia's body. As time progressed, the toxins were gradually forced out, yet his body endured immense suffering. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat droplets cascaded down, and his complexion grew increasingly pale, yet his resolve remained steadfast as he gritted his teeth and persevered. At last, after several arduous hours, Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun succeeded in expelling the majority of the toxins. At this point, Nalinjia had reached his limit. His body could no longer withstand the strain, and darkness enveloped him as he fell into unconsciousness once more. Nalan Xiao felt a tightness in his chest upon witnessing his father succumb to unconsciousness again, anxiously asking, "Young friends, what of my father?" Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a soft sigh as he replied, "We have done our utmost to eliminate the majority of the toxins. Yet a portion remains that, due to prolonged accumulation, has fused with the elder Nalan's body. To completely eradicate it will require several more days. During this time, I will come each afternoon to administer acupuncture and, in conjunction with the otherworldly flames, gradually dispel the remaining toxins." Xiao Yun nodded in agreement, adding, "Though the remaining toxins are not abundant, they have taken root deeply, necessitating a gradual treatment approach to ensure the elder's body remains unharmed." Nalan Yinran stepped forward, her eyes filled with concern and gratitude. She gazed at Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun, softly saying, "Thank you both for your assistance. I am profoundly grateful. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and the Nalan household will fully cooperate." Xiao Yan responded with a smile, "Miss Nalan, you are too kind. Since we are here, we will do our utmost. In the coming days, we kindly ask for the Nalan household's support." Nalan Su also approached, his face marked by guilt as he stated, "Previously, we were blind to your capabilities. I hope you will not take this to heart. From this day forth, Xiao Xiaoyu and Mr. Xiao Yun shall be esteemed guests of the Nalan residence. Should there be any need, the Nalan family shall offer their utmost assistance." Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun quickly waved their hands, signifying that they bore no ill will regarding the previous misunderstanding. Subsequently, they departed with the escort of the Nalan servants. Upon returning to their lodgings, Xiao Yan resumed his training, only to discover unexpectedly that the poison he had assisted the elder Nalan in eliminating during the day remained within his own body. Even more astonishing was the fact that within this poison lingered the fighting spirit of Nalinjia, an unexpected boon that filled Xiao Yan with delight. As dawn broke, Xiao Yan shared this discovery with his uncle Xiao Yun and Hai Buodong, explaining that the remnants of pure fighting energy within the poison greatly benefited his cultivation. However, this poison could not yet be refined with, though fortunately it had not posed any significant threat to him thus far. Contemplating Hai Buodong before him, a bold idea suddenly crossed his mind. He wondered if Hai could assist him with a particular matter. Hai Buodong raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it, young lad? Speak freely. I would appreciate it if you could help me test the effects of this substance." Xiao Yan replied, as he swiftly thrust his finger, tainted with the poison, towards Hai Buodong. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Hai Buodong, being exceptionally powerful, deftly sidestepped the attack. "What are you up to, you rascal?" he scolded with a furrowed brow. Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. "I merely wish to gauge the potency of this poison." "Then why not ask your Uncle Xiao Yun to try? Why come to me?" "That won't do, Hai Lao. Uncle Yun's strength exceeds yours, and he possesses. If I were to inadvertently harm him, I might find myself in dire straits." Hai Buodong shot Xiao Yan an exasperated glare, commenting, "You're becoming increasingly audacious, daring to play tricks even on me. However, your idea is indeed novel, using me as a test subject for poison. I scarcely know how to respond to such a request." Xiao Yan quickly donned a conciliatory smile. "Please forgive me, Hai Lao. My curiosity regarding the poison's power led me to this desperate measure. After all, Uncle Yun is formidable and dear to me. I would not dare to take risks with him. I hope you can overlook this folly." With a huff, Hai Buodong relented. "Very well. I suppose you have some sense, so I shall let you off this time." He then conjured a robust and formidable ice shield, directing Xiao Yan to pierce the poisoned finger against it. "Let us see what transpires." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan slowly approached the ice shield with his poisoned finger. Upon contact, the poison spread like dark threads, causing the surface of the ice shield to shimmer with an ethereal blue light, seemingly resisting the encroachment of the poison. Hai Buodong observed the transformation of the ice shield intently, his expression filled with astonishment. Indeed, this poison harbored a peculiar nature, seemingly endowed with a devouring force. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound emanated from the ice shield as the poison began to permeate at an accelerated pace. Hai Buodong's expression shifted, and he swiftly formed hand seals to amplify the strength of the ice shield. After a brief moment, the spread of the poison ceased, leaving intricate black patterns etched across the ice shield's surface. Hai Buodong removed the ice shield and gazed at Xiao Yan. "Though this scorching poison may not harm me, it is indeed not to be underestimated. You must exercise caution in handling it. Allow it to spiral out of control, and the consequences could be dire." Xiao Yan nodded solemnly, his mind already contemplating how to further investigate the properties of this venom. Chapter 33. Old friends. The splendor of the Imperial city surpassed Xiao Yan's wildest imagination. The streets bustled with a torrent of vehicles and a cacophony of voices, while an array of peculiar shops lined the thoroughfares. At the heart of this vibrant hub lay the Alchemist Guild, akin to a resplendent jewel radiating an alluring brilliance. The guild's architecture soared majestically, adorned with various precious magical materials that attested to its esteemed status. With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiao Yan stepped into this realm of free trade, which resembled a vast treasure trove. The aromas of countless medicinal herbs wafted through the air, enveloping him in a world replete with opportunities. As Xiao Yun had matters to attend to, Xiao Yan ventured forth alone to explore this enigmatic domain. As he navigated through the throngs of people, a familiar figure caught his eye. "Lin Fei?" Xiao Yan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fei turned at the sound, her face lighting up with joy. "Xiao Yan, is that really you? What brings you here?" The two exchanged smiles, an unspoken bond evident between them. "I recently arrived in the Imperial city, having heard tales of its abundant herbal resources, so I thought I would come and see for myself," Xiao Yan explained. "I see. Then what of your uncle, Xiao Yun?" Lin Fei inquired. "Oh, he's occupied with matters of his own. Since I am alone, shall we explore together?" Lin Fei proposed. The two strolled side by side through the marketplace, marveling at the myriad of strange herbs and magical materials. Suddenly, a commotion drew their attention. Not far away, a young girl was embroiled in a heated dispute with a merchant. "How can you treat me this way? You deliberately ruined this fourth-grade pill formula," the girl exclaimed indignantly. The merchant, however, wore a disdainful expression. "Little girl, this is the Imperial city, not a place for country bumpkins like you to cause a ruckus. Best be on your way, or I won't hesitate to be unkind." As Xiao Yan and Lin Fei approached, they recognized the girl as their friend, Shui Mei. Her typically gentle demeanor was marred by a flush of humiliation, tears brimming in her eyes. "Shui Mei, what has transpired?" Lin Fei asked, concern evident in her voice. Seeing Lin Fei and Xiao Yan, Shui Mei appeared as if she had found her saviors. "Lin Fei, Xiao Yan, please help me. I wanted to trade this fourth-grade pill formula for a real fire seed, but this merchant has intentionally ruined my formula, leaving me with nothing to exchange." The merchant, overhearing her plight, grew even more arrogant. "Huh, whose fault is that for being careless? This formula is now as good as useless. You should just leave." A surge of indignation welled up within Xiao Yan as he witnessed Shui Mei's distress. He stepped forward, addressing the merchant coldly. "Your actions are utterly despicable. What kind of coward bullies a girl?" The merchant's eyes flashed with contempt as he regarded Xiao Yan. "And who might you be? Do you dare meddle in my affairs? Best be wise and walk away, or you'll find yourself in a similar predicament." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan's anger flared even more intensely. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. I shall grant you one more opportunity to apologize to Shui Mei and compensate her for her losses. The merchant, however, erupted into laughter. Kid, you truly are unaware of your limitations. Why should I apologize? If you have the capability, come and strike me. Realizing that reasoning with such a person was futile, Xiao Yan turned to Shui Mei and said, Shui Mei, step back for now. Seeing Xiao Yan prepare to engage, Shui Mei felt a flicker of fear but obediently retreated to the side. The merchant, undeterred by Xiao Yan's posture, swung his axe at him with reckless abandon. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh, swiftly retreating while forming seals with his hands. A powerful surge of fighting spirit erupted from within him, instantly shattering the axe into fragments. The merchant, witnessing the destruction of his weapon, wore a look of sheer terror. Who exactly are you? He stammered. Xiao Yan snorted disdainfully. You need not concern yourself with my identity. You must simply understand that you will pay for your actions today. Recognizing the disparity in their strengths, the merchant hastily knelt and pleaded for mercy. My lord, I was blind to your prowess. I beg you to spare me. Seeing the merchant's supplication, Xiao Yan's fury subsided somewhat. I shall spare your life today, but you must compensate Shui Mei for her losses. The merchant nodded vigorously in agreement, handing over the fire seed to Shui Mei and providing her with a recipe for a fourth-grade elixir as recompense. Shui Mei's face lit up with gratitude as she received her compensation. Xiao Yan, thank you, she exclaimed. Xiao Yan offered a slight smile in return. No need for thanks. We are friends, after all. At that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a small stone beside the fire seed. He sensed an unusual resonance emanating from it, as if a mysterious force was beckoning him. Approaching the stone, he scrutinized it closely. Though it appeared ordinary, he could feel a potent energy contained within. I shall take this stone, Xiao Yan declared to the merchant. The merchant, realizing Xiao Yan's intention to acquire the stone, quickly replied, My lord, this stone fell from the sky while I was traveling. I have been unable to discern its purpose, and it has proven useless to me. If you desire it, consider it a gift. Xiao Yan nodded appreciatively and collected the stone. Just then, Lin Fei arrived with Master Otto. Xiao Yan, you truly have come to the Imperial capital? Master Otto exclaimed with delight. Xiao Yan approached him eagerly. Master Otto, it has been a long time. Master Otto, brimming with excitement, promptly led him to the branch of the Imperial capital for a visit. Upon learning of Xiao Yan's arrival, Frank hurried over with 2 disciples in tow. Along the way, he chastised them incessantly. You 2 fools, how could you exchange a recipe for a 4th-grade elixir for a worthless fire seed? You have truly infuriated me. The 2 disciples, hearing Frank's scolding, lowered their heads in silence, too intimidated to respond. When Frank arrived at the capital branch, he was delighted to see Xiao Yan engaged in cheerful conversation with Master Otto. Xiao Yan, how wonderful to see you. I heard you were in the capital and hurried over to visit, Frank exclaimed with a look of surprise. Xiao Yan reciprocated the joy, replying, Master Frank, it has been too long. Frank, equally pleased to see Xiao Yan, greeted him warmly. Indeed, it has been a while, Xiao Yan. Chapter 34. The eve of the alchemist competition. At that moment, Master Frank suddenly recalled something and inquired of Xiao Yan. By the way, Xiao Yan, have you registered for the upcoming alchemist competition? Xiao Yan paused slightly at this question and replied, I am not yet aware of the details regarding the alchemist competition. Could you enlighten me, Master Frank? Frank nodded and explained, this alchemist competition is a grand event organized by our alchemist guild, attracting alchemists from all over the capital. The champion will be awarded a precious formula for the spirit fusion pill. The spirit fusion pill? Xiao Yan asked in confusion. Noticing Xiao Yan's uncertainty, Master Otto quickly clarified. The spirit fusion pill is a remarkably extraordinary elixir, renowned for restoring the soul and its state. It not only facilitates rapid recovery of the soul, but also fully heals a wounded soul. Its impact on the enhancement and restoration of soul power is immeasurable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a stir within him. He was aware of the frail state of Yao Lao's soul. Obtaining the formula for the spirit fusion pill might prove beneficial. Just as Xiao Yan was attentively listening, the surrounding scenery abruptly froze, and a terrifying surge of fighting spirit erupted from within him. His body trembled, and a flicker of pain crossed his gaze. Moments later, a chilling voice resonated from within him. You must obtain the formula for the spirit fusion pill for me. If you succeed, I shall spare your life. This voice belonged to the soul of the 7-colored sky-devouring serpent, Medusa. Her tone carried an undeniable authority, instilling a sense of pressure in Xiao Yan. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself. He understood that Medusa's soul had long resided within the 7-colored sky-devouring serpent, and her sudden appearance was evidently due to the significance of the spirit fusion pill's formula to her. Medusa, why do you need me to procure the formula for the spirit fusion pill? Xiao Yan silently questioned. Medusa scoffed and replied, the spirit fusion pill is crucial for me. It will aid in restoring my soul power and allow me to adapt to this body more swiftly. If you assist me in obtaining the formula, I will honor my promise and spare your life. Xiao Yan felt somewhat helpless upon hearing this. He recognized Medusa's formidable strength. Refusing her demands could pose a grave threat to his life. Yet, he was also aware of the formula's importance to Yao Lao, compelling him to find a way to acquire it. Very well, I agree. I will do my utmost to obtain the formula for the spirit fusion pill. Xiao Yan resolved inwardly. Medusa smiled with satisfaction upon hearing his response. Her soul once again lurked within Xiao Yan's body, and the surrounding scene returned to normal. Master Frank, having observed Xiao Yan's earlier anomaly, inquired with concern, Xiao Yan, what happened to you just now? Did something occur? Xiao Yan shook his head and replied, it's nothing. I merely pondered some matters for a moment. Master Frank, I wish to register for the upcoming Alchemist competition. Could you assist me with the arrangements? Upon hearing this, Master Frank's face lit up with delight. That's splendid news, Xiao Yan. Your participation in this competition will surely yield remarkable results. I shall assist you with the registration immediately. Xiao Yan nodded, silently vowing to acquire the formula for the spirit integration pill, not only for Medusa, but also for the elder medicinal sage. Xiao Yan made his way alone to the Nalan residence once more. This visit intended to continue purging the toxins from Nalan Jia. After several sessions of detoxification over the past few days, Nalan Jia distinctly felt his fighting spirit gradually revitalizing, which deepened his trust in Xiao Yan's medical skills. Young friend Yan Xiao, you have arrived, Nalan Jia greeted with a joyful smile. Xiao Yan nodded slightly and said, Elder Nalan, I shall assist you in detoxifying once more tomorrow. We should be able to thoroughly eliminate the toxins from your body. Nalan Jia expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Young friend Yan Xiao. By the way, I heard you are also participating in the Alchemist competition. That is excellent news. Here, I have some medicinal materials for you to practice with. Xiao Yan hurriedly declined. Elder Nalan, I cannot accept your medicinal materials. However, Nalan Jia insisted, please accept them. These materials are of little consequence to me, but they may prove beneficial for your preparation for the competition. Seeing Nalan Jia's enthusiasm, Xiao Yan relented, saying, very well. I shall accept them. Thank you, Elder Nalan. At that moment, recalling his uncle Xiao Yun, he added, Elder Nalan. My uncle Xiao Yun could not accompany me this time due to other commitments. He asked me to convey his regards. Nalan Jia nodded. No worries. Let him visit when he is available. Just as Xiao Yan was about to depart, he encountered Lu Ling, who had come to deliver medicine. Lu Ling paused upon seeing Xiao Yan, then approached to introduce herself. Hello, I am Lu Ling, a disciple of Master Gu He. I am here to deliver medicine to Elder Nalan. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and replied, Hello, I am Yan Xiao, here to assist Elder Nalan with detoxification. Lu Ling nodded. Brother Yan Xiao, you will be participating in the Alchemist competition as well, correct? I hope we can exchange insights during the contest. Xiao Yan affirmed, indeed. I look forward to learning from all the experts in the competition. After a few more exchanges, Xiao Yan took his leave. Seeing Xiao Yan depart, Nalan Yanran approached and inquired, Yan Xiao, what were you discussing just now? Xiao Yan smiled. There is no need for formality. It is my duty. With that, he left the Nalan residence, his mind contemplating the imminent alchemist competition and how to procure the formula for the spirit integration pill. The night descended like a vast, dark silk tapestry, silently enveloping the city above. The night sky was adorned with countless twinkling stars, resembling diamonds embedded in the deep blue expanse. Emanating a faint yet resolute glow, a radiant moon hung high, casting a cool luminescence that enveloped the earth in a silvery veil. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, their leaves rustling softly as if sharing the secrets of the night. In recent days, he had been assisting Nalan Jia in detoxification while diligently honing his skills. Utilizing the residual fighting spirit within the lingering poison, he successfully elevated his cultivation to the 7th star of the Dome Master. However, with each bout of detoxification, the residual poison within Xiao Yan's body gradually increased, causing him a twinge of unease. Within the dimly lit room, the warm glow illuminated Xiao Yan's somewhat haggard visage. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he commenced his training. The fighting spirit coursed slowly through his body, attempting to expel the remaining poison. Yet, as the energy flowed, he was suddenly beset by dizziness, the scene before him becoming increasingly blurred. He realized that the poison was wreaking havoc, but it was too late to avert it. Before him stood Nalan Yanran, wielding a sharp sword, striking him down. A pang of sorrow pierced Xiao Yan's heart. He then beheld his father, Xiao Yan, whose face bore an expression of disappointment as he turned away, leaving only a desolate silhouette. Xiao Yan was engulfed in anguish and confusion, uncertain of his next steps. Suddenly, a resounding slap jolted him from the illusion. Upon opening his eyes, he found his uncle, Xiao Yun, with his hand raised, poised to deliver another blow. Beside them, Hai Buodong leisurely sipped tea, seemingly indifferent to the recent events. Uncle Yun, what are you doing? Xiao Yan rubbed his sore cheek, voicing his discontent. It dawned on him that his previous state had indeed been perilous. Grateful, He looked at Xiao Yun and said, "Thank you, Uncle Yun. Had it not been for you, I might have truly faced calamity." Hai Buodong set down his teacup and remarked nonchalantly, "You, young man, are too ambitious. This residual poison within you is akin to a ticking time bomb. A moment's inattention could lead to an explosion. You must exercise caution." Xiao Yan lowered his head and murmured, "Elder Hai, Uncle Yun, I understand my mistake. However, I must take risks. The 3-year agreement is nearing its end, and time is running short." Xiao Yun sighed and said, "We comprehend your intentions, but you must also act within your limits. Enough of this discussion. Tomorrow is the Alchemist competition. Are you confident in your ability to succeed?" Xiao Yun nodded, stating, "You must perform admirably in this Alchemist competition, not only to secure the formula for the spirit melding pill, but also to enhance your own prowess." Xiao Yan replied with determination, "Uncle Yun, Elder Hai, rest assured. I will give it my all." Hai Buodong suddenly interjected, "By the way, Xiao Yan, have you considered that this Alchemist competition may present formidable opponents? You must be prepared." Xiao Yan nodded, affirming, "I am aware. This competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Nevertheless, I am confident in my ability to cope." Xiao Yun patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, saying, "Confidence is commendable, but do not let your guard down. You must prepare diligently to achieve commendable results in the competition." Xiao Yan remarked gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Yun. I will certainly do my best." The following day, sunlight bathed every corner of the Jiamar holy city, and Xiao Yan arrived early at the registration point for the Alchemist competition. This time, he donned a mask, assuming the alias of Yin Xiao, ready to showcase his talents in this contest. However, before officially participating in the competition, he had to face a preliminary round. While Xiao Yan remained lost in thought, Lu Ling approached, accompanied by Princess Yu of the Jiamar Empire. Princess Yu, the most cherished princess of the Jiamar royal family and the beloved disciple of the Alchemist Guild's president, Fa Ma, held significant importance throughout the empire. Lu Ling introduced, "Princess Yu, this is the Yin Xiao brother I mentioned to you earlier. He is a prodigious alchemist with extraordinary fire." Upon hearing this, intrigue flickered in Princess Yu's eyes as she scrutinized Xiao Yan and inquired, "Yin Xiao brother, I have heard that you possess extraordinary fire. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate it for this princess?" Xiao Yan felt a tightening in his chest. He understood the preciousness and peril of extraordinary fire. Displaying it carelessly could invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, he smiled gently and replied, "Princess Yu, extraordinary fire is not a spectacle to be flaunted. I am unable to showcase it here." Seeing Xiao Yan's refusal, a flash of displeasure crossed Princess Yu's face, while those around them cast gleeful glances. Fully aware of her noble status, typically, few dared to defy her wishes, and Xiao Yan's blatant disregard for her request seemed destined to spell trouble. In a fit of frustration, Princess Yu exclaimed, "How can you be so ungrateful? This princess merely wishes to see your extraordinary fire, yet you dare to decline?" With that, she attempted to compel Xiao Yan to reveal his extraordinary fire. In an instant, she unleashed several golden flames toward him, their speed formidable, igniting the surrounding air with their intensity. However, Xiao Yan remained calm. He stepped back a few paces to create distance and exhaled the beast fire that he had previously acquired from the amethyst-winged Lion King, effortlessly countering her attack. The collision of the beast fire and the golden flames erupted into a cacophony of explosions, scattering flames in all directions, forcing the onlookers to retreat in haste. Witnessing this, Princess Yu's ire intensified. She had not anticipated Xiao Yan's exceptional control over fire, which left her feeling humiliated before the crowd. Consequently, she began to gather her firepower, a massive fireball slowly forming above her head, preparing for a more ferocious assault. The fireball swelled in size, emanating a tremendous heat that warped the surrounding air. The spectators gasped in unison, recognizing that Princess Yu was genuinely enraged, and feared that Xiao Yan would struggle to withstand her wrath. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the arrival of President Fa Ma diffused the looming crisis. Accompanying him was Gu He, Lu Ling's mentor. After hearing his disciple's account, Gu He developed a keen interest in the extraordinary fire that Xiao Yan possessed. He approached Xiao Yan and said, "Young brother Yin Xiao, I have heard that you possess. Might you be so kind as to reveal it for my observation? I too once nearly acquired but alas, unforeseen circumstances intervened." Xiao Yan understood that Gu He held a significant position within the alchemical community, and to offend him lightly could jeopardize his participation in the forthcoming competition. However, he was also acutely aware of the significance of and could not easily display it. Thus, he politely declined, saying, "Master Gu He, my teacher once imparted wisdom upon me, stating that it is not a tool for ostentation and should be treated with a tranquil heart." Gu He, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, exhibited a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated such awareness from him. "It appears I have been presumptuous," he remarked. Your teacher must be an exceptionally skilled alchemist. Xiao Yan nodded, neither affirming nor contesting Gu He's assessment of his mentor. At that moment, Gu He suddenly inquired, "Young brother Yan Xiao, your figure seems quite familiar. Have we met before?" Xiao Yan was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He shook his head and replied, "Master Gu He, I have not had the pleasure of meeting you." Gu He smiled faintly, saying, "Perhaps I mistook you for someone else. But your talent and prowess indeed leave a profound impression on me. At such a tender age, you have already attained the status of an alchemist, a lifelong aspiration for many. I hope you will excel in this competition." Xiao Yan promptly responded, "Thank you for your kind words, Master Gu He. I shall endeavor to give my utmost effort." Chapter 37. The preliminary competition. At that moment, Master Otto squeezed his way through the crowd, rushing to Xiao Yan's side, scrutinizing him from head to toe while addressing the assembly. "This is the young brother Yan Xiao I mentioned to you earlier. He is a prodigious talent in alchemy." As he spoke, he began to examine Xiao Yan with an almost comical intensity, seemingly assessing his physical condition. Xiao Yan found himself in a mix of amusement and incredulity at Master Otto's antics, which served to temporarily alleviate the tense atmosphere. The crowd gazed at Xiao Yan with astonished expressions, taken aback by the high regard in which Master Otto held this masked young man. Gu He chuckled softly and remarked, "Master Otto, you seem somewhat biased. Why not enlighten us about the origins of young brother Yan Xiao?" Master Otto laughed heartily, replying, "Master Gu He, you have indeed asked the right person. Young brother Yan Xiao is a genius I stumbled upon by chance. His alchemical talent is astonishing, even to me. I am confident he will achieve remarkable results in this competition." Gu He nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "In that case, I shall eagerly await the outcome." At that juncture, President Fa Ma approached, surveying the crowd before declaring, "Very well, shall we commence the preliminary competition?" The assembly nodded in agreement, and President Fa Ma ascended the platform, loudly proclaiming, "Now, the preliminary round of the alchemist competition officially begins." As his words echoed, the participants entered their designated examination rooms. Xiao Yan too stepped into his chamber. Preparing for the contest, the assessment involved extracting the essence of medicinal herbs, with the purity of the refined product determining advancement in the competition. Xiao Yan had practiced for this assessment numerous times, thus brimming with confidence. Approaching the table, he observed an array of medicinal herbs laid out before him and pondered quietly. Though these herbs appeared rather ordinary, extracting their essence would require a certain finesse. With that thought, he commenced his preparations. Xiao Yan first categorized the herbs meticulously, then retrieved his alchemical tools to begin the preliminary processing. His movements were deft and his techniques refined. He quickly organized the herbs with precision. However, just as he began to extract the essence, darkness suddenly enveloped him. It was the resurgence of his latent poison. The toxins began to gnaw at his mind, inflicting waves of torment. Alarmed, Xiao Yan recognized that if he could not swiftly suppress the poison, he would be eliminated. He contemplated using the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire to combat the toxins, but feared detection by the ancient river. Thus, he resorted to intensifying his reliance on the violet flames for suppression. He consumed several purple elixirs in quick succession, amplifying the frequency of the violet flames. His body trembled, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to maintain his clarity and continue with the extraction. Meanwhile, others had completed their extractions and exited the examination chamber. Lu Ling and Yao Yu stood confidently outside, awaiting Xiao Yan's emergence. Lu Ling glanced at Yao Yu and inquired, "Princess Yu, do you believe young brother Yan can succeed in this assessment?" Yao Yu smiled slightly and replied, "He is merely an obscure novice. How could he possibly pass? I dare say he is destined for failure." Lu Ling nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us hope so. However, he is indeed recommended by Master Otto, suggesting he possesses some strength." Yao Yu scoffed, asserting, "Master Otto's judgment is not infallible. I suspect he has misjudged this one." Lu Ling refrained from further comment, choosing instead to await Xiao Yan's appearance in silence. As time ticked by, Xiao Yan still had not emerged from the examination. Master Otto stood anxiously at a distance, murmuring, "Has he not completed the extraction? Impossible. Young Yan's strength is considerable. How could he take this long?" At that moment, President Fama gazed at the timer, ready to declare the conclusion of the competition. He approached the platform to announce the results. Yet, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Xiao Yan successfully subdued the poison and completed the extraction of all herbs. He exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his brow, and rose to leave the examination chamber. As the crowd beheld his emergence, astonishment flickered in their eyes. President Fama regarded Xiao Yan and remarked, "Young Yan, you have finally emerged. How did you fare in the assessment?" Xiao Yan nodded and replied, "President, I have completed it." President Fama nodded approvingly, stating, "Excellent. You may take a moment to rest. For the forthcoming matches, you must exert yourself." Grateful, Xiao Yan expressed, "Thank you, President. I shall." With that, he descended from the examination stage, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. He understood that this was merely the preliminary round, and the subsequent matches would be far more intense. Nevertheless, he held a firm belief in his ability to achieve commendable results. As Xiao Yan emerged, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, astonished that he had managed to finish just in time, attributing it to good fortune. Indeed, judging by his appearance, it seemed he had exerted himself to the utmost. However, he was, after all, a prot-G recommended by Master Otto, which hinted at a certain level of skill. Hearing the conversations around him, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and remarked, "I was fortunate to finish just in time." President Fama waved his hand, and a finely crafted purity measurement device, designed by master mechanics, gradually came into view before the audience. This exquisite instrument was adorned with various blinking indicator lights. President Fama explained, "This is our purity measurement device. By placing the refined medicinal liquid into the apparatus, it will analyze the sample and yield a corresponding score. The more times it is refined, the higher the purity and, consequently, the score. A score of 4 is required to advance." The crowd nodded in understanding, and Xiao Yan also acknowledged this with a nod, preparing to test his own medicinal material. However, just as he was about to step forward, Lu Ling reached out to stop him, saying, "Don't be in such a hurry, Brother Yan. You go first. What chance do we have left?" His words dripped with disdain, clearly belittling Xiao Yan. The audience cast glances laden with schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating Xiao Yan's misstep. Xiao Yan smiled gently, unperturbed, and replied, "Brother Lu, please go ahead." Lu Ling chuckled and stated, "Then I shall go first." With that, he placed his medicinal liquid into the machine. The numbers on the device gradually turned, ultimately settling on the figure 7. Lu Ling performed a courteous gesture towards President Fama, declaring, "I am but a humble student, having refined the medicinal material 6 times. President Fama nodded approvingly. "Well done. A score of 7 is commendable. You may advance." Lu Ling smiled slightly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, President." He then stepped aside, and the crowd gazed at Lu Ling's score with envy. Xiao Yan nodded as well, contemplating to himself, "It appears my opponents this time are formidable. I must give my all." Chapter 38. Attending the night banquet. Princess Yue, upon witnessing Lu Ling's exceptional performance, felt a surge of anxiety. She stepped forward, carefully pouring her refined medicinal liquid into the device's container. Her hands trembled slightly, clearly apprehensive about her results. The numbers on the instrument began to fluctuate, and Princess Yue held her breath, her eyes fixated on the display screen. At last, the score settled at 65. President Fama nodded, saying, "Where? You have refined it 5 times. Your score is also quite good." His tone bore a hint of consolation, as he recognized that Princess Yue was dissatisfied with her performance. Looking at the score on the device, a sense of disappointment washed over her. She had initially believed her results would surpass Lu Ling's, only to discover they were slightly lower. She stomped her foot in frustration, secretly lamenting, "How infuriating to lose to that fellow Lu Ling." Subsequently, the other contestants approached one after another to test their concoctions. However, the majority of their scores lingered below 6, with none surpassing Lu Ling's achievement. Observing the results of her peers, Lu Ling wore a smug smile, secretly reveling in the thought that she was assuredly claiming first place in this preliminary round. At that moment, Xiao Yan gradually stepped forward, holding his potion. His gait was steady, neither hurried nor slow. Addressing the president of the FAMA Association, he stated, "President, I have refined it 8 times." Master Otto, overhearing Xiao Yan's declaration, initially expressed astonishment, but then, as a realization dawned upon him, muttered quietly to himself, "8 times? Oh dear, this lad is being rather careless. Why speak such blatant truths? Goodness, it's over." The audience erupted in laughter at Xiao Yan's words, with one participant scoffing. "Is this fellow merely spouting nonsense? 8 refinements, how could that be?" Another chimed in, "I suspect he is merely seeking attention, perhaps to catch Princess Yue's eye." As Lu Ling listened to the jeers, her sense of superiority swelled. She cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan, her eyes glimmering with contempt. "Yin Xiao, you are truly a joke." Her tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly disbelieving Xiao Yan's claim. Yet, at that moment, the scores on the apparatus began to materialize slowly. The crowd was instantly rendered speechless upon witnessing the prominent figure 9 displayed, leaving them agape. The number flashed on the screen with a brilliant radiance, as if heralding Xiao Yan's triumph. Beside him, Master Otto could no longer contain his elation, bursting into jubilant gestures. I knew this lad was a genius." His face beamed with pride, as though Xiao Yan's victory were his own. President FAMA also expressed admiration, exclaiming, "Young friend Yin Xiao, you have concealed your prowess remarkably well." His tone reflected both surprise and appreciation, clearly impressed by Xiao Yan's performance. Xiao Yan, unbothered by modesty, simply replied, "It was merely good fortune." His voice remained calm, a confident smile gracing his lips. With the results of the test in, it was evident to all that first place belonged unequivocally to Xiao Yan. Lu Ling, witnessing Xiao Yan pass by, was consumed by fury. Clenching her folding fan tightly, a glimmer of malevolence flickered in her eyes. Her complexion turned ashen, clearly displeased with Xiao Yan's score. Princess Yue, upon viewing Xiao Yan's achievement, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. She contemplated addressing Lu Ling beside her, but, upon seeing his enraged visage, thought better of it. A complex expression crossed her face as she mused inwardly. This Yin Xiao, he truly possesses remarkable skill. His body began to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, striving to remain alert, yet the toxin's influence inflicted waves of agony upon him. He sensed the latent poison within him stirring restlessly, as if poised to erupt at any moment. He took a deep breath, channeling his internal energy, while simultaneously summoning the Blue Lotus Earth core fire within him. Under Xiao Yan's control, the Blue Lotus Earth core fire gradually flowed through his meridians, suppressing the encroaching poison bit by bit. Beads of fine sweat appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead, and his complexion paled slightly, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Master, please awaken swiftly. I require your assistance, he silently prayed, yearning to rouse the slumbering medicinal elder. As time passed, the poison within Xiao Yan's body was finally subdued by the Blue Lotus Earth core fire. He exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his brow, and resumed his meditative state. At that moment, Hai Buodong entered the room. Noticing Xiao Yan adjusting his state, he inquired, Xiao Yan, are you all right? Xiao Yan shook his head and replied, I am fine, Hai Lao. I am preparing to depart for the Nailin residence to assist Old Master Nailin in eliminating the poison within him. Hai Buodong nodded and cautioned, be careful. The capital has been rather tumultuous of late. Xiao Yan acknowledged with a nod and asked, by the way, Hai Lao, what has Uncle Yun been up to these days? Hai Buodong chuckled and said, your uncle, Xiao Yun, is on the verge of a breakthrough. Given his talent, he should be able to ascend from the 7 stars of Do Huang to the 9 stars. Thus, he has been adjusting his state and seeking an appropriate location for his breakthrough. Xiao Yan nodded in understanding, I see. Then I shall head to the Nailin residence. Hai Buodong patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and said, take care, and feel free to contact me if you need anything. Xiao Yan nodded, turned, and left his residence, making his way towards the Nailin estate. On the dimly lit streets at night, Xiao Yan walked alongside Hai Buodong. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged towards them. Feeling this presence, Hai Buodong furrowed his brow and remarked, so, it appears they can no longer contain themselves. Xiao Yan, masked, turned to inquire, Hai Lao, what is happening? Is it the mysterious Do Huang from before? A chill ran down Xiao Yan's spine. He was aware that the strength of the Yunlan sect and the royal family should not be underestimated. He asked, Hai Lao, what shall we do? Hai Buodong patted Xiao Yan's shoulder reassuringly. You proceed to the Nailin residence. I will handle this matter. Rest assured, I know how to manage it. Xiao Yan nodded. Hai Lao, please be careful. Hai Buodong smiled slightly, saying, do not worry. I am not so easily defeated. With that, he turned and stepped into a narrow alley, disappearing into the darkness. Xiao Yan gazed in the direction where Hai Buodong had vanished, resolutely determining to enhance his strength swiftly in order to face the challenges ahead. He took a deep breath and turned towards the Nailin residence. Chapter 39. Breakthrough. At this moment, the night had deepened, the streets were sparsely populated, and only the yellowed lamplight flickered in the wind. Just as Hai Buodong had not ventured far, a sudden whirlwind arose, sweeping dust and debris into the air, obscuring the path ahead. Immediately afterward, a formidable aura surged towards him, and Hai Buodong instantly became alert. He came to a halt, his gaze piercing as he surveyed his surroundings. The swirling sands and stones seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, swiftly coalescing into a colossal hand of earth, accompanied by a howling wind as it forcefully struck towards Hai Buodong. Reacting with remarkable speed, Hai Buodong exerted himself, propelling his body forward in a desperate attempt to evade this sudden onslaught. However, the sands and stones appeared to possess a sentient will, sensing his escape. They amalgamated with fervor, relentlessly advancing towards him, overwhelming him with a suffocating deluge of earth. Realizing that further evasion was futile, Hai Buodong unleashed the formidable power of a Do Emperor, his aura surging and radiating brilliance. He then activated his Do Chi wings, causing a pair of wings, forged from his energy, to unfurl behind him. The powerful gusts generated dispersed the encroaching sands, enabling him to ascend rapidly into the sky in an effort to escape their grasp. Yet, at that moment, a massive sand shield materialized in the air, ensnaring Hai Buodong within its confines. The shield shimmered with an eerie luminescence, seemingly harboring immense energy that obstructed his path. Undeterred, Hai Buodong swiftly formed seals with his hands, channeling his Do Chi towards the shield. With a resounding explosion, the shield shattered instantaneously. Turning to assess his surroundings, he spotted an individual standing atop a nearby rooftop, their own do chi swirling amidst a cloud of sand, evidently the orchestrator of the earlier assault. With a cold snort, Hai Buodong darted towards this figure, moving with the swiftness of lightning cleaving through the night sky. The individual, unfazed by Hai Buodong's aggressive approach, wore a faint smirk and turned to flee into the distance. Hai Buodong pursued relentlessly, the two weaving through the rooftops in a rapid ballet, their figures flickering in and out of the shadows of the night. Sensing the urgency, Hai Buodong quickened his pace, closely trailing the figure, igniting an intense chase across the nocturnal expanse. Meanwhile, deep within a tranquil mountain range, Xiao Yun discovered a secluded haven suitable for his breakthrough. The area was rich in do chi, encircled by dense forests that not only provided ample energy, but also effectively shielded him from external disturbances, making it the ideal locale for his long-anticipated advancement. To avert any unforeseen interruptions, he had also established several protective barriers to obscure any commotion from prying eyes. Sitting cross-legged upon a massive slab of azure stone, Xiao Yun first ingested several elixirs crafted from rare herbs he had collected over the years, which melted in his mouth, releasing pure energy that swiftly coursed through his limbs, optimizing his physical condition. Subsequently, he retrieved the breaking sect pill, a concoction prepared by the venerable medicinal elder before his slumber, which emitted an enticing aroma and contained a vast reservoir of energy that left Xiao Yun momentarily awestruck. However, he refrained from consuming the breaking sect pill immediately. Instead, he focused on regulating his do chi, ensuring that he was in peak condition. He understood that the transition from Do Emperor 7 stars to Do Zone was a monumental leap that necessitated thorough preparation. As the fighting spirit surged, a formidable aura gradually enveloped Xiao Yun, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards him and forming a colossal vortex of essence. His presence steadily ascended, transitioning from the 7th star of the Do Emperor to the 8th star. Throughout this arduous journey, Xiao Yun felt immense pressure. Each ascension demanded vast quantities of fighting spirit and vitality. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute, gritting his teeth in determination. At last, he shattered the bottleneck of the 7th star, achieving the realm of the 8th star. However, he did not rest on his laurels. Instead, he continued to channel his fighting spirit, aiming for the 9th star. As his energy flowed ceaselessly, his aura surged once more, and the vortex of spiritual energy around him expanded even further. His body began to tremble, as if his meridians would burst from the strain, sharp pain eliciting low, muffled groans. Nonetheless, Xiao Yun refused to yield, persisting until he finally transcended to the 9th star. A faint smile of satisfaction graced his face. He knew he had reached the pinnacle of the Do Emperor realm, and the crucial moment to challenge the Do Zone lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he placed the breaking sect pill into his mouth. As the pill descended into his abdomen, it unleashed a potent medicinal force that surged through his meridians. This power was far more intense than any previous pill he had consumed, inflicting waves of excruciating pain. Yet, Xiao Yun did not falter. He harnessed his fighting spirit, guiding this force to circulate within him, assaulting the barrier between the Do Emperor and Do Zone. As the medicinal energy continued to surge, strange phenomena began to manifest in the heavens. Ominous clouds gathered, thunder rumbled ominously, and streaks of lightning flickered within the cloud cover. As if to rend the very fabric of the sky, the wind howled fiercely, whipping up sand and stones, uprooting trees in the mountains and causing the surrounding rocks to crumble. Xiao Yun's fighting spirit roiled around him, enveloping his form in a dazzling radiance. Under this tremendous pressure, his meridians expanded relentlessly, his body feeling as though it might tear apart, sweat beading on his forehead in response to the agonizing pain. With each passing moment, the medicinal energy within him was gradually depleted, yet the barrier between the Do Emperor and Do Zone finally revealed a faint crack. With a mighty roar, Xiao Yun unleashed his fighting spirit in a fierce explosion, crashing against the barrier with unrelenting force. With a resounding boom, the barrier shattered, and his momentum surged dramatically, a powerful aura characteristic of a Do Zone radiating outward. His body slowly levitated into the air, treading upon the void, leaving an imprint with each step without the aid of wings conjured from Do Emperor energy. At that moment, Hai Buodong was locked in fierce combat, with the enigmatic Do Emperor wielding sandy fighting spirit. Hai Buodong brandished an ice-blue spear, its glimmering tip radiating a chilling aura that froze the surrounding air into crystalline ice. Meanwhile, the mysterious Do Emperor commanded a torrent of sand, transforming it into violent sandstorms that surged toward Hai Buodong. The exchange between the two was exceedingly intense, a testament to their formidable prowess. The swordplay of Hai Buodong is both agile and variable, with the icy blue light of his spear tracing exquisite arcs through the air. Each strike compels the enigmatic Do Huang to defend with all his might. The Do Qi of the mysterious Do Huang is formidable and unparalleled. The sandstorm he conjures obliterates everything in its path. Amidst their fierce battle, Heibadong gradually recognizes the identity of this mysterious Do Huang. In astonishment, he exclaims, Jia Xingtian. How could it be you? It turns out that this enigmatic Do Huang is none other than Jia Xingtian, the guardian of the royal family of the Gamma Empire, whose strength has ascended to the pinnacle of Do Huang. Heibadong, shaking his head in resignation, remarks, cease your antics. I have other matters to attend to. However, Jia Xingtian disregards his explanation and continues to unleash a relentless onslaught. Thus, Heibadong musters all his strength to engage in battle, and the two commence a breathtaking duel in the skies. Chapter 40. The confrontation, the clash between Heibadong and Jia Xingtian intensifies as they soar through the air, their Do Qi colliding amidst the howling winds and flying sands. Yet, just as their battle reaches a stalemate, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly sweeps in from the distance, enveloping the entire battlefield in an instant. This aura contains unparalleled strength, seemingly capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the heavens and earth, causing their movements to freeze. Their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. It is the aura of a Do Zong. Jia Xingtian is taken aback, for as the guardian of the Gamma Empire, he is intimately familiar with the levels of Do Qi. The emergence of this aura undoubtedly signifies that someone has broken through to the realm of Do Zong. In the Gamma Empire, Do Zong experts are nearly extinct, and the appearance of this aura is undoubtedly a momentous event. Heibadong also senses this aura, his expression instantly turning grave. He is acutely aware of the power of a Do Zong, an existence far beyond his capacity to confront. Internally vigilant, he ponders the identity of the aura's master. Suddenly, a series of crisp, rhythmic sounds resonate in the night sky. Though faint, they are distinctly audible. Following this, a figure materializes within their line of sight. It is a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, billowing in the wind, the hem undulating like waves. His features are striking, with an air of determination and confidence reflected in his brow. His long black hair is casually tied back, with a few stray strands cascading over his forehead, adding a touch of unruliness to his demeanor. The young man strides through the air, each step seemingly imbued with immense power, yet as light as a feather, as if untouched by dust. Beneath his feet, the void ripples gently, as though he could effortlessly shatter the fabric of reality. His deep-set eyes, piercing and bright, sweep over Heibadong and Jia Xingtian, a glimmer of playful mockery evident within them. Upon seeing this mysterious Do Zong, Jia Xingtian is rendered speechless in astonishment. He hastily attempts to speak, but at that moment, Heibadong interjects, his tone tinged with surprise and jest. Yun, my boy, have you successfully broken through to Do Zong? Xiao Yun smiles slightly, nodding his head, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue, but more so the confidence and composure that accompanies his newfound breakthrough. Old Heibadong, I have succeeded. Jia Xingtian gazes at Heibadong in disbelief, utterly astonished that he recognizes this mysterious Do Zong expert. In his recollection, never before had such a youthful Do Zong powerhouse emerged from the Gamma Empire, which ignited a profound curiosity regarding Xiao Yun's origins. While Jia Xingtian was still lost in contemplation, Xiao Yun had already approached Heibadong's side. He gracefully leaped, landing beside Heibadong with a lightness that seemed untouched by gravity. Observing this, Heibadong's face broke into a pleased smile as he patted Xiao Yun's shoulder, exclaiming, Young Yun, your speed of breakthrough is truly astounding. In such a short time, you have already reached the Do Zong realm. Xiao Yun smiled faintly and replied, Elder Hai, I owe it all to the medicinal pills you provided. Otherwise, I could not have advanced so swiftly. As they conversed, Xiao Yun turned to Jia Xingtian, his eyes glimmering with curiosity, and inquired, Elder Hai, may I ask who this esteemed individual is? Only then did Heibadong remember that he had yet to introduce Jia Xingtian to Xiao Yun, so he hastily explained, Young Yun, this is Jia Xingtian, the guardian of the royal family of the Gamma Empire. His strength has reached the pinnacle of Do Huang, making him a remarkable figure within the empire. Hearing this, Xiao Yun nodded slightly and bowed respectfully, saying, So it is you, Senior Jia Xingtian. I have long admired your esteemed name. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun's courtesy, Jia Xingtian's astonishment began to settle, yet he could not entirely conceal his surprise. Just as Heibadong was preparing to leave with Xiao Yun, Jia Xingtian suddenly spoke up, Young friend Xiao Yun, might I request a spar with you? I have lingered at the pinnacle of Do Huang for quite some time, and perhaps engaging in battle with you will provide me with some insights. I am also eager to witness the true disparity between Do Zong and Do Huang. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes as he resolutely replied, That is precisely my intention. I too wish to experience the strength of my Do Zong realm. Therefore, I humbly invite you, Senior, to impart your wisdom. Hearing this, Heibadong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he teased, Young Yun, since you have just broken through to Dozong, I shall join you as well, allowing Jia Xingtian to see just how formidable you truly are. Jia Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, Elder Hai. Let us join forces and challenge young friend Xiao Yun, showcasing the might of us old fellows. A slight smirk appeared on Xiao Yun's lips as he declared, both seniors may unleash your full strength. I shall give my utmost effort. No sooner had he spoken than the three swiftly distanced themselves, each assuming a battle stance. Jia Xingtian launched the first attack, shouting as his dou qi surged violently, propelling him toward Xiao Yun like an arrow released from a bow, his sword gleaming ominously as it aimed for Xiao Yun's vital points. Not to be outdone, Haibo Dong enveloped himself in an icy aura, swiftly forming hand seals as ice spikes materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's expression turned grave. Faced with the dual onslaught, he remained undaunted. With a mere thought, crimson lotus flames erupted from within him, engulfing his body in a fierce blaze and forming a fiery red protective barrier. The ice spikes collided against the barrier, producing a crisp sound, yet they failed to breach the defense of the crimson lotus flames. As the long sword of Jia Xingtian struck against the protective shield, it was thwarted by the searing heat of the flames, preventing any advance. Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, swiftly forming hand seals. The crimson lotus flames instantaneously transformed into a dragon of fire, sweeping toward Jia Xingtian and Haibo. Where the fire dragon passed, the air twisted from the scorching heat, leaving both men gasping for breath. Jia Xingtian and Haibo exchanged glances, unleashing their formidable fighting spirit to engage in a fierce battle against the fire dragon. Jia Xingtian's fighting spirit manifested as sharp sword energies that relentlessly slashed at the fire dragon, seeking to sever it. Meanwhile, Haibo summoned ice attribute fighting spirit to erect walls of ice, attempting to impede the dragon's advance. However, the crimson lotus flames, being a rare fire, wielded power far beyond their expectations. The sword energies merely caused the fire dragon to tremble slightly, inflicting no substantial damage. The ice walls crumbled like paper under the force of the dragon's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun launched a more ferocious assault, his figure flickering through the air. Appearing behind Jia Xingtian one moment, and beside Haibo the next, delivering powerful strikes with each appearance. Under Xiao Yun's relentless attacks, both Jia Xingtian and Haibo began to feel the strain. Despite being top-tier powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, they felt immense pressure when faced with Xiao Yun, who had just ascended to the Dozong realm. Haibo was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated Xiao Yun's strength to be so formidable. It had not been long since their last meeting, yet he had reached such heights. Jia Xingtian, in turn, was even more shocked. He had believed himself to be but a step away from the Dozong realm, but now that distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. The three fighters ventured further afield, descending from the skies to the ground, and then deep into the mountains. Their battle stirred a tremendous commotion, shattering rocks and snapping trees, while fierce winds howled and dust filled the air. Chapter 41. The Banquet Turmoil After Parting Ways with Haibo. Xiao Yan, alias Yin Xiao, arrived alone at the Nalan residence. At this moment, the estate was ablaze with lights, bustling with guests, and exuding an extraordinary vibrancy. The interior was festooned with decorations, radiating a celebratory atmosphere. Today was a grand banquet hosted by Nalan Jie to celebrate his impending recovery, and almost all the dignitaries of the Imperial capital had received invitations. Upon stepping through the gates, Xiao Yan spotted Nalan Yanran and Yu Fei engaged in light-hearted conversation. The two appeared to be quite close, laughing and chatting amiably. Nalan Yanran donned a delicate blue gown, her demeanor serene, with a hint of coolness in her eyes, while Yu Fei wore a black and gold sheer dress that accentuated her alluring figure, captivating all who beheld her. Upon noticing Xiao Yan, a complex expression flickered across Nalan Yanran's face. She had long harbored feelings for Xiao Yan, yet his previous aloofness had left her somewhat hurt. Seeing him laughing with Yu Fei stirred a wave of irritation within her, prompting a cold snort before she turned and strode into the estate. Xiao Yan, oblivious to Nalan Yanran's discontent, merely smiled slightly and nodded at Yu Fei, acknowledging her presence. Yu Fei's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Xiao Yan, and she hurriedly approached him. Yin Xiao, you have finally arrived. I was just about to introduce you to the other guests. Xiao Yan nodded, following Yu Fei into the grand hall. By this time, the hall was already brimming with numerous guests. Nalan Jie occupied the main seat, flanked by Nalan Yanran. Among those present were Princess Yuera of the royal family, Middle Tingshan, the patriarch of the Middle Clan, and Lu Ling, a disciple of the alchemist King Gu He. Under Yu Fei's introduction, Xiao Yan shook hands with Middle Tingshan. The latter smiled faintly and spoke in a cordial tone. Young friend Yin Xiao, I have long admired your reputation. Today, seeing you in person, your demeanor is indeed extraordinary. After exchanging a few pleasantries, middle Tingshan engaged Xiao Yan in conversation with the others. His eloquence and graceful demeanor swiftly helped Xiao Yan blend into the festive atmosphere of the banquet. However, Naylan Jia observed this interaction with a growing sense of indignation. That old rascal Tingshan dares to employ charm to win over Yan Xiao. If such talent is courted by the middle family, it would surely cause me great distress. Glancing at his granddaughter Naylan Yanran, a flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he could unite Yan Xiao and Yanran in matrimony, perhaps he could retain him within the Naylan household. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought with a shake of his head. Naylan Yanran, noticing her grandfather's expression, felt her anger simmering and could not resist exclaiming, "What sort of expression is that, you old man?" Naylan Jia smiled faintly and replied softly, "Yanran, you do not understand. These old fellows are all eyeing Yan Xiao." With a snort, Naylan Yanran fell silent. At that moment, after concluding his conversation with Xiao Yan, middle Tingshan approached Naylan Jia and whispered, "Brother Naylan, I hope you can be forgiving regarding today's events. Young friend Yan Xiao is a distinguished guest of the middle family, and I trust you will take good care of him." Naylan Jia smiled slightly and nodded, "Brother Tingshan, you are too courteous. Young friend Yan Xiao is indeed a talent. I shall certainly host him well." As the two conversed, suddenly a figure swaggered into the hall. The guests turned to see a young man clad in a green battle robe, with a handsome face that bore a hint of arrogance. Upon seeing Xiao Yan and Yafei laughing together, he was instantly consumed by rage and charged forward, unleashing a greenish-blue energy punch. Xiao Yan caught a glimpse of this in his peripheral vision and felt a momentary shock, but quickly regained his composure. He swiftly kicked Yafei and the nearby table to safety, then countered with a punch of his own. From a distance, Lu Ling observed coldly, muttering to himself, "One must pay the price for courting another S-woman." The newcomer was none other than Mu Zhan, a scion of the Mu family, one of the three great families of the Gamma Empire. It was well known in the Imperial capital that Mu Zhan harbored deep feelings for Yafei, having previously declared that anyone who dared to touch her would face dire consequences. Mu Zhan was a great fighter, while Xiao Yan was merely a fighter at that moment. However, Xiao Yan practiced fire attribute techniques, which countered Mu Zhan's wood attribute techniques, thus putting him at no disadvantage. He quickly summoned the purple beast fire within him, transforming it into a long whip to meet Mu Zhan's attack. Boom! The fists of the two men collided in midair, producing a resounding crack. Xiao Yan felt a slight tingling sensation in his arm, while Mu Zhan was forced to retreat a few steps. Infuriated by the encounter, Mu Zhan bellowed, "No matter who you are, if you touch my woman, I will eliminate you." His rage ignited by Xiao Yan's words, Mu Zhan's fighting spirit surged. Enveloping his weapon, a pair of verdant short staves, known as the Qingmu sticks, in a swirling aura of azure-green energy. His presence grew formidable, evidently preparing for a powerful attack. In the residence, Naylan Yanran, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. Upon witnessing Mu Zhan's impending strike, she felt a pang of alarm and swiftly unleashed the Qingfeng Gale, summoning two formidable tornadoes that met Mu Zhan's Qingmu thrust, successfully thwarting the assault. "Mu Zhan, have you lost your mind? This is the Naylan residence. Not a place for your rampage." Naylan Yanran admonished coldly. Momentarily taken aback by her presence, Mu Zhan soon redirected his fury at Xiao Yan. "Naylan Yanran, do not meddle in my affairs. This person has offended Yafei, and I must teach him a lesson." Naylan Yanran furrowed her brow, asserting, "This is the Naylan residence, and you shall not act recklessly here." At that moment, Mitre Tingshan and Naylan Jia arrived on the scene. Mitre Tingshan regarded Mu Zhan with a serious tone, stating, "Mu Zhan, the young friend Yan Xiao is an esteemed guest of the Naylan residence and a friend of the Mitre family. I hope you can show some restraint today." Naylan Jia concurred, "Mu Zhan, this is the Naylan residence. You cannot cause a ruckus here." Seeing the leaders of these two powerful families defending Xiao Yan only fueled Mu Zhan's ire, yet he dared not act impulsively. With a fierce glare at Xiao Yan, he turned and departed. Xiao Yan watched Mu Zhan's retreating figure with a faint smile, feeling a tinge of disdain for the intrigues of these families. Turning to Naylan Yanran, he offered a slight bow. "Thank you, Miss Naylan, for your assistance." Naylan Yanran huffed in response, saying nothing as she turned to re-enter the residence. Naylan Jia regarded Xiao Yan with a glimmer of appreciation. "Young friend Yan Xiao, I am grateful for your help today. I offer my thanks." Xiao Yan smiled modestly. "You are too kind, Naylan Sr. I merely acted in the moment." Mitre Tingshan added with a smile, "Young friend Yan Xiao, your intervention today was invaluable. I shall certainly pay you a visit soon." Xiao Yan nodded, aware that these old men were plotting something in their minds. He smiled subtly, thinking, "You wish to win me over? It will not be that simple." As this brief interlude concluded, the guests resumed their jovial conversations, continuing the festive atmosphere of the banquet. Chapter 42. Yafei's confession. As the night deepened, The festivities at the Nalan residence remained lively, with guests engaged in animated discourse. However, midway through the banquet, Xiao Yan was summoned to a private chamber by Nalan Jie for the final detoxification treatment. The chamber was suffused with a gentle aroma of medicinal herbs, exuding an air of solemnity and mystery. Nalan Jie sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, awaiting Xiao Yan's healing. Though fatigue graced his features, his complexion had improved significantly since their last encounter. "Young friend Yan Xiao, I appreciate your efforts," he remarked. Nalan Jie opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a hint of anticipation in his tone. Xiao Yan nodded, approaching Nalan Jie, gently placing his hands upon his dantian and commencing the circulation of his do qi. After several days of treatment, the toxins within Nalan Jie had been largely eradicated. Only the final step remained for complete purification. "Elder Nalan, the toxins are nearly gone. I will complete the process swiftly," Xiao Yan proclaimed in a low voice, then closed his eyes, channeling all his focus into the healing. As the do qi flowed, the toxins within Nalan Jie were expelled like a receding tide. The pace significantly hastened compared to before. A fine sheen of sweat emerged on Xiao Yan's forehead. Yet he maintained his concentration until the last trace of poison was expelled from the body. Nalan Jie slowly opened his eyes, a look of relief spreading across his face. "Young friend Yan Xiao, I am deeply grateful. I have never felt so invigorated." Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. "Elder Nalan, you flatter me. It is my duty as a junior." Rising from the bed, Nalan Jie approached a wooden chest and gently opened it. Inside lay a precious herb, the coveted 7 illusions green spirit nectar. He picked up the herb and handed it to Xiao Yan. "Young friend Yan Xiao, this 7 illusions green spirit nectar is yours. I hope it proves to be of assistance." As Xiao Yan accepted the jade vial, warmth surged within him. He understood that this exchange was not merely about the herb, but also a testament to Nalan Jie's trust and recognition of his abilities. He inclined his body slightly. "Thank you, Elder Nalan." Nalan Jie nodded, his gaze imbued with significance. "Young friend Yan Xiao, you are a promising young man. I hope we can collaborate further in the future." Xiao Yan smiled gently. "Rest assured, Elder, I shall give my utmost effort." After completing the treatment, Xiao Yan exited the secluded chamber, the night having deepened. The atmosphere of the banquet remained vibrant, with guests engaged in animated conversation and clinking glasses. Nalan Jie sat at the head of the table, a satisfied smile upon his face, clearly having regained much of his vitality. Xiao Yan nodded, scanning the hall until his gaze landed on Nalan Yanran, who was seated not far away, seemingly conversing with Princess Yuer, her expression tinged with aloofness. Xiao Yan smiled lightly, rising to take a cup of wine. "Tribe leader Tingshan, I raise a toast to you." The two clinked glasses and drank heartily. Mitre Tingshan laughed heartily. "Young friend Yan Xiao, it is indeed a stroke of fortune to see you today. If you need assistance in the Imperial capital, do not hesitate to ask." Xiao Yan nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, tribe leader. I am immensely appreciative." At that moment, Nalan Jie stood, raising his cup and proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed guests, I am profoundly grateful for your presence today. Thanks to the assistance of young friend Yan Xiao, my health has greatly improved. From this day forth, I, Nalan Jie, shall continue to serve the Empire." The hall erupted into applause and cheers, guests raising their cups in celebration. Nalan Jie's gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on Xiao Yan, offering a slight nod. In a corner, Lu Ling observed coldly, muttering to herself, "Nalan Jie is indeed cunning. Today's words not only solidify his position, but also leave everyone indebted to him." The banquet continued. Yet Xiao Yan found himself somewhat distracted. He pondered how to swiftly awaken the elder Yao, while simultaneously feeling a twinge of fatigue from the intricate schemes of the families. Rising to his feet, he excused himself to catch a breath of fresh air, stepping out of the grand hall alone. The night had grown deep, and the corridors of the Nalan residence were adorned with lanterns, casting a radiant glow upon the darkened sky. Xiao Yan strolled along the corridor, unconsciously slowing his pace. At that moment, he spotted Yafei seated beside the railing, her gaze fixed on the distant moon, seemingly lost in contemplation. The night breeze, laced with a hint of chill, tousled her hair, accentuating her solitude. A flicker of concern crossed Xiao Yan's mind as he approached her quietly, draping his coat over her shoulders. "Be careful not to catch cold," he advised gently. Startled, Yafei turned to see Xiao Yan, her eyes shimmering with surprise and gratitude. "Xiao Yan, what brings you out here?" she asked. With a subtle smile, he replied, "I just finished administering the antidote to Elder Nalan and thought I'd take a moment to breathe." Yafei nodded, her eyes reflecting a shadow of melancholy. "Xiao Yan, do you know? I've been feeling quite troubled lately." Taking a seat beside her, Xiao Yan softly patted her shoulder. "What troubles you? Speak of it, and perhaps I can help share the burden." Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, understanding the weight of Yafei's predicament. Born into a prestigious family, she was ensnared by the power struggles of her clan. Yafei continued, "If it weren't for you, I might have long since become a mere pawn in my family's diplomatic games, forced into a marriage with the Mu family. Although Mu Zhan harbors feelings for me, he fails to comprehend my heart. I refuse to be a mere piece in the family's game. Nor do I wish for others to dictate the course of my life. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan gently grasped her hand. Yifei, you must believe in yourself. You possess the right to choose and the strength to alter your destiny. Do not let the fetters of your family bind you. Bravely pursue the life you desire. Yifei lifted her gaze, a spark of determination igniting in her eyes. You are right, Yin. I cannot simply resign myself to fate. If I wish to avoid becoming a tool of the family, I must seize control of it. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and nodded. I believe you can achieve it. Yifei looked at Xiao Yan, her eyes glistening with affection. Thank you, Xiao Yan. With you by my side, I feel empowered. He smiled softly, saying nothing more. Merely holding her hand firmly. The night breeze continued to caress them, yet at that moment, Yifei no longer felt alone. She nodded, watching Xiao Yan depart. It was not until his figure vanished at the end of the corridor that she whispered to herself, to avoid becoming a tool of the family. One must master the family. Suddenly, powerful bursts of fighting spirit erupted in the sky, instantly splitting the night and illuminating the Nalan residence, sending a formidable aura rippling through the air and startling everyone. Mitre Tingshan and Nalan Jia, having attained the rank of Do Wang, hastily took to the skies with their fighting spirit, while the others, lacking such prowess, could only scramble over the walls in pursuit, unwilling to miss the clash between the Do Huang. Chapter 43. The conclusion of the duel. Princess Yue, along with Xiao Yan, Lu Ling, Mu Zhan, and Nalan Yinran, raced across the rooftop, swiftly heading toward the source of the battle. Everyone longs to witness this rare battle of the Emperor Do level. For such an opportunity is indeed a rarity. The remnants of the earlier clash, at the very least, bore the marks of an Emperor Do confrontation. Such a caliber of combat is not something one can encounter at will. As Princess Yue ran alongside, she laughed and spoke to Xiao Yan, her tone laced with excitement. Clearly anticipating the impending battle, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, yet a sense of vigilance stirred within him. He keenly sensed that Mu Zhan had been lingering not far behind, his gaze flickering with nefarious intent. It appeared that Mu Zhan was persistently seeking an opportunity to strike, compelling Xiao Yan to remain ever watchful. Nalan Yinran also perceived Mu Zhan's unusual behavior. She cast a cold glance his way, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. She had long been aware of Mu Zhan's animosity towards Xiao Yan, yet this time he seemed overly eager. Mu Zhan, do you dare? Nalan Yinran suddenly exclaimed, her voice carrying an air of authority. She swiftly moved closer to Xiao Yan, attempting to deter Mu Zhan's impulsiveness. Startled by her reprimand, Mu Zhan quickly realized he had been discovered and decided to abandon pretense, charging directly at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had anticipated this move. As Mu Zhan launched his sudden assault, he remained unflustered, leaping high into the air and activating his flight skill. Violet wings unfurled from his back, and he swiftly soared into the distance. Mu Zhan's attack missed its mark, sending him tumbling forward in a most undignified manner. The onlookers were astonished to witness Xiao Yan manifesting wings through his do qi. Lu Ling, in particular, exclaimed in anger, this brat can actually transform his qi into wings. Princess Yue gazed in bewilderment at the direction Xiao Yan had taken, finding his performance somewhat unexpected. Furrowing her brows, she murmured to herself, the strength of the rock owl seems rather formidable. Meanwhile, Mu Zhan picked himself up from the ground, a look of resentment etched on his face. He glared at the retreating figure of Xiao Yan, gritting his teeth as he vowed, one day, you shall pay for this. Nalan Yinran shot him a cold glance and declared, Mu Zhan, do not overstep your bounds. Young friend Xiao Yan is a distinguished guest of the Nalan estate. Should you dare to lay a hand on him again, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Stifled by her words, Mu Zhan could only glare at Xiao Yan with hatred, choosing not to respond. Observing this, Princess Yue urged, we should hasten to the battlefield, lest we miss the exciting parts. With that, the group quickened their pace towards the scene of the battle. After activating his flight skill, Xiao Yan swiftly distanced himself from Nalan Yinran and the others, directing his flight towards Nalan Jia and Mitre Tingshan. His speed was remarkable, the violet wings of Do Qi tracing elegant arcs across the night sky, akin to shooting stars. Nalan Jia and Mitre Tingshan stood atop a distant rooftop, gazing at the unfolding battle before them. They had already sensed the powerful aura of a Do zone, their hearts filled with astonishment. However, upon seeing Xiao Yan approach from afar, Nalan Jia could not help but turn his head, his jaw dropping in disbelief. To the astonishment of all, it was unexpected that the young friend Yin Xiao could wield the wings of battle qi, eliciting a gasp of admiration from Nalan Jia. However, Mitre Tingshan shook his head slightly, his gaze sharp as he fixed it upon the violet wings adorning Xiao Yan's back. Nalan, my friend, this is not truly the wings of battle qi, but rather a mere flight technique. Nonetheless, such aerial combat skills are exceedingly rare in the market, rendering them invaluable treasures. The surprises bestowed upon us by young Yan Xiao are indeed remarkable. Nailan Jia paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, the wings of battle chi are not easily mastered by mere battle masters. It appears I have underestimated him. At that moment, Xiao Yan approached the two, gently landing and retracting his violet wings. Nailan Jia, with a smile, patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and remarked, "Young Yan Xiao, the surprises you have given us are truly abundant. First, and now this exceedingly rare flight technique. It is simply astounding." Xiao Yan offered a modest smile, responding nonchalantly, "It was merely luck." The three figures flickered through the air, their clash of battle chi causing the very mountains to tremble. As a powerful battle emperor of the Ninth Star, Jia Xingtian wielded his battle chi with such mastery that he could manipulate the surrounding sands, transforming them into lethal blades to strike his adversary. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the swirling sands coalesced into countless sharp sword lights, surging toward Xiao Yun with ferocity. Each strike bore immense power, seemingly intent on piercing through Xiao Yun's form. On the other hand, Hai Buodong, a battle emperor of the Third Star, excelled in ice-based battle chi. A chilling aura enveloped his form as he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring massive ice spikes that shot forth toward Xiao Yun. The ice spikes traced elegant arcs in the air, imbued with a biting cold that threatened to freeze Xiao Yun solid. Yet, Xiao Yun's strength exceeded their wildest imaginations. Having just ascended to the battle zone realm, he harbored formidable power within. The crimson flames of the Scarlet Lotus surged forth from his body, enveloping him in a fiery shield that thwarted both Hai Buodong's ice spikes and Jia Xingtian's sand blades. The intense heat of the Scarlet Lotus flames distorted the surrounding air, causing both Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian to feel a wave of suffocation. With a cold snort, Xiao Yun swiftly formed hand seals, and the Scarlet Lotus flames transformed into a magnificent fire dragon that surged toward Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong. The air warped in the wake of the fire dragon, and the overwhelming heat left the two men gasping for breath. Jia Xingtian's battle chi morphed into sharp sword energies, incessantly slashing at the fire dragon in an attempt to sever it. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong summoned ice walls with his ice-based battle chi to impede the fire dragon's advance. However, the Scarlet Lotus flames, being a rare, possessed a power far beyond their expectations. The sword energies merely caused the fire dragon to quiver slightly, inflicting no substantial damage. The ice walls crumbled under the onslaught of the fire dragon, as if made of mere paper. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun unleashed a more ferocious assault, his figure flickering through the air, appearing behind Jia Xingtian one moment and beside Hai Buodong the next, delivering powerful strikes with each reappearance. Under the relentless assault of Xiao Yun, both Jia Xingtian and Hai Buodong gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Despite being among the most formidable powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, they were acutely aware of the immense pressure exerted by Xiao Yun, who had just ascended to the Dozong realm. Hai Buodong was inwardly astonished. Unable to fathom the sheer might of Xiao Yun, who had barely crossed the threshold into Dozong, yet already scaled such heights. Jia Xingtian, on the other hand, was even more taken aback. He had believed himself to be merely a step away from the Dozong realm. But now it seemed that this step was as insurmountable as a chasm. Standing at a distance, Nailan Jia and Meiter Tingshan closely observed the unfolding battle. They had recognized Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian, yet remained oblivious to Xiao Yun's identity. The fact that Elder Hai and Elder Jia have both taken action suggests that this young Dozong powerhouse possesses extraordinary capabilities, Nailan Jia mused. Meiter Tingshan nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, Elder Hai is one of the top 10 Do Huangs of the Gamma Empire, the Ice Emperor, while Elder Jia serves as the Empire's guardian, his strength unfathomable. It is astonishing that they would join forces against a mere youth. What is his true origin?" Nailan Jia furrowed his brow slightly, stating, "I cannot ascertain. But the significance they place on him indicates that this formidable individual must have an impressive background. It is imperative that we cultivate a good rapport, for it would be unwise to make an enemy of him." At that moment, Xiao Yan approached and stood beside them, his gaze fixed intently on the battle ahead. Nailan Jia offered a slight smile, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder, and said, "Ah, my young friend Yan, you have arrived. This clash is truly remarkable. Especially with both Elder Hai and Elder Jia participating, such a sight is rare indeed." Xiao Yan nodded subtly, yet his eyes remained glued to Xiao Yun's figure. He could hardly believe that his uncle, who had once been a 7-star Do Huang, had now ascended to the rank of Dozong. What an astonishing transformation. Indeed, it is quite thrilling, Xiao Yan remarked coolly. Standing alongside Nailan Jia and Meiter Tingshan, his eyes were locked onto the fierce confrontation before him. Though his heart was tumultuous, he maintained an air of composure. Xiao Yun's prowess far exceeded his expectations, particularly the formidable, which made Xiao Yan reflect. Uncle's breakthrough is truly remarkable. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Princess Yue, Lu Ling, Nalin Yinran, and Mu Zhan finally arrived at the scene, their faces alight with urgency and excitement, clearly eager to witness this rare battle at the Do Huang level. However, upon witnessing the breathtaking confrontation in the sky, they all fell into a stunned silence. Princess Yue's gaze became fixed in disbelief as she pointed towards Jia Xingtian, exclaiming, "Great-grandfather?" Lu Ling and Nalin Yinran were equally astonished, never having imagined that one of the Do Huang powerhouses in this battle would be Princess Yue's great-grandfather, Jia Xingtian. Meanwhile, Mu Zhan wore an expression of utter incredulity, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Is this truly a Do Zone powerhouse? Lu Ling's voice trembled slightly as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yun. Although Xiao Yun did not utilize the power of Do Qi to manifest wings, the mere fact that he stood suspended in the sky already spoke volumes about his formidable strength. Princess Yue's expression turned exceedingly complex as she beheld the combined efforts of Jia Xingtian and Hai Bodong in their struggle against Xiao Yun, her heart brimming with confusion and astonishment. Never had she anticipated that her great-grandfather would engage in battle with a foreign Do Zone powerhouse, and evidently find himself at a disadvantage. Who was this individual? How could he possess such overwhelming prowess? Nalin Yinran murmured, her tone laced with gravity. Like Xiao Yan. She was taken aback by Xiao Yun's might, yet she harbored her own doubts. Upon noticing the gathering crowd, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He understood that this conflict had drawn the attention of many, while Xiao Yun's identity must remain shrouded in secrecy. He quietly advised Nalin Jia, Senior Nalin. This battle seems rather unusual. We ought to observe the situation before proceeding further. Nalin Jia nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Yun. He could sense Xiao Yun's formidable strength, but remained utterly perplexed regarding his identity. As the onlookers stood in shock, the battle in the heavens approached its climax. The aftermath of the confrontation etched brilliant trails across the night sky, akin to meteors slicing through the stillness. Xiao Yun, Hai Bodong, and Jia Xingtian resembled 3 stars in the nocturnal expanse, each radiating a potent glow of Do Qi. Their figures flickered in the air, each clash accompanied by earth-shattering roars, as if the very skies of the Imperial capital were shaken by their duel. Xiao Yun hovered aloft, the red lotus flame enveloping him in a blazing embrace, resembling a scorching suit of fiery armor. His eyes reflected a calm determination, as though he had already foreseen the outcome of this confrontation. In stark contrast, Hai Bodong and Jia Xingtian stood like icy mountains and scorching dunes, exuding frigid and fervent auras, respectively, that sharply contrasted with Xiao Yun's flames. Hai Bodong swiftly formed seals with his hands, a chilling aura emanating around him, as if the very air had succumbed to freezing temperatures. With a sharp command, a colossal ice dragon erupted from his palm, coiling through the air and radiating an icy luminescence, sweeping toward Xiao Yun with boundless chill. Concurrently, Jia Xingtian was equally resolute. With a sweeping gesture, the sands around him coalesced into a massive phoenix under his Do Qi control. The phoenix's wings unfurled, transforming the sand into razor-sharp blades that shot toward Xiao Yun like a volley of arrows. The sandy phoenix soared through the sky, each feather imbued with formidable power, as if intent on tearing Xiao Yun asunder. Yet, Xiao Yun remained unperturbed. His hands swiftly formed seals, gathering the red lotus flame in his palms to forge a colossal pillar of fire. The fire pillar resembled an erupting volcano, exuding boundless heat and ferocious power as it surged toward Hai Bodong's ice dragon and Jia Xingtian's sandy phoenix. Inferno rages, Xiao Yun proclaimed, and in an instant, the fire pillar transformed into a multitude of flames, sweeping across the sky with the force of a raging tide, utterly engulfing Hai Bodong's ice dragon and Jia Xingtian's sandy phoenix. The icy breath of the ice dragon dissipated instantaneously amidst the flames, while the feathers of the sandy phoenix were reduced to ashes under the onslaught of fire. The entire sky was engulfed in flames, casting a crimson glow that illuminated the entire Imperial capital. The fire surged like a burning sea, painting the night sky in a fervent red. On the streets of the capital, countless onlookers were awestruck by the earth-shattering battle, their gazes lifted towards the cataclysmic spectacle in the heavens. The 2 combatants hastily retreated. Yet the might of the fire pillars was overwhelmingly potent, and they found themselves caught in the aftermath of the flames, left in a state of disarray. Xiao Yun gracefully descended to the ground, retracting the crimson lotus flames, and with a slight smile, remarked, "Esteemed seniors, I concede." Hai Bodong and Jia Xingtian exchanged glances, a hint of wry amusement gracing their faces. Hai Bodong brushed off the dust from his attire and said, "Young man Xiao, your prowess has indeed reached the realm of Do Zone. We old fellows are no match for you." Jia Xingtian nodded in agreement, stating, "Young friend Xiao Yun, this battle has greatly enlightened me. The chasm between Do Zone and the pinnacle of Do Huang is truly like a vast abyss. Xiao Yun smiled gently and replied, "You flatter me, esteemed seniors. This was merely an exchange. Let us keep it within reasonable bounds." With the battle concluded, Miter Tingshan and Nailan Jie swiftly soared into the air, approaching Xiao Yun, Hai Buodong, and Jia Xingtian. Their expressions bore a mixture of reverence and curiosity, evidently astonished by the outcome of the confrontation. Nailan Jie offered a slight bow, his tone imbued with admiration. "Today's battle has truly opened our eyes. Your strengths are indeed commendable." His gaze lingered on Xiao Yun for a moment before shifting to Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "How did today's exchange fare, esteemed seniors?" Hai Buodong brushed off the remnants of dust once more, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Today, I have fully grasped the majesty of Dozong. Young man Xiao, your strength has far surpassed that of us old-timers." He turned to Jia Xingtian, inquiring, "Brother Xingtian, do you agree?" Jia Xingtian nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Young friend Xiao Yun, today's battle has illuminated the profound gap between Do Zong and Do Huang. It is certainly not a mere step apart. Your abilities have ascended to an unprecedented realm." He smiled gently, expressing hope for future opportunities to seek your guidance. His gaze swept across the gathering crowd before finally resting on Miter Tingshan and Nailan Jie. "Esteemed seniors, I extend my gratitude for your presence today." Miter Tingshan returned a slight smile, a hint of profundity in his eyes. "So, your name is Xiao Yun. Your prowess is indeed extraordinary. This battle will surely reverberate throughout the entire Jiama Empire." After a brief pause, he added, "However, your identity appears somewhat unique. Might you be willing to disclose a few details?" Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a calm smile. "I am merely an ordinary cultivator who fortuitously broke through to the Dozong realm. As for my identity, it is of little consequence." Chapter 45. The guidance of the Do Huang. His eyes brimmed with urgency, tempered by an unyielding resolve. He spoke. "Old Hai, I have pressing matters that require your assistance. We must depart immediately." Hao Bo Dongjung engaged in casual conversation with a few individuals nearby when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He couldn't help but feel a momentary surprise. Just as he was about to inquire about the matter at hand, he sensed a sudden shift in the atmosphere. It was none other than Jia Xingtian, whose gaze had now fixated on Xiao Yan, his eyes shimmering with a blend of astonishment and excitement. Having lived for many years and witnessed countless prodigies, Jia Xingtian found it rare to encounter someone as young as Xiao Yan, who, despite merely being a Do master, could soar through the skies with wings made of Do Qi. Instantly, his innate admiration for talent surged forth, accompanied by an irrepressible impulse to test the young man's abilities. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his previous position like a fleeting shadow, traversing several zhang and silently appearing behind Xiao Yan. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan's body instinctively spun around, raising his arms in a defensive cross before him. Almost simultaneously, Jia Xingtian's powerful palm, infused with formidable Do Qi, struck down upon Xiao Yan's arms. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down upon him, shattering his defensive stance in an instant. His body, unable to react further, plummeted from the sky like a kite severed from its string, crashing onto the hard ground with a thunderous impact that sent dust swirling into the air, struggling to rise from the earth. Xiao Yan brushed off the dust clinging to him and looked up at Jia Xingtian, his expression heavy with gravity. The brief skirmish had imparted a profound understanding of the terrifying strength possessed by a Do emperor, causing him to silently reflect on the swiftness of it all. Jia Xingtian, noting Xiao Yan's ability to swiftly regain his footing after the attack, displayed a flicker of appreciation in his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Not bad, young one. How about you take a few more of my strikes?" As soon as his words fell, Jia Xingtian's figure flickered once more, disappearing like an invisible tempest. In the next moment, he reappeared directly before Xiao Yan, his palm, charged with potent Do Qi, hurtling towards Xiao Yan's chest. With a tightness in his chest, Xiao Yan sensed the imminent threat of the close-range assault and dared not show any negligence. He quickly retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals with his hands. In an instant, a violet beast fire coalesced in his palms, swiftly manifesting into a fiery shield that stood protectively before him. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted as Jia Xingtian's palm slammed against the fire shield, the tremendous force causing it to quiver violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Following that, Jia Xingtian unleashed another palm strike, and Xiao Yan felt the fiery shield buckle under the immense pressure, shattering with a sharp crack. While he himself was propelled backward by the sheer strength of the assault, Jia Xingtian's onslaught was relentless, akin to a tempest, an unceasing barrage of strikes that left Xiao Yan scarcely a moment to breathe. The elder's figure darted around Xiao Yan, each attack infused with potent Do Qi. compelling Xiao Yan to evade and defend desperately, with no opportunity to counterattack whatsoever. Xiao Yan was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, acutely aware that the disparity in power between him and Jia Xingtian was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Yet, he was unwilling to relinquish his resolve so easily. While deftly evading Jia Xingtian's relentless assaults, he fervently channeled the energy within him, striving to seize even the slightest opportunity for counterattack. At this critical juncture, Hai Buodong and Xiao Yun sensed the commotion and exchanged glances, their faces betraying concern as they swiftly soared toward the fray. Upon witnessing Jia Xingtian engage with Xiao Yan, Hai Buodong furrowed his brow and shouted, "Old monster, have you played enough? It's time to conclude this." Xiao Yan also advanced a few steps, his gaze fixed intently on the battle, his hands clenched into fists, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. Hearing Hai Buodong's call, Jia Xingtian smiled faintly, his form flickering as he retreated to the side, bringing an abrupt end to the impromptu sparring session. He clapped his hands, an air of mild apology on his face, and remarked, "My apologies, but encountering such talent, I couldn't help but offer a few pointers." Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting his violet beast fire. Although he had been at a disadvantage during their brief encounter, he had gleaned valuable insights on how to contend with formidable foes. Turning to Jia Xingtian, he slightly cupped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Jia Xingtian nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes as he replied, "Young one, your potential is vast. Continue to exert yourself." Nearby, Princess Yue and the others were taken aback by the scene, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. Mu Zhan scratched his head, unable to contain his curiosity, and queried Nalan Yanran, "Did that lad just brush against Jia Xingtian's collar?" It seemed like it for a fleeting moment. Nalan Yanran shook her head uncertainly, stating, "It was too swift. I couldn't see clearly." However, Princess Yue promptly countered, "Impossible. My grandfather is a Do Huang. How could someone of merely Do Shi rank touch him? You must be mistaken." Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. Choosing not to elaborate further, he turned to Hai Buodong, a renewed urgency evident on his face, and implored, "Elder Hai, I need to refine the 7 illusion spirit nectar. I hope you can provide protection to prevent any mishaps." Hai Buodong nodded, affirming, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Xiao Yun approached, placing a reassuring hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder as he said, "Leave this matter to me. You can proceed with confidence." Xiao Yan smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you, esteemed sir." Subsequently, he and Hai Buodong turned and soared into the distance, swiftly vanishing into the night. The onlookers gazed at their retreating figures, their hearts stirred by the profound impact of the battle and the potential Xiao Yan had displayed in his brief exchange with Jia Xingtian, prompting them to re-evaluate their perception of the young man. Chapter 46. The competition. Hai Buodong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended Xiao Yan's intent. Acknowledging that Xiao Yan must have his own reasons, he nodded and affirmed, "Very well, I shall guard you here. Go with peace of mind." With that, Hai Buodong leaned against the doorframe, closing his eyes to rest, embodying a readiness to respond to any unforeseen occurrences. Xiao Yan swiftly entered the room, gently closing the door behind him. Inside, he hurried to the table and retrieved an ancient alchemical cauldron from his spatial ring, placing it delicately on the ground. With utmost caution, he extracted a drop of the 7 illusions blue spirit dew, a liquid emanating a soft, ethereal glow, as if it contained boundless mysterious power. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan carefully introduced the 7 illusions blue spirit dew into the cauldron. Subsequently, he swiftly formed hand seals, and the azure lotus earth heart fire surged forth from within him, transforming into a searing flame that enveloped the cauldron. The intensity of the azure lotus earth heart fire was immense, causing even the cauldron to faintly glow red. Xiao Yan dared not let his guard down, concentrating fully on controlling the temperature and intensity of the flames, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to the destruction of the precious 7 illusions blue spirit dew. True to its reputation as a rare treasure of the world, the 7 illusions blue spirit dew remained remarkably resilient even under the extreme heat of the azure lotus earth heart fire. As Xiao Yan intensified the flames, the dew merely bubbled slightly, showing no signs of easy refinement. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Xiao Yan's forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Noticing this, he felt a slight relief in his heart, but remained vigilant. He continued to refine the medicinal liquid with the azure lotus earth heart fire until every trace of impurity was completely eliminated, leaving the liquid crystal clear and radiating a faint luminosity. Xiao Yan knew that he had refined the 7 illusions blue spirit dew to its utmost potential, maximizing its utility. He carefully extracted the liquid from the cauldron and unhesitatingly infused it into the body of the alchemist elder who resided within the ring. As the liquid entered, a familiar surge of energy erupted powerfully from the alchemist elder, breaking free from the confines of the ring and shooting toward the rooftop outside. On the rooftop, a shadow lurked stealthily, intent on ambushing Xiao Yan. However, he was taken aback by the ferocity of the Alchemist Elder's counterattack. The shadow hastily raised his hand to defend, successfully blocking the attack but sustaining minor injuries in the process. Glaring at Xiao Yan's residence, he muttered under his breath, "This bastard deserves to die." Then, with a flash, he vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiao Yan found himself in trouble. In preparation for a 3-year agreement, he had arrived early in the Imperial capital. Upon reaching his destination, he witnessed a member of the middle family being pursued by several iron puppets. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan dismounted and sprang into action. With a mighty roar, Lion Mountain blaze, he unleashed a flurry of fiery punches, transforming his formidable fighting spirit into roaring flames that sent the iron puppets flying. However, the last few puppets opted for self-detonation, the explosive force inflicting minor injuries on Xiao Yan as well. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he fixed a piercing gaze upon the servant of the middle family and inquired sternly, "Why are they pursuing you?" The servant, grateful for Xiao Yan's intervention, promptly replied, "I am an undercover agent of the middle family embedded within the empire of Xiao Yun, as the personnel movements within the Izumo Empire have intensified in recent days. Even the 3 Do emperors of the Izumo Empire have made their appearance in the Jama Empire. Due to certain circumstances, I have been exposed and am now being hunted down. I must promptly report this to my family. Their frequent activities could pose a threat to the alchemist competition, placing the alchemists in a precarious situation. It is imperative that I alert my family to prepare in advance." Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering, "The 3 Do emperors of the Izumo Empire have appeared? It seems the situation surrounding this alchemist competition is more intricate than I had anticipated." He nodded and said, "Yes, you should report this at once. I will send a few people to accompany you to prevent any unforeseen incidents." The servant cast a grateful glance at Xiao Yan before swiftly departing. Xiao Yan then turned his gaze towards the distant sky, lost in contemplation. The following day, Xiao Yan and Hai Buodong set off early from their residence towards the venue of the alchemist competition. The morning sunlight bathed them in a golden glow, illuminating their figures. As they walked, Hai Buodong casually remarked, "It seems that the 7 illusions Qin Ling saliva has not restored your soul power." Xiao Yan remained silent, merely gazing at the ring on his hand, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had hoped that this time he could successfully awaken Master Yao, but instead, the herbs only triggered a brief surge of Master Yao's soul, after which there was no further response. He mused to himself, "It appears that only the prize from the championship competition can awaken my master." Resolving to set aside his disappointment, he continued on towards the competition venue. As they proceeded down the street, the throngs of people grew increasingly dense, all engaged in discussions about the forthcoming alchemist competition. At that moment, a rotund figure approached from ahead, humming a cheerful tune. Xiao Yan looked up to see Master Otto, who had come to watch the competition. Upon spotting Xiao Yan, Master Otto exclaimed joyfully, "Huh? Xiao Yan, it's been a while." His eyes brightened as he leaned closer to Xiao Yan, whispering, "So, Xiao Yan, how confident are you in winning the championship this time? Competing against formidable opponents is no simple feat. However, I will strive to do my best, not just for myself, but for others as well." What a commendable spirit. If you secure the championship, it will be a significant honor for Blackrock City. I will be able to boast to the alchemists of other cities. Master Otto then patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Regardless, I have unwavering faith in you." As they conversed, they soon arrived at the VIP reception room. President Fama had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing the president, Master Otto hastily bowed in respect, his tone laced with reverence. "President, it has been a long time." He then turned his gaze to Xiao Yan, nodding slightly. "Xiao Yan, you have worked hard." Xiao Yan stepped forward, slightly bowing as he politely remarked, "President, greetings. I shall exert every effort in this competition." President Fama nodded, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, a cold and familiar voice resonated from the corner, "Old Pharaoh. It has been a long time." Fama was momentarily taken aback before turning towards the source of the voice. There stood a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, his expression stern and his eyes imbued with a hint of frost. Fama's countenance instantly shifted to a complex mix of emotions as he murmured, "This chilling aura." He then incredulously pointed at Hai Buodong, his tone laced with astonishment. You are still alive?" Hai Buodong smiled faintly, a touch of derision in his tone. "Old Pharaoh, do not forget, I am the Ice Emperor. It is not so easy to extinguish my life." Fama's expression grew even more intricate as he approached Hai Buodong and whispered, "Were you not dealt with by Queen Medusa?" Accompanying his words was a motion of his hand across his throat, clearly insinuating Hai Buodong's past ordeal. Upon hearing the title Ice Emperor, the elder who had accompanied Xiao Yan was suddenly alarmed, realizing he might have entangled himself with someone formidable. he hurriedly made his escape from the scene. Master Otto, standing nearby, regarded Xiao Yan with disbelief, pondering inwardly, to know such a figure, this young man is indeed extraordinary. While the conversation continued, a cacophony erupted from outside, followed by a group of guards escorting several individuals who strode in with great confidence. The guards quickly assumed their positions, encircling the crowd. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow as he observed the newcomers, recognizing Jia Tian, Princess Yao Yu, Princess Yao Yi, as well as Xiao Yun and Lu Ling emerging before them. Princess Yao Yi donned military attire, wielding a finely crafted spear, exuding an aura reminiscent of a valiant general. Xiao Yun appeared somewhat helpless, evidently compelled by Jia Tian's enthusiasm to accompany him. It turned out that after the sparring session the previous night, Xiao Yun could not resist Jia Tian's fervor and was taken to the palace, enjoying a sumptuous banquet, delightful service, and a restful night's sleep. Initially reluctant to attend the competition the following day, preferring to explore the empire or continue his training, he eventually succumbed to the persistent encouragement and arrived at the event. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, a disciple of the Pill King Gu He, was also a focal point of attention for this competition. Observing the situation, President Fa Ma promptly rose, his expression turning grave. Ladies and gentlemen, I have significant news to announce. The crowd quieted, and Fa Ma cleared his throat before declaring, at this alchemist competition, we are fortunate to have invited a formidable Dozong expert, who will serve as a special guest to ensure the safety of the event. As his words echoed, the clamor of the arena fell abruptly silent, replaced by an eerie stillness. The audience appeared stunned by the unexpected revelation. Countless pairs of eyes turning in unison towards the direction Fa Ma indicated, Xiao Yun. Standing there, Xiao Yun slightly frowned, clearly unaccustomed to such sudden attention. He cast a fleeting glance at the audience, a hint of indifference reflected in his eyes. Slowly, he raised his hand, signaling for silence. A Dozong powerhouse. Is it truly a Dozong powerhouse? My goodness, to witness a Dozong expert in my lifetime is utterly incredible. The Dozong represents the pinnacle of the Gamma Empire. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, their whispers gradually coalescing into a cacophony of excitement. Some were so thrilled they gesticulated wildly, while others stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Chairman Fama, noticing the commotion, offered a slight smile, as if he had anticipated such a reaction. He spoke again, attempting to quell the audience's fervor. Please, everyone, quiet down. Mr. Xiao Yun will soon demonstrate his prowess. However, the audience's enthusiasm had already been ignited beyond control. A middle-aged man in the front row stood up excitedly, calling out loudly, Mr. Xiao Yun, please showcase the might of a Dozong. We wish to witness the true power of a Dozong expert. His voice instantly resonated throughout the hall, prompting a chorus of cheers from countless spectators, their cries escalating. Show us. Show us. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow slightly, clearly growing impatient with the uproar. He glanced helplessly at the crowd before suddenly leaping into the air with a movement as swift as lightning, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. Wow. Is this the speed of a Dozong? Astonishing. The spectators gasped in awe, their gazes riveted on Xiao Yun's figure as he hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, distorting the surrounding air as if it were being pressed down. Is this the aura of a Dozong? It's terrifying. I can scarcely breathe. Brother, your shirt is on backward, which is why you feel short of breath. Damn you. Get out of the way and stop bothering me while I admire him. The audience marveled, their voices filled with reverence and disbelief. Xiao Yun's gaze swept across the entire arena as he coldly declared, since everyone is so eager to see, I shall oblige. No sooner had he spoken than he thrust his hands forward, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that surged from his palms and struck the ground with tremendous force. The air erupted with a thunderous roar, as if it were being torn apart. The audience was met with an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing many to stagger back a few steps. Is this the strength of a Dozong? It's terrifying. I feel as though I might be crushed. The crowd's exclamations were laced with fear, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. This awe-inspiring power was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Just then, Xiao Yun abruptly withdrew his energy, the formidable aura vanishing without a trace. He descended gracefully, casting a cold glance at the crowd before turning to return to his seat. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, as if they might overturn the entire arena. Incredible. This is the mark of a true powerhouse. A Dozong expert is indeed extraordinary. Amidst the fervent cheers, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow slightly, evidently growing impatient with the clamorous uproar. Yet, he chose to remain silent, merely settling coldly into his seat. Chapter 48. The enigmatic girl. He gestured towards Xiao Yan, Princess Yao Yu, and Lu Ling, continuing, they are respectively Yin Xiao, Princess Yao Yu, and Lu Ling. These three contestants have exhibited remarkable performances in the preliminaries, making them the most captivating figures of this competition. Instantly, the audience's gaze shifted towards the trio, and the cheers erupted anew. Yin Xiao, go for it. Princess Yao Yu, you are the best. Lu Ling, we look forward to your performance. Lu Ling was the first to rise, executing a graceful leap into the air. After a few agile somersaults, he tossed his fan forward, using it as leverage to propel himself, landing effortlessly on his alchemist's platform. This impressive maneuver drew an enthusiastic roar from the crowd. So dazzling. Lu Ling's skills are truly remarkable. Amidst the cheers, Princess Yao Yu smiled softly and elegantly made her way to her platform. Her movements were light and graceful, reminiscent of a noble princess, garnering admiration from the audience. Princess Yao Yu, you are the most beautiful, elegant, and powerful. Finally, Xiao Yan slowly rose and walked towards his platform. Seated nearby, Jia Xingtian chuckled and remarked to Hai Buodong, "Hey, Hai Buodong, when did you acquire such a timid friend?" Observing this, Hai Buodong sighed in resignation, replying, "Do you wish to see a spectacle? Consider it granted." In an instant, Xiao Yan was engulfed by a surge of fighting spirit, hurling him outward. Before he could react, he plummeted towards the ground, likely sending his regards to Hai Buodong's 18 generations of ancestors. Quickly regaining control, he utilized his fighting spirit to elevate himself back into the air, deftly coordinating both hands to manage the energy, ultimately landing successfully on his competition stage. This astounding display left the rural spectators of the Gamma Empire utterly astounded, erupting into waves of cheers. "Yin Xiao, go for it. Yin Xiao, we believe in you." Amidst the applause, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, his heart brimming with determination. He understood the significance of this competition, not solely for himself, but also for Yao Lao and all those who supported him. He was resolute in giving his all. As President Fama announced the official commencement of the Alchemist competition, the atmosphere in the arena shifted to one of palpable tension. All participants hurried to their respective platforms, preparing to concoct their elixirs. The rules of this knockout round were straightforward. The first contestant to successfully produce the elixir required by the Alchemist Guild would be crowned champion. As the other contestants began their alchemical endeavors, misfortune soon struck. One by one, competitors faced catastrophic failures, their furnaces erupting in explosions. Bewildered, the contestants could not fathom why their meticulously followed recipes and familiar techniques had led to such disasters. However, there was no time for contemplation. They could only restart their preparations. In a corner of the arena, a girl from the Izumo Empire, adorned with purple skin and long flowing hair, was engrossed in concocting elixirs. While diligently crafting her potions, she discreetly observed the other competitors, witnessing one after another suffer catastrophic failures. A smirk of derision crept upon her lips. The alchemists of the Gamma Empire truly are a band of mediocrity. It appears the championship is destined to be mine. She reveled in her concealed triumph, her thoughts drifting to a scheme. Should I secure victory, the Izumo Empire shall undoubtedly flourish, while the Gamma Empire will gradually wither. However, the most formidable concern lay with the individual seated atop the elevated platform. Her gaze shifted towards Xiao Yun, who sat imperiously, and she furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing her demeanor. The Gamma Empire possesses its own formidable fighters, yet so does the Izumo Empire. If we can execute our plan swiftly to eliminate those alchemists, there would be no need for such elaborate machinations. Should an unforeseen complication arise, we would have no choice but to summon the elders of our sect. This night hunt must succeed. As time elapsed, an increasing number of alchemists faced disqualification due to explosive failures. Each competitor was permitted only 2 sets of materials. Following a first failure, they were granted a second chance. But a subsequent failure would result in elimination. One by one, the alchemists from the Gamma Empire were ousted, while those from the Izumo Empire remained unruffled, exhibiting not a hint of misfortune. The president of the Alchemist Association, Fa Ma, along with Jia Xingtian and others, sensed the anomaly, not merely due to the frequent explosions, but also because of the astonishing alchemical techniques displayed, as though the individual before them were a seasoned alchemist with over a decade of experience. Yet the dilemma was evident. This individual appeared to be scarcely 18 years old. To possess such extraordinary skill at 18, one must either be the protagonist of a tale or have some hidden advantages. To maintain composure while refining potions at such a tender age, without a single misstep, was truly unfathomable. However, they were powerless to intervene due to the constraints of the competition rules and could only await the conclusion of the contest to investigate. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained indifferent, sipping his tea with nonchalance. The others, witnessing his calm demeanor, chose to refrain from further comments and continued to monitor the unfolding events. In the arena, Xiao Yan, under the alias Yin Xiao, discerned the irregularities with the materials. Resolutely, he abandoned the flawed ingredients, but due to the excessive time consumed in his initial attempts, The alchemists from the Izumo Empire were nearing the completion of their potions. He had no choice but to hasten the fusion of his remaining materials. At that moment, the purple-skinned girl, observing her significant lead in the concoction process, gleefully declared, "It seems this competition is assuredly mine." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and replied, "That may not be the case." With renewed vigor, he cast all his materials into the alchemical furnace for simultaneous refinement. It is worth noting that this method of concoction is exceedingly challenging. Even some fourth-tier alchemists might falter, let alone a mere second-tier practitioner like him. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. He could only commit himself wholly to the endeavor. Xiao Yan struck the alchemical furnace with fervent determination, extracting the medicinal liquid from the cauldron before it could fully solidify. It is crucial to note that if the liquid is prematurely exposed to the air, it would disintegrate instantaneously, rendering all prior efforts futile. Yet, Xiao Yan found himself bereft of alternatives. He had to embrace the risk. Just as the spectators and the president in the stands anticipated his imminent failure, Xiao Yan leaped into the air, swiftly forming hand seals, as a pale azure flame ignited in his palms. Indeed, this was the legendary heart of earth fire known as the Qinglian. Previously, during the contest and the refining process, Xiao Yan had utilized the violet beast fire, but this time, to vanquish the alchemist from the Outcloud Empire, he unleashed the exotic fire. The violet-skinned girl, witnessing Xiao Yan's deployment of this extraordinary flame, cursed under her breath, "What good is a splendid fire? The champion of this contest shall still be mine." With a flick of her fingers, she commenced the solidification of her own elixir. Utilizing the exotic fire, she forcibly isolated the medicinal liquid from the air, re-engaging it in a powerful refining process. Her movements were fluid and decisive, devoid of hesitation. In midair, she meticulously adjusted the temperature and intensity of the flame, methodically removing impurities from the liquid while accelerating its amalgamation. The audience was left in awe at Xiao Yan's audacity. They had never witnessed such a bold approach to alchemy. The arena fell into a hushed silence as all held their breath, awaiting the final outcome. In that critical moment, Xiao Yan completed the final step. He placed the refined elixir onto the testing platform, producing a crisp sound that signified his triumph in the competition. In contrast, the violet-skinned girl from the Outcloud Empire was a mere second behind, ultimately securing second place. The arena erupted in jubilation, cheers and shouts echoing throughout. The spectators celebrated Xiao Yan's victory, marveling at his remarkable performance. Even the eliminated alchemists cast admiring glances in his direction, recognizing that his display was nothing short of perfection. After the competition concluded, Xiao Yan was enveloped in fatigue, yet his heart brimmed with the joy of victory. He understood that he had not only earned honor in this contest, but had also garnered the respect of all present. Nevertheless, he did not linger. After offering a slight nod of acknowledgement to President Fama and others, he turned to depart the arena. Following his exit, the other alchemists gradually completed their advancement. President Fama declared the competition officially concluded, and the atmosphere in the venue remained fervent. However, as he approached a crossroads, he suddenly heard a light, cheerful footstep behind him. "Mr. Yan Xiao, wait." Xiao Yan halted, turning to see Princess Yao Yue, Nalin Yanran, and Yefei approaching swiftly. Their faces beamed with smiles, as if they bore important tidings for him. Princess Yao Yue smiled gently, speaking with grace, "Mr. Yan Xiao, congratulations on winning this contest. We would like to invite you to join us for tonight's celebration banquet. Would you be willing to grace us with your presence?" Nalin Yanran nodded slightly, her tone imbued with a hint of anticipation. "Indeed, Mr. Yan Xiao. Tonight's celebration banquet promises to be splendid. I hope you can attend." Yefei, wearing her signature smile, added, "Absolutely. We have prepared the finest seats for you, and I am certain you shall find them to your liking." The three enchanting ladies momentarily paused, yet swiftly resumed their elegant smiles. Princess Yao Yue nodded gently, stating, "In that case, we shall not impose. I hope there will be another opportunity for us to celebrate together." However, as he reached the center of the alley, he was suddenly startled by a low, maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, the annals of history are about to be rewritten. You shall all serve as stepping stones in this grand transformation." Xiao Yan abruptly halted, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Following the sound, he beheld Yen Li, a pharmacist from the Outcloud Empire, standing before a group of newly promoted pharmacists, his eyes glistening with a hint of madness. Lu Ling trembled as she raised her sword, pointing it towards him. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Ling's voice quivered, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. A sinister smile crept across Yen Li's face as he slowly raised his hand. Instantly, a vast expanse of purple fighting spirit enveloped the alley, engulfing all present. His voice dripped with madness. "You worthless pharmacists of the Jiamar Empire shall perish here today." Yen Li's fighting spirit erupted violently, causing the surrounding pharmacists to retreat in terror, only to soon realize they had fallen prey to Yen Li's illusory realm. His laughter grew increasingly deranged. Ha ha, today marks the end for you inept pharmacists. At that moment, Yan Li suddenly perceived that his illusion was effortlessly shattered by an overwhelming force. His body trembled as he recognized Xiao Yun's identity, a Dozong expert. Yan Li's throat constricted as he struggled to utter, "Why, you are Senior Xiao Yun?" Xiao Yun smiled slightly, a trace of mockery in his eyes. "Indeed, it is I. It seems you possess discernment." Yan Li's complexion turned ashen as he grasped the gravity of his predicament. Yet, recalling the formidable forces backing him, a flicker of reassurance washed over him, and his tone grew assertive. "Senior Xiao Yun, I merely sought to teach these pharmacists of the Jiamar Empire a lesson, with no intention of offense. I implore you to show mercy." Xiao Yun scoffed coldly, slowly raising his hand. A massive golden fighting spirit hand materialized in the air, exuding an oppressive aura that stifled all breath. "A lesson, you say? Are you teaching them a lesson, or plotting murder?" Yan Li's expression contorted as he gritted his teeth. "I have powerful allies from the Outcloud Empire behind me. You cannot act against me at will." Xiao Yun's eyes turned frigid, and the golden fighting spirit hand surged toward Yan Li. He recoiled in terror, only to discover he was already ensnared by Xiao Yun's fighting spirit. Xiao Yun coldly remarked, "Outcloud Empire? Humph, do you think hiding behind them grants you the freedom to act as you please?" Yan Li's body trembled more violently as he struggled to swallow, murmuring, "I, the younger generation, acknowledge my fault and am willing to admit my mistakes." His complexion turned ashen in an instant as he realized he had landed himself in dire trouble. Trembling, he implored, "Senior Xiao Yun, I recognize my error and am willing to make amends. Enough. While I still possess a modicum of mercy, you may leave." Relieved as if granted a reprieve, Yan Li scrambled away. Xiao Yun watched his retreating figure, letting out a cold snort. Turning to the surrounding alchemists, he offered a faint smile. "Are you all unharmed?" The alchemists collectively exhaled in relief, and Lu Ling gazed at Xiao Yun with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your timely intervention, Senior." Xiao Yun gently shook his head, responding nonchalantly, "Be cautious. Those from the Yun Empire will not relent easily. However, as long as you remain on the territory of the Jama Empire, you need not worry." With that, Xiao Yun turned and departed, leaving the alchemists filled with reverence and gratitude. Not far away, Xiao Yan witnessed everything and couldn't help but admire Xiao Yun's strength and demeanor. However, they remained oblivious to a pair of violet eyes lurking in the shadows nearby, glinting with a chilling light. "Xiao Yun, do you believe you can thwart us?" "Humph, the night hunt plan has only just begun." The shadowy figure gradually vanished into the darkness. After the figure disappeared, Xiao Yun leapt down from above Yan Li, initially hoping to overhear something useful, only to be met with disappointment. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he soon abandoned his thoughts and turned to leave, knowing he would have another opportunity to confront him later, perhaps treating him to the explosive taste of the crimson lotus flame. Chapter 50. The night. As the night fell like ink and the brilliant lights began to shine, the Jama Empire hosted a celebration banquet to commemorate the successful conclusion of the Alchemist Conference amidst a resplendent atmosphere. The palace was ablaze with light, and the aroma of fine wines and delicacies wafted through the intricately decorated halls. Xiao Yun, being the most formidable figure in the Jama Empire, instantly became the center of attention upon entering the banquet hall. Surrounding alchemists gathered, holding their glasses aloft, their eyes filled with admiration and warmth. "Senior Xiao Yun, we owe our safety today to your intervention. This cup is a tribute to you." An elderly alchemist beamed, presenting his glass with both hands. Xiao Yun smiled helplessly, and before he could refuse, the crowd began to urge him on with enthusiastic voices. As cup after cup of fine wine was consumed, even with his formidable strength, Xiao Yun gradually felt a bit lightheaded. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he waved his hand, squeezed through the crowd, and stepped into the corridor outside the palace for some fresh air to clear his head. The night breeze enveloped him, carrying a hint of coolness that sharpened his muddled mind. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the luminous moon in the night sky, pondering the night hunt plan mentioned by Yan Li earlier, sensing that a greater conspiracy lay beneath the surface. Meanwhile, within the banquet hall, Princess Yao Yu elegantly navigated through the crowd in her resplendent attire, enthusiastically engaging in lively discussions with other alchemists, sharing insights and experiences. Her countenance radiated a confident smile, and her every gesture exuded an air of regal elegance. At that moment, a guard hurriedly approached, whispering a few words into her ear. Princess Yao Yu furrowed her brow slightly. Glancing at the guard, noting his sincere expression, she nodded and followed him out of the banquet hall. The guard led her down a secluded corridor, where the dim lighting enveloped them in silence. An unsettling feeling stirred within Princess Yao Yu, and just as she was about to inquire, three shadowy figures abruptly surged forth from the darkened recesses. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were three pinnacle-level iron puppets, towering in stature, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. and exuding an ominous aura with each movement. Without a hint of hesitation, one of the iron puppets lunged forward, its robust arm descending upon her like a colossal iron pillar. Startled, Princess Xiao swiftly sidestepped to evade the blow. Although she was a princess and had diligently trained, her strength was merely at the level of a fighter, rendering her utterly defenseless against these formidable foes. Another iron puppet swiftly flanked her, its hand morphing into a massive iron claw aimed directly at her shoulder. Caught off guard, Princess Xiao found herself ensnared, the claw gripping her tightly and causing her to grimace in pain, just as she prepared to unleash her internal fighting energy to break free. The third iron puppet circled behind her, blocking her escape route with its unyielding back, abruptly interrupting her surge of power. Meanwhile, within the palace, Xiao Yan, alias Yin Xiao, was leisurely savoring the delicacies of the banquet. He picked up a succulent piece of roasted meat, relishing the joy it brought with each bite. Just then, a potion master beside him raised a glass, ready to down it in one gulp, when an unexpected incident occurred. With a resounding thud, a large mass of purple liquid suddenly plummeted from the ceiling, landing squarely in the man's glass. Startled, he fumbled, spilling the drink onto the floor. In an instant, a thick purple mist began to swirl around them, its acrid scent permeating the air. Following this, numerous ordinary puppets rained down from the palace's ceiling, while the external puppets, as if receiving a command, surged into the palace, launching a frenzied assault on the potion masters. Most potion masters were focused on their craft and were not adept in combat, compounded by the oppressive effects of the purple mist on their fighting energy. They found their powers severely stifled, plunging them into a perilous predicament. Some panicked and fled, only to be mercilessly pursued by the puppets. Others attempted to muster their energy in resistance, but found their efforts thwarted by the purple mist, which rendered their abilities ineffective. Outside, Xiao Yun, enjoying the evening breeze, was startled by the cacophony of screams and combat emanating from the palace, jolting him to awareness. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted into the palace like a bolt of black lightning. Upon entry, he unleashed a terrifying surge of fighting energy, compressing the surrounding air and generating visible shockwaves. Under the oppressive force of formidable fighting spirit, the iron puppets were momentarily immobilized, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Xiao Yan swiftly moved his hands, conjuring a sphere of blazing energy. Suddenly, a colossal crimson hand erupted from the ground, engulfed in fierce flames, radiating an unbearable heat. With a decisive slap, he directed the massive hand towards the puppets with overwhelming might. The sound of crackling echoed as many iron puppets were instantly reduced to mere scrap, strewn across the floor. In this moment, the other alchemists gradually regained their composure. Witnessing the puppets rendered motionless, and summoning their courage, they launched a counterattack. Some wielded their cauldrons as weapons against the puppets, while others formed blades of fighting spirit to strike at the puppets' vital points. Just as Xiao Yun prepared to continue his assault on the remaining puppets, he caught a glimpse of three shadowy figures stealthily retreating into the distance. His heart tightened. Upon surveying the situation within the grand hall and realizing it was temporarily secure, he hesitated no longer. With a swift motion, he darted after the shadows like a wraith. These three shadows were the iron puppets, carrying the unconscious Princess Xiao Yu, making their escape. They moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the darkness like phantoms, blissfully unaware of Xiao Yun pursuing them closely behind. With fighting spirits surging beneath his feet, he pursued the iron puppets, which were ensnaring the princess, as if shooting stars racing through the night. Given his cultivation at the Do Zone level, it was no arduous task to catch up to these pinnacle Do Wang puppets. And in an instant, he was nearly upon them. Sensing the overwhelming pressure of Xiao Yun's aura behind them, the three iron puppets exchanged glances, communicating through unique body movements to reach a silent agreement. One of the puppets suddenly pivoted and charged at Xiao Yun like a cannonball, its speed so swift that it tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Unfazed by the aggressive assault, he calmly sidestepped, easily evading the puppet's collision. The iron puppet, exerting too much force, flew several meters forward, gouging a deep trench into the ground before stabilizing itself. With a cold snort, Xiao Yun waved his hand in the air, igniting a crimson flame in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a medium-sized fireball, crafted from the scarlet flame lotus, took shape, surging forward toward the iron puppet. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the fireball detonated upon contact with the iron puppet, flames bursting forth and sending the puppet soaring several meters away, enveloped in thick smoke. Without casting a glance back at the damaged puppet, Xiao Yun turned to continue his pursuit of the remaining two. Yet, just as he prepared to take flight, a shadow surged forth from the smoke like a specter. It was the iron puppet struck by the fireball. Now, it was riddled with countless wounds. Its metallic shell twisted and deformed, exposing the internal components, yet it pressed onward with an eerie tenacity, towards Xiao Yun. To his astonishment, the puppet had activated its self-destruct mechanism, a violent and perilous energy rapidly coalescing within it. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. As if mocking the iron puppet's audacity, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a colossal hand of crimson energy surged down from the heavens with unparalleled force, crashing down upon the iron puppet. With a resounding thud, the immense hand pinned the puppet to the ground, rendering it utterly helpless despite its frantic struggles. The self-destructive energy within it began to accumulate, flickering ominously as the very earth cracked under the weight of its immense power. Xiao Yun remained composed, his gaze radiating confidence and poise as he maintained a firm grip on the energy hand, denying the iron puppet any chance of escape. Boom. Moments later, under the overwhelming pressure, the iron puppet detonated upon the ground, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent debris flying and created a massive crater. Dust billowed into the air as Xiao Yun hovered above, his robes billowing gracefully, shielded by a barrier of energy that absorbed the brunt of the explosion. Chapter 51. Perilous Encounters Beneath Xiao Yun. The energy surged wildly, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, as he charged towards the two iron puppets. The moonlight bathed his stern visage, accentuating his resolute features, his eyes shimmering with an indomitable resolve. Just as the puppets let their guard down, a shadow enveloped in formidable energy descended from above. Xiao Yun descended like a deity, forcefully landing upon the iron puppet clutching Princess Xiao Yu. As he exerted pressure, the metallic shell of the puppet cracked under the strain, emitting a distressing creak. Meanwhile, with a swift motion, he formed another seal, summoning a swirling ball of crimson flames that surged forth towards the other iron puppet. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball struck true, launching the puppet several meters away, where it crashed into a dilapidated building, causing it to collapse in a shower of bricks and debris. Xiao Yun let out a low growl, channeling all his strength to stomp the iron puppet further into the ground. Seizing the moment while the puppet was destabilized, he deftly flipped in midair and securely cradled the unconscious Princess Xiao Yu in his arms. Her petite form appeared especially fragile against Xiao Yun's robust embrace. To avert any further mishaps, he enveloped them both in a blazing shield of fire, swiftly propelling himself downwards, landing like a meteor. With a resounding crash, he drove the iron puppet deep into the earth, shattering it into a heap of twisted metal fragments. Xiao Yun landed gracefully, the fiery shield dissipating just in time. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the gentle breeze stirring the dust. Xiao Yun gazed down at Princess Xiao Yu, observing her long lashes fluttering slightly, her delicate nose breathing softly, and her rosy lips forming a charming pout, exuding an adorable and playful demeanor. Though unconscious, her lively spirit remained palpable, captivating in its essence. Xiao Yun's heart inexplicably quickened. He had never been in such close proximity to a playful and charming young woman. As he was momentarily lost in thought, Princess Xiao Yu let out a soft murmur and slowly opened her eyes. With a dazed expression, she gazed at Xiao Yun, still not fully awake, and instinctively mumbled, "Where am I? How did I end up in your arms?" After speaking, she blinked her large, watery eyes, looking at Xiao Yun with a bewildered expression. Xiao Yun adjusted his hold on Princess Xiao Yu slightly, cleared his throat, and endeavored to make his voice sound steady. "Princess, you were kidnapped by an iron puppet, and I have rescued you." Only then did Princess Xiao Yu fully awaken. Her cheeks flushed as she struggled to extricate herself from Xiao Yun's embrace. Once she regained her footing, she tidied her somewhat disheveled royal attire and playfully admonished, "Thank you, but next time, don't take such liberties with this princess, or I shall not let you off easily." In an instant, towering stones abruptly rose within a radius of several hundred meters, encircling the two like majestic mountains, along with the surrounding dense forest. While Xiao Yun was still in shock, a raucous laughter echoed from above. "I initially intended to capture a princess to negotiate with that old fellow Jia Xingtian and reap some benefits, but I never expected to hook such a big fish. Truly, I am fortunate." Xiao Yun looked skyward at the three powerful Dou emperors who were floating above. Wings of Dou Qi unfurled. His brow furrowed as he carefully assessed their strengths: a 5-star Dou emperor, a 6-star Dou emperor, and an 8-star Dou emperor. Xiao Yun contemplated inwardly, confident that with his Dou Zong's strength and the enhancement of the heavenly fire red lotus flame, the advantage was on his side. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he shouted, "Cowards hiding above, if you possess any courage, come down and fight. What kind of heroes are you lurking up there?" The 8-star Dou Emperor, Gui Wuxia, scoffed disdainfully at his words. "Humph. What does it matter if you are a Dou Zong? Today, neither you nor this princess shall leave here alive." The old poison master cackled in agreement. "Indeed. Prepare to meet your end. I am eager to taste the blood of a Dou Zong." The stout guardian, arms crossed and exuding arrogance, declared, "With your strength, do you think you can breach my ironclad defenses?" As he spoke, The stout guardian initiated the attack, his hands swiftly forming seals. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and thick stone pillars erupted from the earth, shooting towards Xiao Yun and Princess Xiao Yu like a relentless barrage. The surface of the pillars was rough, imbued with the weight and power of the earth. Xiao Yun's expression turned grim as his qi surged around him. With a powerful stomp, the ground beneath him collapsed. Leveraging the rebound, he swiftly wrapped one arm around Princess Xiao Yu's waist, moving like lightning through the gaps between the stone pillars, effortlessly dodging the initial assault. Then, a brilliant crimson flame surged from his palm, transforming into a massive fiery shield that enveloped both of them securely. Observing this, the old poison master swiftly waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of dark green poison mist that surged toward the flame shield like a roaring tsunami. The toxic mist churned violently, withering the flora in its path, and the air seemed to boil, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Xiao Yun let out a cold snort, and the flame shield suddenly expanded. The intense heat surged forth like a tempestuous wave, instantly evaporating the toxic mist, leaving behind a pungent aroma of charred remnants in the air. Seizing the opportunity while Xiao Yun was preoccupied with the poison fog, Gui Wuxia swung his scythe, the dark blade slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning. Imbued with a sense of destruction as it hurtled towards Xiao Yun, Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed, his fighting spirit howling around him as he swiftly formed hand seals. Flames coalesced in the air, transforming into a magnificent fire phoenix. The phoenix let out a resounding cry, its wings unfurling, each feather ablaze with intense fire as it charged toward the black blade. A series of thunderous clashes erupted as the dark blade collided with the phoenix, emitting a blinding radiance. The immense energy generated caused the surrounding boulders to crack and debris to scatter. Seeing his assault effortlessly neutralized, Gui Wuxia's expression darkened. His fighting spirit surged violently, morphing into a colossal energy fist, imbued with the force to shatter mountains, and it descended upon Xiao Yun with tremendous ferocity. This punch carried the sound of howling winds, compressing the air into tangible shockwaves, while the dust on the ground was swept into the sky. Xiao Yun's gaze remained resolute, unfazed by the impending threat. He inhaled deeply, swiftly forming hand seals once more as the heavenly fire crimson lotus ignited before him, shaping into a colossal flaming palm. The fiery hand blazed with unparalleled heat, crashing against the energy fist. In an instant, light exploded forth, and waves of heat rolled out, distorting the very fabric of space under the onslaught of such formidable power. Though the ground beneath Xiao Yun sank slightly, he quickly regained his balance, and, with a powerful push, managed to disperse Gui Wuxia's energy fist. Gui Wuxia's countenance shifted as he was forced back several meters in midair. At this moment, the Poison Elder and the Thick Shield exchanged glances, both launching their assaults simultaneously. The Poison Elder raised his hands, unleashing countless emerald green poison needles that rained down upon Xiao Yun, while the Thick Shield maneuvered a massive stone ball, hurtling it towards the flame shield with immense force. Caught between these two formidable attacks, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming pressure as the flame shield began to tremble under the assault of the poison needles and the stone ball. Princess Xiao, hiding behind Xiao Yun, wore a face of concern. "Xiao Yun, can you hold on?" she asked anxiously. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth and replied sternly, "Fear not, for I am a dozone." With that proclamation, his fighting spirit erupted anew, causing the flame shield to radiate with brilliant light, deflecting the poison needles while his hands danced in the air, transforming the flames into two colossal fire dragons that charged toward the Thick Shield and the Poison Elder. It is worth noting that the fire Xiao Yun wields is not merely a form of exotic fire. It is heavenly fire, an entity of even greater esteem. To illustrate, ordinary flames are akin to commoners, beast fire to nobles, exotic fire to emperors, and heavenly fire is akin to celestial beings, thus also referred to as immortal fire. To simplify further, no form of exotic fire on the ranking surpasses an ordinary celestial fire. The Crimson Lotus fire, within the context of this narrative, can be considered a branch of the three flavors true fire, thus its value and prowess are indeed exceptional, whether for combat or alchemy. Chapter 52. The Return. Ho Dun gazed at the shattered stone ball and the cracked ground, a fierce glint flashing across his face. His hands swiftly formed seals, and a torrent of fighting spirits surged towards the earth as he roared, "The mountains shall collapse." In an instant, the towering boulders surrounding him seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, crashing down towards Xiao Yun and Princess Xiao Yu, raising clouds of dust and creating immense craters upon impact. The poisonous elder, seeing his poison needles repelled by the flame's protective shield, let out a sinister laugh. He crossed his hands in the air, rapidly condensing emerald green fighting spirit, and shouted, "The hell of 10,000 poisons." In the blink of an eye, the surrounding air appeared to be tainted a deep green, with countless toxic mists transforming into grotesque faces, clawing and gnashing as they surged towards the flame shield, corroding everything in their path into black remnants. Gui Wuxia steadied himself, a fiery rage igniting within him. He raised his scythe high, and a black aura surged around him like a tumultuous tide. He bellowed, abyssal rift slash. Instantly, a massive crescent-shaped blade of darkness coalesced on the scythe, stretching several dozen meters long, exuding a destructive force as it descended violently towards Xiao Yun, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space. Xiao Yun's expression turned grave, fully aware of the potency of the threefold assault. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the blazing flame of the Scarlet Lotus, his hands dancing rapidly as he shouted, "Flame Prison Guardian." The flame shield instantly solidified, its surface adorned with flowing fiery runes, enveloping Xiao Yun and Princess Yao Yu within its protective embrace. The collapsing boulders crashed against the flame shield, producing a resounding thud and showering sparks. The toxic mists assaulted the shield relentlessly, only to be vaporized by the searing heat. Leaving behind a pungent odor, the black crescent blade struck the shield, erupting in a brilliant flash and a deafening roar, causing the flame shield to tremble violently. Xiao Yun felt the tremendous pressure bearing down on the shield. He stomped his foot, creating a deep crater in the ground, and with the force of the impact, he moved like lightning, swiftly embracing Princess Yao Yu within the shield, evading the most ferocious onslaught. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands again, gathering the Scarlet Lotus flames in his palms, and murmured, "Flame Dragon breaks the sky." A colossal flame dragon roared forth from his hands, engulfed in the fiery blaze, exuding an earth-shattering momentum as it charged towards Hodun. Hodun's complexion changed dramatically. He hastily manipulated the surrounding stones to coalesce into a massive stone shield for defense. The flame dragon collided violently with the stone shield, producing a thunderous explosion that shattered the shield instantly. The dragon, undeterred, sent Hodun flying several dozen meters, crashing through multiple trees before coming to a halt. Witnessing this, the poisonous elder swiftly moved his hands, condensing the remaining toxic mist into a gigantic poisonous thorn, hurling it towards Xiao Yun while shouting, "Poison thorn pierces the heart." Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed as he commanded the flame shield to unleash a blade of flame, slicing the poisonous thorn into fragments. Seizing the moment while Xiao Yun was occupied with the toxic thorn, Gui Wuxia swung his scythe once more, conjuring several black dark blades that shot towards Xiao Yun like black meteors. Roaring, "Nightfall Meteor Strike." Xiao Yun's hands moved swiftly, conjuring a colossal flame shield of crimson lotus fire in the air, repelling the dark blades that sought to breach its perimeter. As the battle raged on, Xiao Yun realized that a swift resolution was imperative. He inhaled deeply, his fighting spirit surging with fervor, and the crimson lotus fire whirled around him, forming a magnificent vortex of flames. With a sudden tilt of his head, he unleashed a thunderous roar. 9 dragons soared to the sky. At the sound of his command, 9 enormous fire dragons erupted from the fiery whirlpool, each over 100 meters long, ablaze with crimson lotus fire, roaring with a deafening ferocity as they surged towards the 3 Dou emperors. Wherever the fire dragons passed, the air ignited, the ground charred, and the temperature soared dramatically. The poisoned elder, thick shield, and ghost Wushang were instantly rendered pale as paper upon witnessing the 9 fire dragons. They sensed the terrifying power contained within the flames, daring not to confront them head-on, and hastily summoned their most formidable defensive techniques. The poisoned elder swiftly traced a massive dark green rune before him, which glimmered with an eerie light, forming a vast barrier of poisonous crystal to shield himself. Thick shield manipulated the surrounding stones to create an unyielding fortress of rock. Enveloping himself securely, Ghost Wushang crossed his scythe before him, as a swirling black aura enveloped him, manifesting a protective shield of dark energy. The 9 fire dragons collided violently with their defenses, producing a cacophony of earth-shattering sounds. Flames soared skyward as the poisonous crystal barrier, the stone fortress, and the black energy shield trembled under the onslaught, on the verge of collapse. Seizing the moment while the 3 were fully engaged in defense, Xiao Yun grasped Princess Yeyue's hand and stepped into the air, the fighting spirit beneath his feet coalescing into radiant lotus flowers of energy, propelling them both toward the horizon. She held his hand tightly, feeling the warmth of his palm, a smile gracing her lips. As Xiao Yun and Princess Yao vanished into the distant sky, the explosions behind them gradually subsided. The poisoned elder, thick shield, and ghost Wushang gazed in the direction of their departure, their faces etched with resentment and fury, yet helpless to intervene. Thus, this heart-stopping battle drew to a close, as Xiao Yun soared through the skies with Princess Yao cradled in his arms. His figure streaked across the heavens like a meteor, racing toward the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire. Despite having just endured a life-or-death struggle, Princess Xiao Yue felt an unprecedented sense of security in his embrace. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at Xiao Yun's focused and resolute visage. Her heart stirred with gentle ripples. Xiao Yun, she called softly, her voice tinged with hesitation. Xiao Yun turned his head slightly, his eyes warm as he looked at her. What is it, Princess Yue? Princess Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and a glimmer of tenderness flickered in her eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. It's nothing. I just want to thank you, truly. Xiao Yun offered a faint smile, his tone calm, yet imbued with a hint of warmth. There is no need for thanks. It is my duty. Yao Yu lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze again. Her heart was awash with complex emotions, gratitude, admiration, and even a subtle feeling that she could hardly articulate. She understood that this experience had left an indelible mark upon her soul. As they soared over the imperial capital of the Jaimar Empire, the turmoil within the palace gradually subsided. Princess Yao Yi and her guards arrived just in time, successfully dispatching the remaining iron puppets, while the injured were receiving treatment. Though the palace lay in disarray, the situation had stabilized completely. Xiao Yun gently descended with Princess Yao Yu onto the palace square, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, Princess Yao Yi hurried towards them. She respectfully bowed, her voice tinged with urgency. Senior Xiao Yun. Relief washed over Princess Yao Yi as she turned her attention to Princess Yao Yu, her concern evident. Where, are you unharmed? Princess Yao Yu nodded shyly, her eyes betraying a hint of bashfulness. I am fine, thanks to Senior Xiao Yun. A gentle smile graced Princess Yao Yi's lips, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. She then turned to Xiao Yun, curiosity lacing her tone. What have you both been through? Princess Yao Yu interjected with excitement in her voice. I was ensnared by a scheme from the people of the Outcloud Empire and abducted by those iron puppets. Thankfully, Senior Xiao Yun arrived just in time to rescue me. After dealing with the iron puppets, unexpectedly, 3 combat emperors from the Outcloud Empire appeared. After speaking, she cast a discreet glance at Xiao Yun, her gaze revealing a barely concealed affection. However, Xiao Yun seemed oblivious, merely smiling faintly and nodding slightly. Upon hearing Princess Yao Yu's account, astonishment and admiration flickered in Princess Yao Yi's eyes. She promptly bowed to Xiao Yun. Senior Xiao Yun, you are truly a hero of our Jaimar Empire. Thanks to you, Yue can return safely. Xiao Yun waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor composed. There is no need for such accolades, Princess. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities. Princess Yao Yi smiled softly, yet a sense of contemplation filled her heart. She recognized that this experience would profoundly impact Princess Yao Yu, for Xiao Yun's presence may well have sown the seed of a new emotion within her sister's heart. Chapter 53. The storm approaches in the palace square. As the crowd engaged in conversation, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the distance, approaching rapidly. Those who had been anxiously tending to the injured and clearing the battlefield instantly tensed, fearing another enemy assault. Once they discerned that it was Jia Xingtian, Haibuodong, and Fa Ma returning, and felt that familiar presence, their apprehension dissipated, allowing them to return to their tasks with renewed focus. Jia Xingtian surveyed the chaos within the palace and the disheveled state of the many injured alchemists, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. Fa Ma also frowned, turning to Jia Xingtian with a questioning gaze. Old Jia, did you not say you were prepared? Why are the injuries still so severe? Jia Xingtian nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Yao Yi, his tone imbued with urgency and confusion. Yao Yi, did I not instruct you to prepare an ambush in advance? Why has such a tragic scene unfolded? Yao Yi sighed in resignation and explained, it was beyond our control. When we charged in, we were besieged by numerous iron puppets along the way. As we attempted to break through, we had hoped that the alchemists within the palace could hold their ground. Little did we know that among the iron puppets in the palace, there existed 3 peak-level Do Wang puppets, which severely injured many of the alchemists. It was only thanks to the timely arrival of Senior Xiao Yun that we were spared from a greater catastrophe. Yao Yu's eyes sparkled as she eagerly interjected, Grandfather, you have no idea how formidable Brother Xiao Yun is. He single-handedly confronted 3 high-ranking Do Huang, successfully leading me to safety even when the opposition was thoroughly prepared. The mention of 3 high-ranking Do Huang startled Jia Xingtian, Haibuodong, and President Fa Ma, who exchanged astonished glances. Haibuodong stepped forward first, his expression a mix of concern and curiosity. Has that lad truly achieved such a feat? Please, elaborate. Princess Yao Yu blushed, her eyes gleaming as she recounted the battle in detail. When she described Xiao Yun employing various powerful Do techniques to fend off attacks, she gesticulated animatedly, her gaze brimming with admiration and affection. Jia Xingtian observed Yao Yu's demeanor with a composed expression, contemplating deeply. The strength Xiao Yun had revealed was already that of a top-tier powerhouse in the Jaimar Empire. If he could forge a deeper connection with the royal family and align himself with their faction, it would undoubtedly bolster the stability of the Jaimar Empire's future. Xiao Yu's affection for Xiao Yun might serve as a pivotal opportunity. Upon finishing her tale, Fama couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man possesses boundless potential." His actions today are indeed a blessing for the Jaimar Empire. Jia Xingtian nodded slightly, his gaze drifting towards Xiao Yun, a profound glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, this child, Xiao Yun, is truly remarkable. At that moment, Xiao Yun stood nearby, a striking contrast to the bustling activity around him. His demeanor calm as if the recent events were mere trifles. Hai Bodong approached Xiao Yun with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. "Brother Xiao, you have once again accomplished great deeds. You are truly impressive." Xiao Yun humbly smiled in response. "Elder Hai, you flatter me. I merely acted in accordance with what I deemed right. I could not bear to witness Princess Yu in peril." As they conversed, Princess Yao Yu discreetly gazed at Xiao Yun, her eyes filled with tenderness and admiration, a moment that Jia Xingtian observed keenly. Clearing his throat, Jia Xingtian stepped forward and said, "Xiao Yun, we owe you a debt of gratitude. The royal family of the Jaimar Empire will surely remember your kindness." Xiao Yun inclined his body slightly, responding, "Your words are too generous, Elder Jia. I merely did what I believed was right." He seemed oblivious to Princess Yao Yu's feelings and the hidden intentions of Jia Xingtian. Just as the conversation flowed, a guard rushed over, his expression urgent, moving cautiously yet swiftly to Jia Xingtian's side, bending slightly to whisper a few words into his ear. The expression on Jia Xingtian's face darkened instantly, his brows, already knitted into a tight furrow, deepened further as if they could crush a fly. A flicker of anxiety and anger flashed in his eyes. Yao Yue, filled with confusion, was about to retort, "Grandfather, I haven't finished my sentence," when Yao Yi swiftly covered her mouth. Yao Yue's feet shuffled restlessly on the ground, yet she was forcibly pulled away by Yao Yi, their figures gradually vanishing from the view of the crowd. Seeing the two depart, Jia Xingtian turned his attention to Hai Ba Dong, President Fama, and Xiao Yun, solemnly stating, "Everyone, let us speak within the conference hall." With that, he took the lead, striding purposefully towards the hall, his steps brisk and resolute. The others exchanged knowing glances, understanding the gravity of the situation, and followed closely behind him into the hall. Upon entering, Jia Xingtian swiftly approached the main seat and sat down first, his demeanor heavy with the weight of years, exuding an air of authority. Hai Ba Dong, President Fama, and Xiao Yun also took their seats, causing the atmosphere in the hall to grow tense. Jia Xingtian interlaced his hands on the table before him, initiating the conversation with a piercing gaze fixed on Xiao Yun. "Young friend Xiao Yun, do you possess any knowledge regarding the techniques and names of those three Dou emperors?" Sitting up straight, Xiao Yun replied with clarity, "Yes, I am aware. They were introduced upon their entrance. One is named Thick Shield, another is adept in poison, referred to as Poison Old Man, and the last wields a scythe, seemingly called Ghost No Kill. Their strengths are roughly around Dou Emperor 6 stars to Dou Emperor 8 stars. Having finished his explanation, he lifted the teacup from the table, taking a gentle sip to soothe his throat. Upon hearing this, Hai Ba Dong and the others furrowed their brows deeper, as though an invisible pressure bore down upon them. President Fama spoke first, his voice low and grave. "I never expected these three old wretches to still be alive. It was said they had offended the Canaan Academy and were besieged by multiple Dou emperors. For years, there has been no word of them, and I thought they had all perished. Yet here they are, still breathing." His words brimmed with astonishment and concern. Hai Ba Dong echoed his sentiment, his tone somber. "These individuals are seasoned powerhouses from the Outcloud Empire, and their abilities have evidently improved over the years. It seems the situation has become increasingly complex." Xiao Yun, maintaining a calm demeanor and resolute gaze, responded slowly, "They are merely three Dou emperors. I alone could contend with them. Previously, I refrained from exerting my full strength due to Yao Yue, but without any burdens, the outcome remains uncertain." His tone was imbued with confidence and assurance. Jia Xingtian nodded slightly, also speaking in a measured tone, "You make a valid point. However, we must remain vigilant. The Alchemist competition concludes tomorrow, and we must be prepared for any eventuality." "Indeed." The others replied in unison, their voices low yet powerful. Subsequently, the group engaged in discussions regarding the aftermath of the Alchemist competition. They meticulously deliberated on how to bolster defenses during the event, which experts to assign for covert protection, and how to coordinate with various factions to ensure the competition concluded smoothly. Throughout the discourse, everyone expressed their opinions freely, the atmosphere vibrant yet composed. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by quietly, and the moonlight outside deepened. The group continued their discussions late into the night until they finally concluded their deliberations. As the crowd gradually rose to take their leave, departing from the assembly hall, Xiao Yun stepped outside, inhaling the crisp night air. Gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, he felt an unease that lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware that the turmoil was far from over. The alchemist competition scheduled for the following day might merely represent a fleeting calm before the impending storm. The true challenge lay ahead. He clenched his fists in silent determination, bracing himself for what was to come. Standing at the entrance of the assembly hall, Jia Xingtian observed the retreating figures of the attendees. His eyes filled with both concern and anticipation. He understood that the fate of the Jama Empire now hung by a thread, and Xiao Yun was undoubtedly a pivotal figure in this crisis. With a weary yet resolute demeanor, he turned and stepped into the encroaching darkness. On the day of the finals of the alchemist competition, the palace square of the Jama Empire buzzed with an extraordinary fervor, the atmosphere as vibrant as the summer sun. The vast square was teeming with spectators, all brimming with excitement and anticipation, their gazes fixated on the towering competition platform at the center. Xiao Yun, alongside Jia Xingtian, Hai Buodong, and Fa Ma, sat regally upon the highest observation platform, akin to deities surveying the mortal realm, absorbing the entirety of the scene before them. Jia Xingtian wore a solemn expression, striving to maintain an air of authority, yet the worry in his eyes loomed like dark clouds that threatened to overshadow him. Hai Buodong stroked his beard, appearing calm on the surface, while internally, he was taut with readiness to address any unforeseen events. President Fa Ma clasped his hands together, brow furrowed, murmuring silent prayers for the competition. At that moment, Yao Yi, clad in shimmering silver armor and wielding an imposing silver spear, strode confidently before Jia Xingtian. Kneeling on one knee, he reported in a resonant and unwavering voice, "Great-grandfather, we have successfully concealed a group of extraordinary experts within the audience, and the perimeter of the arena is heavily guarded. To ensure utmost security, additional personnel have been deployed throughout the capital's major thoroughfares, with patrols significantly increased." Jia Xingtian nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes as he gestured for Yao Yi to join the audience. Rising respectfully, Yao Yi stepped aside, his gaze vigilant, ever watchful of the surroundings. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Xiao Yan, Princess Yao Yu, and Lu Ling emerged steadily from the contestants' passage. Xiao Yan walked with assured strides, exuding a quiet confidence that was palpable yet understated, allowing those around him to genuinely sense his strength. Although Princess Yao Yu appeared somewhat anxious, her fingers nervously tugging at her garment, the determination and resilience in her eyes spoke volumes of her commitment to the competition. Lu Ling, with her naturally haughty demeanor, carried an air of invincibility with each step she took. This display instantly ignited a stir among the audience, with murmurs of excitement rippling through the crowd. "Look, there's Yan Xiao. It is said that his alchemical skills are extraordinary. He is a strong contender for the championship." Princess Yao Yu represents the royal family, backed by the guardian beast of flames. She should not be underestimated. Lu Ling, a disciple of the esteemed Dan Wang Guhi, possesses profound knowledge of medicinal herbs. Her strength is undoubtedly formidable. Immediately following, the fiery Yanli of the Izumo Empire ascended the high platform, accompanied by a cadre of competitors. Upon taking the stage, Yanli cast a fierce glare towards Xiao Yan, his gaze seemingly ablaze with intensity. Internally, he clenched his teeth, vowing to seize victory. Failure was not an option, for should he falter, Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian would undoubtedly exact a heavy toll on him, potentially threatening his very life. The competitors beside him bore expressions of tension, gripping their alchemical tools tightly, as if they were their last lifeline. Seeing that all participants were in position, President Fama cleared his throat and announced in a voice that resonated like thunder, "The finals of the alchemist competition of the Jama Empire begins now." This proclamation reverberated through the air, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, their cheers ringing out like a cacophony. The alchemists on stage sprang into action. Instantly, the platform was adorned with an array of alchemical furnaces, each varying in shape and design. There were ancient, weighty bronze furnaces alongside exquisite, delicate white jade ones, each furnace embodying the dreams and hopes of the alchemists. Xiao Yan was the first to initiate, his hands moving with remarkable speed as purple beast fire surged forth from his palms. This purple flame danced like a spirited sprite, enveloping the furnace in an instant. With unwavering focus, Xiao Yan fixated on the furnace, his hands deftly forming intricate seals to precisely regulate the temperature and intensity of the flames. Every movement flowed seamlessly, as if he were one with the fire, demonstrating exceptional alchemical prowess that left the audience in awe, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Princess Yao Yue took a deep breath, striving to quell her inner turmoil, and then cautiously drew forth the deep blue flame of the royal guardian beast into her furnace. The deep blue flame resembled a vast, enigmatic ocean, radiating a mysterious yet formidable power. Drawing upon her alchemical experience and confirming the elixir she intended to concoct, she commenced her crafting with methodical precision. Although her eyes still bore a hint of anxiety, they were predominantly filled with determination and confidence. Her hands trembled slightly, but she endeavored to maintain stability, wholly immersing herself in the alchemical process. Lu Ling furrowed his brow, his demeanor grave as the orange-red flames blazed fiercely in his hands. He skillfully manipulated the fire, precisely adding the medicinal herbs into the furnace one by one, each timing and force executed with impeccable finesse, showcasing his solid and profound foundation in alchemy. His gaze remained focused and resolute, as if the entire world had dwindled to just himself and his furnace. Xiao Yun sat quietly on the high platform, observing the competition. His gaze lingered on Xiao Yan for a moment, a flicker of barely perceptible pride and concern flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's capabilities and had faith that he would shine in this contest. However, the presence of Yanli and others from the Izumo Empire cast a shadow of unease over him, as he sensed that the competition would not unfold without challenges. In the dim alleyways of the Imperial city, Gue Wuxia, Poison Old Man, and Thick Shield moved stealthily with a cadre of puppets, like phantoms in the night. Gue Wuxia wielded a massive scythe, its peculiar runes shimmering with a ghostly light. As he moved, the runes seemed to come alive, emanating a chilling aura. The sinister old man deftly manipulated the vial of poison in his hands, from which green smoke curled and slithered like a venomous serpent, harboring lethal toxins within. Wherever it drifted, flora withered instantly. The stout guardian's hands, enveloped in earth and stone, emanated an overwhelming force of the earth that instilled fear in onlookers. His steps were steady and powerful, each footfall seemingly capable of causing the ground to tremble slightly. They stealthily led their puppets, silently dispatching one patrolling guard after another. Each strike was clean and precise, devoid of any sound, resembling a reaper of souls in the dark of night. The enigmatic figure wielding a scythe issued chilling laughter, proclaiming, "Today marks the end for the people of the Gamma Empire. They shall pay dearly for their arrogance." The old man echoed ominously, "Indeed, once we plunge into this chaos, let us see how they continue their boastfulness." The stout guardian, however, cautioned in a low voice, "Do not underestimate them. The Gamma Empire is surely prepared. We must remain vigilant." Meanwhile, several hundred miles away, in a cavern, a formidable four-star Dozong slowly opened his murky green eyes. A glimmer of greed and ruthlessness shone within, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey. Rising to his full height, his imposing presence radiated a powerful aura akin to surging ocean waves, sending shivers down spines. He inhaled deeply, then unleashed a mighty punch towards the boulder blocking the cave's entrance. With a thunderous roar, the boulder disintegrated into dust, filling the air with a cloud of debris. He gazed towards the distant capital of the Gamma Empire, a flicker of exhilaration passing through his eyes, before instantly releasing his terrifying four-star Dozong aura. With a light step, he soared through the air, rapidly approaching the capital. His speed was astounding. The air around him trembled violently, emitting a piercing whistle as though the very fabric of space was being torn asunder. Dear readers of Yan by Yan Zhu and Shui Can You Yan, may I kindly request your support? We are nearing 10,000 readers, yet only 9 gifts have been given, with several of those being my own contributions from watching videos. Chapter 55. The storm approaches in the Grand Plaza of the Gamma Empire's palace. The finals of the Alchemist competition were in full swing. The atmosphere as fervent as a blazing inferno. Every spectator's face radiated excitement and anticipation, their gazes fixated on the towering competition platform at the center of the square. Xiao Yan's hands danced like phantoms, the purple beast fire joyfully leaping under his control, enveloping the pill furnace in layers. Princess Xiao Yu, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, focused intently on the furnace. Though her hands trembled slightly, she steadfastly commanded the deep blue flames. Every adjustment of temperature and every addition of herbs reflected her determination to bring glory to the royal family and her earnest longing for victory in this competition. Despite the palpable tension, her gaze conveyed resilience and dedication, allowing her to immerse herself fully in the alchemical process. Lu Ling's expression was grave, the orange-red flames casting a serious light upon his features. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the furnace, the entire world narrowing down to just him and the elixir he was crafting. As all were engrossed in the intense competition, the intentions of Yan Li from the Outcloud Empire were far from pure. His gaze flitted over his companions, and the malevolent thoughts within him grew ever more intense. At last, in a fleeting moment of unobserved opportunity, he unleashed a sinister soul-siphoning technique. In an instant, a formidable and wicked power coalesced around him, distorting and tearing the very air itself. After absorbing his companion's soul, a terrifying magnetic field emanated from him, rapidly expanding outward. This magnetic force, akin to an invisible shroud of darkness, disrupted everything in its path. The alchemists of the Gamma Empire exhibited expressions of agony as the flames in their hands began to flicker uncontrollably, and the materials in the cauldrons lost their previous order, one after another failing and reluctantly withdrawing from the competition. Xiao Yan sensed this unusual magnetic field, his brow furrowed in concern. At this moment, his blue lotus earth fire, aided by the purple beast fire, was striving to concoct the two-patterned Qing Ling pill. However, the interference from Yan Li's magnetic field intensified, complicating the refining process. The materials within the cauldron also exhibited signs of instability under the influence of this malevolent force. Just then, Princess Xiao Yu and Lu Ling swiftly rallied the remaining alchemists of the Gamma Empire, surrounding Xiao Yan and collectively unleashing their mental energies. A colossal mental force shield slowly rose, enveloping Xiao Yan and temporarily warding off the disruptions from Yan Li's magnetic field. Xiao Yan understood that Yan Li, as a fourth-tier alchemist, was bound to create remarkable pills, likely of fourth-tier peak quality or even nearing fifth tier. Yet, the two-pattern Qing Ling pill he was currently refining was insufficient to guarantee victory. In this critical moment, he recalled the slumbering Yao Lao. With urgency gripping him, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, and, drawing upon the profound bond he shared with Yao Lao, he managed to summon forth Yao Lao's power, awakening the bone spirit cold fire. In an instant, the white bone spirit cold fire joined the refining process, intertwining with the blue lotus earth fire and the purple beast fire. The forces of these three exotic fires clashed and merged within the cauldron, generating a potent and enigmatic energy. Xiao Yan focused intently, pouring all his energy into controlling the three flames. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, yet his resolve remained unwavering as his hands deftly formed seals, ensuring the materials melded perfectly under the might of the fierce flames. As time passed, the pill within the cauldron gradually took shape, the patterns of the three-pattern Qing Ling pill slowly emerging. Yan Li sensed the formidable threat emanating from Xiao Yan's direction, and his heart brimmed with resentment and fear as he frantically activated the magnetic field, attempting to disrupt Xiao Yan once more. However, under the protection of Princess Yao Yu and the other's mental force shield, his efforts bore no fruit. At long last, Xiao Yan successfully refined the three-pattern Qing Ling pill. A rich aroma of the pill wafted through the air, enveloping the entire arena. The audience below was momentarily stunned before erupting into thunderous cheers and applause. President Fa Ma rose excitedly, his voice booming as he declared Xiao Yan the champion of this alchemist competition. Following Xiao Yan's victory, the surrounding crowd was ecstatic, their cheers and shouts resounding in jubilant waves. As Yan Li witnessed his own defeat and Xiao Yan's triumph, his countenance turned ashen, his eyes filled with panic. In a flurry of anxiety, he hastily prepared to flee, his steps faltering as though a torrent of beasts were pursuing him. Hai Bo Dong, Jia Xing Tian. And President Fa Ma had long been closely observing him, and upon noticing his intent to escape, the three figures sprang into action, darting after him like bolts of lightning. Their speed was astonishing, and they swiftly vanished from the crowd's sight, leaving only the murmurs of the audience in the square. Xiao Yun stood on the observation platform, initially elated by Xiao Yan's victory, but as he beheld the trio chasing after Yan Li, a wave of unease surged within him. While he pondered the situation, he suddenly sensed a familiar yet intensely hostile aura approaching from a distance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately employed his agility and rushed towards the source of the menacing presence. At this moment, Hai Bo Dong and his companions had cornered Yan Li in a secluded alley. Jia Xing Tian was enveloped in a swirling torrent of earthy energy, the ground beneath him seemingly resonating with his power, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Yan Li. Hai Bo Dong formed intricate seals with his hands, an aura of chilling cold emanating from him, causing the surrounding air to rapidly crystallize, with icy shards glimmering ominously. Although President Fa Ma exhibited no overt manifestation of his energy, a solemn expression adorned his face, as his internal flame energy quietly surged. Ready to assist his two old friends, pale and trembling, Yan Li feigned composure, declaring, "Do not act recklessly. The Cloud Empire will not spare you." "Humph. Even at this juncture, you still speak defiantly." Hai Bo Dong scoffed, the coldness in his hands intensifying. Just as the three were about to strike, Gui Wuxia, the poison old man, and thick shield appeared unexpectedly, accompanied by a host of puppets. Gui Wuxia brandished a colossal scythe, its arcane runes shimmering with a ghostly light, exuding a chilling aura with each movement. The poison old man busily manipulated vials, green mists curling upwards like serpents, the toxic vapors carrying lethal substances that corroded the stone beneath them. Thick shield, his arms encased in earth and stone, radiated immense terrestrial strength. With each step, the ground quivered slightly. "Attempt to harm Yan Li, and you shall first contend with us." Gui Wuxia issued a sinister chuckle. While the account of Xiao Yan's alchemical endeavors and his victory in the competition may have been somewhat superficial, it was unavoidable. I could not portray the original narrative in its entirety and with precision. Thus, I endeavored to modify and condense the majority, as the writing was rather haphazard and lacked refinement. Chapter 56. Storm clouds gather. The expressions of Jia Xingtian and the others shifted dramatically, for they had not anticipated that Gui Wuxia and his companions had survived, and now appeared at this critical moment. Gui Wuxia, you three are still alive. Jia Xingtian seethed. Even the Jianan Academy could not vanquish you at the time, yet you dare to wreak havoc in my Jiama Empire today. Thick Shield spoke in a low voice. Enough with the pleasantries. We are here to disrupt your plans, and you shall not easily harm Yanli. The atmosphere crackled with tension, both sides poised for confrontation. The formidable Hai Buodong took the initiative, thrusting his hands forward as a massive ice wall surged toward the trio of Gui Wuxing, freezing the ground beneath into a thick layer of ice. Not to be outdone, Jia Xingtian stamped his foot, causing sharp earth spikes to erupt from the ground, aimed directly at the formidable shield. Meanwhile, President Fama formed a hand seal, unleashing a blazing inferno that hurtled toward the venomous elder. Gui Wuxing deftly evaded the ice wall with a flicker of motion, swinging his scythe to unleash a wave of black sword energy aimed at Hai Buodong. The shield, with a forceful clap of his hands against the ground, shattered the earth spikes into a cloud of dust. The venomous elder hurled a poison vial forward, releasing a green mist that enveloped Fama's flames, causing them to hiss and gradually extinguish within the smoke. Upon sensing the fierce battle from a distance, Xiao Yan, Princess Yaoyue, and Lu Ling rushed over to assist, albeit hesitantly. Xiao Yan, burning with anxiety, was acutely aware of his own limitations compared to these Do Huang powerhouses. Recklessly advancing could not only prove futile, but might also render him a burden. What shall we do? Shall we merely watch? Princess Yaoyue inquired with urgency. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, asserting, we cannot act impulsively. Their strength is overwhelming. Charging in would only create chaos. However, we cannot remain idle. Let us observe the situation. Perhaps an opportunity will present itself. Lu Ling, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. Xiao Yan is correct. Our current course of action must be to wait for the right moment. At that moment, Xiao Yun arrived at the battlefield. Upon witnessing the fierce conflict, he immediately joined the fray. Flames erupted around him. The fire transformed from the crimson lotus, appearing as a profound scarlet, reminiscent of burning stars, radiating an intense heat. He advanced through the air with the speed of lightning, wielding a long sword forged from the flames of the crimson lotus, its blade shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. Xiao Yun, you have finally arrived, exclaimed Hai Buodong, his heart lifting at the sight of him. Sensing the threat posed by Xiao Yun, Gui Wuxing redirected his focus, swinging his scythe with a black afterimage toward him. With unwavering determination, Xiao Yun swung his long sword, unleashing a crimson sword energy that collided with Gui Wuxing's scythe. In an instant, sparks erupted, the powerful shockwave causing the surrounding air to tremble. The shield, leveraging the formidable force of the earth, managed to withstand Jia Xingtian's relentless assaults. Despite Jia Xingtian's formidable prowess, he found it challenging to breach the defenses of the shield, who excelled in both defense and strength. Each time the shield blocked Jia Xingtian's strikes, he transformed the earth's power into retaliatory force, compelling Jia Xingtian to proceed with caution. The venomous elder's toxic mist posed a significant headache for President Fama, as his fiery Do-Chi was stifled, leaving him to continuously deploy defensive maneuvers in search of a counterattack opportunity. Utilizing the cover of the toxic mist, the elder deftly shifted positions to launch surprise attacks on Fama, who could only rely on his vast experience and agile movements to barely fend off the assaults. Each swing of his sword reverberated through the surrounding space, as if the power of his flames had transcended the confines of reality itself. The battle raged on for an extended period, with both sides sustaining varying degrees of injury. Xiao Yun and his companions began to feel the strain, while Gui Wuxing and his two allies showed no signs of retreat, their sole objective being to delay time. Suddenly, a violent disturbance resonated through the sky, heralding the approach of an overwhelming presence. The crowd was taken aback, halting their actions and gazing upwards, where they beheld a figure streaking across the heavens like a shooting star. It was none other than a 4-star Dozong powerhouse from the Qian Empire. His eyes glimmered with a mixture of greed and ferocity, akin to a ravenous wolf fixating on its prey. An aura of immense power emanated from him, causing the air to vibrate violently and emit a piercing howl, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder by his might. Zonglao, you have finally emerged, Gui Wuxing exclaimed with delight. Indeed, this was the mightiest warrior of the Qian Empire, Zongguan, enveloped in a swirl of purple Do-Chi, surveying the crowd with an air of superiority. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, He exuded a powerful aura of crimson flame, unleashing waves of intense red do qi. Transforming the sword in his hand into a spear, he surged forward without hesitation. Zhongguan, noticing this, let out a cold snort, extending a hand as purple do qi coalesced around him, manifesting into a purple spear. The two clashed in an explosive collision, the sound of metal striking metal resonating throughout the battlefield. Waves of do qi rippled outward from their point of contact, carving deep trenches into the ground beneath them. Fully aware of his opponent's strength, Xiao Yun dared not slacken his efforts. Engaging Zhongguan in close combat, he simultaneously launched a barrage of small fireballs, propelled by the crimson flames. These fireballs hurtled towards Zhongguan with terrifying speed and searing heat, reminiscent of meteors racing across the night sky. Zhongguan, unwilling to confront the onslaught directly, was forced to wield his purple spear in a graceful dance, deflecting the fireballs as they approached. Each impact was accompanied by a thunderous explosion, intertwining purple do qi with red flames, leaving behind dazzling yet perilous trails in the air. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction between Zhongguan and Xiao Yun, Jia Xingtian and his companions seized the opportunity to regroup and once again charged toward Gue Wuxing and his allies. Although the stout shield continued to resist valiantly with the power of the earth, Jia Xingtian, Hai Buodong, and President Fama's teamwork grew increasingly harmonious, gradually overpowering him. The toxic miasma released by the old poisoner struggled to exert its full effect amidst the chaos of battle. Seizing the moment, President Fama unleashed a formidable fire-based do technique, summoning a colossal fire dragon that roared toward the old poisoner, forcing him to retreat and leaving him singed in several places. As the situation grew more dire, the stout shield gazed anxiously at Xiao Yun, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Zhongguan. Memories of their past in the Chuyun Empire flooded his mind. The three of them, one in Zhoukou, one in Hemudu, and the other in Yuanmo, had fortuitously crossed paths and forged an unbreakable bond. Once filled with lofty aspirations and fervent declarations that love surpassed all, they now faced the brink of life and death. No, he resolved. He must assist his elder brother and second brother, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Deep within his heart, Thick Shield cried out, a resolute gleam flashing within his brown eyes. With a sudden surge of strength, he struck Jia Xingtian back with a powerful punch and then spread his arms wide, murmuring solemnly, I devote my life to the earth. O earth, lend me your strength. In that instant, the atmosphere around Thick Shield surged wildly, an overwhelming torrent of battle energy erupting forth. Seeing this, Heibadong immediately conjured an ice dragon to strike. However, before the ice dragon could approach Thick Shield, it vanished without a trace. Jia Xingtian, Heibadong, and President Fama were instantly taken aback. Just as they prepared to intervene again, Thick Shield merely raised a hand, and a formidable earth-based power ensnared the three of them separately. Gue Wuxia and the poisoned elder recognized at once that Thick Shield was forcibly sacrificing his own life to obtain a fleeting yet terrifying power. Gue Wuxia shouted in anger, Third brother, stop. You will die? With that, he directed all his focus towards Heibadong and the others, extending his hands in an attempt to draw in something from outer space using his immense earth energy. Jia Xingtian, his face solemn, questioned, what is he doing? Is there something of earth element beyond the sky? I have no idea. President Fama replied, equally perplexed. Heibadong hurriedly focused an ice element into his fist and struck the earthen prison with all his might. However, his blow was as ineffective as a cow sinking into the sea, stirring not a ripple, and the prison held firm around them. Meanwhile, from the heavens, a colossal meteor was drawn towards them by Thick Shield's power. The meteor streaked across the sky, trailing a long tail of fire, descending towards the battlefield with an earth-shattering momentum. Upon witnessing the slowly descending meteor, Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, and then he exclaimed in disbelief, damn. He just summoned an epic enhancement. Though he found the situation absurd, he recognized it as an opportunity, letting out a sigh as he channeled the crimson flame lotus within him to its maximum potential. In an instant, a violent and searing power erupted from within Xiao Yun. The air around him seemed to boil, emitting a hissing sound as the temperature soared, warping everything in the vicinity. His body was enveloped in a blazing inferno, transforming him into a formidable figure of fire. The flames danced and rolled as if alive, emitting a deep roar. His hair ignited, standing on end like burning serpents, while his eyes glowed fiercely, sparkling with unwavering determination. Xiao Yun understood that once the meteor struck, the entire battlefield would be reduced to dust, and their side would be in grave danger. He suppressed the weakness from the massive consumption of his battle energy, took a deep breath, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, propelled himself towards the meteor like a blazing cannonball. As he drew closer, the oppressive force from the meteor intensified, the howling winds sweeping past his fiery form, attempting to extinguish his flames. Yet, gritting his teeth. Xiao Yun pressed forward with unyielding will and relentless pursuit of victory against the mounting pressure. As the meteor approached with alarming proximity, Xiao Yun summoned all his strength. Clenching his right fist tightly, the muscles in his arm bulged prominently as flames spiraled frantically around it, coalescing into a vividly lifelike fire dragon. A resolute gleam shone in his eyes as he unhesitatingly hurled his right fist towards the meteor. The collision between Xiao Yun's fist and the meteor unleashed a formidable shockwave, warping the surrounding space momentarily, while visible waves of energy radiated outward from the point of impact. In an instant, flames erupted and heat waves surged forth. Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming force emanating from his fist, sending tremors through his arm and causing sharp pangs in his veins. Yet, he endured the discomfort, as the flames of the scarlet flame lotus voraciously licked at the meteor, striving to melt it down. In this fierce confrontation, Xiao Yun's might clashed with the meteor's overwhelming presence, neither party willing to concede an inch. His garments were shredded to tatters under the immense pressure, revealing a chest dotted with sweat and scars, yet he displayed no sign of retreat. Meanwhile, trapped within the confines of an earth elemental cage, Jia Xingtian, Haibuodong, and President Fama, who had been struggling desperately to escape, paused in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the sky where Xiao Yun battled the meteor. Their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. None had anticipated that Xiao Yun possessed such audacity and strength to confront the meteor, which exuded an aura of destruction. This young man truly possesses remarkable talent, Haibuodong exclaimed, a flicker of admiration crossing his gaze. I must draw him into the royal family. I would spare no effort to ensure it, Jia Xingtian mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. President Fama nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. This lad is destined for greatness. At another corner of the battlefield, Gui Wuxia and Zhongguan observed Xiao Yun's clash with the meteor. Their expressions grim. They had believed that the sacrifice of the formidable shield would shift the tide in their favor, only to discover that Xiao Yun had the capability to contend with the meteor. Zonglao, we cannot allow this boy to succeed. Gui Wuxia gritted his teeth. Zhongguan snorted in response. Patience. Even if he can withstand the meteor, he will surely be gravely weakened. We shall have ample opportunity to deal with him later. Xiao Yun sensed that his internal energy was dwindling, and his body grew increasingly heavy. Nevertheless, he understood that if he relinquished his efforts now, all his prior toil would be in vain. Thus, gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his power, the flames of the scarlet flame lotus surging once more, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Break for me, Xiao Yun roared, and the flames enveloping him expanded exponentially, resembling a blazing sun. Under this overwhelming inferno, the cracks on the meteor's surface multiplied and widened. At last, with a thunderous crack, the meteor shattered completely, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. These meteorite shards, enveloped in Xiao Yun's flames, melted into molten iron before they even reached the ground, cascading down like a magnificent yet perilous rain of fire. Xiao Yun descended slowly, his complexion as pale as paper. Moments later, a sweet taste filled his mouth, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! The consumption of fighting energy was too great. He nearly failed to maintain his facade. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, listening to the praise and astonishment from those around him. Yun, you truly are remarkable. The trapped Haibuodong and others exclaimed, their voices filled with genuine admiration. However, before Xiao Yun could catch his breath, a sudden turn of events occurred. Gui Wuxia, seeing the thick shield had fallen, was instantly consumed by rage. Clenching a scythe forged from fighting energy in his left hand, he let out a roar and leapt high into the air, scythe raised. As he unleashed his fighting technique, the scythe grew larger under the nurturing energy, shimmering with a chilling light as it cleaved towards the imprisoned Haibuodong and others. From a distance, Xiao Yun, who had just sighed in relief, was suddenly taken aback. His heart raced with urgency as he wanted to rush over and intervene, but the distance was far too great, leaving him no time to act. Just as the situation reached a critical moment, a surge of vibrant red fighting energy erupted from the corridor. A mere dozen meters away from Xiao Yan, known by the alias Yin Xiao. At the moment the fighting energy emerged, Lu Ling and Yao Yu, who stood beside Xiao Yan, suddenly collapsed. The overwhelming presence of fighting energy clearly signified the owner's formidable strength. Everyone turned their gaze, and amidst the dense fighting energy, a stunningly beautiful woman gradually appeared. With a graceful figure and enchanting curves, her long purple hair danced in the wind, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Yet, her cold aura instilled fear, resembling an insurmountable glacier. The lower half of her body transformed into a serpent's tail, its scales glinting with an eerie light under the sun. It was evident that she was Queen Medusa, the leader of the serpent people. With a mere flick of her wrist, a powerful surge of fighting energy shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. This energy accurately struck Gui Wuxia's scythe, instantly shattering it. Subsequently, she pointed gently, and an invisible force surged towards the bewildered Gui Wuxia. He had no time to react before being sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Gazing at the enchanting figure in the distance, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, there's another expert. Having uttered those words, he could no longer withstand his internal injuries and coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, ultimately succumbing to his fate. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong and the others, trapped by the earth energy, were struck with shock upon witnessing the arrival of Queen Medusa. Previous reports had claimed that she had forcibly broken through to the Do Zone only to fail and perish in the ensuing heavenly tribulation. Yet, the formidable strength she displayed before them was a clear indication that she had successfully transcended Do Zone. It was infuriating to think that some fool had spread such outrageous rumors. Chapter 58. I have returned. Zhongguan, witnessing Medusa's sudden appearance and the immediate demise of Gui Wuxia with a single strike, felt a jolt in his heart. Terror engulfed him in an instant, and a frantic desire to retreat began to take root in his mind. He was acutely aware that, at this moment, although Xiao Yun's strength had significantly diminished, the combination of a nearly exhausted Do Zone with scant vitality and the fully energized 2-star Do Zone Medusa would pose an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, after an arduous battle with Xiao Yun, his own Do Qi had been severely depleted, and he found himself in enemy territory, rendering his situation exceedingly precarious. The elderly poison master, unfazed, leisurely retrieved a verdant bag from his waist and tossed the spatial ring into the air. In an instant, a swirling mass of green mist surged forth, rapidly expanding towards Xiao Yun's direction. Sensing the imminent danger, Xiao Yun, who had just regained a modicum of Do Qi, furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion, summoned a vivid crimson shield that surged forth to block the toxic mist. The poison master, observing this, exhibited no change in demeanor as he forcefully hurled the bag skyward. In that fleeting moment, the bag radiated with flickering light, unleashing a multitude of insects and beasts, including formidable magical beasts, the most powerful among them reaching the pinnacle of Do Wang. Zhongguan could not help but mutter a curse, this madman, before swiftly retreating into the distance. Medusa's eyes glinted with cold resolve as her Do Qi surged, exerting overwhelming power to firmly restrain the magical beasts, rendering them immobile. Within mere seconds, unable to withstand the pressure, numerous magical beasts erupted in a gruesome display of carnage. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal fire dragon engulfed in raging flames within his palms. With a forceful thrust, he directed the fire dragon towards the magical beasts, incinerating several Do Wang-level creatures into mere pools of blood. Having dealt with a portion of the beasts, the fire dragon, guided by instinct, shifted its focus towards the poison master. Xiao Yun raised his hand, and the fire dragon charged menacingly towards him. As the poison master felt the temperature plummet and the searing heat approach, he displayed no sign of trepidation. Slowly, he spread his arms wide, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his lips, as he closed his eyes and softly murmured, "Elder brother, third brother, I have come to find you." In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon completely engulfed the poison master, the fierce flames enveloping him. The intense heat distorted the surrounding air, producing a hissing sound as if the very fabric of space was being scorched. Within the inferno, the poison master's clothing and hair disintegrated in an instant, his skin rapidly carbonizing, yet he maintained that serene smile. Visions of past battles alongside his elder brother Gui Wuxia and third brother Ho Dun, where they had fought side by side and supported one another, flooded his mind, as if those moments were merely yesterday. Now, with both brothers departed from this world, he felt utterly unanchored, and death appeared to him as a release, perhaps the only path to reunite with his siblings. Xiao Yun watched as the fire dragon obliterated the poison master, yet he felt no triumph. The battle had been brutally fierce, and he had paid a heavy toll. His body felt as though it had been drained of all strength, leaving him utterly fatigued and nearly devoid of Do Qi. Yet, he understood that this was far from over. Although Zhongguan had escaped, he would undoubtedly return with vengeance. As Medusa observed the conclusion of the battle, her surging Do Qi gradually receded, her figure slowly fading from view. Xiao Yan felt a surge of vitality emanating from the little serpent in his embrace, which lifted his spirits considerably. He retrieved a vial of purple crystal source from his spatial ring and gently offered it to the serpent's mouth. The little creature wriggled with excitement, eagerly climbing to the vial's opening and voraciously absorbing the energy contained within. Observing the serpent's joyful demeanor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile faintly, his eyes brimming with affection. He then carefully assisted the unconscious Lu Ling and Yao Yu, making his way towards the venue of the Alchemist competition. Xiao Yun surveyed his surroundings, confronted by a scene of utter devastation. The remnants of shattered walls stood stark against the backdrop of smoke and the stench of blood, evoking a profound sense of desolation. He sighed in resignation, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Medusa undoubtedly deserved the accolades. I truly am merely a fortunate bystander in this victory. The toll of this battle was so harrowing and intense that it left little room for him to savor the joy of triumph. At that moment, the earthbound prison that had ensnared Jia Xingtian, Hai Buodong, and President Fa Ma began to dissipate slowly. Xiao Yun, we owe you a great debt. Otherwise, we old fellows might have met our end here. Jia Xingtian's deep, resonant voice shattered the brief silence. Hai Buodong, stroking his beard, added with relief, indeed. I never anticipated that you would prove so formidable in a critical moment, capable of countering that terrifying meteor. There was newfound admiration and respect in his gaze as he looked at Xiao Yun. President Fa Ma nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face. The younger generation is indeed impressive, Xiao Yun. Your performance today has given me a fresh perspective on the youth. Xiao Yun quickly waved his hands in humility, stating, Esteemed seniors, you flatter me. If it weren't for our collective efforts, I would have struggled to hold my ground. Jia Xingtian gestured emphatically, his expression resolute. I will ensure that this place is rebuilt. We cannot allow the scars of this battle to linger as a perpetual sorrow. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, under Jia Xingtian's direction, the weary yet contemplative group began to make their way towards the palace. Xiao Yun gazed back at the receding battlefield, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. He understood that this was merely the beginning, with countless unknown challenges awaiting him in the future. Yet, at that moment, all he desired was a quiet place to rest and recuperate his spent energies. As Xiao Yun prepared to depart, Hai Buodong suddenly appeared at his side, lightly patting his shoulder. Come, let us discuss matters in the conference hall. Elder Hai, I am utterly exhausted. May I not rest for a moment? Xiao Yun replied with a weary smile, his voice heavy with fatigue and resignation. The toll of the recent battle had ravaged both his body and spirit, leaving him yearning for deep slumber. Even if we must discuss urgent matters, let us go and chat over tea in the conference hall, Hai Buodong insisted, his tone brooking no refusal. He understood the urgency of the situation. Despite Xiao Yun's exhaustion, certain issues required immediate deliberation. With a resigned sigh, Xiao Yun realized that Hai Buodong's insistence must stem from significant reasons, and he trudged along with leaden steps towards the conference hall. Upon their arrival, they found President Fa Ma and Jia Xingtian already waiting for them. The hall was enveloped in a subtle aroma of tea, yet the tense and oppressive atmosphere remained unrelieved. The four individuals exchanged nods, a silent greeting before they plunged directly into the crux of the matter. Chapter 59. The Strategy of the Izumo Empire in the Council Chamber. The fragrance of tea lingered, yet it could not dispel the gravity of the situation. Xiao Yun sat in his chair, his visage still bearing the weariness of battle. Yet his gaze was resolute, radiating an undeniable determination. Jia Xingtian, arms crossed over his chest, loomed like a small mountain, breaking the silence first with a booming voice. Xiao Yun, you have bravely weathered the storm. When do you plan to depart next? Xiao Yun lifted his teacup. Taking a gentle sip, the steaming liquid provided him with a modicum of solace. He slowly set down the cup and replied, The grand competition has concluded, and this farce must come to an end. However, I shall ensure that this mess is tidied up. Zhongguan must be dealt with. A Dozong powerhouse cannot be allowed to return to the mountains. Chairman Fama nodded slightly in agreement, stating, What Xiao Yun says is indeed true. Zhongguan's strength far surpasses that of the three brothers. He is ruthless and cruel. If he is not eliminated, he will undoubtedly become a grave threat in the future. Clad in a long robe, Chairman Fama's demeanor was gentle yet authoritative as he caressed his beard while speaking. Hai Buodong stroked his beard thoughtfully before responding. While that may be the case, Zhongguan is backed by the Izumo Empire. If we intend to confront him, we cannot avoid a direct conflict with the Izumo Empire, which necessitates careful deliberation. Dressed in an icy blue robe, Hai Buodong's eyes reflected shrewdness and wisdom as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun, a hint of expectation within his eyes. Upon hearing this, Jia Xingtian furrowed his brow and, with a forceful wave of his hand, exclaimed loudly, What is there to fear? Can our Gamma Empire truly be intimidated by the Izumo Empire? He is currently severely weakened. This is an opportune moment to eliminate him. If we let this chance slip by, when shall we wait for another? Xiao Yun surveyed the group before continuing, Esteemed colleagues, I am well aware of the stakes involved. The Izumo Empire has lost most of its Do Huang powerhouses, leaving only 3 relatively unremarkable Do Huang, which poses little threat. However, Zhongguan, as a Dozong, remains a grave concern. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiao Yun's assessment. Chairman Fama inquired, Then, according to Xiao Yun's perspective, how should we proceed? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yun proposed, I suggest that we conclude our affairs here in a few days and immediately head to the Izumo Empire. seizing the opportunity while he is still unsteady to capture him all at once. Jia Xingtian slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet, and declared enthusiastically, "Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. I shall arrange for personnel and prepare supplies at once, ready for deployment." Hai Buodong nodded in agreement, stating, "I will also reach out to some reliable allies in advance to provide assistance at the borders of the Izumo Empire, in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Chairman Fama smiled, saying, "I will prepare some healing elixirs and potions to aid in cultivation, just in case they are needed." In the following days, Jia Xingtian busied himself with mobilizing troops and arranging supplies. Hai Buodong scurried about, connecting with allies, and Chairman Fama immersed himself in the apothecary, concocting various potions. The palace of the Izumo Empire stood grand and imposing, its flying eaves and bracketed roofs exuding royal majesty. Yet, within the palace at this moment, the atmosphere was stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. Zhongguan entered the palace, his slightly weary form clad in disheveled attire, yet his steps remained steady. The failure of this mission left him with a heart full of resentment and anger. However, years of navigating the tumultuous world had quickly restored his composure, prompting him to contemplate a strategy. Emperor Lingxian had long awaited him in the Grand Hall, and upon Zhongguan's arrival, his gaze fell upon him, causing his heart to sink. Zhongguan held a position of great significance within the empire, and his return clearly indicated that matters were dire. "What has transpired, Zhongguan?" Emperor Lingxuan's voice, tinged with urgency, shattered the silence of the hall. Zhongguan knelt on one knee and spoke in a solemn tone, "Your Majesty, our operation has been compromised, and we have suffered substantial losses. Gue Wuxia and his men are all dead. I barely managed to escape the encirclement." The emperor's face turned ashen, and he slumped back onto the dragon throne, murmuring, "What shall we do? The Gamma Empire will certainly not let this go unpunished." Zhongguan raised his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Your Majesty, now is not the time for panic. We must act immediately to gather all the living forces of the empire. If we can withstand this trial, there remains a hope for survival. Moreover, we should unite with the heads of other families, such as Li Qian of the Li family, Wang Chong of the Wang family, and Zhang Yao of the Zhang family. Although they may only possess the strength of a Do Wang individually, together, they can challenge a Do Huang. I believe we still have a significant chance of victory." Emperor Lingxian furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying. "But those family leaders have their own agendas and are often reluctant to heed the royal family's summons. How can we compel them to work together?" Zhongguan scoffed lightly. "Your Majesty, this moment concerns the very life and death of the empire. If they remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation, they too shall meet their doom should the empire fall. You could promise them generous rewards and privileges after we successfully repel the Gamma Empire." The emperor nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Zhongguan's words. "It seems we have no other choice. However, the Gamma Empire may soon launch their attack. How shall we stall for time?" Zhongguan lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before suggesting, "Your Majesty, I have sustained minor injuries in this battle and require several days to recuperate. During this period, you must devise any means necessary to delay Xiao Yun and his men." Emperor Lingxian appeared troubled. "But how can we delay them? The Gamma Empire will not easily halt their advance." A glint of cunning flashed in Zhongguan's eyes. "Your Majesty, you could dispatch envoys to the Gamma Empire for peace talks. These discussions need not be sincere. They are merely to buy me time to heal. The envoys may propose seemingly enticing conditions, such as ceding some remote lands and compensating them with wealth, leading them to believe we are fearful while simultaneously buying time and disarming their vigilance." After a moment of hesitation, Emperor Lingxian gritted his teeth. "Very well, let it be as you suggest. However, this negotiation must be handled with utmost caution." Without revealing any flaws, Zhongguan inclined his head slightly. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will arrange for trustworthy individuals to accompany the envoys and guide them in their responses. If we can secure a few days, I will be ready to confront them once I have recovered." Emperor Lingxian sighed deeply. "If we are to navigate through this crisis, we shall rely entirely on you, Zhongguan." Zhongguan once again knelt on one knee, declaring, "I shall devote all my efforts to safeguard the integrity of our great empire of Izumo." Having uttered these words, he took his leave. Emperor Lingxian gazed at Zhongguan's departing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware that the current crisis was fraught with peril. The negotiations were merely a temporary measure. Should they fail to adequately defend against the kingdom of Gamma, the empire of Izumo might face catastrophic ruin. Once Zhongguan had exited, Emperor Lingxian promptly instructed his attendants, "Swiftly convey my decree, summoning the esteemed Dukes Taizong, Feng Lai, and Yan Zhen, as well as the heads of the prominent families, Li Qian of the Li family, Wang Chong of the Wang family, and Zhang Yao of the Zhang family. They are to assemble at the palace for a council at dawn tomorrow. Furthermore, select an eloquent envoy to prepare for the peace talks with the kingdom of Gamma. This matter is of utmost urgency and must not be mishandled. The attendants departed hastily, having received their orders. Leaning back against the dragon throne, Emperor Lingxian closed his eyes, silently praying for the smooth progression of events. He understood that each subsequent step was crucial. Any miscalculation could irrevocably alter the fate of the Empire of Izumo. Chapter 60. The failed Zhao Ming. The following morning, within the Imperial Council chamber, the three dukes and the heads of various families gathered. Emperor Lingxian elucidated the current situation to the assembly, and the reactions varied among the attendees. Some displayed fear, others engaged in quiet contemplation, while a few began to murmur amongst themselves. Duke Taitsong stepped forward, asserting, "Your Majesty, the kingdom of Gamma approaches with formidable intent. Although we are prepared, we must not let our guard down. We shall exert our utmost to defend our empire." Feng Lai and Yin Jun echoed his sentiments, and the other family heads expressed their willingness to follow the emperor's directives. Emperor Lingxian surveyed the assembly, feeling a flicker of solace. "You are all the pillars of our empire of Izumo. In this moment of crisis, we must unite our efforts. Once we have repelled the kingdom of Gamma, I shall bestow ample rewards." At that moment, the chosen envoy, Zhao Ming, knelt in the hall, attentively listening to the emperor's instructions. With a tranquil demeanor, Zhao Ming replied, "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall spare no effort in this endeavor." Everything was progressing at a brisk pace. Under Zhongguan's strategizing and Emperor Lingshuan's command, the Empire of Izumo was diligently preparing for the impending crisis. While envoy Zhao Ming embarked on the uncertain path of negotiation with the Kingdom of Gamma, days later, Zhao Ming arrived at the Kingdom of Gamma. He was ushered into the council chamber by the guards, and upon entering, he was immediately struck by the grave atmosphere within. Internally alert, Zhao Ming maintained a gentle smile. Bowing respectfully to the assembly, "I am Zhao Ming, sent by the Emperor of Izumo to discuss matters of peace between our nations." Hai Buodong narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Zhao Ming, pondering to himself. This envoy appears mild-mannered, yet he likely conceals a keen intellect. This negotiation may prove to be quite complex. He spoke first, envoy Zhao. "Having traveled from afar, what sincerity does the Empire of Izumo present in these discussions?" Zhao Ming remained unperturbed as he retrieved a document from his sleeve and handed it over to a nearby guard, who then passed it to Hai Buodong. He remarked, "This is the peace proposal drafted by His Majesty the Emperor of our nation, offering the cession of 3 small border towns and a compensation of 1 million gold coins, all in the hope that our two countries may transform conflict into harmony and enjoy everlasting peace." Jia Xingtian seized the document with a swift motion, glanced at it dismissively, and tossed it onto the table, scoffing, "Is this all you have? After all the turmoil you've caused, do you think we can be appeased with such trifles?" Zhao Ming maintained his smile and replied, "Lord Jia, please do not be angered. These are merely preliminary terms. Should your nation have additional demands, we are open to further discussions. After all, peace is a boon for the people of both our countries." Chairman Fama stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "While I acknowledge your reasoning, what shall be done about Zhongguan, who has committed numerous atrocities?" Zhao Ming's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and responded, "National Master Zhongguan has already faced severe punishment from His Majesty and will henceforth restrain his actions, ensuring he poses no further threat to your nation. Furthermore, our Emperor has pledged to enhance the oversight of domestic powers to prevent similar incidents from occurring." A heated debate ensued, with each person voicing their opinions, as Zhao Ming adeptly countered their inquiries with his eloquence. For a moment, the assembly found it difficult to decide whether to accept the peace talks. At that moment, Xiao Yun, who had been quietly listening, set down his teacup and spoke in a cold yet clear tone, "We reject the proposal for peace." These few succinct words fell like a heavy bomb, abruptly shattering the discourse within the hall. All eyes turned to Xiao Yun. Zhao Ming was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a calm smile. "Mr. Xiao, you must understand that should war break out between our two nations, it is the common people who will suffer. Moreover, my empire possesses millions of valiant soldiers and hundreds of thousands of formidable warriors, not to mention the various powerful families within our realm. As a central figure in my empire, National Master Zhongguan is no weakling in terms of combat prowess. Do you truly wish to disregard these realities and plunge our citizens into the ravages of war?" He attempted to morally entrap the assembly with his rhetoric, putting the people of the Jiamar Empire in a difficult position. Xiao Yun, with a tranquil demeanor, lifted his teacup once more and took a delicate sip before responding, "Zhao Ming, spare us your rhetoric. As long as Zhongguan remains, peace will elude our two nations. Your proposal for negotiations is merely a stalling tactic. Assuming we are foolish enough to be deceived, the towns you offer are but barren lands, and the compensation of 1 million gold coins pales in comparison to the scale of a great war. As for your military strength and familial influence, the Jiamar Empire holds no fear. And regarding Zhongguan's might, since I dare to refuse negotiations, I am fully confident in my ability to subdue him. Xiao Yun's words were articulate and incisive, leaving Zhao Ming momentarily speechless. Zhao Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly adorned his face with a smile. Attempting one last effort. Mr. Xiao Yun, once war is unleashed, it will bring untold suffering, shattering countless families. This stands in stark contrast to the chivalrous path you have always upheld. Even if you are confident in confronting the master of the Zhongguan, the battlefield is ever-changing, and no one can predict the final outcome. Are you truly willing to plunge countless innocents into the depths of despair for a moment of impulsive bravado? His voice was sincere, and his eyes radiated genuine concern, as if he were truly worried about the fate of the people from both nations. Xiao Yun's expression remained unchanged, his gaze exuding unwavering determination and resolve, utterly unmoved by Zhao Ming's words. He gently set down his teacup, rising to his feet, his robes billowed slightly with emotion, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. Zhao Ming's smile froze on his face as he scanned the expressions of those present in the hall, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope from others, yet found only indifference. Jia Xingtian crossed his arms, displaying palpable impatience. Hai Buodong shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with resignation, and President Fama let out a soft sigh, closing his eyes and turning away from him. Zhao Ming realized that his mission for peace talks had been thoroughly thwarted. With that, he turned on his heel and walked out of the conference hall with heavy steps. Once Zhao Ming's figure had completely vanished beyond the door, Jia Xingtian let out a heavy grunt. This Izumo Empire, their experts have all learned enough. Yet they still dare to threaten us. They are truly overestimating themselves. Hai Buodong stroked his beard, casting a sidelong glance at Jia Xingtian and remarked, though the tiger is wounded, it remains a tiger. We must not be complacent or underestimate it. By the way, Xiao Yun, our refusal to negotiate signifies a complete rupture with the Izumo Empire. War is imminent. Are you fully prepared? Xiao Yun's gaze was resolute as he looked out into the distance, as if he could already foresee the impending conflict. Rest assured, Hai Lao. Having made this decision, I am confident in facing all challenges. Although Zhongguan possesses formidable strength, he is currently injured and unhealed. We shall seize this opportunity to strike first, catching him off guard. Furthermore, during my recent seclusion, my own strength has also improved. President Fama slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of approval flashing within. With your words, Xiao Yun, I feel reassured. I will expedite the delivery of the elixirs I have refined to provide support for everyone on the battlefield. Jia Xingtian slammed his hand on the table, standing up and declaring loudly, excellent. If that is the case, let us prepare to set off at the earliest. So the Izumo Empire understands that our Gamma Empire is not to be trifled with. The assembly nodded in agreement, the atmosphere in the conference hall shifting from previous hesitance to a spirited resolve. A battle that would determine the fate of both nations was on the brink of unfolding, and Xiao Yun was already prepared to embrace all forthcoming challenges. Chapter 61. The Fall of the Izumo Empire after Xiao Yun's decision to reject the peace talks. The Gamma Empire swiftly commenced preparations for war. President Fama observed their departing figures, silently praying for a swift conclusion to this conflict. He understood well that war brings not only death and destruction, but also the fracturing of countless families. Yet, for the dignity and future of the Gamma Empire, this battle must be fought. Xiao Yun, Hai Buodong, and Jia Xingtian soared through the skies, their figures resembling a sharp arrow piercing the heavens. Xiao Yun's gaze was resolute and keen. Within his heart lay a clear plan. Once the Do Wang, and Zhongguan within the palace of the Outcloud Empire were dealt with, the outcome of this war would be sealed. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Outcloud Empire, Emperor Ling Xian's countenance darkened like the sky before a storm upon hearing the news of the failed negotiations with Zhao Ming. Proclaim my decree. Let all families lead the entirety of the Outcloud Empire's forces to launch a direct assault on the Gamma Empire. Only Taicong, Fenglai, and Yanzhen shall remain to guard the palace. All other forces must be mobilized. The heads of the various families complied, and in an instant, the armies of the Outcloud Empire began to assemble, raising clouds of dust and the thunderous cries of battle. They surged forth like a mighty tide towards the Gamma Empire, striving to create a diversion and buy time. At the defensive line of the palace, the three Do Huang, Taicong, Fenglai, and Yanzhen stood ready. Their eyes reflected determination and resolve. Despite knowing they would soon face a formidable enemy, they remained undaunted. Soon, Xiao Yun and his companions arrived above the palace of the Outcloud Empire. Their presence cast a shadow over the palace, enveloping it in a palpable sense of foreboding. The palace guards, upon seeing them, were thrown into disarray, hastily grasping their weapons, yet their feeble efforts seemed insignificant against the trio's overwhelming aura. Taicong was the first to charge forth, surrounded by a faint glow of Do Qi, his wings shimmering like those of a majestic eagle. his eyes, filled with vigilance and hostility, locked onto Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, how dare you come to our doorstep? Taitsong bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. Xiao Yun smiled slightly, stepping confidently into the air, exuding a powerful presence akin to raging flames that deterred any approach. Today shall mark the downfall of the Outcloud Empire. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yun initiated the attack. With swift hand seals, the fire attribute Do Qi within him surged violently, coalescing into an enormous fiery sword. The sword blazed with fierce flames, casting a brilliant light as it cleaved towards Taitsong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Taitsong did not falter. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned Do Qi to form a shield, which he raised before him. The fiery sword struck the shield with a deafening explosion, sending sparks flying. The force of the impact staggered Taitsong momentarily, but he quickly regained his footing. You possess some skill. Taitsong scoffed, as he again wielded his hands, condensing Do Qi into a long spear. With a mighty shout, he thrust the spear towards Xiao Yun like a bolt of lightning. Xiao Yun deftly sidestepped this lethal strike. He swung the fiery sword once more, carving searing arcs of flame as he advanced upon Taitsong. The latter retreated continuously, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He did not anticipate the formidable strength of Xiao Yun, finding himself utterly powerless before him. Meanwhile, Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian were engaged in fierce combat, with Feng Lai and Yin Zhen, respectively. Hai Buodong waved his hands, unleashing a chilling wave of ice energy that enveloped the air, transforming it into a frigid cold. From his palms, a spear of ice materialized, glimmering with a frosty light as it lunged toward Feng Lai. In response, Feng Lai summoned a wall of earth with his earth attribute energy, attempting to thwart the icy projectile. However, the spear's might was overwhelming. It shattered the earthen barrier in an instant, leaving Feng Lai staggering from the residual force. Meanwhile, Jia Xingtian and Yin Zhen were locked in a fierce back and forth. A swirling vortex of sand surrounded Jia Xingtian, his strikes raining down like a tempest. Yin Zhen countered with his fire attribute energy, the two forces clashing with resounding explosions. Within the palace, Zhongguan felt the intensity of the battle outside, his expression darkening. He understood that he could no longer remain a passive observer. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his energy, surging forth toward the exit. Upon his emergence, he drew the attention of all present. An aura of immense power radiated from him, akin to a demon in the shadows. A purple spear coalesced in his grasp, emanating an eerie glow that sent shivers down the spine. Xiao Yun regarded Zhongguan with unwavering resolve, a faint smile gracing his lips. A massive fiery hand erupted from the ground, crashing down upon the fleeing Taitsong. In an instant, thick white smoke enveloped the palace. When the smoke cleared, all that remained of the colossal impact was a solitary garment. The figure of Taitsong vanished without a trace. It was evident to all discerning eyes that Taitsong had perished. Subsequently, the fire sword in Xiao Yun's hand vanished, replaced by a colossal fire axe. The axe blazed with fierce flames, its blade shimmering with lethal brilliance. Zhongguan, your reign of terror ends today? Xiao Yun bellowed, swinging the fire axe toward Zhongguan. Unyielding, Zhongguan responded with a deft flick of his purple spear, lunging toward Xiao Yun. The two strikes collided with a deafening roar, unleashing a powerful shockwave that flattened the surrounding structures. The guards within the palace scrambled for cover, their faces pale from the overwhelming force. Zhongguan, a formidable dozong master, proved his prowess was indeed formidable. His attacks were relentless, each strike imbued with tremendous power. Though Xiao Yun was no weakling, he found himself compelled to tread carefully in the face of Zhongguan's onslaught. The two exchanged blows in a relentless duel. Zhongguan's purple spear darted like a venomous serpent, occasionally stabbing toward Xiao Yun's chest or sweeping at his legs. Utilizing his agility, Xiao Yun adeptly evaded Zhongguan's strikes, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to exploit his opponent's vulnerabilities. Chapter 62. The conclusion of the great battle in Zhongguan's grasp. The purple spear glimmered ominously, its tip radiating an eerie violet light, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. A chilling aura emanated as it lunged toward Xiao Yun. With each tremor of the spear, the purple energy rippled outward, tearing through the air with a hissing sound. Xiao Yun's expression remained stern, his fiery spear ablaze with a fierce blaze, the flames dancing with a life of their own, resembling a tamed fire dragon, starkly contrasting Zhongguan's weapon. His gaze was fixed intently on Zhongguan, as the fire attribute energy within him surged like a torrent of molten lava, ready to unleash a devastating blow upon his adversary. With a thunderous roar, Zhongguan surged forward, his spear thrusting forth, the violet energy coalescing into a fearsome wolf's head that lunged menacingly at Xiao Yun. The space around it seemed to warp, as the powerful suction shattered nearby structures into dust, drawing them into the wolf's maw. Yet, Xiao Yun remained unfazed. a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a sudden thrust of his fiery spear, a wall of flames erupted before him. The wolf's head collided with the fiery barrier, producing a thunderous roar as violet and crimson energies intertwined, illuminating the surroundings so intensely that it was nearly blinding. Humph, is that all you've got? Xiao Yan scoffed, shaking his spear, causing the flames to swell dramatically. With a swift motion, he propelled himself like a streak of red lightning toward Zhongguan. Realizing the imminent threat, Zhongguan hastily positioned his spear in defense. Xiao Yun's assault came like a tempest, each thrust of the fiery spear accompanied by the roar of flames. Zhongguan felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, gritting his teeth as he fervently wielded his purple spear, striving to withstand Xiao Yun's relentless advance. However, as Xiao Yun's formidable prowess unfolded, Zhongguan began to sense his own inadequacy. Xiao Yun understood the necessity for a swift resolution. Drawing a deep breath, he channeled his fire attribute energy to its zenith. With rapid hand gestures, the flames on his spear began to whirl violently, gradually coalescing into a colossal fire vortex. From within the vortex, a faint dragon's roar echoed ominously, a spectacle to behold. Flame dragon break, Xiao Yun bellowed, thrusting his spear forward as the fiery vortex surged forth, enveloping Zhongguan with an overwhelming heat and formidable force. Zhongguan's countenance paled. He had never witnessed such a potent attack, a wave of profound fear washing over him. Nevertheless, as a formidable Dozong, he dared not retreat, swiftly summoning all of his energy to form a thick purple energy shield before him. The fire vortex collided violently with the shield, producing a cataclysmic sound. Countless fissures erupted upon the shield's surface, and Zhongguan felt an immense force propel him backward, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Coughing, Zhongguan struggled to rise, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Xiao Yun, how could you be so powerful? He murmured to himself. Xiao Yun paid him no heed, as the fiery spear in his grasp ignited once more, blazing brightly as he advanced step by step toward Zhongguan. His silhouette, illuminated by the flames, appeared overwhelmingly tall and majestic. Zhongguan, your doom is at hand. Xiao Yun's voice was cold and resolute, echoing like a judgment from the depths of hell. As Xiao Yun approached, a wave of despair surged within Zhongguan. He realized that escape from this fate was unlikely. Yet, he was unwilling to perish without a fight. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he raised his purple spear once more and lunged at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened, his feet steady, and he thrust his spear forward with ferocity. This strike embodied all his might and determination. The flames enveloping the spear like a crimson meteor, piercing through Zhongguan's chest in an instant. Zhongguan let out a wretched cry as his body fell slowly to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had met his end at Xiao Yun's hands. Xiao Yun withdrew his spear, the flames extinguishing in an instant. He gazed at Zhongguan's lifeless form, devoid of any joy. War brought only death and suffering. He yearned for this conflict to conclude swiftly, allowing the people of both nations to live in peace. Meanwhile, in another corner of the palace, the battle between Hai Bo Dong and Feng Lai was nearing its conclusion. Upon witnessing Zhongguan's demise, Feng Lai was thrown into disarray. Seizing the moment, Hai Bo Dong launched his assault, unleashing a torrent of icy energy upon Feng Lai. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Feng Lai was struck by the icy force, his body instantly frozen and immobilized. I surrender, Feng Lai cried out in terror. Hai Bo Dong snorted disdainfully, dispersing the icy energy, leaving Feng Lai collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Almost simultaneously, Jiaxing Tian successfully subdued Yan Zhen. Realizing the tide had turned, Yan Zhen resigned himself to surrender as well. Xiao Yun regarded the two who had capitulated, offering a slight nod. He inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes, his formidable mental energy radiating outward like a tide, commencing the search for Emperor Ling Xian within the palace. In a concealed chamber deep within the palace, Emperor Ling Xian sat pale and trembling, listening to a eunuch report the grim state of affairs outside. Upon hearing the news of Zhongguan's death, darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. How can this be? He murmured in despair. The national master of Zhongguan has fallen? He understood that with Zhongguan's demise, the empire of Chuyun was bereft of any means to withstand Xiao Yun's might. Your Majesty, what shall we do? The eunuch asked anxiously. Ling Xian forced a bitter smile. You must leave. It is no longer safe here. However, the eunuch knelt suddenly, declaring, Your Majesty, this old servant is willing to follow you to the death. Ling Xian was touched by the unwavering loyalty of the eunuch. Yet he knew that remaining would only lead to death. You must go. Do not sacrifice yourself in vain, he implored. The eunuch, however, firmly refused to depart. Ling Xian, feeling helpless, slowly drew the sword from his waist. If that is the case, let us embrace death together. It would be a final service to the empire of Xiao Yun. With that, he raised the sword, preparing to take his own life. At that moment, a shadow flitted by, and Xiao Yan instantly appeared beside him. Seizing the sword from his grasp, Emperor Ling Xian's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately. Xiao Yun, with a sense of resignation, gently pressed his finger to the emperor's forehead, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of concubines rushed toward them in a state of panic. Upon witnessing Xiao Yun grasping Emperor Ling Xian, they assumed the emperor had been slain and began to weep in despair. Among them was Princess Ling Wanyun, who, upon seeing her brother seemingly murdered by Xiao Yun, was engulfed in a tempest of grief and rage, charging recklessly toward him. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and a figure cloaked in black appeared before Ling Wanyun. Before she could react, a dark beam shot from the figure's hand, striking her. Ling Wanyun felt darkness envelop her vision and lost consciousness. The shadow chuckled sinisterly, cradling Ling Wanyun in his arms, proclaiming, "I never expected to find such a promising seed in this desolate place. This journey has not been in vain." With that, he vanished into the darkness. At that moment, Xiao Yun was entirely focused on controlling Emperor Ling Xian and remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He entrusted the emperor to Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian, instructing them to keep a close watch and ensure he did not escape. They nodded in agreement. Xiao Yun then turned, surveying the ravaged imperial palace. His heart a tumult of emotions. The war had finally come to an end, yet he understood that more pressing matters lay ahead. He was determined to restore peace between the two nations, alleviating the suffering of the people caused by the conflict. Gazing into the distant sky, he silently prayed for the dawn of true peace to grace this land. Unbeknownst to him, a new crisis may be quietly brewing in the shadows with the mysterious figure that had abducted Ling Wanyun. Chapter 63. A chapter not worth noting the following day. As the morning light softly illuminated the scarred imperial palace of the Outcloud Empire, the remnants of war gradually dissipated. However, within the palace, the broken walls and ruins bore silent witness to the harrowing battle of the previous day. Xiao Yun had not slept, tirelessly moving through every corner of the palace, methodically organizing the aftermath of the conflict. He personally visited the makeshift infirmary, tending to the wounded soldiers and civilians, urging the healers to devote themselves to their care. He directed craftsmen to clear the debris and draft plans for the palace's reconstruction, and he ordered proclamations to be posted, informing the citizens of the Outcloud Empire that the war had concluded and a new peace was on the horizon. Through his relentless efforts, the once chaotic situation began to stabilize, and the fear and confusion in the eyes of the people gradually transformed into hope. Deep within the palace, in a hidden chamber, Emperor Ling Xian slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, confusion and anguish clouded his gaze. Upon recognizing Xiao Yun standing before him, a surge of anger and resentment washed over him. "Xiao Yun, how could you be so cruel as to destroy my Outcloud Empire?" Emperor Ling Xian struggled to rise, his voice tinged with hoarseness and despair. Xiao Yun maintained a serene expression, gazing unwaveringly into the emperor's eyes, and spoke softly, "Your Majesty Ling Xian, this war was never my desire. For a long time, the Empire of Xianyun has repeatedly instigated conflict at the borders, disturbing the lives of the citizens of the Gamma Empire, who have suffered greatly. Everything I have done has been merely to safeguard the peace and tranquility of my Gamma Empire and to protect my countless subjects." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Ling Xian trembled, a complex expression crossing his face. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply and said, "Very well, it has come to this. Further words are of no avail. You may do as you please." Xiao Yan shook his head gently and replied, "Your Majesty Ling Xian, I am not a man who revels in bloodshed. I have come today not to take your life. Although the battles within the palace have ceased, the troops of the Empire of Xianyun at the borders remain unresolved. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, all elite warriors of the Empire, would be a tragic loss to bury due to this conflict. Thus, I hope your Majesty can issue a command for the Imperial army to surrender. This way, we can prevent further bloodshed and allow the citizens of both nations to embrace true peace sooner." Emperor Ling Xian raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yun, as if attempting to discern any falsity in his countenance. After a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke, "Do you truly intend to spare the soldiers of the Empire of Xianyun?" Xiao Yun solemnly nodded, affirming, "I assure you with my honor, as long as they lay down their arms and cease resistance, the Gamma Empire will treat them with kindness." Emperor Ling Xian remained silent for a considerable time before finally closing his eyes, as if expending all his strength, and softly uttered a single word, "Good." Xiao Yun felt a slight release of tension in his heart. He turned to Hai Buodong and Jia Xingtian, who stood guard at the door, and instructed, "Prepare ink and paper for His Majesty Ling Xian to write the order." Under the watchful eyes of all, Emperor Ling Xian, trembling hands, Inscribed the command for the border troops to surrender. Xiao Yun took the order, meticulously checked it for accuracy, and handed it to Jia Xingtian. Jialao, I entrust this task to you. Please ensure that the order is delivered accurately to the troops of the Empire of Xianyun at the border. Jia Xingtian nodded gravely and said, Rest assured, Xiao Yun, I shall not fail in my mission. With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. Jia Xingtian raced swiftly to the border of the two nations. Upon receiving the emperor's order, the soldiers of the Empire of Xianyun, though filled with reluctance, ultimately chose to lay down their arms and surrender, for the emperor's command was not to be defied. Thus, the war that had persisted for many days finally came to a conclusive end. In the days that followed, Xiao Yun and the people of the Gamma Empire busied themselves with the post-war reconstruction of the Empire of Xianyun. They aided in repairing damaged buildings, distributing food to relieve the populace, and dispatched a team of experienced officials to assist in reorganizing the governance of the Empire of Xianyun. Through the joint efforts of the citizens of both nations, the Empire of Xianyun gradually regained its vitality, and the lives of its people slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy. Before their departure, the citizens of the Izumo Empire gathered spontaneously along the streets outside the royal palace, their eyes brimming with gratitude and reluctance as they waved goodbye to Xiao Yun and his companions. Master Xiao Yun, thank you for saving us and allowing us to lead peaceful lives once more. Standing before the carriage, Xiao Yun was deeply moved by the scene unfolding before him. Upon returning to the Gamma Empire, Jia Xingtian organized a grand banquet to celebrate this hard-earned victory and the contributions of Xiao Yun and his companions. As the evening descended, the banquet hall glimmered with vibrant lights, adorned with lavish decorations, and tables overflowed with exquisite food and fine wine. Xiao Yun, Haibuodong, and Jia Xingtian were the guests of honor that night, receiving much respect from the attendees. Glasses were raised in toasts to Xiao Yun and his companions. Laughter and merriment filled the air as guests exchanged cups, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. After indulging in the feast, some revelers, having partaken too liberally of the wine, stepped into the courtyard for fresh air. Xiao Yun joined them in the courtyard, where the gentle night breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing coolness that cleared his slightly intoxicated mind. Gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky, he contemplated the transformations wrought by the war and the path toward future peace. Princess Yao Yu, clad in a flowing pink gown that swayed gracefully with her movements, resembled a blooming peach blossom. She approached Xiao Yun, hesitating for a moment before summoning the courage to say, Xiao Yun, you look truly magnificent tonight. Realizing her misstep, her face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson as she quickly corrected herself. No, that's not it. I meant to say, you look very handsome tonight. Observing the princess's bashful demeanor, a smile crept onto Xiao Yun's lips as he nodded slightly and replied, Thank you, Princess Yao Yu. You look exquisite this evening as well. Hearing his compliment, Princess Yao Yu's heart swelled with joy. Biting her lip, she confessed, Xiao Yun, there is something I have long wished to tell you. I have been watching you these past days, admiring your tireless efforts for the victory of our war and your dedication to the peace between our two nations. I have found myself, unknowingly, falling for you. Xiao Yun felt a slight jolt at her words, never having anticipated such feelings from her. With an awkward smile, he replied, Princess Yao Yu, you are still young. Perhaps this is merely a fleeting infatuation. I do not harbor romantic feelings for you. Upon hearing his words, tears welled up in Princess Yao Yu's eyes as she insisted, I am not merely naive. I truly care for you. I understand that you may not feel the same now, but I will wait until you recognize my feelings. Seeing the sorrow etched on her face, Xiao Yun felt a pang of compassion, yet he understood that matters of the heart could not be forced. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, Princess Yao Yu unexpectedly rose on her tiptoes and gently kissed his cheek. Flushing crimson, she turned and fled, leaving Xiao Yun stunned in place. Watching her retreating figure, he could only manage a wry smile as he touched the spot where she had kissed him, quietly sighing to himself. The following morning, sunlight bathed the capital of the Gamma Empire in its golden glow. Xiao Yun meticulously packed his belongings, preparing to depart. Haibuodong, Jia Xingtian, and various friends from the Gamma Empire gathered to bid him farewell. Xiao Yun, as we part ways this time, who knows when we shall meet again? You must take care of yourself, Haibuodong said, patting Xiao Yun's shoulder, his eyes filled with reluctance. Indeed, Xiao Yun, should you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. The Gamma Empire will surely offer its full support, Jia Xingtian added. With that, Xiao Yun turned and embarked on a new journey. He understood that although the war had ended, many unknown challenges awaited him on this continent, and he would continue to strive forward for peace and justice. Chapter 64. The 3-year pact. Xiao Yun soared through the air, his spirit energy surging as he flew forward. The howling winds echoed in his ears, and the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire receded into the distance, transforming from a vibrant city into a mere black, until it faded into nothingness. Xiao Yan lay leisurely on the grass, basking in the sunlight with his eyes closed, a blade of grass between his lips, exuding an air of tranquility. Xiao Yun shook his head, somewhat exasperated, and descended. As he landed with a soft thud, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Xiao Yun, a smile crept onto his lips. "Uncle Yin, you finally made it." Observing Xiao Yan's relaxed demeanor, Xiao Yun teased, "Ah, little Yin. I didn't expect you to arrive here so swiftly." Sitting up and stretching, Xiao Yan's face momentarily clouded with a hint of grievance as he remarked, "Of course. I'm not like some people who, upon leaving, can still enjoy a splendid feast. On top of that, receiving a princess's sweet kiss." He emphasized the last few words with a playful tone. Xiao Yun's face flushed with embarrassment, a wave of awkwardness washing over him as he silently scolded himself. How does this brat know? He quickly cleared his throat, attempting to mask his discomfort and shift the conversation. "By the way, you won the Alchemist competition. Did President Fama give you the formula for the fusion spirit pill? Have you managed to refine it yet?" "I did refine it. And the pill has been absorbed by the ring, but the medicinal elder inside shows no signs of awakening," Xiao Yan replied, his expression dimming slightly. He had hoped that by producing the fusion spirit pill, he could awaken his mentor, but his expectations had not been met, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. "That's indeed unfortunate." Xiao Yun sighed, his face reflecting a sense of regret. The significance of the medicinal elder to Xiao Yan was undeniable, and not being able to awaken him was undoubtedly a major disappointment. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. "It's all right. I believe the medicinal elder will awaken eventually. It's merely a matter of time. By the way, I remember that the 3-year pact is approaching, isn't it?" "Yes. We are about to set off for Yunlan's sect to fulfill our agreement and challenge Nalan Yanran." Xiao Yan's expression turned serious. The 3-year appointment was not only a deep-seated obsession for Xiao Yan, but also a pivotal opportunity for him to prove himself. Xiao Yun was acutely aware that the journey to Yunlan's sect would be fraught with challenges. Rising to his feet and brushing off the remnants of grass from his attire, Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. "For the past 3 years, I have trained tirelessly for this moment. The humiliation I suffered at the hands of Nalan Yanran must be avenged." Recalling the incident from 3 years ago, when Nalan Yanran, accompanied by formidable experts from Yunlan's sect, publicly annulled their engagement at the Xiao family estate, an uncontrollable fury surged within Xiao Yan. Back then, he was powerless and could only witness the disgrace that befell his family, enduring personal humiliation. However, he had since transformed, his strength now vastly superior. Observing the resolute glint in Xiao Yan's eyes, Xiao Yun nodded approvingly. "Your efforts over the past 3 years have not gone unnoticed. I firmly believe you will succeed. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant, for Yunlan's sect is the foremost sect of the Yunlan Empire, with profound heritage and a multitude of skilled practitioners." "I understand, Uncle Yun," Xiao Yan replied, clenching his fists. "In these 3 years of relentless training, I have not only enhanced my strength, but also mastered numerous powerful combat techniques and skills. I aim to confront Nalan Yanran with integrity and decisively defeat her, proving to everyone that I, Xiao Yan, am no longer a weakling to be bullied." Reflecting on his arduous journey of cultivation over the past 3 years, filled with countless nights of rigorous training and near-death breakthroughs, he intimately understood the hardships he had endured. "I will remain by your side during our visit to Yunlan's sect. Should they dare to employ any underhanded tactics, I will not stand idly by," Xiao Yun assured him, offering encouragement and support. With Xiao Yun's formidable strength at his side, Xiao Yan felt a sense of powerful reassurance. "With you here, Uncle Yun, I feel much more at ease," Xiao Yan expressed gratefully, casting a glance at Xiao Yun. Throughout his journey of growth, Xiao Yun had consistently provided guidance and support, becoming one of the individuals Xiao Yan trusted and relied upon the most. After a brief respite, the two set off toward Yunlan's sect. Along the way, they engaged in discussions regarding the sect's current status and strategies for their approach. "Uncle Yun, what do you think Nalan Yanran's strength is at now?" Xiao Yan inquired as they traveled. Nalan Yanran, being the young master of Yunlan's sect and having access to their abundant resources for training, has undoubtedly experienced significant growth in her abilities over the past 3 years. Given her talent and the cultivation resources at her disposal, I suspect she has reached at least the Great Fighter realm, and she may even have surpassed that to attain the Do Ling level, Xiao Yun analyzed. As the dominant sect of the Yunlan Empire, Yunlan's sect possessed rich cultivation resources and top-tier techniques, making Nalan Yanran as a key focus of their cultivation efforts. A formidable opponent. A great fighter? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, internally assessing the disparity in strength between them. He had reached the pinnacle of the fighter realm, only a step away from the great fighter level, yet he understood that this seemingly small distance felt insurmountable. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited. Even if she is a great fighter, I will not retreat. I am confident in my ability to overcome her. Indeed, your fighting spirit and determination are of utmost importance. Nevertheless, we must also prepare for the worst, Xiao Yun replied. If Nalin Yinran's prowess exceeds our expectations, and the Yunlan sect deliberately creates obstacles, we may be faced with a fierce battle, Xiao Yun remarked gravely. The Yunlan sect holds immense power within the Yunlan Empire, and their methods are not always honorable. He worries that the sect might manipulate the 3-year agreement to preserve Nalin Yinran's and the Yunlan sect's dignity. Regardless of the challenges ahead, I shall not yield, Xiao Yan declared resolutely, as if he could already envision the scene of his confrontation with Nalin Yinran at the Yunlan sect. I must make it known to all that Xiao Yan is not to be trampled upon. As they approached the Yunlan sect, the air seemed to thicken with tension. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun quickened their pace, aware that an intense confrontation was imminent. Finally, they arrived at the foot of the Yunlan sect. Looking up, the towering peaks were shrouded in mist, the grand edifice of the Yunlan sect appearing both majestic and elusive. At the base of the mountain, a considerable crowd had gathered, eager to witness the much-anticipated 3-year agreement, buzzing with excitement and anticipation. I never expected such attention for this event, Xiao Yan mused as he observed the throng around him. This 3-year agreement transcends mere personal grievances between Nalin Yinran and myself. It has evolved into a significant spectacle for the entire Yunlan Empire. After all, both you and Nalin Yinran are among the elite of the younger generation. This duel pertains to your honor and future, naturally drawing the gaze of many, Xiao Yan commented. However, do not allow the external scrutiny to distract you. Focus solely on your battle. I understand, Uncle Yun, Xiao Yan replied, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. I shall ascend the mountain now, to fulfill this 3-year agreement. Xiao Yun nodded. I will accompany you. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will act without hesitation. The two walked side by side towards the gates of the Yunlan sect, where a breathtaking battle was about to unfold. And Xiao Yan was on the brink of facing the most significant challenge of his life. Whether he could successfully defeat Nalin Yinran and erase the humiliation of the past remained uncertain. Chapter 65. The 3-year agreement. Nalin Yinran donned a light blue outfit. Her long sword slung gracefully at her waist, her demeanor calm, yet betraying a hint of inner tension as she stood respectfully aside, awaiting Yun Ling's instruction. Yinran, this 3-year agreement concerns the honor of both you and the Yunlan sect. It must not falter. Yun Ling halted, his piercing gaze fixed firmly upon Nalin Yinran. His tone resolute and unyielding. His eyes reflected a profound concern for the reputation of the Yunlan sect and the outcome of the contest. Nalin Yinran nodded slightly, her hair swaying gently with the motion as she softly assured, rest assured, Elder, I shall give my all. Her voice was clear, yet in the vast hall, it felt somewhat fragile. However, as the young master of our Yunlan sect, with numerous resources at your disposal, if you cannot even overcome him, not only will your dignity be tarnished, but the Yunlan sect will become a laughingstock within the Jiama Empire and the entire Duki continent. The words of Yun Ling were laced with disdain for Xiao Yan, simultaneously imposing immense pressure on Nalin Yinran. A flicker of displeasure passed through Nalin Yinran's eyes, quickly concealed as she instinctively tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword, resolutely declaring, Yinran understands that 3 years ago, I could humiliate him publicly. 3 years later, I can just as easily trample him beneath my feet. Yun Ling nodded, his expression easing somewhat, the creases on his face relaxing slightly. Your master, Yun, is still on her way back to the sect. I shall preside over this contest. You need only fight with abandon. Should Xiao Yan dare to employ any tricks during the match, I assure you, I will not let him off lightly. The tone of Yun Ling was imbued with an air of intimidation, as if he would act immediately at the slightest provocation from Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, the expansive training grounds of the Yunlan sect were already thronged with a dense crowd, the din of animated discussions rising and falling like waves. In the audience, Jia Xingtian was adorned in a resplendent robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns, signifying his extraordinary status. Surrounding him were several burly bodyguards, each with a stern demeanor, vigilantly surveying the surrounding throng. Jia Xingtian strode forward with an air of authority, each step resonating with the presence of a person of high standing. In contrast, President Fa Ma donned a simple yet elegant long robe, a gentle smile gracing his face as he leisurely followed behind, his eyes revealing wisdom and composure. As soon as they settled into their seats, they spotted Hai Buodong not far away. Ah, old Hai, you have come as well, Jia Xingtian exclaimed, surprise evident in his voice, which rang clearly above the clamor. Hai Buodong smiled slightly, leisurely sipping his tea, responding, how could I miss such a lively event? A mysterious smile perpetually adorned Hai Buodong's face, leaving others guessing at his thoughts. Fa Ma chuckled in agreement. Indeed, this 3-year agreement truly stirs the hearts of the entire Gamma Empire. Old Hai, Who do you believe will emerge victorious this time? As he spoke, he gently stroked his beard, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Jia Xingtian interjected confidently. Need I even ask? As the young master of Yunlan's sect, Nalan Yunran's strength must be extraordinary. Xiao Yan is merely a scion of a fallen clan. Even if he has made some progress in these past 3 years, how formidable could he possibly be? I naturally place my faith in Nalan Yunran. His tone brimmed with assurance, as if the outcome of the contest were already a foregone conclusion. Curiosity piqued, Jia Xingtian pressed further. Old Hai, does your comment imply that Xiao Yan possesses some exceptional quality? Do not keep us in suspense. Hai Buodong, however, maintained his enigmatic demeanor, merely shaking his head gently, his smile suggesting that this contest would yield unforeseen results. At that moment, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan arrived near the audience area. Xiao Yun's face was shrouded by a black veil, revealing only his deep, piercing eyes, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. His appearance immediately captured the attention of Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma. Who is this person? So mysterious, Jia Xingtian could not help but whisper. His eyes filled with vigilance and intrigue, wore a perplexed expression, shaking his head in uncertainty. He had never encountered this individual before, and judging by his demeanor, he appeared to wish to conceal his identity. Curiosity enveloped as he endeavored to glean some clues from. Both men, driven by their intrigue, channeled their mental energies in an attempt to assess prowess. Initiated the probing, his mental force extending like an invisible tendril towards. A flicker of surprise crossed face as he felt a subtle shift. Observing this, unwilling to be outdone, promptly summoned his own mental energy to join the investigation. Yet, the outcome was the same. His mental force too was thwarted by that enigmatic power, unable to penetrate the veil surrounding's true capabilities. Furrowing his brow, pondered for a moment before articulating. Either he possesses a treasure that shields his presence from detection, or his strength surpasses ours significantly. A hint of uncertainty tinged his voice, as he found it hard to believe that anyone in the could eclipse their might. Scoffed lightly, in this desolate land, how could there possibly be those stronger than us? I am inclined to believe it is the former. Preferred to think that's abilities stemmed from some artifact, for he considered himself among the elite of the. At that moment, ascended the platform of the training ground, his imposing figure radiating authority, drawing the gaze of all present. Stood to one side of the arena, his expression calm. He slightly lifted his chin, locking eyes with as he spoke with quiet determination. Life and death rest in fate's hands. Though his voice was soft, it resonated with unwavering conviction, cutting through the silence with remarkable clarity. S. countenance darkened instantly upon hearing this. How dare a recently promoted interrupt his speech? This blatant challenge to his authority ignited a flicker of wrath within him, and had it not been for the multitude of spectators present, he would have swiftly quelled this audacious youth. Suppressing his rising fury, inhaled deeply and coldly proclaimed, the 3-year agreement officially commences. As declaration echoed through the arena, it erupted into fervor, the audience's cheers and shouts rising in a cacophony. Wielding her long sword, gracefully leapt into the arena, her hair billowing in the wind like a blossoming blue flower. The two faced each other, the air thick with palpable tension. Struck first, her figure a blur, her sword glinting ominously as it lunged toward. With a deft sidestep, evaded the fierce assault effortlessly, simultaneously sweeping his in a wide arc, stirring a gust of wind. Quickly raised her sword to parry, the clash resonating throughout the arena with a thunderous sound, the force of their confrontation sending both combatants stumbling back a few steps. In the audience, and both rose to their feet, their eyes fixated on the duel unfolding in the arena, astonished expressions etched on their faces. They had not anticipated its formidable strength, which matched S. prowess blow for blow from the outset. Yet, Hai Buodong remained seated, his expression calm, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if he had anticipated the unfolding scene. In the blazing sun of the training ground, the relentless rays cast a dazzling yet tense glow upon this highly anticipated 3-year agreement. Nalan Yunran and Xiao Yan stood opposed, their breaths, though drowned out by the surrounding clamor, whispered of the taut nerves and heaving chests, signaling the imminent clash. Within Nalan Yunran's eyes blazed 2 fierce flames, fueled by the deep-seated resentment of past humiliations. Her teeth clenched against her lower lip, her fighting spirit surged like an agitated storm, swelling with intensity. In an instant, her energy coalesced at an astounding speed, forming a dazzling battle armor reminiscent of the stars upon her form. This armor resembled flowing mercury, perfectly conforming to her graceful silhouette, emanating a chillingly sharp aura. Upon the armor, strands of blue energy flickered like serpentine tongues, pulsating with brilliance, showcasing her profound prowess as the young master of the Yunlan sect. The sword in her hand trembled, not from fear, but from an insatiable thirst for battle and a fervent desire for vengeance. Xiao Yan's demeanor was as tranquil as still water, his deep-set eyes reflecting no turmoil. He stood resolutely, the heavy Xinzhong staff firmly planted on the ground, emitting a dull, resounding thud, as if proclaiming his steadiness and resolve to the world. In response to Nalen Yinran's fury and accusations, he merely shook his head lightly. His lips parted, and his deep voice resonated clearly across the arena. I have long since relinquished the hatred within my heart. This battle is merely to provide an account to my father, to Uncle Yun, to all who have supported me, and to those who believe in me. As his words faded, Xiao Yan's energy erupted suddenly, surging forth like a volcanic eruption. The intense energy swiftly coalesced, forming a crimson battle armor upon his body in the blink of an eye. The armor glimmered with runes, faint flames leaping within, sharply contrasting with Nalen Yinran's icy blue armor. The searing heat emanated from Xiao Yan, radiating outward, igniting the surrounding air into a stifling blaze. Nalen Yinran, no longer hesitating, widened her beautiful eyes, her form a streak of blue lightning as she charged toward Xiao Yan. The sword in her grasp shimmered with a cold light under the sun, the blade enveloped in energy, unleashing a flurry of resplendent yet lethal sword blooms. Each strike embodied her anger and defiance, wielded with fierce energy as if to rend the very fabric of space before her. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, his focus unwavering as he fixated on Nalen Yinran's every move. He gripped the Xinzhong staff tightly, the hefty iron staff raised steadily in anticipation of her assault. Charging forward with determination, the staff sliced through the air with a fierce wind, each swing creating powerful shockwaves that echoed through the atmosphere. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of intense metal clashes resonated throughout the arena, akin to a relentless drumbeat that reverberated against the eardrums of the onlookers. The figures of the two combatants moved swiftly across the training ground, resembling two intertwining beams of light. Each confrontation sparked brilliant flashes, the radiant glow born from the collision of their energies, representing a fierce contest of strength and skill. As the battle raged on, Nalen Yinran's anxiety burgeoned within her like rampant weeds. She had never anticipated that Xiao Yan's prowess could be so formidable, as he matched her blow for blow without faltering. Every full-force strike she unleashed was deftly countered by Xiao Yan, delivering an unprecedented blow to her confidence. This could not continue. Nalen Yinran silently cried out within, a glint of determination and ferocity flashing in her eyes. She abruptly retreated, her feet leaving deep impressions on the stone slabs as she distanced herself from Xiao Yan. In quick succession, she formed intricate seals with her hands, her fingers dancing with agility as she chanted an obscure incantation, the words tumbling forth from her lips. When's ultimate? Setting sun, Nalen Yinran exclaimed, her voice piercing and sharp, echoing across the entire arena. She directed her sword toward Xiao Yan, unleashing a colossal wave of blue sword energy that surged forth from its tip. The energy roared forth like a rampaging dragon, enveloped in a tempestuous aura of wind-based energy, carrying with it an overwhelming might that surged toward Xiao Yan. The air along its path was instantly torn asunder, emitting a shrill wail, as if lamenting the terror of this formidable assault. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave, an unprecedented focus gleaming in his eyes. He understood the magnitude of this strike and dared not underestimate it. Taking a deep breath, his chest heaving, he slowly raised his left hand, where a sphere of purple beast flame began to gather silently in his palm. The beast flame danced and flickered, exuding an eerie and enigmatic glow, as though it originated from an otherworldly realm. The violet flame swirled like a lively spirit, radiating a chilling aura from his palm. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan swiftly lifted his right hand, revealing a blossom of blue heart of earth fire that gradually emerged in his grasp. The heart of earth fire resembled a magnificent blue lotus blooming upon an icy expanse, emanating a cataclysmic energy that starkly contrasted with the fervency of the purple beast flame. The blue flame swayed gently in his palm, yet harbored a terrifying power capable of annihilating all. He possesses. A thunderous gasp erupted from the audience, their gazes magnetically drawn to the in Xiao Yan's hand. Eyes widened in astonishment, their faces reflected shock and disbelief, as if they were witnessing the most incredible miracle of the world. They had never encountered such a wondrous and powerful flame, their hearts brimming with awe and curiosity, a reverence for the unknown power that left them in astonishment. Jia Xingtian and President Fama had been intently observing the fierce battle, their faces marked by confidence and composure. However, upon seeing the in Xiao Yan's hand, their expressions turned ashen, eyes bulging, mouths agape, embodying sheer astonishment. How could this be possible? Jia Xingtian gasped in astonishment, his voice imbued with shock and confusion. His gaze was fixated upon the extraordinary flames in Xiao Yan's hand, as if he were attempting to penetrate their mystery to uncover the truth behind it all. President Fama, equally astonished, furrowed his brow into a deep furrow, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. His voice trembled slightly, laden with uncertainty and surprise. He could scarcely reconcile the boy before him, fiercely battling against Yanran, with the illustrious figure of the rock owl who had shown brilliantly during the alchemist competition. The two exchanged a glance, recognizing the same astonishment and bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. Unanimously, they turned to face the serene Hai Buodong behind them. President Fama's gaze was intensely fixed on Hai Buodong, a hint of urgency evident in his eyes. "Hai, we require an explanation. Why have you concealed such a significant matter?" His tone bore a trace of reproach, as he struggled to comprehend why Hai Buodong would hide such an astounding secret. Hai Buodong remained unperturbed, leisurely lifting his teacup and taking a gentle sip, as though the unfolding events held no relevance for him. In response to the inquiries of Jia Xingtian and President Fama, he merely smiled faintly and said, "Some matters are best left unspoken until the opportune moment arrives. Now that we have reached this juncture, it is permissible to reveal the truth. Indeed, the rock owl of yesteryear is none other than Xiao Yan." His voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity amidst the tense atmosphere, akin to a bombshell that stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of the onlookers. Chapter 67. The 3-year agreement. Xiao Yan's left hand wielded the purple beast fire, while his right hand encompassed the blue earth core fire of the blue lotus. The two contrasting, yet equally formidable flames beginning to converge under his mastery. The beast fire surged and leaped, radiating a primal heat, casting an eerie and mystical purple glow upon Xiao Yan's left hand. The earth core fire, in contrast, quietly unfolded its blue luminescence, each flicker seemingly gathering destructive power. In the audience, every spectator held their breath, their eyes fixated upon the two flames in Xiao Yan's grasp. They could sense that an unprecedented and terrifying assault was brewing. Those of lesser strength instinctively began to retreat, striving to distance themselves from the oppressive aura emanating from this unknown formidable force. The Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, whose countenance had been calm, suddenly grew exceedingly grave. As a powerful figure within the sect, he keenly sensed the dreadful consequences that would ensue from the fusion of these two flames. He looked skyward, as though foreseeing the cataclysmic spectacle that would unfold upon the eruption of the fire lotus. "Quickly, activate the protective formation of the sect." The Grand Elder's voice thundered like a bell throughout the Yunlan sect, carrying an undeniable authority. The disciples within the sect, already affected by the tense atmosphere, sprang into action upon hearing the Grand Elder's command. Rays of light ignited from various corners of the Yunlan sect, swiftly coalescing into a vast transparent shield that enveloped the entire martial arena and its surrounding areas. The Grand Elder personally presided over the formation, swiftly forming seals with his hands as the fighting spirit within him continuously flowed into the protective array, ensuring the stability of the shield. At that moment, Yanran in the training ground sensed the threat posed by the flames in Xiao Yan's grasp. A wave of unprecedented fear surged within her. Yet her competitive spirit and years of resentment compelled her to stand her ground. Taking a deep breath, she raised her long sword high once more, the azure fighting spirit around her surging violently, converging entirely upon the blade. "Extreme wind, setting sun," Yanran cried out again, this time infused with a newfound resolve. A colossal and ferocious blue sword aura erupted from the tip of her sword, unlike before, now interwoven with countless wind blades, akin to a true dragon roaring towards Xiao Yan. The air along its path was utterly torn apart, leaving behind black fissures and a piercing shriek that sent chills down spines. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan clasped his hands together forcefully, compressing the violet beast fire and the blue earth heart fire into a single entity. Upon contact, the flames erupted with a violent roar, as if two ancient deities were clashing. The fire twisted and intertwined chaotically, gradually merging into a massive fire lotus. This lotus emanated an unusual violet blue hue, its petals shimmering with mysterious runes, each pulse releasing waves of terrifying energy. The surrounding space began to distort, as if unable to bear the weight of the fire lotus's power. The spectators felt a scorching wave sweep over them. Even from behind the protective array, they could perceive the intense heat. With a thunderous shout, Xiao Yan hurled the fire lotus towards Yanran's blue sword aura. The fire lotus traced a brilliant trajectory through the air, its speed akin to lightning. Boom! The fire lotus collided violently with the blue sword aura midair, instantly unleashing a dazzling brilliance that enveloped the entire training ground. Within that radiance, the fire lotus and the sword aura clashed, generating immense energy fluctuations that formed whirlpools in the surrounding air. Yanran sensed a tidal wave of power surging towards her. She desperately channeled her fighting spirit in an attempt to resist it. Yet her complexion grew paler, her steps involuntarily retreating. She could distinctly feel that Xiao Yan's strike far exceeded her expectations. Outside the protective array, the energy shockwaves relentlessly battered against the shield, producing resounding thuds. Ripples spread across the protective barrier, threatening to shatter it at any moment. The Grand Elder's expression darkened significantly as he intensified the output of his fighting spirit, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Hold on, we must not let the shield break. He gritted his teeth. The power of the Fire Lotus grew increasingly formidable, gradually gaining the upper hand. Cracks began to appear in the blue sword aura, and with a crisp sound, the sword aura was utterly obliterated by the Fire Lotus. The remaining Fire Lotus, fueled by boundless rage, surged towards Nalan Yinran. Her eyes widened in terror. She wished to evade, but her body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move. No! Nalan Yinran cried out in despair. At the moment when the Fire Lotus was about to strike Nalan Yinran, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his hand, causing the power of the Fire Lotus to deviate slightly. The Fire Lotus grazed Nalan Yinran's body as it soared past, colliding with a nearby mountain peak adjacent to the martial arts arena. Boom! The mountain crumbled instantly under the assault of the Fire Lotus, transforming into countless fragments that scattered into the air. The overwhelming aftermath continued to wreak havoc, surging towards the protective array of the Yunlan sect. Under the impact of this force, the protective array finally succumbed, shattering with a resounding bang. The moment the barrier fractured, the residual energy surged forth like a torrent, flooding into every corner of the Yunlan sect. Buildings collapsed under the onslaught of the aftermath, raising clouds of dust into the sky. The disciples of the Yunlan sect fled in all directions, their screams and cries echoing incessantly. Standing on the martial arts arena, Xiao Yan gazed at the devastation before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had merely intended to conclude the 3-year agreement and provide an explanation to his supporters, yet he never anticipated such catastrophic destruction. Nalan Yinran collapsed to the ground, her gaze vacant, her face etched with defeat and reluctance. In that moment, the resentment she harbored for Xiao Yan dissipated entirely, replaced by profound admiration and a sense of helplessness. I have lost, Nalan Yinran murmured to herself. Jia Xingtian and President Fama stared at the scene before them, rendered speechless. They had never imagined that this battle would conclude in such a manner. Hai Buodong remained calm, slowly rising to his feet and looking at Xiao Yan with a hint of a gratified smile in his eyes. Xiao Yan, you have succeeded, Hai Buodong said softly. The much-anticipated 3-year agreement had finally come to an end. Xiao Yan had demonstrated his growth through his prowess. Chapter 68. The chaos of battle having defeated Nalan Yinran. The weight on Xiao Yan's heart finally lifted. He took a deep breath and prepared to leave this place of turmoil. At that moment, Yunling abruptly stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs, Xiao Yan, please wait. Our Yunlan sect has something we would like you to verify. This cry rang out like thunder, instantly shattering the brief tranquility of the martial arts arena, drawing everyone's gaze towards Xiao Yan as if magnetized. In the stands, Jia Xingtian furrowed his brow deeply, worry etched across his face as he murmured, could Yunling be attempting to retain him due to his loss? Though his voice was low, it was caught by President Fama beside him. The president quickly interjected, trying to calm the crowd, as if persuading himself. Yunling has always valued the reputation of the Yunlan sect. He would not commit such a foolish act. Yet, the fleeting unease in his eyes betrayed his inner concerns. Hai Buodong, seated nearby, exhibited a trace of worry on his previously placid face. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Yan, his hands instinctively clenching, silently lamenting the potential exposure of Xiao Yan's identity, fearing he might plunge into irretrievable trouble. Indeed, Gu Yi, standing beside Yunling, stepped forward, straightened his posture, and declared loudly, Xiao Yan has employed the same combat technique to defeat the young sect master as he did when he killed Elder Imo Chung. His voice was sharp and piercing, slicing through the air like a blade, causing everyone's nerves to tense once more. Xiao Yan's heart tightened, yet he feigned calmness. And with an air of nonchalance, he retorted, how could I possibly possess the strength of a Do Huang? As he spoke, he secretly circulated his Do Qi. The azure lotus heart fire and beast fire within him stirred restlessly, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Yunling instinctively glanced at Nalan Yinran, her eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping for her corroboration. However, Nalan Yinran's expression was complex. After a moment's hesitation, her voice, tinged with confusion and reluctance, softly murmured, I cannot discern it myself. Gu Yi, undeterred, pressed on, his voice rising in intensity. I recall that the mysterious Do Huang employed a terrifying white flame during the exhibition of his Do techniques. White flame. These 2 words detonated like a bombshell, stirring a tempest among the crowd, creating an uproar. Those who had witnessed the alchemist competition immediately recalled that Xiao Yan, under the alias Yan Xiao, had indeed utilized white flames when concocting the 3-pattern Qing Ling Dan. Hai Buodong felt a sinking sensation within, aware that the truth had been unveiled, and the situation had turned dire. With a resigned sigh, his face bore the weight of helplessness. Xiao Yan recognized that explanations were futile at this juncture, steeling himself. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his dou qi surged forth like a torrent, preparing for a forceful escape. Yunling would not let him slip away so easily, her face flushed with rage as she gestured emphatically, shouting, "Stop him!" Surrounding disciples of the Yunlan sect surged forward, akin to ravenous wolves. Xiao Yan's demeanor was resolute, his dou qi roared around him. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed his formidable energy, sending the ordinary disciples hurtling back, crashing against the nearby stone pillars with resounding thuds, raising clouds of dust. Yunling's countenance darkened ominously, reminiscent of the sky before a storm. With a cold snort, she gestured once more. In an instant, 3 Do Wong experts encircled Xiao Yan from 3 directions, effectively trapping him at the center. The foremost Do Wong was robust and imposing, his face adorned with a thick beard. The long sword he wielded was as thick as an arm, inscribed with mysterious runes that emanated a chilling blue dou qi, glinting menacingly. He stepped forward, his voice dripping with malice. "Boy, today marks your end." The oppressive tone sent shivers through the onlookers. To his left stood a lean and agile Do Wong, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah, brandishing a slender, flexible sword that curved like a serpent. The blue dou qi flowed along the blade, casting an eerie glow as if ready to deliver a fatal strike to Xiao Yan. On the right was a tall and stern-faced Do Wong, wielding a hefty two-handed broadsword that whipped through the air with a howling wind. The blue dou qi coalesced upon the sword's edge, akin to surging waves. Relentless and unstoppable, these 3 Do Wong formed a triangular formation, tightly encircling Xiao Yan, just as one of them prepared to strike. A figure from the audience shot forth like a bolt of lightning. It was Xiao Yan's uncle, Xiao Yun, enveloped in a vibrant red dou qi, akin to a blazing comet streaking across the sky. Xiao Yun abruptly raised his palm, where the red dou qi coalesced violently, forming a colossal imprint of dou qi. The imprint, radiating intense heat, surged towards the 3 Do Wong with an overwhelming force, reminiscent of a tidal wave. Before the 3 combat kings could react, they were struck by a terrifying force. Like kites severed from their strings, they were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the walls of the arena, producing a thunderous sound. The wall collapsed instantly, raising a cloud of dust and scattering bricks and stones. Seizing the momentum, Xiao Yun leaped into the air, shedding his cloak and standing suspended in midair. His figure was tall and imposing, as the crimson energy swirled around him, illuminating him like a war god descending from the heavens. At that moment, he looked down upon the chaotic scene below, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain. With a languid tone, his voice resonated throughout the arena like the toll of a great bell. "After such lengthy discussions, your ultimate goal is merely to bully the disciples of the Xiao family by relying on your numbers? Humph, do you not consider your own capabilities?" With that, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and the crimson energy surged once more. This time, it crystallized into 3 massive red long spears, flames dancing upon them, emitting intense heat that distorted the surrounding air. With a flick of his intent, the 3 spears shot forth like arrows released from a bow, hurtling toward the 3 combat kings. Just as they managed to rise from the ground, still gasping for breath, they beheld the 3 spears whistling toward them. Their eyes widened in terror, and as they attempted to evade, they found themselves immobilized, unable to move at all. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 spears struck with precision, piercing the bodies of the combat kings. In an instant, their forms were consumed by the searing flames, reduced to mere ashes, scattered by the wind. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was rendered speechless by Xiao Yun's formidable power. Yunling, witnessing this scene, turned as pale as a sheet, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could scarcely fathom that such a powerful master lurked behind Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, the spectators, including Elder Guyi and President Fa Ma, were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the mysterious figure they had previously investigated was none other than Xiao Yun. It was no wonder their mental energies could not discern the intricacies. After all, both shared the surname Xiao, and their energies bore striking similarities, indicating they were indeed family. Chapter 69. Former sect leader Yun Shan having dealt with the 3 combat king elders. Xiao Yun cast a cold gaze toward Elder Guyi and Yun Ling on the platform, for it was these 2 old men who had been the most vociferous moments ago. With a disdainful snort, he vanished from sight. Realizing the imminent threat aimed at him, Yun Ling's heart sank, fear washing over his face. In a panic, he seized Elder Guyi by the collar, urgently exclaiming, "We must flee." With that, he unleashed his energy, manifesting wings of combat energy, and soared away with Elder Guyi in tow. "Do you think you can escape, old fool?" Xiao Yun's icy voice echoed from behind, laden with an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Move faster, Elder Yunling," Guyi urged, glancing back at the rapidly approaching Xiao Yun. Fear etched on his features. "Silence. If you utter another word, I shall cast you aside, Yunling retorted angrily. However, as their words faded, Xiao Yun suddenly materialized behind them, his right fist enveloped in a surging crimson aura, propelled forth like a cannonball. Yunling felt the terrifying momentum behind him, his heart constricting violently, as if his very blood was on the verge of freezing. At this critical juncture, he gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination crossing his face, and hurled the trembling Gu Yi away in a desperate attempt to momentarily impede Xiao Yun. Gu Yi, witnessing the approaching fist of energy, screamed in terror, hurtling towards Xiao Yun like a falling meteor. Xiao Yun frowned slightly, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. With a casual wave of his left hand, a crimson energy blade swiftly sent Gu Yi flying. Like a kite severed from its string, Gu Yi plummeted downward, ultimately crashing onto the arena floor with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust, his demise attributed to the sheer force of gravity. With Gu Yi dealt with, Xiao Yun's gaze returned to fixate on Yunling, who, in a moment of sheer panic, widened his eyes and fervently channeled his energy, wielding his long sword in frantic arcs to fend off Xiao Yun's impending assault. Noticing his opponent finally halting, Xiao Yun's lips curled into a chilling smile, his eyes glimmering with icy intent. He slowly raised both hands, palms facing each other, as the surrounding red energy surged towards him, drawn by some formidable force. The air thickened with an oppressive heat, igniting the very space around them. As the energy continued to accumulate, a small luminous point began to form between Xiao Yun's hands, radiating a blinding brilliance reminiscent of a nascent star. This point rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fireball of half a meter in diameter. Its surface roiled with flames, tendrils of fire dancing as if imbued with life. The terrifying energy contained within the fireball caused the air to sizzle, while the stones beneath began to melt, forming pools of molten lava. Yunling, feeling the overwhelming force of the fireball, trembled uncontrollably. Despair flooded his heart as he inwardly shouted, "What the hell? At least let us exchange a few blows." But in that moment, he had no time for further thoughts, channeling all his might into his long sword, striving to withstand this lethal strike. Seeing this, Xiao Yun denied him any opportunity to gather strength, abruptly swinging his arm to hurl the concentrated fireball towards Yunling. The fireball raced through the air like a meteor streaking across the sky, bearing an unparalleled momentum and cataclysmic power as it howled towards Yunling. In that instant, Yunling, summoning every ounce of his energy, drained himself completely, positioning his longsword before him and pouring his energy into it without reservation. The blue glow of the blade surging dramatically. A wave of resolve surged within him, and he hurled the longsword towards Xiao Yun with all his might. In that fleeting moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. As the once ordinary longsword slipped from Yunling's grasp, it swiftly transformed into an ethereal presence, expanding rapidly until it morphed into a colossal lightsaber towering over two men. Runes flickered upon the blade, each inscribed symbol encapsulating the essence of Yunling's lifelong martial energy, surging forth with an indomitable momentum towards Xiao Yun's blazing fireball. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yun's eyes, yet he quickly refocused on directing the fireball towards Yunling. The fiery sphere, imbued with relentless heat and terrifying energy, collided violently with the giant lightsaber. A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens and the earth, causing the entire Yunlan sect to tremble. The dreadful energy wave surged like an invisible tempest, radiating outward from the point of impact with fervent ferocity. Surrounding structures crumbled under the force, while the arena's ground was rent asunder, revealing bottomless fissures. At the moment the colossal lightsaber met the fireball, it shattered like fragile glass. Cracking rapidly, within mere seconds, it disintegrated completely, transforming into myriad blue motes that dissipated into the air. Yunling gazed at the fragmented lightsaber, despair etched across his features. His body wavered under the onslaught of energy, his attire tattered, hair disheveled. As he beheld the fireball piercing through the remnants of the shattered sword, he envisioned his ancestors smiling and beckoning him. In that moment, his fear peaked, his legs weakened, leaving him utterly unable to resist. "Enough, enough," Yunling muttered, his voice laced with reluctance and resignation. Ultimately, he relinquished his struggle, slowly closing his eyes, awaiting the embrace of death. Just as the fireball was poised to strike Yunling, a clear yet commanding voice resonated. "You young ones shall not act so recklessly." In an instant, a figure clad in white streaked across the sky like lightning, appearing before Yunling. It was none other than Yun Shan, the former master of the Yunlan sect. With swift hand gestures, he began to chant incantations, and in an instant, a transparent shield of martial energy unfurled around him. This seemingly delicate barrier emanated a chilling yet formidable aura, as if it could withstand any assault in existence. The fireball crashed heavily against the martial energy shield, producing a deep, resounding thud. Flames clashed against the barrier, erupting in a shower of sparks. The tremendous impact caused Yunshan to stagger back slightly. Yet the shield remained intact, steadfastly absorbing the fireball's onslaught. Chapter 70. The clash. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Yunshan's imposing figure came into clearer view. Clad in a simple white robe adorned with flowing cloud patterns, and with sleeves hinting at concealed sword energy, he appeared youthful, his face smooth and radiant like jade. Save for his striking white hair that formed a stark contrast, showcasing the weight of time. His overall demeanor exuded an ethereal quality, harmoniously blending with the essence of the Yunlan sect, akin to a figure from a painting. The disciples of Yunlanzong were initially struck by a profound silence before erupting into thunderous cheers as they beheld the scene before them. The overwhelming aura was simply magnificent. With their hands raised high, the disciples jubilantly leaped and shouted, tears glistening in the corners of their eyes, revealing the immense gratitude they held towards Yunshan, a debt of gratitude that could never be fully repaid in a lifetime. On the viewing platform, the crowd's gaze was fixed intently on Yunshan, whose presence exuded a power so formidable it sent shivers down their spines, making it clear that the stabilizing force of Yunlanzong had returned. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Yunshan had ascended to the Dozong realm. The seemingly delicate yet unyielding Do Qi shield surrounding him stood as the most compelling evidence of his strength. Behind Yunshan, Elder Yunling sat slumped on the ground, gazing up at the towering figure before him, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, a poignant testament to his overwhelming relief and gratitude towards Yunshan. If not for his age and injuries, he would have leapt forward to embrace Yunshan, offering himself in devotion, nurturing him as a daughter and teaching him as a son. What? You say they are both men? Nonsense. Perhaps the other party might prefer such arrangements. Jia Xingtian's lips trembled slightly as he murmured, I had thought he would fail in his pursuit of Dozong, yet he has truly succeeded. President Fama nodded gravely, acknowledging, with such a powerful figure at the helm of Yunlanzong, the future landscape is bound to shift dramatically. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Jia Xingtian continued, as Yunshan ascends to Dozong, the strength of Yunlanzong will greatly increase, thus intensifying our pressure. His brow furrowed in determination as a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. We cannot remain passive. We must strategize early. Are you the former leader of Yunlanzong? Yunshan? Xiao Yun inquired loudly, his voice steady yet laced with caution. Indeed. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Yunshan replied, his gaze calm yet commanding, causing the very air around them to tremble with his formidable presence. Xiao Yun of the Xiao family, Xiao Yun announced, pausing momentarily as he subtly concentrated a more refined red Do Qi in his hand. Very well, I shall refer to you as my friend Xiao. I wonder why you have chosen to oppose Yunlanzong. Yunshan inquired with an unperturbed demeanor. However, throughout this ordeal, no substantial evidence has emerged to prove that my nephew, Xiao Yan, was responsible for the death of Mo Cheng. I had intended to remain uninvolved. Yet your Grand Elder of Yunlanzong audaciously commanded several elders to forcibly detain my nephew. Such brazen acts cannot be overlooked. Yunshan nodded slightly, scanning the surroundings before proclaiming, Elder Guyi, please step forward to clarify the circumstances surrounding Mo Cheng's demise. Yunling, feeling irked, shouted furiously, Guyi, are you deaf? The leader is inquiring. Why do you not promptly reveal yourself? Meanwhile, in the underworld, Guyi, poised to drink Meng Po's soup, gazed speechlessly at the raucous commotion instigated by Yunling. At this moment, a disciple reminded, wasn't Elder Guyi, the esteemed Grand Elder Yunling, led to his demise by you? It was when Xiao Yun was pursuing you that, in a desperate bid for survival, you, just as the disciple was about to continue. Another disciple swiftly covered his mouth and whispered urgently, Brother, this is not something to discuss. The muffled disciple struggled fiercely, his eyes wide with alarm as he emitted muffled sounds. However, the disciple covering his mouth showed no intention of releasing him, persistently signaling him with his eyes to remain silent. Yunling's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He fell to his knees, trembling as he stammered. Sectmaster, the situation was dire, and I acted purely out of self-preservation. Xiao Yun raised a hand, saying, now that the matter is clarified, may we take our leave? What is it? Xiao Yun furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding surging within him. The protective array of the sect has been breached. A significant portion of the Yunlan sect's structures has been damaged, and 3 of our elders have been gravely injured or killed. Such grievances cannot simply be overlooked. Yunshan's voice turned icy, and his aura surged ominously, transforming the previously calm atmosphere into one of palpable pressure, as if the very air around them had frozen. Oh, is that to say there is no room for negotiation, and we are to engage in combat directly? A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes, and the fighting spirit within him surged violently. The the pent-up fury erupting in an instant. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the accumulated fighting energy from his arm, enveloped in raging crimson flames, propelling it toward Yunshan like a roaring cannonball. The energy wave scorched the air as it passed, distorting it and producing a hissing sound, while the ground beneath was seared to form a deep chasm. Yunshan's expression sharpened. He reacted swiftly to the impending attack. His hands swiftly formed seals, and in an instant, his fighting energy coalesced into a transparent shield, inscribed with glimmering runes that emanated a formidable aura. As soon as the shield materialized, Xiao Yun's attack collided with it forcefully. A thunderous roar resounded, shaking the very heavens and earth, causing the entire Yunlan sect to tremble. The immense impact forced Yunshan to stagger back a half-step, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Though the fighting energy shield successfully withstood the assault, it bore numerous fine cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. The disciples of Yunlan's sect gasped in shock, their faces etched with fear and concern. Yunshan bellowed, having successfully blocked the attack. As the smoke cleared, however, Xiao Yun had already vanished from sight. Chapter 71. The mysterious little black sphere. Yunshan's gaze sharpened, quickly lifting his head to fixate on Xiao Yun, who was plummeting from the sky at breakneck speed. Xiao Yun had concentrated his fighting energy around his feet, propelling himself like a cannonball, accompanied by the fierce sound of rushing winds and surging red energy. Charging towards him with an unstoppable momentum, the force seemed poised to tear the very heavens apart. Come forth. Yunshan growled softly, as his fighting energy surged within him, his hands moving rapidly to weave a layered defensive net of fighting energy before him. The defensive net appeared to be intangible, yet it embodied his profound understanding of Do-Chi since entering the Dozong realm. Each layer intertwined and supported one another, forming an extraordinarily solid barrier. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yun surged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the defensive net established by Yunshan. A thunderous boom resonated, and the tremendous force radiated outward from the two, displacing the surrounding air and creating a visible wave of energy. Where the wave passed, the structures of the Yunlan sect trembled precariously, tiles flying in all directions, while several weaker disciples were swept away by the residual force, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. On the viewing platform, Jia Xingtian and President Fa Ma hastily erected Do-Chi shields, barely managing to withstand the impact. Under the force of Xiao Yun's fierce kick, the defensive net of Yunshan instantly cracked, and with a sharp snap, it shattered entirely. Yet, Yunshan remained unperturbed. Seizing the moment when Xiao Yun's old strength had ebbed and new strength had yet to arise, he flickered like a specter to Xiao Yun's side. His right fist clenched tightly, Do-Chi coalescing into a sharp point, aimed viciously at Xiao Yun's ribs. Xiao Yun responded with equal swiftness, twisting his body mid-air to evade the lethal strike. Yunshan's fist grazed his garment, stirring a gust of wind. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun flipped away, creating distance between them, landing firmly on his feet. What remarkable skill! No wonder he was the former leader of the Yunlan sect. His strength had indeed surged since entering the Dozong realm. Xiao Yun remarked coldly, his eyes brimming with vigilance, yet subtly tinged with excitement. This battle marked an unprecedented challenge since he embarked on the path of the strong, igniting the fighting spirit deep within him. However, concerning the honor and survival of the Yunlan sect, retreat was not an option. The two exchanged glances, their Do-Chi surging violently once more. The air thick with tension, heralding the imminent onset of a more intense confrontation. The disciples of the Yunlan sect watched the duel with bated breath, scarcely daring to inhale. Jia Xingtian and President Fa Ma on the platform shared their anxious expressions, their eyes fixed on the battlefield, silently speculating about the outcome of this climactic showdown. Meanwhile, a graceful figure, propelled by wings of Do-Chi, sped towards the Yunlan sect. It was the current leader, Yun Yun. As Yun Yun entered the confines of the sect, a peculiar black orb shot forth from a corner like a bolt of lightning. Startled, Yun Yun instantly sensed the strange aura emanating from the orb. Years of combat instinct prompted her to draw her longsword without hesitation, infusing it with Do-Chi. A fierce sword energy cleaved towards the black orb. Whoosh! The orb reacted with astonishing agility, evading the strike at an incredible angle, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Observing this, Yun Yun's confusion deepened. The orb's origins were unknown, its energy bizarre, and its appearance within the Yunlan sect was indeed suspicious. Without further delay, she unfurled her wings of Do-Chi and pursued the fleeing black orb. Though the orb moved with remarkable speed, Yun Yun's wings granted her even greater swiftness. As the distance between them gradually diminished, just as Yun Yun was about to make contact with the small black orb, an invisible black mist suddenly emanated from the orb, enveloping Yun Yun in an instant. She felt a wave of darkness wash over her, followed by a dizzying sensation, and then she lost consciousness. The small black orb manipulated the dark energy, gently placing the unconscious Yun atop a massive stone, before quietly hovering nearby, as if awaiting something. At that moment, on the training grounds of the Yunlan sect, Yunshan found himself in a standoff with Xiao Yun. Suddenly, Yunshan's expression shifted as he sensed a peculiar black fighting spirit emanating from the back mountain, a foreboding feeling surging within him. Furiously, he shouted towards the back mountain, "If you dare lay a hand on her, do not blame me for being unmerciful." This sudden turn of events left the audience in a state of confusion, murmuring amongst themselves. Xiao Yun, too, was bewildered, yet he recognized this as a perfect opportunity. If he did not strike now, when would he? With a sharp glint in his eyes, the fighting spirit within him erupted like a volcano. As he lightly tapped the ground and shot forth like a red lightning bolt towards Yunshan. In the midst of his rapid flight, he swiftly formed hand seals, gathering a sphere of searing red flames in his palms, infused with a violent fighting spirit, resembling a bomb ready to explode. Flame wave impact. Xiao Yun roared, hurling the fiery sphere towards Yunshan with tremendous force. The air was scorched and distorted in the wake of the fiery projectile, leaving a deep charred mark on the ground. With agile movements, he conjured a sturdy fighting spirit shield before him and summoned the power of his fighting sect to brace for this lethal strike. Boom! The fiery sphere collided violently with the fighting spirit shield, producing a deafening roar as powerful energy waves rippled outward from the two. Surrounding structures crumbled under the force, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as the dust began to settle, a blue fighting spirit fist suddenly emerged from the haze, charging towards Xiao Yun with an unstoppable momentum. The fist, imbued with an icy chill, froze the air in its path, leaving trails of white mist. Xiao Yun's eyes sharpened, reacting with remarkable speed as he sidestepped just in time to evade the fierce blow. Seizing the moment, he thrust his hand forward, and a crescent-shaped red fighting spirit blade materialized in an instant, radiating intense heat like a burning crescent moon, soaring towards Yunshan concealed within the mist. Humph! Came Yunshan's cold snort from within the smoke, as he rapidly maneuvered his hands, summoning a shield forged from dense fighting spirit that appeared before him in an instant. The red fighting spirit blade struck the shield with a resounding clamor, emitting a sizzling sound as the overwhelming energy warped the surface of the shield, yet it ultimately held firm against Yunshan's defense. In the following moment, Yunshan's fighting spirit surged forth, reminiscent of a crashing wave, sweeping outward and swiftly dispersing the encroaching mist entirely. At this moment, his white hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze exuded an air of authority and fury as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Yun, coldly remarking, "To strike when one is unprepared. Did your parents never teach you the meaning of courtesy?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun placed a hand over his chest, feigning a pang of sorrow, yet a mocking smile crept upon his face. "Alas, as an orphan, I have never even seen my parents. The concept of courtesy is indeed foreign to me." With that, the aura around him surged once more. He stamped his foot forcefully against the ground, propelling himself forward like a cannonball towards Yunshan. His hands swiftly formed seals in front of him, preparing to launch another assault. Yunshan's expression grew grave, aware that Xiao Yun's strength was not to be underestimated. He understood that even a slight miscalculation in this battle could lead to utter defeat. Xiao Yun observed as Yunshan's hands moved rapidly, intricate symbols of energy coalescing before him. These symbols intertwined, forming a massive energy cage that descended upon Xiao Yun. Yet, determination flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes. He did not retreat, but charged headlong into the energy cage. Just as he was about to make contact, he swiftly pivoted, employing a peculiar technique to slip through the gaps of the cage, and once again swung his energy blade towards Yunshan. Clang! Yunshan quickly drew a long sword forged from energy, blocking Xiao Yun's strike. Their weapons clashed with a resounding ring, the powerful shockwave causing cracks to spider across the ground around them. Chapter 72, The Great Reduction. Celestial wings unfurled. Xiao Yun roared, his energy surging violently as a blazing crimson light enveloped him. In an instant, a colossal fire phoenix materialized behind him, its wings unfurled, unleashing a powerful gale that swept through the surroundings, lifting dust and debris within the Yunlan sect. The phoenix let out a piercing cry that reverberated through the air, and with a fierce flap of its wings, it surged towards Yunshan, carrying with it boundless flames and formidable energy. Yunshan maintained his composure, though a flicker of seriousness passed through his gaze. He formed seals with his hands, channeling his inner power, and rapidly conjured a massive energy barrier before him. This barrier glimmered with a deep blue light, layered and remarkably sturdy. The fire phoenix collided violently with the energy barrier, resulting in a thunderous explosion that unleashed a blinding brilliance. Flames and energy erupted in all directions, causing the nearby structures to collapse into ruins. Yunshan gritted his teeth, straining to uphold the energy barrier veins bulging on his forehead. Despite withstanding the impact due to his profound strength, a trickle of blood slowly escaped from the corner of his mouth, and his body trembled slightly. In contrast, Xiao Yun hovered in the air, his clothing somewhat tattered and appearing rather disheveled, yet his condition was evidently superior to that of Yunshan, breathing slightly heavier. His fighting spirit remained undiminished as he locked his gaze onto Yunshan, poised to launch his next round of attack. Yunshan took a deep breath, gradually calming the tumultuous energy within him. He realized that today, it was impossible to leave Xiao Yun and his companions unhindered. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and, with a tranquil gaze, stated, "Let today's affairs be set aside for now. You may leave." At that moment, the Grand Elder Yun Ling charged out, clutching the wound inflicted by Xiao Yun, his face a mask of fury, and bellowed, "Master, how can you allow him to depart? He has acted recklessly within our Yunlan sect today. He must not be permitted to leave unscathed." Yunshan furrowed his brow slightly, casting a displeased glance at Yun Ling, yet maintained a calm tone. Given the circumstances, further entanglement will only be detrimental to our Yunlan sect. Xiao Yun let out a cold laugh, unleashing an overwhelming pressure of the dozong level. This formidable force descended upon Yun Ling like an invisible giant, causing his legs to buckle, and with a thud, he knelt upon the ground, the stone slab beneath him cracking ominously. Though pain etched across his face, Yun Ling gritted his teeth, refusing to bow, his eyes ablaze with resentment and fury. Remarkably, despite having endured Xiao Yun's massive fireball earlier and now being subjected to the dozong's oppressive aura, he had not perished, a peculiar anomaly indeed. Xiao Yun cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "You think you can impede my progress?" Yunshan slightly raised his hand, signaling Xiao Yun to remain calm, then turned his gaze toward Yun Ling and spoke with serene authority, "Grand Elder, this matter ends here. Do not seek further suffering for yourself." Though reluctant, Yun Ling, confronted by the immense pressure from Yunshan and the overwhelming strength of Xiao Yun, could only lower his head in begrudging submission, refraining from further protest. Xiao Yun withdrew his pressure and turned to depart with Xiao Yan. While Yun Ling watched the receding figures of Xiao Yun, a vengeful thought surging within his heart. "Since I cannot bring you down, I shall turn my attention to troubling your family. Await your fate. None shall survive." In a flash, Xiao Yun and Xiao Yan vanished from the sight of the Yunlan sect's onlookers. After their departure, the powerful figures in the audience, including Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma, rose to their feet, leading their respective entourages away, as tranquility gradually returned to the Yunlan sect, though the remnants of the fierce battle lingered as testament to the chaos just endured. After Hai Buodong left the Yunlan sect, his thoughts were occupied with Xiao Yan, prompting him to seek out the grove where they had previously agreed to meet. It wasn't long before he spotted the silhouettes of Xiao Yan and Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yan, my dear boy, I have finally found you." Hai Buodong exhaled in relief, a hint of concern gracing his features. "The protection period has concluded. My task is deemed complete. It is nearly time for us to part ways. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles in the future, seek me out at the Miter family. I shall remain there for an extended duration." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's face registered surprise. Has something occurred within the Xiao family? A frown creased Xiao Yan's brow as a wave of worry washed over him. "Uncle Yun, if the Yunlan sect truly seeks retribution, even if our Xiao family relocates to the Imperial capital, they will not easily relent, will they?" Xiao Yun nodded slightly, then sighed and said, "I will inform President Fa Ma and Elder Jia, urging them to take care of the Xiao family. Afterward, I will also attend to the various families in the Imperial capital." Thus, even if Yunlan sect is domineering, they would not dare to act directly. Hai Buodong crossed his arms, his expression brimming with confidence, and added, "Rest assured, if he dares to act directly, I believe Elder Jia and I, along with President Fa Ma, will not remain indifferent. Furthermore, if a confrontation occurs in the Imperial capital, not only would the reputation of Yunlan sect be utterly tarnished, but the honor of the Gamma Empire would also be trampled upon. Knowing Elder Jia's temperament, he might even fight to the death with them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a sense of reassurance and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Hai." Hai Buodong waved his hand and said, "No need for such words of thanks. I must take my leave now." With that, he turned and transformed into a streak of blue light, swiftly heading in the direction of the middle family, disappearing from the horizon in an instant, leaving behind only a faint ripple of fighting spirit in the air as proof of his presence. Xiao Yun watched the direction in which Hai Buodong departed, his heart filled with gratitude for the Ice Emperor's noble assistance. He then turned to Xiao Yan and spoke. Xiao Yan acknowledged with a nod, watching Xiao Yun's figure vanish into the distance. Once Xiao Yun had left, Xiao Yan was preparing to find a quiet place for focused cultivation when suddenly, the colorful sky-swallowing python in his arms gently twisted its body and sprang forth. Chapter 73. Planning Queen Medusa, How did you get out? Xiao Yan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the graceful figure before him, his voice trembling involuntarily. Queen Medusa lifted her chin slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. What? Am I not allowed to get some fresh air? Her voice was like the melodious song of a nightingale, yet it carried an innate authority that made it difficult to meet her gaze. And no, of course, you are allowed. Xiao Yan quickly waved his hands, though internally he scoffed, thinking, if you wanted to breathe some fresh air, why didn't you do so when Uncle Yun and Elder Hai were here? However, he dared not voice these thoughts. It seemed Queen Medusa could see through his mind. She snorted but offered no further explanation. In truth, her emergence was not merely to enjoy the fresh air. Ever since her tribulation failure, she had been in a deep slumber within the soul of the sky-swallowing python. Only when the soul power of the 9-inch sky-swallowing python weakened could she regain her true form. Although the python's soul power had diminished, it still held her tightly bound. She needed Xiao Yan to swiftly assist her in refining the spirit-melding pill. Only with its power could she restore her soul's strength and break free from the python's constraints to reclaim her freedom. Xiao Yan, I need you to help me refine the spirit-melding pill as soon as possible, Queen Medusa stated with a stern expression, speaking directly. Xiao Yan was taken aback. Refining the spirit-melding pill was no trivial matter. Not to mention the difficulty in sourcing materials, the refining process itself was exceedingly arduous. However, he understood that since Queen Medusa had made this request, it was not without reason. Since there is a request for assistance, it is only natural that one should not offer help without a price. Xiao Yan, with a quick shift of thought, spoke up. I would be willing to assist you in refining the spirit-melding pill. But I hope Her Majesty the Queen will accompany me and protect me for 3 years. After that period, I shall present the spirit-melding pill to you with both hands. Gathering his courage, Xiao Yan articulated his terms, fully aware of the formidable presence of the Medusa Queen by his side. Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of crimson energy encircled his neck like a flash of lightning, constricting tightly. Xiao Yan felt a sudden halt in his breath, paralyzed by fear. Too scared to exhale or utter another word. The Medusa Queen gracefully approached Xiao Yan, her face drawing near, allowing him to feel the warmth of her breath. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and Xiao Yan's heart raced uncontrollably. He had never been this close to the Medusa Queen. A blend of tension and trepidation enveloping him. Gasping for air, he silently lamented, believing that 3 years was already a tight time frame, only to discover that the Medusa Queen granted him but a single year. Yet, he realized this might be the utmost limit that she could accept. Observing her resolute silhouette as she turned away, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and vowed within himself, 1 year it shall be. I, Xiao Yan, will surely refine the spirit-melding pill within this year. As the Medusa Queen departed, her figure appeared particularly desolate against the backdrop of the setting sun. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Xiao Yan hastened to follow her, their figures finally appearing less monotonous under the golden rays. When Xiao Yun's silhouette emerged above the Xiao family residence, the keen-eyed members of the clan instantly sensed the powerful aura. Look, who is that? Exclaimed one astute disciple. Pointing at the sky, everyone gazed upward, witnessing a beam of light streaking across the heavens like a shooting star, landing steadily in the Xiao family's martial arena. Instantly, the entire Xiao clan erupted in excitement, disciples rushing to share the news, flocking toward the training ground. At that moment, Xiao Yan was in his study managing family affairs. Hearing the commotion outside, a wave of curiosity washed over him. He set down the scroll he was perusing and walked briskly out of the study toward the source of the noise. Upon seeing the familiar figure of Xiao Yun, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace to greet him. By now, the area was crowded with Xiao clan members, their gazes filled with admiration and curiosity. Observing the crowd, Xiao Yan addressed them. Everyone, please disperse for now. The vice clan leader has traveled a long way and needs to rest. Once the crowd had dispersed, Xiao Yan led Xiao Yun into the study. Inside, he poured a cup of tea for Xiao Yun and inquired, Xiao Yun, what exactly transpired? Did you encounter any troubles during your visit to the Yunlan sect? Xiao Yun lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip, then recounted the events at the Yunlan sect in detail. From his fierce confrontation with Yun Shan to the sect's reluctance and compromise, along with his concerns about potential retaliation against the Xiao family. Xiao Yan listened intently, his expression shifting from surprise to a slight glimmer of moisture in his eyes. Wonderful. This child, Xiao Yan, has truly accomplished it. He triumphed over Nalan Yinran. And his mother, Yin'er, would surely be overjoyed upon hearing the news. Yet, before long, the smile on Xiao Yan's face gradually faded, replaced by a profound anxiety. Xiao Yun nodded solemnly, stating, Elder brother, your concerns mirror my own. Although Yun Shan has temporarily allowed Xiao Yan to leave, he will not relent easily. The Yunlan sect wields considerable power within the Jiamai Empire. If they seek retribution, the Xiao family's position will be precarious. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, clenching his fists. Our Xiao family is not a fragile fruit to be easily squeezed. Over the years, we have endured many trials and accumulated some foundation. However, if the Yunlan sect mobilizes its full strength, Xiao Yun understood Xiao Zhan's apprehension and patted his shoulder. Elder brother, I have a plan. I intend to relocate the Xiao family to the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire. There, formidable individuals abound, and the various factions are intricately interwoven. Even if the Yunlan sect wishes to act, they must tread carefully. Moreover, I have already spoken with President Fama and Elder Jia. They have agreed to discreetly watch over the Xiao family. A flicker of hope gleamed in Xiao Zhan's eyes. But soon his worries resurfaced. Relocating the family is no simple task. There are many old and young members, not to mention numerous enterprises. What if we attract the attention of the Yunlan sect along the way? Xiao Yun reassured him. I will arrange for reliable personnel to escort us, choosing the most discreet routes possible. As for the family's assets, we will sell what we can and temporarily abandon what we cannot take with us. The utmost priority now is ensuring the safety of our kin. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened, and the candles in the study had burned down to the halfway point. Chapter 74. The Battle of the Xiao Family. Xiao Yun rubbed his weary head, the candlelight casting dark shadows beneath his eyes. Outside, the night was as ink, punctuated occasionally by distant barks, amplifying the oppressive silence of the study. He turned to Xiao Zhan, who still wore a furrowed brow, the teacup in his palm long cold, yet he continued to unconsciously caress its rim. Elder brother, it is getting late. You should rest early, Xiao Yun urged, placing a hand on Xiao Zhan's as he attempted to continue perusing the confidential documents. The matter of relocation was intricate and could not be rushed. Tomorrow, I shall set out to contact the merchant convoy. We must conserve our energy to face the challenges ahead. Xiao Zhan sighed deeply, setting the confidential documents heavily on the table. Suddenly, the candle flame flickered violently, illuminating the bloodshot veins in his eyes, and ultimately, everything dissolved into a sigh. Very well. Whatever comes our way, we shall confront it head-on. Xiao Yun rose to take his leave, his footsteps echoing softly in the empty corridor. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan remained seated in the study, gazing at the pile of family affairs documents until the wick crackled, sending a spark into the air, prompting him to slowly rise. He donned a dark cloak and stepped into the moonlit courtyard, heading towards the family ancestral temple. The temple was nestled in a secluded hollow on the back mountain, its green-tiled eaves standing silently against the night. Xiao Zhan pushed open the weathered wooden door adorned with a copper ring, and a wave of damp sandalwood fragrance enveloped him. The eternal lamp flickered on the offering table, casting a cold light on the ancestral tablets in the dimness. With utmost reverence, he took out 3 incense sticks. The flames danced at his trembling fingertips, and wisps of fragrant smoke rose gracefully. The Xiao family now stood on the brink of a storm, akin to a solitary boat tossed upon the tempestuous waves of a raging sea. Xiao Zhan, feeling utterly powerless, was beset by a wave of bitterness as he knelt heavily, pressing his forehead against the cold, hard blue bricks. He earnestly implored for the protection of his ancestors, wishing for the Xiao family to endure this calamity. He vowed to restore the ancestral temple and recreate the golden effigy in due time. The night breeze slipped through the intricately carved window panes, lifting the incense ashes skyward. Xiao Zhan gazed at the faded inscriptions on the ancestral tablet, reminiscing about the days of his youth when his father would hold him and explain the family lineage. In those times, the Xiao family basked in splendor, yet now they faced the bitter necessity of exile. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly piercing his palms, before slowly rising and closing the temple door with a heavy thud. The moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon his silhouette, yet his steps felt even heavier than before. Upon returning to his chamber, the clock had already struck the 3rd watch of the night. Xiao Zhan removed his outer robe and lay down fully clothed on the bed, staring blankly at the canopy above. Outside, the shadows of the trees danced, and in a state between dreams and wakefulness. He seemed to hear Xiao Yun's resolute words about relocating the family, the shouts of Xiao Clan disciples during their training, and gradually, his breathing lengthened until he sank into a deep slumber. Outside the Xiao residence, the night enveloped the world like thick ink. Yunling floated high in the air. His ethereal wings, formed from condensed azure energy, trailed behind him like specters in the dark. He gazed down at 5 figures scurrying below like ants, a cold, sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Had it not been for Xiao Yun's decisive slaying of 3 elders that day at the Yunlan sect, he, as a pinnacle Do Wang, would never have deigned to lead this ragtag group on such a meaningless task. Accelerate. Yunling impatiently lashed out with a whip of energy, striking the back of the last attendant. The 5 trembled violently, their do chi fluctuating chaotically, the blue and white lights flickering in the night like 5 swaying the wisps. On the bluestone corridor of the Xiao residence, for those sure of the Xiao family ambled forward, carrying long blades. The night breeze stirred the copper bells at the eaves, their chimes suddenly pierced by a sharp sound of something slicing through the air. The leading Do Sure abruptly looked up, his pupils dilating as 5 blue and white spheres of Do Chi tore through the night sky, hurtling straight towards the main gate. Enemy attack. The alarm had scarcely left his lips when the foremost Do Ling attendant delivered a powerful kick to the vermilion door. The reinforced door exploded, splintering wood and sending sparks flying, as the guarding Xiao family sentinels were hurled aside by the shockwave, leaving long trails of blood on the stone. As the 5 Do Ling attendants entered the Xiao residence, the night breeze abruptly stilled. The bluestone floor cracked in a web-like pattern, and the blue and white Do Chi surrounding them trembled violently, as if grasped by an invisible hand. The leading attendant's pupils constricted in horror. Just as he raised his sword to strike, a faint sound of fabric rustling reached his ears, an unsettling noise, akin to a viper's hiss, echoing eerily in the silent courtyard. At that moment, the air thickened, and an invisible pressure descended with the weight of a mountain. The blue and white Do Chi twisted in agony under the immense force, and the sound of his kneecap shattering pierced the air. The other attendants fell to their knees, their necks gripped by an unseen force, blood seeping from their 7 orifices. Yun Ling's wings, suspended in midair, trembled violently, and the azure energy surged like a tide, scattering in disarray. He watched in disbelief as his very wings crumbled, his body uncontrollably plummeting downward. As he landed, the ground erupted with cracks resembling a spider's web. He struggled to prop himself up, blood spilling from his throat. "Who are you?" In the profound silence, faint footsteps echoed from the surrounding walls. The moonlight glided over the azure tiles, slowly outlining a tall figure. Yun Ling abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with a pair of frosty orbs. Xiao Yun leaned against the wall, his dark garb billowing, fingers toying with a flickering flame, as if he held the very fates of several lives within his grasp. How dare the hounds of Yunlan's sect wreak havoc at the Xiao residence? Before his words could fully escape, 5 spirit duelists were obliterated into a mist of crimson. Scarlet droplets splattered across Yun Ling's face, and he was horrified to realize that he lacked even the strength to lift a hand to wipe them away. An overwhelming pressure bound his entire being like chains. Xiao Yun fixed his gaze upon Yun Ling, the flames in his eyes surging more ferociously than the night itself. "Your death was already sealed within Yunlan's sect. But I did not anticipate that old scoundrel Yun Shan would interfere. I thought I would allow you, this wretched creature, a few more days to breathe. Yet here you are, foolishly daring to cause chaos in the Xiao family." Before he could finish, the flickering purple flames suddenly transformed into an inferno spanning 100 feet. In terror, Yun Ling attempted to summon all his fighting spirit for defense, only to find his meridians fracturing under the oppressive force. The searing heat instantly engulfed him, his skin sizzling under the foreign fire as flesh turned to azure smoke. A chilling scream echoed for but a fleeting moment before dissipating into the night wind, leaving behind a charred silhouette, emitting wisps of smoke from the ground. The members of the Xiao family emerged cautiously from their hiding places, gazing at the devastation with lingering trepidation. Chapter 75. Conspiracy within the Xiao estate. Xiao Yan rushed out in disarray, the moonlight casting an eerie glow upon the scorched remnants scattered about. Upon seeing Xiao Yun leaning against the wall, with crimson flames dancing at his fingertips staining the azure tiles, his tense back suddenly relaxed, and he staggered to steady himself against a pillar. "Yun, my brother." As Xiao Yun turned, the flames flowed like molten lava through his fingers, carving grotesque patterns into the ground. "Do not worry, elder brother." He waved his hand lightly, and the embers were extinguished in an instant, leaving only the charred scent lingering in the air. The riffraff of Yunlan's sect were hardly worthy of such audacity before the Xiao family. He surveyed the terrified faces of his kin, the fire burning fiercely in his eyes. The elders hesitated to speak, but Xiao Yan firmly patted his brother's shoulder, his throat constricting for a moment before he managed to voice, "Well done." As the night deepened, the Xiao estate welcomed the dawn in silence. At the third watch, a convoy of over 300 horse-drawn carriages rattled over the bluestone path, the clatter of hooves startling the night owls resting in the eaves. Xiao Yun sat regally at the forefront of the first carriage, watching the silhouette of Wu Tan City fade into the morning mist. Within the main hall of the Yunlan sect, gilded candlesticks cast a kaleidoscope of colors upon the crystal dome. Yun Shan donned a moon-white brocade robe, his raven hair bound beneath a jade crown. His sharply defined features were cloaked in the flickering candlelight, exuding an air of dignified authority. His long fingers absent-mindedly caressed a sealed letter hidden in his sleeve, and suddenly he opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within his ink-black pupils. "Proceed." He gestured towards the gray-clad disciple kneeling at the foot of the stairs, the wide sleeves of his robe stirring a faint, elusive scent of dragon's saliva. As the disciple bowed and retreated, the moment the palace doors closed, he cast the secret letter into the candlelight. And the flames instantly consumed the glaring words that marked Yunling's demise. Useless. Yun Shan let out a cold chuckle, his porcelain-like face darkening with malevolence. Suddenly, a shadow glided through the palace doors like a specter, dragging a long, inky trail across the ground, ultimately coalescing into a constantly rolling sphere of darkness. The surface of the sphere shimmered with eerie runes, which abruptly erupted, revealing a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Oh, what delightful scenery is the sect master of Yun gazing upon. The figure rasped with a chilling laugh, his hood obscuring most of his face. But a pair of eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light could be discerned beneath. A Do Wang, accompanied by several Do Ling. Failing against a mere small clan like the Xiao. TSK, it seems the reputation of Yunlan's sect is in danger of becoming a laughingstock. Yun Shan spun around suddenly, his moon-white brocade robe billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Wu Guardian, do refrain from reveling in misfortune here. The Xiao Clan's prowess is merely due to that boy, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun? The black-clad figure paused slightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Is that the one who injured you, a Dozong? Yun Shan grimly nodded. The figure erupted into a raucous laugh. Ha! I thought it was some formidable character, but it turns out to be him. Sect Master Yun, it appears your vendetta will not be so easily avenged. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the figure's aura turned icy and piercing. However, I care not for your personal grievances. Our transaction is complete. I have aided in your cultivation, and you must assist me in locating that item. The matter concerning the Xiao Clan must not delay our plans. I understand, but that boy is quite peculiar, and his mastery over Do Qi and combat techniques far surpasses mine. Thus the black-clad Wu Guardian scoffed, a flicker of ghostly light in his eyes. Only a fool would excuse their incompetence. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand to lightly clap. Outside the palace, two streaks of light pierced the air. One, a verdant figure accompanied by a howling wind, coalesced into a cyclone in the air, emerald Do Qi entwining around her form like vines. The other, a brown figure, descended like a meteor, shaking the ground and causing spiderweb-like cracks to form, his bronze skin taut with bulging veins, his robust Do Qi resembling boiling magma. As they appeared, both launched their fists toward Yun Shan simultaneously. The green-tinged woman's strike sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, distorting it in her wake. The burly man manifested a towering bear apparition behind him, its massive paw and his fist crashing toward Yun Shan's face. Yun Shan's pupils constricted, his moon-white Do Qi surging dramatically as his palms transformed into two streaks of light to counter the assault. With a thunderous explosion, the emerald wind blades tore through his sleeves, and the might of the bear apparition left his hands numb, forcing him to retreat 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. Humph! With such strength, Sect Master Yun, you may not even touch the gates of the Xiao Clan, the Wu Guardian sneered, gesturing toward the green figure. This is Qing Yuan, a Dozong of 3 stars, most adept at executing lethal strikes. He then pointed to the burly man. And this is Tai Yan, a body cultivator of 4 stars, capable of shattering mountains with a single fist. Qing Yuan removed her hood, revealing a strikingly cold visage, her azure eyes swirling with wind patterns. As she raised her hand, the jade bell on her wrist chimed lightly. Yin Shan, do not delay our important matters. Tai Yan then added in a low, resonant voice, his body radiating a surge of brown light, while the colossal shadow of a bear behind him let out a thunderous roar. That object is ours for the taking. The black-robed protector, with his cloak billowing without a breeze, enveloped the trio in a spectral green glow. That item is of paramount importance to us. How could we place all our hopes solely upon you? He glanced at the blood-stained palm of Yun Shan, a cold smile spreading across his face, as he declared that from this day forth, Qing Yuan and Tai Yan would become that boy's nightmare. The item belonging to the Xiao family must not be lost. As his words lingered, the candles within the hall extinguished, leaving only 3 chilling beams of light swirling in the darkness. Yun Shan, observing the direction in which the two departed, curled his lips into a cold smirk. He remained silent, his moonlit aura subtly swirling before he vanished in an instant, leaving behind the empty hall with the flickering shadows cast by the gilded candlesticks. The black-robed protector fixed his gaze on the spot where Yun Shan had disappeared, his emerald eyes narrowing slightly. Moments later, his robe surged violently, transforming into a cloud of black mist that melded into the shadows. Chapter 76. The scheme. The caravan advanced slowly in the morning light, the wheels creaking over the gravel path, with over 300 carriages winding like a serpentine dragon along the ancient mountain road. The gentle spring sunlight cascaded over the shoulders of the travelers, dispelling the melancholy of their departure. Although birds occasionally flitted overhead, The journey remained serene as they traversed the majority of their path. When the night descended like dark ink, the caravan arrived at the falling Petal Gorge. Towering cliffs rose into the clouds on either side, resembling a chasm cleaved by a giant's axe, with moonlight filtering through narrow crevices, adding an air of mystery and eeriness to the gorge. Xiao Yun directed his kin to establish a camp in the relatively open area above the gorge, with tents dotting the landscape like stars. The bonfires were ignited in succession, their orange flames dancing in the night, illuminating the weary yet relaxed faces of the people. Above, the night sky twinkled with stars, resembling jewels embedded in black velvet, while the Milky Way stretched across the horizon, radiating a soft and enchanting glow. The moonlight poured down, draping the gorge in a silken veil, and the distant mountains appeared ethereal in the moonlight, akin to a watercolor painting. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrant scents of flowers and grass, intertwining with the smoky aroma of the burning bonfire, creating a unique fragrance. The members of the Xiao family gathered around the bonfire, their laughter and voices rising and falling like a melody. Children frolicked and played, weaving through the campsite. Young couples shyly exchanged heartfelt confessions, their eyes brimming with dreams of the future. The elders sat together, reminiscing about the stories of yore and expressing their hopes for their new home. Xiao Yan gazed at this warm scene, his heart swelling with contentment as the tension of the past few days began to ease. Xiao Yun leaned against a large rock, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Despite the outward appearance of tranquility, a thread of unease lingered in his heart. The treacherous terrain of Falling Petal Gorge was easily defensible, yet could also serve as a perfect ambush site for foes. The night enveloped the gorge like thick ink, shrouding it in layers of darkness. At a cliff 3 miles from the Xiao family camp, Qing Yuan and Tai Yan lay concealed in the shadows like 2 statues. The azure-eyed spirit, with her enchanting violet glow, was enveloped in swirling winds that danced upon her skin like living entities. She was employing the soul probe technique, sending formless ripples into the Xiao clan's encampment. Have you discerned the whereabouts of the ancient jade? Iron Rock abruptly halted, his rugged palm striking a nearby boulder with such force that it shattered into fragments. She paused, her expression grave, for Xiao Yun, that young man, possessed the strength of a dozong, rendering her observations futile. All she could perceive was the dense smoke, obscuring any sight of the ancient jade upon him. Raising her hand to halt, her hair whipped by the night breeze, her coldly beautiful visage shimmering with an icy glow in the moonlight, she cautioned, "We must not act rashly. Xiao Yun, who can injure Yunshan, is no ordinary foe." A flicker of trepidation flashed in her eyes. If they pressed the Xiao clan too hard, they might destroy the jade, leading to a fruitless endeavor. Gazing at the flickering campfire in the distance, she contemplated for a moment. Let us observe the unfolding events. Once the night deepens and the Xiao clan falls into slumber, we shall stealthily infiltrate, locate the jade, and only then resolve the matter. Meanwhile, within the Xiao encampment, Xiao Yun appeared to be lounging against a boulder, ostensibly relaxed. Yet he had already sensed the 2 probing presences. As the soul probe technique brushed against his consciousness, he swiftly activated his power, erecting a barrier deep within his mind that transformed the invasive force into wisps of smoke. Maintaining a facade of tranquility, he remained vigilant against the unseen intruders lurking near the camp. Their strength was not to be underestimated. As the campfire dwindled to dark red embers, the laughter and chatter of the Xiao clan gradually faded. Xiao Yan rose, patting his kin on the shoulder, advising, "Rest early, for we have a journey ahead tomorrow." The children, rubbing their sleepy eyes, crawled into their tents, while the young men and women exchanged reluctant farewells, and the elders gradually dispersed. Once everyone had succumbed to slumber, Xiao Yun gazed at the night sky, exclaiming, "Ah, how beautiful!" He resumed his seat by the fire, grilling fish. The night deepened, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the moonlight flowed like water. Iron Rock could hardly contain himself. His robust fighting spirit shimmered on his surface. As the towering shadow of a bear behind him stirred restlessly, its claws unconsciously scraping the ground. "Damn it, why isn't that kid resting? I can't wait any longer." "Just a moment." Qing Yuan gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yun's every move. The veins in her eyes were beginning to redden. Maintaining the soul probe technique and her heightened vigilance had drained her both physically and mentally. Yet, Xiao Yun seemed to provoke her intentionally, showing no signs of slumber, and occasionally sprinkling seasoning over the fish, the golden fillets sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma that wafted on the mountain breeze to the cliff's edge. Iron Rock, enticed by the delectable scent, felt his stomach betray him with a growl, heightening his agitation as he lifted his foot to charge down. Qing Yuan, quick as lightning, seized his arm, commanding in a sharp voice, "Halt." As time slipped away, the sounds of the valley's clock chimed the 3rd watch, and the starry sky appeared to dim slightly. At last, Qing Yuan could endure no longer. she commanded Iron Rock, "Prepare for action. I will use the wind concealment technique to merge us with our surroundings and infiltrate the camp for reconnaissance. Remember, do not act recklessly." The enormous bear shadow behind him slumped to the ground, its head bobbing comically and absurdly. An unnameable fury surged within Yuan, causing the atmospheric energy around her to swell. With a sudden leap, she struck Iron Rock's head with a fist charged with fighting spirit, exclaiming, "Get up! We are under attack." Startled, Iron Rock sprang to his feet, his powerful fighting spirit erupting in an instant as he prepared to charge forward. Yet, when his bleary eyes focused on the sole figure of Yuan, he froze, awkwardly scratching his head and muttering, I was having a nightmare. You fool." Yuan's chest heaved with rage, wishing she could land another couple of punches. The plan had changed. Immediate action was required. She ceased her idle chatter, swiftly forming hand seals. The azure fighting spirit enveloped them like a delicate veil. And in the blink of an eye, their forms melded with the night, leaving only the faintest whisper of wind in the air. Meanwhile, within the Xiao Clan's camp, Xiao Yun leisurely tore off a piece of perfectly roasted golden fish, savoring it as he chewed. Though he appeared at ease, his consciousness had already absorbed every subtle movement within 100 feet around him. The moment Yuan and Iron Rock's presence vanished into the night, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Casually, he discarded the leftover fish bones behind him, where a segment of greenish vine fell silently to the ground. Why was he able to locate the two hiding spots? He simply extended his mental energy to scan the surroundings. Everywhere else was easily discernible, except for this area shrouded in dense white mist. Xiao Yun, in his spiritual form, hovered high above, contemplating the cliff obscured by the fog below. This probing began only after the other party had already investigated. "Have you been hiding for so long that you can no longer bear it?" Xiao Yun murmured to himself, rising and brushing off his garments. The campfire flickered behind him, casting a long shadow. At that moment, two figures concealed in darkness crept closer, propelled by the wind. Chapter 77. The conclusion of schemes utilizing the wind concealment technique. Yuan and Iron Rock transformed into shadows, gliding along the ground like wraiths into the camp. Iron Rock's breathing was as labored as a bellows, prompting Yuan to jab him sharply in the ribs several times to rein in the boisterous brute. When they finally reached the massive stone beside Xiao Yun, the moonlight bathed his profile in a cool silver, revealing a lingering charm as he fixated on the sizzling fish in his hand, the flames casting flickering red glimmers in his eyes. "Have you found the ancient jade?" Iron Rock's anxious thoughts erupted in Yuan's mind. Her gaze sliced through the air, scanning Xiao Yun's figure. His storage ring gleamed with an ordinary luster, and the hem of his robe was even speckled with charred remnants, revealing nothing. Strange, could it be that the ancient jade is not with him? Iron Rock's bare shadow fidgeted restlessly behind him. It was inconceivable. He was the strongest of the Xiao clan. If the ancient jade was not in his possession, who else could safeguard it? Yuan's emerald eyes narrowed slightly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the soft sword at her waist. Yet, it was indeed nowhere to be found. Iron Rock, at his wit's end, stomped his feet, causing the ground to tremble slightly. What if we knock him out and search him thoroughly? After all, both of us have approached him. Yet he remains oblivious. He is clearly just a scoundrel who has relied on elixirs to muddle through. The murderous intent emanating from Tai Yan coalesced into a tangible force, as his fighting spirit gathered in his palm, forming a sharp stone spear. Just as Yuan was about to nod in acknowledgement, a sudden sound echoed as the roasted fish in Xiao Yun's hand fell to the ground. Both individuals tensed, only to witness him leisurely turning his face, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, more searing than the campfire itself. "Gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to share the roasted fish, but I shall not condone any attempts at violence." Before his words could fully settle, Tai Yan's stone spear, infused with the power to shatter mountains, hurtled toward Xiao Yun's face. Yuan silently cursed the situation, preparing to caution his companion against underestimating the threat, when Xiao Yun flicked his finger. A crimson fighting spirit surged forth like chains slicing through the air, astonishingly grasping the stone spear with his bare hands. The intense heat instantly melted the spear into molten iron, which dripped from Xiao Yun's fingertips, producing wisps of white smoke upon contact with the ground. How could this be possible? Tai Yan bellowed as he retreated, the phantom of a giant bear brandishing its claws tore through the night. Seeing this, Yuan ceased holding back, transforming his azure fighting spirit into myriad blades of wind, intertwining with Tai Yan's earth-based assault to create a lethal net of destruction. With a light touch of his toes, Xiao Yun ascended like a phoenix reborn from flames, his crimson fighting spirit coalescing behind him into 3-meter-long fiery wings. The air around him warped, the once enticing scent of roasted fish entirely replaced by the acrid odor of charred remains. Heavenly flames, rise. Xiao Yun held his palm upward, and suddenly, a torrential sea of fire descended from the night sky. Qing Huayan's pupils constricted as he hastily formed seals to summon a wind shield, only to see the flames, far from extinguishing upon contact, instead spread wildly with the currents. Tai Yan, however, was decisive. The colossal bear phantom opened its gaping maw, devouring the oncoming inferno. Yet, the scalding magma coursed down his throat, causing him to roar in agony while his earthen armor glowed a fierce red. Do not clash head-on. Qing Huayan's wind patterns surged, transforming him into a streak of light that circled behind Xiao Yun, his soft sword aiming directly at his back. Just as the blade tip was about to graze his clothing, Xiao Yun erupted in a burst of scarlet fire lotuses, forcing Qing Huayan to narrowly evade. Though the tips of his hair were singed and curled, seizing the opportunity, Tai Yin swung forth a 10-zhong-long stone whip, only to have Xiao Yun grasp it barehanded. The fire element surged back along the whip, instantaneously reducing it to ash. Tai Yin, form the formation. Qing Huayan's hair danced wildly as Azure Fighting Spirit traced a vast wind-patterned array upon the ground. Tai Yin stomped heavily, a yellow light ascending into the sky, merging with the wind array to create a formidable defensive barrier. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Xiao Yun's eyes, surprised by the seamless cooperation between the two. Suspended in midair with arms crossed, Xiao Yun's crimson fire lotuses bloomed rhythmically around him, casting an intermittent glow upon the defensive barrier of Qing Huayan and Tai Yin. Tai Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the bear phantom roaring as it struck the ground, cracking it like a spider's web and sending shards of stone flying into the air. Qing Huayan's azure eyes shimmered with an eerie violet light as the wind-patterned array accelerated its rotation, forming a vicious vortex of sharp wind blades outside the barrier. Let us see how you handle this. Tai Yin suddenly roared, the 100-zhong bear phantom plunging its massive paws into the earth. In an instant, the entire valley trembled violently, and countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the heavens like spring bamboo shoots. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened. As he flapped his fire wings, he ascended rapidly, only to find Qing Huayan seizing the opportunity to dart to his side, his soft sword trembling as thousands of wind blades surged forward with the might of thunder. Xiao Yun swiftly pivoted, his crimson battle energy surging forth like a tidal wave, coalescing around him into a whirling inferno. At the moment when the stone spikes collided with the wind blades, a deafening roar erupted, and the searing shockwave reduced all vegetation within a 10-zhong radius to mere ashes. Qing Yuan, seizing the momentum, was propelled backward, her silver ornaments dislodged by the force, tracing a melancholic arc beneath the moonlight. Yet it was not over. Tai Yin formed hand seals, and a yellowish glow shot skyward, materializing into a towering earthen giant 100 zhong high. With a mighty sweep of its colossal hand, the giant's fist descended upon Xiao Yun like a mountain. Xiao Yun let out a long roar, his fiery wings unfurling to a length of 5 zhong, transforming him into a meteor hurtling towards the earth giant. At the instant of collision between the crimson battle energy and the yellow glow, the entire Falling Blossom Gorge was enveloped in blinding light, fissures splitting the ground into bottomless chasms. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qing Yuan invoked the wind spirit, her form dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, only to reappear 3 zhong behind Xiao Yun, her soft sword shimmering with an eerie blue light. Aimed directly at his back, Tai Yin nodded solemnly, his earth-type battle energy surging violently, intertwining with Qing Yuan's wind patterns to form a colossal vortex in the air. At the vortex's center, countless stones and wind blades spun at high speed, shredding the very air around them. Xiao Yun's pupils constricted, flames around him abruptly condensing as he gathered energy into a fireball, adorned with dark golden patterns, in his palm. Heavenly Flame Meteor. He hurled the fireball with great force, which instantaneously expanded into a blazing crimson sun, crashing towards the storm vortex with apocalyptic pressure. At the moment of their clash, the gorge seemed to tear apart, a tremendous shockwave stirring up clouds of dust, shaking even the distant mountains. As the dust gradually settled, Qing Yuan and Tai Yin were left half kneeling on the ground, disheveled and battered, their bodies marred with injuries. The phantom of Tai Yan's giant bear grew faint and transparent, while Qing Yuan's wind shield dimmed. Though Xiao Yun's breath was slightly erratic and his chest ached, he remained staunchly suspended in midair, his crimson battle energy, though diminished, still coursing around him. Qing Yuan gritted her teeth, about to speak, when Tai Yin suddenly surged forth, his earth-type battle energy swelling violently. The bear phantom letting out a final roar as it lunged at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun chuckled coldly, swiftly forming hand seals, burial of flower fire sea. In an instant, the entire sky was stained crimson, countless burning petals cascading from the void. Each petal harbored terrifyingly high temperatures, melting rock into lava in its wake. While the air warped and distorted from the intense heat, Tai Yan's bear phantom screamed in anguish amidst the sea of flames, instantly reduced to ashes. Qing Yuan's windshield shattered upon contact with the petals, forcing her to retreat hastily, her hair and garments ignited by the flames. Withdraw! Qing Yuan cried out in despair, pulling Tai Yin as they turned to flee. Xiao Yun made no pursuit, merely observing their wretched retreat until they vanished at the gorge's end. Within the Xiao family's camp, Xiao Yan and the others were left in stunned silence. As Xiao Yun slowly descended, the crowd gathered around, noticing his face had grown somewhat pale. Yin, are you all right? Xiao Yan inquired with concern. Xiao Yun waved his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's nothing, just a bit taxing. However, they won't dare to come back in the near future. He gazed into the profound night sky, a flicker of vigilance passing through his eyes. This battle, though seemingly a minor victory, made him realize that the troubles brought by the ancient jade had only just begun. Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, you must grow stronger quickly. Otherwise, I truly cannot endure much longer. Chapter 78. Winds of change. The members of the Xiao family journeyed long and hard, finally arriving at the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire. The splendor of the capital left them in awe, yet they understood that this was not the time to relax. After ensuring that everyone had a place to stay, Xiao Yun led several important figures of the Xiao family to the middle family. Upon their arrival at the middle family residence, they were greeted by the family patriarch, Middle Tingshan, and the Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong, who had been waiting at the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the reception hall of the middle family together. Xiao Yun clasped his fists and addressed Middle Tingshan and Hai Buodong, saying, Elder Hai, Patriarch Tingshan, the Xiao family has come to your esteemed domain, and we hope to receive your gracious support. The Xiao family will forever remember this kindness. Hai Buodong chuckled heartily, stepping forward to pat Xiao Yun on the shoulder. Young friend Yun, you need not be so formal. There is no need for such courtesy between us. Given the Xiao family's current plight, it is our duty to assist. Middle Tingshan nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face. Young friend Xiao Yun, do not worry. Though the capital is vast, there is certainly a place for the middle family, and we shall ensure that the Xiao family suffers no grievances. After further discussions, Xiao Yun expressed his desire to visit the royal family and pay his respects to the royal guardian, Jia Xingtian. Middle Tingshan and Hai Buodong understood and reminded Xiao Yun to speak up should he require anything. Xiao Yun recognized the significance of this visit to Jia Xingtian. Although he held the position of deputy patriarch within the Xiao family, he decided to go alone, relying on his own strength and the connections he had with Jia Xingtian and others. Upon arriving at the royal palace, he soon met Jia Xingtian after announcing his presence. Surprised yet delighted, Jia Xingtian greeted him with a smile. Ah, young friend Xiao Yun, what brings you here today? Xiao Yun approached respectfully, bowing slightly. Elder Jia, it has been a long time, and I have missed you dearly. The Xiao family has come to the capital to escape the persecution of the Yunlan sect, seeking to develop and reside here, hence my visit to greet you. I hope for your continued support. Jia Xingtian nodded slightly. Rest assured, young friend Yun, though the Yunlan sect wields considerable influence, they would not dare overstep their bounds in this capital. Since the Xiao family has come, you are guests of the Gamma Empire, and I shall ensure your safety. Xiao Yun felt warmth in his heart, expressing his gratitude once more. Elder Jia, your kindness is deeply appreciated, and I shall remember it. Should you ever require my assistance, I will not hesitate to face any challenge. Jia Xingtian gazed at Xiao Yun, filled with countless emotions. This young man's strength had now far surpassed his own, yet he remained so humble and courteous. He knew that with Xiao Yun present, the Xiao family would undoubtedly rise again in the future. Subsequently, Xiao Yun engaged in discussions with Jia Xingtian regarding the current situation in the imperial capital and matters concerning the Yunlan sect. He shared his future plans and aspirations with Jia, seeking his support and counsel. Jia Xingtian expressed his agreement with Xiao Yun's thoughts and pledged to assist the Xiao family within his capabilities. After expressing his gratitude once more, Xiao Yun took his leave. Upon returning to the middle family, Xiao Yun informed everyone about his visit with Jia Xingtian. The clansmen felt a sense of relief upon hearing Jia's promises. With unwavering determination, Xiao Yun addressed his kin, stating, Dear family, we have temporarily found a place to settle, but we must not become complacent. We must strive to develop and strengthen the Xiao family's influence in the imperial capital. One day, we shall make the Yunlan sect pay for their misdeeds. The clansmen nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with resolve and hope. From that day forth, the Xiao family's new journey in the imperial capital officially commenced. In the council hall of the Yunlan sect, Tai Yin and Qing Yuan knelt on one knee, their bodies still bearing the scars of battle. The charred marks of crimson gold flames glaringly evident on their garments. The black-robed protector Wu's cloak billowed as dark mist swirled around him like a living entity. With a thunderous roar, he shook the flickering candles in the hall. Incompetence. Worthless. You cannot even subdue a remnant of the Xiao family. What use are you to me? The failures of the Yunlan sect are one thing, but as protectors of the Soul Palace, how can you be so utterly inept? Tai Yan's neck bulged with veins as he attempted to defend himself, only to be discreetly restrained by Qin Yuan's grip on his garment. Seated in the main position was Yun Shan, who had recently concluded his secluded meditation, leisurely stroking his jade ring while observing the scene with keen interest. After all, Protector Wu had previously mocked the entire sect for being complacent, and this farcical display was, in fact, to his liking. "Calm yourself," commanded Wu. As Qin Yuan gritted her teeth, cold sweat trickling down her chin. "That flame of Xiao Yun's is exceedingly strange." Tai Yan's earth and stone shield disintegrated before it like mere parchment. "Silence." Wu abruptly swung his sleeve, a dark energy blade slicing past Qin Yuan's ear, carving a deep fissure into the pillar behind her. If Tai Yan could withstand foreign flames, how could he falter against the remnants of the Xiao family? The voice beneath the black robe exuded a chilling aura, yet Tai Yan did not reveal much fear. Although Wu's strength surpassed theirs, as fellow Dozong, they were not so easily dispossessed of their lives. However, Wu's imposing presence was beyond the measure of a typical Dozong. With steely resolve, Tai Yan raised his head. "That flame, a vivid crimson interwoven with strands of gold, is exceedingly peculiar. I have never encountered such a spark before. It is certainly absent from the records of the foreign flames ranking. Yet, upon contact, my shield was reduced to molten iron by the heat wave. After just a few strikes, my defenses were rendered utterly ineffective." He instinctively touched his chest, where remnants of the searing pain lingered. Wu's pupils constricted in shock, his heart racing. The Soul Palace had long coveted foreign flames, and any new fire that emerged was promptly documented. If Xiao Yun truly wielded an unknown foreign flame, he suppressed his inner turmoil and patiently inquired, "Is his flame a foreign flame?" "It should be, yet it should not," Qin Yuan interjected. "I have never seen such a flame. It is unrecorded in the foreign flames ranking. However, what else could possess such power, if not a foreign flame?" The expression of the Protector Yu fluctuated between light and shadow. Prior to the Xiao family's journey to the Imperial capital, he had dispatched Tai Yan and Qin Yuan to ambush them midway, only to find that the two returned in defeat. Now, with the matter of the ancient jade pressing upon them, and the Xiao family backed by the Meitel family and the royal court, any further delays could lead to unforeseen complications. With this in mind, a fierce glint flashed in Yu's eyes. "I shall take matters into my own hands, along with the two of you. With 3 Dozong, I refuse to believe we cannot subdue a mere Xiao family." Yun Shan raised an eyebrow slightly, and finally spoke. "Protector Yu, the Xiao family is now deeply entangled with various powers in the Imperial capital. Acting rashly could be perilous." "There is no need for concern, Sectmaster Yun," Yu retorted with a cold laugh. "In the face of absolute strength, any web of connections is but a fade. Once we seize the ancient jade and the Soul Palace will ensure our safety." Tai Yan and Qin Yuan exchanged glances, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, far away in the Imperial capital, Xiao Yun was leading the Xiao family disciples in practicing formations within their new residence, completely unaware of the brewing storm. Chapter 79. The incident in the small town when seeking medicinal herbs. The best places to visit are the Alchemist Association and the auction house. Alas, fate did not favor them, for after visiting several locations, they found none of the required materials. However, it could not be said that their efforts were entirely fruitless. During the past few days spent with Queen Medusa, Xiao Yan discovered that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior, the queen approached tasks with a childlike innocence. Of course, it would be even better if she could abandon her habit of playfully striking him for no reason. After several days of fruitless searches at the Alchemist Association and the auction house, both Xiao Yan and Medusa were left empty-handed. Gazing at the increasingly evident gloom on Medusa's brow, Xiao Yan could only sigh inwardly. On this particular evening, the two found themselves wandering through an ancient, quaint alley. Amidst the blue tiles and white walls, a shoe shop adorned with the sign Bu Yun Zhai caught their eye. The copper bell hanging at the eaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing a melodious chime. Xiao Yan, almost instinctively, halted his steps. He recalled how Medusa always walked barefoot. Despite her strength, her delicate feet had no fear of sharp stones and thorns. Yet, as he watched a woman glide by in embroidered shoes, an unfamiliar emotion stirred within him. "Your Majesty, shall we take a look inside?" Medusa shot him a glance, but did not refuse, gracefully stepping into the shop. Inside, the sandalwood shelves were filled with various styles of embroidered shoes, their satin surfaces adorned with intricate designs of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, woven with golden and silver threads. The shopkeeper, beaming with a smile, approached them, her gaze sweeping over the two, revealing a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. "Dear guests, are you looking for shoes? We have just received many new styles." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as they fell upon Medusa. This lady, with such exquisite beauty, would surely complement the finest embroidered shoes in our store. As she spoke, she retrieved a pair of moon-white embroidered shoes. their surfaces embroidered with lotus blossoms using Suzhou embroidery techniques, adorned with pearl tassels that jingled with every step. Silence. Xiao Yan's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly covered the shopkeeper's mouth with his hand. He knew all too well Medusa's temperament. If he did not intervene promptly, the entire shoe shop would likely suffer the consequences. Turning to gaze at Medusa, one could see a faint purple mist swirling around her, while the blue and white porcelain lamp overhead emitted a creaking sound, seemingly overwhelmed by its burden. "I am but the queen's guardian. Do not utter nonsense," Xiao Yan exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he loosened his grip, leaving the shopkeeper with a look of grievance. Medusa cast a cold glance at Xiao Yan, her fingertips flicking lightly, causing the celadon ornament on the shelf to explode with a resounding crash, scattering shards everywhere. The shopkeeper, pale with fright, hurriedly retreated behind the counter to activate a mechanism. With the sound of turning gears, a wall slowly parted, revealing a pair of vermilion embroidered shoes adorned with golden phoenixes that began to rise. The shoe's surface was decorated with 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and the heels were inlaid with red agate, gleaming softly in the candlelight. Medusa's gaze sharpened as she stepped forward gracefully. Barefoot, she ascended the brocade stool, bending to slip the embroidered shoes onto her feet, her movements as elegant as a serpent unfurling its body. As she stood, a glimpse of her fair ankle emerged from beneath her skirt, contrasting starkly with the vermilion shoes. She gently tapped her foot, producing a crisp sound as the heels struck the ground, a rare flicker of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Just as Xiao Yan sighed in relief and prepared to pay, the shop door was suddenly kicked open. A gust of cold wind swept in, carrying dust, as two opulently dressed individuals strode in with great swagger. The young master at the forefront fanned himself, his gaze shamelessly roving over Medusa, a playful smirk curling his lips. "I shall take these shoes," he declared. Xiao Yan frowned. "Esteemed sir, we arrived first, and moreover, these shoes have already caught the queen's eye." "Humph," the young master scoffed, unfurling his fan with a flourish. "In this small town, there is nothing that I cannot possess. Be wise and leave the shoes, and yourselves, behind." His gaze unabashedly roamed over Medusa as he spoke. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the young master suddenly drew his sword, its cold gleam flashing as it aimed for Xiao Yan's throat. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Yan raised the Xianzhong stick in defense. The clash echoed like thunder, sparks flying. In the chaos, as Xiao Yan leaned back to evade the attack, he inadvertently brushed against Medusa's waist. Medusa's expression turned icy, her aura surging dangerously. Seizing the opportunity amidst their skirmish, the young master caught sight of Medusa's veil slipping, revealing her breathtaking beauty, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Silence," Medusa commanded sharply, her jade hand waving lightly. A torrent of surging fighting spirit erupted like a raging wave. And before the young master and his attendants could utter a cry, they were obliterated within the tempest of energy. Tables and shelves in the shop shattered, wooden splinters flying. Xiao Yan was thrown by the residual force, crashing heavily against the wall, coughing up blood. He looked at the murderous intent swirling around Medusa and struggled to raise his hand. "Your Majesty, it was an accident." Medusa shot him a cold glance, bending to retrieve the embroidered shoes, her lotus-like steps bringing her before him. From her elevated position, she looked down at Xiao Yan, a dangerous glimmer in her eyes. "Should there be a next time, I will surely refine you into elixir." With that, she donned the embroidered shoes once more and turned to exit the shoe shop, leaving Xiao Yan amidst the chaos, wearing a bitter smile. Chapter 80. The incident in the small town. Xiao Yun leaned against the window of his study, gazing at the figures of the Xiao family disciples training in the courtyard, while an unshakable cloud of sorrow lingered between his brows. The dusk elongated his shadow, casting it upon the sprawling map of commercial establishments in the imperial capital laid out on his desk. The dense annotations resembled a spider-esque web, each thread entangled in a complex web of power struggles. With a thud, the bronze paperweight landed heavily in the corner of the map, sending ink splattering across the table. Xiao Yun pinched his throbbing temples, the fatigue from days of visiting trade associations washing over him. Beneath the glamorous facade of the imperial capital, the major families had long since divided up the industries. The Mitter family monopolized a significant portion of the metal trade, the royal family controlled the lifeblood of the mines, and the Alchemist Association's pharmaceutical business was as solid as a fortress. Having just arrived, the Xiao family, despite the patronage of Mitter Tingshan and Jia Xingtian, would find their so-called protection ephemeral if they could not achieve self-sufficiency. Suddenly, the oil lamp on the desk flared, illuminating Xiao Yun's eyes with a sudden brilliance. He abruptly seized a bamboo slip from the table, unfurling the densely packed catalog of medicinal herb merchants in the imperial capital, where only the words elixirs were encircled in thick red. His fingertip pressed firmly against the annotation indicating the scarcity of mid to low-tier elixirs, and he murmured to himself, 70% of the elixirs in the entire Imperial capital come from the Alchemist Association, while the remainder is divided among the old established families. Although the demand for mid and low-tier elixirs is considerable, there is a persistent lack of innovation. Outside, the night breeze stirred the copper bells at the eaves. And amidst the tinkling sounds, Xiao Yun recalled his observations from 3 days prior at the herbal market. A group of mercenaries huddled around a fire, lamenting how expensive high-tier healing elixirs were, while the low-tier ones took too long to take effect. They would rather chew on herbal remedies than waste money. This scene struck him like a thunderclap, and he sprang to his feet, his robe sweeping across the inkstone. Yes, a new path. If he could not compete with high-tier elixirs, he would specialize in the mid to low tier, crafting formulas with exceptional efficacy at accessible prices. Yet, as the thought crystallized, his steps faltered once more. The existing alchemists in the Xiao family were all at most second tier, capable of producing only commonplace elixirs. Xiao Yun instinctively fingered the jade token at his waist, a gift from Xiao Yan, which represented his position as the deputy clan leader. Its cold touch evoked a bitter smile. After the 3-year agreement, Xiao Yan had become renowned. He likely had already embarked on his journey to the Canaan Academy. If a breakthrough in the elixir market was to be made, it had to be him. Come in. Xiao Yun abruptly pushed open the window, calling forth the patrolling guards of the Xiao family in the night. Fetch ink and paper swiftly. As the rice paper spread out before him, Xiao Yun suddenly hesitated. How should he begin? Should he appeal through the bond of uncle and nephew, or should he exert the weight of familial duty? The pen hovered above the paper, reluctant to descend, as candle wax dripped onto the edges of the letter, creating a mottled stain. Having reached this point, Xiao Yun sighed heavily, his pen tip turning. There is no need for haste in returning. Experience is paramount. Should the formula succeed, Uncle Yun will surely send someone to deliver it to the Canaan Academy. Take care in all matters outside, and if you see Sunur within the academy, please convey my regards to her. Before the ink could dry, he hurriedly sealed the letter in a specially crafted metal box, summoning his most capable shadow guard. Ensure this reaches Xiao Yan within 3 days, without any mistakes along the way. His fingertips unconsciously tapped the table as he suddenly recalled the words spoken by Xiao Yan before his departure. The future of the Xiao family should not be confined to Wutan City. Now, this bustling imperial capital might indeed serve as the battleground for the Xiao family's rebirth. Outside the window, the distant sound of drums echoed. Xiao Yun rose to stretch his limbs, the moonlight filtering through the intricately carved window frames, illuminating the elder's token at his waist, which glimmered with a gentle radiance. The letter detailing the plan to carve a niche in the pill market, to sustain the clan through commerce, and to establish authority through medicine was both a plea for assistance and the first clarion call for the Xiao family's counterattack. Within the tavern, amidst the swirling aroma of liquor and the cacophony of voices, Xiao Yan slammed a jade-green bowl onto the wooden table. The fiery liquor burned its way down his throat, yet it could not quell the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. Queen Medusa languidly reclined against her chair, her fingertips idly caressing the gilded wine cup. Her scarlet gown cascading to the floor like flames, creating a bizarre harmony with the chilling aura she exuded. Have you heard? That Xiao Yan from the Xiao family caused quite a ruckus at the Yunlan sect at such a young age. Suddenly, a drunken man at the adjacent table slammed his fist down, splattering murky liquor across the weathered surface. He has strong backing. First, his uncle Xiao Yun protected him. And then even Queen Medusa of the Serpent People appeared. Indeed, another man with a sharp face narrowed his eyes. The Xiao family has finally raised their heads high. Let us see who dares to underestimate them from now on. At that moment, a hunchbacked old man in the corner trembled as he rose, his calloused hand clutching a gourd of wine. But let us not speak too soon. The Xiao family faced a dire calamity not long ago. These words fell like a stone into a deep pool, silencing the tavern instantly. Xiao Yan's breath hitched as he pretended to casually lean closer. They closed their doors to guests and moved the entire clan. The commotion was not small. The old man smacked his lips, his murky eyes darting about. I have a relative who passed by Falling Petal Gorge. That night, 3 Dozong experts clashed, turning the heavens and earth upside down. The sound of their battle shook the stones loose, and all beasts within a 10-mile radius were terrified. One of those 3 Dozong is Xiao Yun, the deputy clan leader of the Xiao family, the old man whispered. As for the other 2, who knows if they were targeting the Xiao family? Xiao Yan abruptly stood, the chair scraping against the floor with a piercing sound. Queen Medusa's gaze sharpened slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she saw him stride toward the old man, his voice deep and imbued with an undeniable pressure. Elder, do you know the current state of the Xiao family? Startled by this sudden intensity, the old man stepped back, nearly dropping his gourd. How could I possibly know? I only heard they moved overnight. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan had tossed a silver ingot onto the table and strode out of the tavern. Queen Medusa sighed softly, her gown swirling as she followed in his wake. As the heavy door of the tavern slammed shut, a voice cried out from behind. Wait, is that Xiao Yan behind him? That's him. I've seen him in Wutan City. The drunken man slammed the table again, causing his bowl to shatter. Silence. His companion hurriedly covered his mouth. Are you trying to get us killed? Don't you see the aura surrounding that woman in red? She must be Queen Medusa. As the murmurs within the tavern gradually diminished, the silhouettes of Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa transformed into two streaks of light, hastening towards the Imperial capital. A tumult of unease surged within Xiao Yan's heart. Thoughts of Uncle Xiao Yun's safety, the Xiao family's plight, and the enigmatic Dozong powerhouse reverberating like a heavy hammer against his chest. It is imperative to reiterate that the protagonist is oblivious to the unfolding narrative. Thus, he remains unaware of the forthcoming events. Chapter 81. Investigation and Pursuit. The sound of the midnight bell pierced through the damp night. As the shadow guard pushed open the tavern's wooden door, the hinges groaning in protest. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol mingled with the scent of meat assailed his senses, while the flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows upon his dark attire. A handful of copper coins clattered onto the counter, startling the drowsy attendant who abruptly lifted his head. The shadow guard removed the black cloth from his face, revealing a chiseled visage marred by an old scar between his brows. Have you seen a youth carrying a heavy Xinzhong ruler? About this tall, clad in black. His gesture, punctuated by a gust of wind, sent the account books fluttering. The drunken patrons turned their bleary eyes, and from a dim corner, a hunchbacked elder suddenly shivered, his murky gaze swiveling to the shadow guard. There was indeed a lad with a ruler, but he left several hours ago, heading towards the western official road with a woman in red, moving with astonishing speed. The shadow guard's pupils contracted sharply, his message box in his chest warming slightly. He should have anticipated that, given Xiao Yan's temperament, he would recklessly return upon receiving news. However, Deputy Clan leader Xiao Yun had seemingly arranged for the safety of their kin and had already reached the Gamma Empire. While few were privy to this information, it stood to reason that a tavern renowned for its intelligence would possess some inkling of it. Yet these individuals appeared entirely oblivious. Thank you. He tossed a silver ingot onto the counter and, turning to leave, caught sight of several uneven muddy footprints on the ground. Years of tracking honed his instincts, alerting him to the minute cracks at the edges of the footprints, unmistakable signs of condensed do qi. Stepping outside the tavern, the shadow guard leapt onto the rooftop. Scanning the horizon, the western official road lay undisturbed, clearly not a route taken by those in haste. Crouching down, his fingertips brushed against the half-dried moisture at the wall's base, and he suddenly recalled Xiao Yun discussing the explosive skill of the young clan leader, Xiao Yan. This technique, characterized by a sudden surge in speed, would leave a distinctive residue of energy upon the ground. Towards the northern mountain path, he murmured, his gaze sweeping past the concealed emergency grain storage and communication array of the clan. Xiao Yan would undoubtedly prioritize confirming the safety of their kin. Condensing do qi into a verdant glow beneath his feet, the shadow guard shot forth like an arrow released from its bow across the rooftops. The night wind howled, rushing into his collar as he gripped the dagger at his waist, calculating the time. At Xiao Yan's speed, he would likely be nearing the old site by now. May the arrangements of the deputy clan leader be flawless, he hoped, as a few withered leaves were swept up by the energy, tracing bizarre arcs in the air. Drawing in a deep breath, the shadow guard maximized his do qi and surged towards the direction where the footprints had vanished. Under the moonlight, a pursuit that would determine the future of the Xiao family quietly unfolded amidst the mountains and forests. Moonlight, like frost, cascaded upon the remnants of the Xiao family's ancient abode. Xiao Yan treaded upon the shattered stones, the heavy xuanzhong trailing behind him, producing a discordant noise. Queen Medusa glided gracefully, her crimson gown sweeping over the overgrown weeds, her serpent-like eyes narrowing. A scent of blood lingered. Before her words could fully escape, Xiao Yan had already leaped onto the crumbling courtyard wall. Amidst the charred beams, a burnt corpse curled in a corner, though its features were unrecognizable. The elder token of the Yunlan sect glimmered coldly in the moonlight, unmistakably belonging to Yunling. Xiao Yan's fingertips swelled with veins, his fighting spirit surging uncontrollably. Reducing the nearby shards of brick to powder, Yunlan sect. He bent to examine the charred body, his fingers brushing over the twisted burns. Evidently inflicted by a high-level fire attribute martial technique, it was clear that the one capable of so easily burning Yunling to death was Uncle Yun. Xiao Yan abruptly turned, his gaze sweeping across the devastation. The shattered ancestral stone tablet in the corner, the overturned entrance to the cellar. The lingering traces of formidable fighting spirit in the air, all bore witness to the brutality of that day. Yet, curiously, the Xiao family guards who should have remained here were nowhere to be found. Only a series of footprints meandering towards the northwest. The falling petal gorge. Xiao Yan fixated on the end of the footprints, recalling the tavern elder's description. He tightened his grip on the xuanzhong, his fighting spirit rising like flames. The three Dozong experts mentioned by the tavern patrons were surely engaged in battle against formidable foes there. However, Queen Medusa raised her hand, blocking his path. Hold on. Yun Ling is dead, and the Xiao family guards are missing. If the enemy has set a trap, her words were interrupted by a sudden, muffled sound emanating from the distant mountains, startling a flock of birds into flight. Xiao Yan's expression sharpened, and in an instant, he activated his explosive speed, his figure transforming into a blur as he darted towards the source of the sound. Queen Medusa let out a soft sigh, her trailing gown stirring a scent of blood as she followed closely behind. Under the moonlight, the two figures raced towards the falling Petal Gorge, while in the shadows, a pair of eerie green eyes fixated intently on the direction of their departure. Behind those green eyes lay a robust man, soundly asleep. Upon entering the falling Petal Gorge, a damp mist enveloped him, mingling with the scent of rust. Xiao Yan lightly tapped his toes and leaped onto the half-collapsed watchtower, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic campsite below, the shredded Xiao family banner rustling in the wind, with dried blood droplets crystallized upon scattered dark iron arrows. Three distinct traces of fighting spirit intertwined in a formation. Queen Medusa traced her fingers along the rock face, her serpent eyes glowing with an ethereal light. As the emerald wind blades etched into the surface intertwined with deep brown earth spikes, carving the mountainside into a honeycomb pattern. Suddenly, she halted, her fingertips coalescing into a deep crimson fire pattern, spiraling oddly above the wind and earth fighting spirits. Could Deputy Clan leader Xiao Yun, in a state of suppression, counter the dual attribute assault with flames? Xiao Yan leaped down from the tower, his boots crunching over the scattered stones. The pool of blood at the center of the campsite shimmered with an uncanny glow under the moonlight. As he reached out to touch it, a surge of intense fighting spirit erupted, igniting tiny flames in his palm. His pupils contracted sharply, sensing the violent aura lingering within the blood. Uncle Yun must have been driven to the brink, forced to unleash such a domineering martial technique. Queen Medusa bent down to pick up a broken blade, its surface marred with verdant corrosion, a 4-star wind attribute Dozong, adept in stealth and surprise attacks. She pointed to several unnatural depressions on the rock wall, the evenly spaced claw marks unmistakably indicative of the wind system's combat techniques, the wind demon dance. Kicking aside a massive boulder revealed a soil pit half a foot deep. The Earth Attribute Battle Sovereign had sealed their retreat with an earth prison, in conjunction with the strangling force of the wind system. Xiao Yan suddenly turned, his gaze landing on the fractured ancient tree at the entrance of the canyon. The cross-section of the trunk displayed 3 interwoven cracks, with scorching marks of flames in the center, flanked by cuts from wind blades and earth spikes. They had plotted this in advance. He gripped the Xianzhong tightly. They had set an ambush at the ruins of the Xiao family, not anticipating that Uncle Yun would be present, leading to Yun Ling's demise. Subsequently, they laid down a dual attribute killing formation in the Falling Blossom Gorge, intent on capturing the entire Xiao family in one fell swoop. Queen Medusa suddenly raised her hand, pointing towards a distant hollow in the mountains. Look there. The moonlight pierced through the thin mist, illuminating several bodies clad in the attire of the Yunlan sect, sprawled lifelessly in pools of blood, their fatal wounds bearing the unmistakable signs of fiery burns. The Yunlan sect was indeed involved. She let out a cold laugh. Though it was evident they had underestimated the vice clan leader Xiao Yun's ability to escape unscathed from the onslaught of 2 battle sovereigns. Even countering and slaying so many pursuers, such strength should not be underestimated. Xiao Yun crouched down, retrieving a shattered communication jade slip from the embrace of one of the corpses. Faint ripples still lingered in the cracks of the slip. His brow furrowed. The forces colluding with the Yunlan sect likely extended beyond these 2 battle sovereigns. Before he could finish his thought, a sharp eagle cry suddenly echoed from deep within the canyon, causing Queen Medusa's pupils to constrict. Chapter 82. In Peril. The piercing eagle cry shattered the silence of Falling Blossom Gorge, and both Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa instinctively turned their attention towards the source of the sound. 2 figures emerged slowly from the mist-laden depths of the canyon, unmistakably the previous adversaries of Xiao Yun, Qing Yuan and Tai Yan. Qing Yuan sneered, her green battle aura swirling around her, transforming in an instant into a colossal green kite, rushing towards Xiao Yan with a fierce gust of wind. Queen Medusa reacted swiftly, her crimson battle aura erupting instantly, forming a solid barrier that shielded Xiao Yan from the ferocious assault. The immense impact caused her form to sway slightly, but she quickly regained her balance, pulling Xiao Yan behind her. At that moment, Xiao Yan was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and the 2 before him. He could do nothing but tightly grip the Xianzhong, his gaze warily fixed ahead. Originally, he had intended to catch a few small fish with his prior message, but unexpectedly, he had hooked a big one. Xiao Yan, today you shall find no escape. Qing Yuan's voice was sharp and icy, filled with provocation. Surrender willingly. For that woman beside you cannot even hold back one of us. Tai Yin growled like a beast, the shadow of a brown bear behind him rising and falling dramatically with his breath. Its claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to explode, and dozens of sharp earth spikes erupted from the earth, hurtling towards Queen Medusa. Her pupils constricted slightly, the fiery red battle aura swirling around her like burning silk, as a massive 3-zhonglong python illusion coalesced behind her. As the serpent's tail swept through the air, the earth shattered into powder, and amidst the rising dust, she emerged like a wraith. Her jade hands clawing towards Tai Yan's throat. Unflinching, Tai Yan's right arm bulged with muscle like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. And the phantom of a brown bear roared as it lashed out with its claws, colliding thunderously with the illusion of the giant python. The collision of their formidable energies pulverized the trees within a 10-zhong radius, reducing them to mere fragments, while debris and wood shavings filled the air. Xiao Yan was hurled away by the shockwave, his back crashing heavily against the rock wall. A coppery sweetness surging in his throat as the Xuanzhong ruler nearly slipped from his grasp. Struggling to rise, he beheld Queen Medusa staggering back 3 steps. Her crimson energy shimmering with cracks, blood trickling from her lips, and blooming like red plum blossoms upon the ground. Meanwhile, Tai Yin merely flicked his arm, the earthy energy circulating as his wounds swiftly healed. A newly ascended dozong, nothing more. Tai Yin sneered as the phantom of the brown bear transformed into a torrent of earthy energy, sweeping forth with stones and splintered wood towards Queen Medusa. With rapid hand seals, she summoned the giant python, its gaping maw unleashing a beam of vibrant red light. At the moment their energies collided, the entire Falling Blossom Gorge illuminated as if it were midday, the shockwave carving away half a zhong of the rock walls on either side of the canyon. 100 meters away, the shadow guard held his breath, hands trembling as he clutched the jade slip of communication bestowed upon him by Xiao Yun. The young master was in peril, the situation dire, and he called for reinforcements. He bit his fingertip, letting his blood drip onto the slip, causing the runes to glow with blinding brilliance. However, before the jade slip could transform into a flash of light, a green beam shot through the air like a venomous serpent. The shadow guard's pupils constricted as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade of green energy pierced through his chest. Warm blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he turned in disbelief to meet the cold smile of Qing Yuan. You've hidden well, little mouse, but alas, I have still found you. Her voice hissed like a serpent's tongue as she withdrew the blade, watching the shadow guard slowly succumb to the ground. The jade slip clattered to the earth, and Qing Yuan cast a disdainful glance at it before crushing it beneath her foot. The earthy energy coalesced beneath her, and with a crisp crack, the slip disintegrated into powder. At that moment, in a secluded chamber within the Jaimar Empire, Xiao Yun abruptly opened his eyes. The jade token of the Xiao Clan in his palm erupted with dazzling red light before exploding into fragments. Leaping to his feet, his brow furrowed as he sensed the lingering aura of the token pointing towards Falling Blossom Gorge. A sharp glint crossed his gaze. The eruption of his Do Qi was no mere coincidence. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yun transformed into a streak of crimson light, racing through the air, trailing a long tail of flames behind him. In the night sky, his figure resembled a blazing meteor, hurtling towards Falling Blossom Gorge. On the battlefield, Queen Medusa's situation grew increasingly perilous. Tai Yan's relentless assaults fell like a torrential storm. He formed seals with his hands, and the ground erupted into a 100-meter-high mound, its surface bristling with menacing earth spikes. Queen Medusa commanded the giant python to coil upward, shattering the spikes in its wake, yet Tai Yan leapt with force, the claws of the brown bear phantom striking fiercely at the python's vital point. Boom! The phantom of the colossal python was sent tumbling over the cliff, while Queen Medusa collided violently against the sheer rock face, splattering the surface with vivid crimson blood. She struggled to rise, only to find her veins ablaze from the excessive use of her fighting energy, her once bright red aura now flickering ominously. Xiao Yan, engulfed by urgency, gripped his heavy ruler tightly, ready to charge forward, but a flash of green light struck the ground beside him, carving a deep trench into the earth. Perhaps by remaining still, he could prolong his survival. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Yan summoned earthen chains of ochre energy to ensnare the giant python, while the spectral figure of a brown bear opened its massive jaws, unleashing a beam of light intermingled with shards of rock. Medusa's hastily conjured energy shield shattered upon contact with the beam, hurling her through the air until she crashed into 3 ancient trees, each as thick as a man's embrace. Before finally coming to a halt, "It is over," Tai Yan bellowed, forming seals with his hands, causing the very ground of the canyon to tremble violently. Countless pillars of earth surged upward, coalescing mid-air into a rune-covered cage that ensnared Queen Medusa at its core. The cage pulsed with a deep brown luminescence, scorching her vibrant red energy with a sizzle. In Chapter 83, Ling's Shadow, the surface of the cage shimmered with that same deep brown glow, further incinerating her radiant aura. A fierce glint flashed in Queen Medusa's eyes as her energy surged chaotically. The phantom of the python coalesced once more, its head lunging toward the earthen prison. Yet, Xiao Yan merely chuckled coldly, tightening his grip, causing the cage to constrict instantly, unleashing a flurry of sharp earthen spikes from all directions toward Queen Medusa. In a desperate maneuver, she pivoted rapidly, her scarlet energy forming a protective barrier that barely deflected the majority of the spikes, though a few still pierced through, embedding into her shoulders and waist. A muffled groan escaped her lips as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze remained fiercely fixed upon Xiao Yan, her murderous intent undiminished. Swiftly, she began to weave intricate hand seals. The python's phantom opened its gaping maw, releasing an even thicker beam of scarlet light aimed directly at the cage. Xiao Yan's expression darkened as his ochre energy surged, the spectral bear behind him roaring as it thrust its paws forward, raising a formidable earthen wall to collide with the beam. The tremendous impact sent shockwaves throughout the canyon, rocks and dust scattering in the air. Just as Queen Medusa's beam was on the verge of breaching the earthen barrier, Xiao Yan suddenly appeared before her, the bear's claws slashing through the air with a howling wind, aiming for her visage. In a frantic attempt to evade, she sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the claws that grazed her cheek, leaving a crimson mark in their wake. Just as she prepared to counterattack, Xiao Yan's other fist struck like a cannonball, crashing into her chest. Queen Medusa was sent flying backward like a puppet severed from its strings, colliding violently with the distant mountain wall, coughing up a copious amount of blood, her breath weakening, rendering her unable to gather energy to resist, plunging her into despair. As Xiao Yan readied himself to deliver the final blow to Queen Medusa, a shadowy figure darted in like lightning, flames erupting from the heavy ruler in Xiao Yan's grasp. Flame-devouring wave ruler, he shouted, wielding the ruler imbued with terrifying heat, striking fiercely at the bear's paw behind Xiao Yan. Boom! The clash of their formidable powers erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, resonating through the very air. Xiao Yan felt a numbing sensation in his arms as an overwhelming force struck him, rendering him unable to resist, and he was instantly sent flying. He tumbled through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning as pale as paper. Xiao Yan spat disdainfully, his face a mask of contempt. Do you truly believe yourself to be formidable, heroically saving maidens? Huh, with such meager strength. How dare you act so arrogantly before me? His calloused feet crushed the fallen leaves beneath them, each step leaving deep imprints in the earth. His murky yellow eyes fixed intently on the bloodied Xiao Yan. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to escort you on your journey. No need for gratitude. The brownish-yellow fighting spirit surged in his palm, taking the form of a bear's claw that came crashing down, compressing the air with a sharp, explosive sound. Just at that critical moment, 7 shadowy figures erupted from the shadows of the canyon. Each shadow brandished a silver short blade that shimmered with an eerie dark light, aimed directly at the vital point of Xiao Yan's back. However, the true lethal strike lay concealed behind the illusion. Ling Ying, shielded by the smoke, propelled himself off the rocky wall, transforming into a ghostly stream of black light, his 2 short blades crossing as they lunged toward the carotid artery of Xiao Yan. The dark attribute fighting spirit coalesced into sinister fangs at the blade tips, causing ripples in the air as they passed. Humph! Xiao Yan's muscular neck instantly bulged, as if forged from steel. At the moment the blades pierced, a resonant clang echoed, sparks flying, and in a swift motion, Xiao Yan seized Ling Ying's wrist. Ling Ying's pupils contracted sharply, the dark attribute fighting spirit surging wildly as he attempted to break free from the iron-like grip, only to find his strength akin to an ant shaking a tree before the might of his opponent. A dohuang? Quite interesting, Xiao Yan sneered, a mocking grin spreading across his face as his fingers tightened, causing a bone-crushing sound to emanate from Ling Ying's wrist. Agonizing pain coursed through his body like electricity, causing Ling Ying's pupils to constrict, dark purple patterns swirling beneath his mask. In an instant, shadows enveloped him, and he transformed into a viscous, ink-like substance, slipping through Xiao Yan's fingers, reforming 10 paces away. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Qing Yuan's sharp command sliced through the air, accompanied by a torrent of green wind blades. The wings of the fighting spirit eagle spread wide behind her, and amid the sharp whistling of the wind, countless emerald blades intertwined to form a net, sealing off Ling Ying's retreat. Ling Ying spun, wielding his blades as a shield of dark attribute fighting spirit collided with the wind blades, erupting in a continuous cacophony that carved the ground into a web of cracks. Seeing this, Xiao Yan stomped his sturdy legs against the earth, causing the entire canyon to tremble. Countless earth spikes erupted from the ground, ensnaring Ling Ying like a prison. You think you can hide and escape? Today, you shall learn the meaning of underestimating your own capabilities. He bellowed. As his fighting spirit coalesced into a massive bear's head illusion, his iron fist crashing down with the force of a landslide upon the earthen prison. With a thunderous roar, the prison disintegrated into dust, and Ling Ying was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, leaving a human-shaped indentation in the rock wall. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth as he barely managed to steady himself by plunging his short blades into the ground. Yet, Qing Yuan's onslaught followed in quick succession, the fighting spirit eagle swooping down, its claws tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Ling Ying gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the assault, as the dark attribute fighting spirit swirled around him, redirecting some of the strikes to either side. The power of the wind blades was overwhelmingly tyrannical, instantly tearing open a deep wound on his left shoulder, exposing bone. He staggered backward, only to discover that Tai Yan had already blocked all avenues of retreat, the earthy yellow aura surging like a tide. Did he truly believe he could evade this? Tai Yan sneered as the ground suddenly rose into a colossal earthen fist, crashing down upon Ling Ying. In a moment of dire peril, Ling Ying once again employed a secret technique, transforming into 7 shadowy figures that scattered in flight. A cold glint flashed in Qing Yuan's eyes as the wind blades split abruptly, pursuing each doppelganger relentlessly. With a series of piercing sounds, the shadows were shattered one after another, until the final shadow was pierced by the wind blade, causing Ling Ying's true form to crash to the ground in a pitiful state. His black robe lay tattered, the mask marred with cracks, and the short blade in his hand was riddled with chips. Tai Yan approached slowly, the ground beneath his feet cracking with every step. What of a Do Huang? Before absolute power, they are but ants. The two were immediately jolted, turning rigidly to gaze backward, where they beheld a small fireball hurtling towards them from the distant sky. The sight drew their attention to Ling Ying, who grinned and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, we are in peril." Chapter 84. Reinforcements. Tai Yan, seeing Ling Ying lying on the ground grinning foolishly, was filled with uncontainable rage. Glancing at the distance between himself and Xiao Yun, he thought to himself that he must eliminate at least one opponent, lest he suffer a total loss. His eyes blazed with ferocity as his earthy yellow aura surged violently, the spectral form of a brown bear roaring behind him. In an instant, he conjured a massive energy sphere, the size of a grinding stone. "Die!" he bellowed, as the terrifying energy sphere, accompanied by a piercing shriek, descended mercilessly towards Ling Ying's head. Just as the energy sphere was about to make contact, a violent spatial fluctuation erupted from the heavens, and a colossal fireball, ablaze with crimson flames, tore through the clouds, plummeting with the force of a thunderbolt. Tai Yan and Qing Yuan's expressions changed drastically as they sensed the immense energy within the fireball. They dared not show any negligence and unleashed their full power simultaneously. Tai Yan clapped his palms together, raising 3 towering earthen walls as sturdy as iron fortifications, while Qing Yuan spread her dual wings of aura, weaving countless emerald wind blades into a net to meet the fireball alongside the walls. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball collided with the defenses. The resulting shockwave swept through the canyon like a tsunami, shattering the earthen walls and obliterating the wind blades. Tai Yan and Qing Yuan were pushed back by the force, their feet carving deep furrows into the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Xiao Yun's power has indeed advanced. Qing Yuan wiped the blood from her lips, her voice laced with trepidation. Tai Yan, watching the approaching crimson figure, felt a chill spread through him, fully aware that if they continued to engage, their chances of victory were null. "Retreat," he gritted out, seizing Qing Yuan's arm, and in a flash, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, swiftly vanishing at the canyon's end. Moments later, Xiao Yun touched down gracefully, his fiery cloud boots ignited beneath him. His gaze swept over the disheveled forms of Xiao Yan and Ling Ying, his brow furrowing in concern. From his sleeve, a blooming crimson flame lotus soared forth, its petals gently resting upon Xiao Yan's wounds, the searing energy swiftly mending the damaged meridians. Once Xiao Yan's injuries were attended to, he hastened to Ling Ying's side, retrieving several jade vials from his spatial ring. With an apologetic expression, he said, "My friend, these are merely 3rd and 4th grade healing pills, not of high rank. But they should suffice for now. The situation is urgent. We must stabilize your condition." Ling Ying, gazing at the jade vials presented to him, felt a warm surge within, managing to muster a faint smile as he rasped, "Thank you, Deputy Clan Leader Xiao, for your assistance." Xiao Yan nodded, and after Ling Ying consumed the pills, he once again summoned the Crimson Flame Lotus to help secure his stability. As Xiao Yan's condition improved slightly, he struggled to rise, intending to express his gratitude to Xiao Yun, when he suddenly recalled the unconscious Medusa queen lying nearby. He He hurried to the rock wall, only to find that the spot where Medusa had been was now occupied by a small pink orb radiating a soft glow. The orb trembled slightly, transforming into a stream of light that entered Xiao Yan's body. In his embrace, the seven-colored sky-devouring serpent slowly emerged its head, its serpent eyes lingering with a trace of weakness and reluctance. With a heart full of compassion, Xiao Yan gently stroked the serpent's scales, then retrieved another jade vial from his ring. He opened it and offered the half-formed amethyst essence to the serpent's mouth, facilitating its consumption. Just as Xiao Yun had managed to heal Ling Ying's severely wounded body and breathed a sigh of relief, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xiao Yan breaking the amethyst essence into small pieces, playfully enticing the serpent that was flicking its tongue in his arms. As the little serpent flicked its rosy tongue and consumed the essence, Xiao Yan's smile returned, his earlier distress completely forgotten. "You little rascal." Xiao Yun strode forward, his hand like an iron claw striking Xiao Yan's forehead, causing the youth to stumble slightly. "The first thing you do upon waking is not to seek Uncle Yan? If I hadn't arrived in time, both of you would have perished here." Xiao Yun found both annoyance and amusement in the situation, pointing at Xiao Yan's nose as he admonished, "And you still have the audacity to jest? Do you have any idea how difficult that fellow Tai Yin is? If it weren't for his fear of my crimson flame lotus, he would have swallowed his words today." Observing the pale, yet resolute countenance of the young man, a warm feeling arose within Xiao Yun, who ultimately sighed heavily and ruffled Xiao Yan's dark hair. At that moment, Ling Ying approached Xiao Yun, still bearing some weakness, yet standing firmly with cupped fists as he bowed. "Deputy Clan Leader Xiao, I shall forever remember your life-saving grace. Had you not arrived in time, both I and young Master Xiao would likely have perished here." His voice was deep yet sincere, his eyes behind the mask radiating gratitude. Xiao Yun quickly extended a hand to support him, acknowledging that had Ling Ying not held off Tai Yin and Qing Yuan at a critical moment, both Medusa and Xiao Yan would have met their demise here, effectively heralding an early end to the tale. Simultaneously, Xiao Yun returned the gesture with a solemn bow, his expression earnest. "Brother Ling, you overstate the matter. Had you not fought valiantly against those two, what chance would Xiao Yan and the Medusa Queen have had? This gratitude should be directed towards you from the Xiao family." His gaze swept over Ling Ying's still healing wounds, his tone imbued with admiration. "A Douhuang powerhouse willing to risk himself. Such bravery, I greatly respect." Ling Ying straightened his posture and shook his head slightly. "Deputy Clan Leader Xiao, your praise is unwarranted. It is but a matter of course to draw my sword against injustice." He instinctively glanced at Xiao Yan, who was playfully interacting with the sky-devouring python. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes, soon replaced by resolute determination. "Moreover, young Master Xiao is a person of great loyalty and righteousness, deserving of assistance." Xiao Yun laughed heartily, patting Ling Ying on the shoulder. "Excellent. A true man. Should the Xiao clan ever be in need, do not hesitate to speak." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and though words were few, an unspoken understanding was forged in that moment. After engaging in some polite banter, Ling Ying lightly cupped his fists and spoke. "Deputy Clan Leader Xiao, young Master Xiao, I have troubled you for too long. This vast continent may yet afford us another meeting in the future." With that, his dark attribute Do Qi subtly flowed around him, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished at the entrance of the canyon in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan gazed in the direction Ling Ying had departed, feeling a slight sting in his eyes after a moment, and thus turned away, walking beside Xiao Yun. Xiao Yan nodded, looking down at the colorful sky-devouring python nestled in his arms. It appeared the little serpent had drifted into slumber, its gently rising body exuding tranquility. He carefully placed the sky-devouring python into his spatial ring and followed in Xiao Yun's footsteps toward the Xiao clan's abode. In the distance, the dawn light began to rise, casting the first rays of morning sun into the dilapidated canyon. Chapter 85. The pill market days swiftly passed, and under the nurturing care of high-tier healing pills and Xiao Yun's attentive assistance, Xiao Yan's injuries were completely healed. As the morning sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes into the room, he stretched lazily, engaging his muscles, and felt the abundant Do Qi circulating through his meridians. He pushed open the door, greeted by the refreshing air. In the courtyard, several disciples of the Xiao clan were diligently practicing, each movement showcasing the exquisite techniques of their clan's martial arts. Before he could take a step forward, a disciple hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. "Young clan leader, Deputy Clan Leader Yun requests your presence in his study." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, very well. I shall attend shortly." He mused to himself that Xiao Yun's summons must pertain to an important matter. After adjusting his attire, Xiao Yan made his way to Xiao Yun's study. Iron Rock and Green Kite would undoubtedly seek retribution for their grievances. The Xiao clan certainly needed to prepare for the impending storm. Arriving at the study's door, he gently knocked and, upon receiving permission, entered slowly. Inside the study, Xiao Yun sat at his desk, engrossed in a yellowed ancient tome. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up, his eyes reflecting a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. Xiao Yan, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Xiao Yan approached the desk and sat down. His gaze sweeping over the assortment of medicinal herb illustrations and ledgers laid out before him, a sense of understanding dawning upon him regarding Xiao Yun's intentions. Setting aside the ancient text, Xiao Yun's expression turned serious. Xiao Yan, you are aware that your recent peril has unveiled several issues within our family. Iron Rock and Green Kite, having suffered losses, will certainly not let us off easily. Moreover, the current economic state of the Xiao Clan is far from optimistic. Without a stable source of income, we will inevitably find ourselves in decline once again. Xiao Yan nodded earnestly, his gaze imbued with determination. Uncle Yun, I understand. I am well aware of the family's predicament. Please, command me if there is anything I can do. Xiao Yun nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Indeed, you are the young clan leader of the Xiao family, and it is this sense of responsibility that I appreciate. After much contemplation, I have concluded that our family is in dire need of capable alchemists. It seems that the onus falls upon you. I hope you can concoct some medicinal pills aimed at the lower and middle classes, keeping production costs low, sourcing ingredients with ease, yet ensuring the efficacy of the elixirs. This will enable us to penetrate the market and amass wealth. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, his mind racing through numerous formulas for various pills. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and with excitement, he exclaimed, Uncle Yun, I believe the revival pill and the awakening pill would be excellent choices. The revival pill is a third-tier elixir with easily obtainable ingredients. It not only possesses potent hemostatic and healing properties, but also aids in replenishing the body's vital energy. For those lower-tier martial artists who suffer injuries during their cultivation and adventures, it is an exceedingly practical remedy. As for the awakening pill, it heightens one's sensitivity to the surrounding natural energies while cultivating, thus accelerating the absorption of energy. For martial artists seeking to enhance their strength but struggling with slow progress, this is indeed a rare and invaluable medicine. At this juncture, a confident sparkle illuminated Xiao Yan's eyes, as if he could already envision the overwhelming success of these two elixirs in the marketplace. Moreover, with my alchemical skills, the success rate of producing these two pills is quite high. As long as we can ensure the quality of the elixirs, we will certainly secure a foothold in the alchemical market of the Jaimar Empire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes brimmed with delight, and he slammed his palm on the table. Excellent, excellent. Xiao Yan, you are truly a genius. These two pills are simply perfect. With them, the future of the Xiao family is brimming with hope. Xiao Yan perceived Xiao Yun's concerns and quickly reassured him. Uncle Yun, rest assured. The ingredients for the revival pill and awakening pill should be readily available in the capital's herbal market. I can procure a batch first to test the waters, and after we produce our initial batch of pills, we can gauge the market response before devising further plans. Xiao Yun nodded emphatically, placing a hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Very well, I entrust everything to you. Should you require personnel or resources, do not hesitate to speak. I will fully support you. The future of the Xiao family rests upon your shoulders. Xiao Yan rose, straightening his posture, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Xiao Yun. Uncle Yun, you can rest easy. I will not let the family down. I shall prepare immediately and strive to concoct our first batch of pills as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yun, Xiao Yan exited the study with brisk strides. Sunlight cascaded upon him, illuminating his spirited demeanor. He was acutely aware that this mission not only pertained to the family's financial lifeblood, but also represented a pivotal opportunity for him to prove himself and contribute to the family's legacy. With steady steps, Xiao Yan entered the largest herbal market in the capital, where the cobblestone streets were lined with an array of vibrant herbal stalls. The air was thick with the unique scent of various herbs, mingled with the sounds of vendors calling out and the lively banter of bargaining, creating a bustling atmosphere. His gaze flitted among the stalls until it settled on a shop that appeared notably professional. Stepping inside, the shop was neatly arranged with an array of medicinal herbs, the faint aroma of herbs in the air providing an exceptionally comforting ambience. Esteemed guest, what may I assist you with? The shopkeeper greeted with a beaming smile. Without indulging in pleasantries, Xiao Yan stated directly, I require 10 dragon spirit fruits, 20 purple pattern ginseng, and 30 green leaf orchids. These are all essential ingredients for concocting the revitalizing elixir and the awakening pill. The shopkeeper momentarily hesitated, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. While these herbs were not exceedingly rare, their quantity was substantial, and they were commonly used in the crafting of third-grade elixirs. He scrutinized Xiao Yan, tentatively inquiring, Are you perhaps preparing to refine elixirs? Upon the reveal of the token, the shopkeeper's expression transformed dramatically, filled with reverence. The Xiao family was renowned in the Jiamat Empire. especially since the first Dozong powerhouse hailed from their lineage, commanding respect from all. Ah, it is indeed a distinguished guest from the Xiao family. Our humble shop is truly honored. Rest assured, the herbs are of the finest quality. The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted to one of utmost courtesy, personally selecting the best herbs from the storeroom. Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, patiently awaiting the preparation. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper had gathered all the necessary ingredients, meticulously packaged them, and handed them to Xiao Yan. After settling the payment, Xiao Yan swiftly exited the medicinal herb market. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, he directly entered his alchemy chamber, closing the door to isolate himself from the external clamor. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he retrieved a small jade vial from his robe. Inside, a pill radiating a soft purple glow awaited him. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan placed the pill in his mouth, feeling it dissolve instantly, a wave of warmth coursing through his body. He then swiftly formed hand seals, a blaze of purple beast fire igniting in his palm. With utmost focus, Xiao Yan carefully added the herbs into the alchemical furnace one by one. As the flames licked at the contents, an array of peculiar sounds emanated from within, and the herbs gradually melted and fused together. Fully engrossed, Xiao Yan meticulously regulated the flame's intensity and temperature, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Time passed steadily, and the elixir's aura intensified, filling the chamber with an alluring fragrance. Finally, a crisp chime resonated, and a smile of joy illuminated Xiao Yan's face, signifying the successful creation of the elixir. Cautiously, he opened the furnace, revealing a dozen round, luminous pills nestled within, revitalizing elixirs and awakening pills, successfully refined at last. Chapter 86. Entering the elixir market on the most bustling street of the imperial capital of the Jiamat Empire, a brand new pavilion stood proudly, its sign emblazoned with the gilded characters Xiao Family Elixir Pavilion, gleaming under the sun. On the opening day, the entrance was adorned with vibrant decorations, brimming with excitement as passers-by paused to observe. The Xiao family has opened an elixir pavilion? How novel, murmured the crowd. As a prominent family with a Dozong powerhouse, one could only speculate that their elixirs would be exceptional. Yet, the elixir business was fiercely competitive, leaving many curious about the quality of the Xiao family's offerings. Conversations buzzed among the throng, filled with intrigue, anticipation, and skepticism. As the crowd engaged in animated discussion, a man adorned in exquisite garments strode confidently into the elixir pavilion. Clad in a brocade robe, with an opulent jade pendant dangling from his waist, he exuded an air of arrogance with every gesture. Upon entering the pavilion, his gaze swiftly scanned the shelves laden with elixirs, ultimately settling on the revitalizing pill. He picked one up, toying with it in his hands. The pill glistened with a lustrous sheen, emanating a subtle radiance, while a refreshing herbal fragrance enveloped the air. It was evident at a mere glance that this was a pill of exceptional quality. How much do you charge for your elixirs? He inquired haughtily. Is the exterior of this pill made of gold, or is it the interior that is gilded? He feigned disbelief. Look around. Where can one find such high-quality, yet reasonably priced elixirs? Which other pavilion sells them for merely 200 or 300 gold coins? Moreover, this is crafted personally by our esteemed subclan leader, the champion of the Alchemist competition. Does that not hold enough merit for you? If you find it expensive, I find it exorbitantly so. A member of the Xiao family could not contain his indignation, his tone rife with pride for their subclan leader, Xiao Yan, and disdain for the man's skepticism. The man scoffed. How eloquently you speak. I shall see if this elixir is truly as remarkable as you claim. Choose the one you deem to be the finest. Suppressing his irritation, the Xiao family member earnestly sifted through the elixirs, finally selecting what he believed to be the best revitalizing pill and presenting it to the man. Is the efficacy of this elixir truly effective? The man queried, his expression laced with contempt as he accepted the pill. The Xiao family member could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, Our Xiao family runs an elixir pavilion. Do you think we would sell you a counterfeit? I am asking you, is the efficacy of this elixir genuinely commendable? The man persisted, his tone increasingly aggressive. The Xiao family member's countenance darkened, his movements halted, as he glared at the man. Are you deliberately seeking confrontation? This is a simple inquiry. Do you want it or not? If this elixir is truly effective, I shall certainly take it, the man replied, maintaining his provocative demeanor. Fine, no need for further discussion. The Xiao family member shouted in anger, then clapped his hands. Instantly, from behind the screens in the corner of the pavilion, 10 burly men emerged. Each was robust and muscular, their eyes sharp, exuding an intimidating aura. They surrounded the man in a fan-like formation, their expressions hostile. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of fear ignited within the man, yet he retained his bravado. What do you intend to do? I will not let this slide. Throw him out. The Xiao family member coldly interrupted. No sooner had he spoken than the leader of the burly men stepped forward, his hands gripping the man's shoulders like iron claws. while the others moved in to assist. The man struggled fiercely, shouting, "Let me go! You Xiao family dare to treat me this way! I will not rest until I am avenged." Yet his efforts appeared utterly futile against the strength of the hulking figures. Together, they hoisted him up and strode toward the entrance of the pavilion. With a resounding thud, he was unceremoniously thrown onto the stone pavement, letting out a muffled grunt as he curled up, his knees scraping against the rough surface, leaving 2 trails of blood behind. The leading figure, a towering man, cast a disdainful glance at him, a derisive snicker escaping his throat. The 9 men behind him pivoted in unison, their garments stirring the air and sending a flurry of paper scraps swirling. Those wretches from the Scherf family. The man propped himself against the wall and clumsily rose, deliberately staggering 2 steps to topple a roadside stall, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. He grimaced, clutching his shoulder, and caught sight of several women gossiping, casually cracking sunflower seeds. What happened to him? Why is he in such a state? Looks like he was thrown out for causing trouble. Their chatter pierced his eardrums like needles. In a fit of rage, he kicked over a wooden bucket at his feet, splattering murky water and startling the sparrows perched beneath the eaves. Staggering into the depths of an alley, he pressed himself against the wall, seeking refuge in the shadows. He retrieved a silk handkerchief embroidered with golden threads from his sleeve, meticulously wiping the blood from his mouth. Suddenly, he froze, amidst the chaos. The resurrection pill he had been toying with had inadvertently found its way into his pocket. A cold smirk graced his lips as he tossed the pill in his palm before deliberately hooking a finger around the copper clasp of his hidden pouch as he stowed it away. After adjusting his disheveled hairpin and brushing off the dust from his brocade robe, he purposefully meandered through 3 streets, finally pausing in front of a wonton stall at the alley's mouth. The steam rising blurred his features as he accepted a bowl of hot soup from the vendor, his fingers grazing the rim. "Inform your master that the performance is concluded, and remember to meet at the agreed location." The bowl thudded heavily onto the wooden table, the broth splattering across the bluestone tiles in a dark red trail. As dusk approached, the man stumbled into the drunken, immortal pavilion. The rich aroma of wine wafted through the intricately carved beams, and he navigated through the bustling hall with unwavering focus, the corners of his robe, adorned with golden cloud patterns, sweeping past jade goblets brimming with fine liquor. The instant the door creaked open, a blend of sandalwood and aged wine enveloped him. Lowering his gaze to conceal the calculations in his eyes, he respectfully entered a private room. Seated upon an ornately carved wooden chair, an elderly man with flowing white hair stroked his long beard, emanating the unique pressure of a formidable warrior. To his right, a middle-aged man clad in a python-patterned robe lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, the aura of a battle spirit flickering just out of reach. The patriarch of the family. Several elders encircled the table, their gazes piercing. "Father, ancestor, esteemed elders, this is the finest elixir from the Scherf family's apothecary." The man knelt on one knee, retrieving the resurrection pill from his hidden pouch, the jade-like pill radiating an extraordinary halo under the candlelight. The elixir was now in hand. The family head took the pill, his pupils constricting sharply. The elders gathered closely, the lingering fragrance of the elixir casting a grave demeanor upon their faces. The pill's surface shimmered with an unmistakable aura, indicative of a high-tier alchemical pattern. The ancestor's frail fingers trembled slightly as he held the pill up for scrutiny. And after a long pause, he sighed heavily. A look of despair etched across his wrinkled visage. This refining technique has managed to condense the medicinal properties to such an extent, approaching the level of a 5th-tier alchemist. Yet, our finest elixirs barely reach the 4th tier, one elder murmured, a tone heavy with reluctance. The room fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the sharp crackle of the candlewick. The ancestor gazed out into the deepening night, bloodshot veins surfacing in his murky eyes. "With the Dozong presiding over the Scherf family, we must tread carefully. Dispatch orders to abandon the mid to lower tier elixir market." He paused, his aged voice resonating with resoluteness. "From today onward, we shall relinquish a portion of the pill market while retaining a small segment to focus our family's efforts on advancing into other markets. To continue entangling ourselves with the Xiao family in the low-end market would be akin to striking a stone with an egg." Chapter 87. Departure. The copper bell hanging from the eaves swayed gently in the wind, producing a delicate tinkling sound that intertwined with the patter of rain, adding an ethereal ambience to the serene study. Xiao Yan sat poised at his desk, where thick ledgers were meticulously stacked, their yellowed pages densely inscribed with the financial records of the pill pavilion since its inception. A faint furrow creased his brow as his fingertips unconsciously caressed the gilded abacus, the soft clinking of the copper beads resonating distinctly in the stillness. With a creak, the study door swung open, and Xiao Yun entered steadily, holding a green porcelain teacup, the fragrance of tea wafting gently through the air. "Young master, here is the revenue report for the pill pavilion over the past 5 days." He placed the teacup delicately upon the sandalwood table, the tea swirling gently within, forming ripples of amber hue at the rim. Clad in dark attire, Xiao Yun exuded an air of elegance, his jade pendant swaying lightly at his waist, reflecting a sharp glimmer as he leaned casually against the antique shelf. Xiao Yan reached for the ledger, flipping open the rice paper, his gaze swiftly traversing the graceful characters inscribed upon it. A sudden chuckle escaped his lips. It seems the allure of being the champion of the alchemist competition is proving far more effective than we anticipated. Xiao Yan nodded gravely, his eyes drifting towards the hazy curtain of rain outside. In recent days, I have received several confidential letters. Other families are retracting their reach in the mid to low-end pill market at an alarming rate. He paused, his tone growing more somber. Yet, the more they show weakness, the more vigilant we must be regarding their maneuvers in the high-end market. There may be hidden conspiracies at play that we must guard against. The tendrils of tea smoke curled languidly between them, weaving a delicate veil of mist. Xiao Yan lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, but did little to dispel the worry etched upon his brow. He set the cup down with a thud, the porcelain clashing against the wooden surface with a muted thrum. Uncle Yun, it is time for me to depart. My leave from the Canaan Academy is nearing its end, and any further delay may lead to unnecessary complications. The cultivation resources and learning environment there are crucial for my advancement. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. I understand. Xiao Yun interjected, raising his hand to halt his words, a carefree smile gracing his lips, his eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. The family has now established a firm foundation with the support of the Pill Pavilion. You may leave with peace of mind. Your studies at the Academy are vital to your growth, and you must not let this opportunity slip away. Once I have arranged matters with the Elder Council and dealt with some family affairs, I shall come to find you. At that time, we can venture through the Academy together, perhaps even uncover some of its secrets. Xiao Yan gazed at his young yet composed uncle, his heart filled with gratitude, yet tinged with concern. Uncle Yun, what do you plan to do afterward? The family's affairs are intricate. Although we are currently on the right track, unforeseen circumstances may arise. Xiao Yan listened, still feeling a tinge of unease. He took a deep breath and continued, Uncle Yun, I have observed the clan members over the past few days and have noticed some issues. The power of the Xiao family has expanded tremendously, and our reputation has soared, not solely due to your prowess, but also thanks to the existence of the Pill Pavilion. This has indeed instilled a sense of superiority and pride among the clan members, which is generally a good thing. However, some have begun to abuse the family's influence, bullying others in public. I have received numerous reports indicating that clan members are using the name of the Pill Pavilion to engage in extortion and oppress the common folk. If this continues, the hard-earned reputation of the Xiao family will be utterly ruined. Xiao Yun's expression suddenly grew stern, and as he turned, the jade token at his waist clashed against the bookshelf, producing a clear sound. Is this true? I have been confined to the study these past few days and was unaware that the clan's morale had deteriorated to such an extent. Tomorrow, I will summon the Hall of Elders to thoroughly investigate this matter. I will not allow these vermin to tarnish the Xiao family's name. Xiao Yan nodded and continued. Furthermore, although other families have temporarily retreated from the mid to low-end pill market, we must remain vigilant of their movements. As you mentioned, they may be plotting for the high-end market. While our Pill Pavilion is currently thriving, its foundation is not yet particularly solid. Uncle Yun, the burden upon your shoulders is indeed considerable. The following morning, after the rain had cleared, the sun filtered through the thin clouds, casting a golden hue upon the land and enveloping the Imperial capital in a warm glow. Xiao Yan slung the xianzhong across his back, his azure robe billowing in the morning breeze. Standing before the Xiao family's Pill Pavilion, he gazed at the bustling crowd, filled with a myriad of emotions. This place embodies the dedication of both himself and his kin, yet he must now temporarily part from it. After a moment, he slowly turned to look at Xiao Yun, who stood on the steps of the clan's entrance. Xiao Yun raised his hand in a reassuring gesture, the jade token at his waist shimmering in the sunlight. As if bidding Xiao Yan farewell, Xiao Yan nodded slightly, mounted his horse, and rode away, the sound of hooves gradually fading into the distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun remained rooted to the spot, watching the direction in which Xiao Yan had departed, motionless until the figure in azure vanished at the end of the long street, the dust settling behind him. Chapter 88. The vermin raindrops trickled down the intricately carved window panes, creating fine streaks that blurred the view of the stone courtyard outside. The wind played with the bell at the eaves, producing a delicate jingling sound that mingled with the distant clamor emanating from the Pill Pavilion. Xiao Yun sat alone in the study, a letter spread open on the desk, its eerie dark yellow hue illuminated by the candlelight. The paper was densely filled with accounts of clan members' transgressions, occupying private homes, bullying merchants, and even colluding with outsiders to steal medicinal materials. At that moment, The wooden door creaked softly, and Xiao Yan entered the study with measured steps, the cloud patterns subtly embroidered on his dark robe becoming visible in the candlelight. The middle-aged clan leader surveyed the table cluttered with letters, his brow slightly furrowed. "Brother Yun, did you call for me regarding something?" Xiao Yun rose and pushed a fine porcelain tea cup across the sandalwood table, steam rising from the boiling water and obscuring their faces. "Brother, what do you think of the current state of the Xiao family?" The amber ripples formed at the cup's edge reflected Xiao Zhan's puzzled expression. "Naturally, it is in a flourishing state." Xiao Yan lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip as the fragrant tea mingled with the medicinal aroma wafting in from outside, dispersing upon his palate. The Dan medicine pavilion flourished, garnering respect even from the Imperial court, and the old powers of the capital could only gaze enviously from afar. He set down the teacup, the porcelain clinking against the wooden table, a clear sound resonating in the air. It would not be an exaggeration to declare the Xiao family the foremost clan in the Imperial capital. Xiao Yun observed the floating tea leaves in his cup, his voice suddenly turning icy. Yet beneath this prosperity lies a lurking crisis, gnawing at our very bones. He slid a sealed letter across to Xiao Yan. "There are more of our kin, under the guise of the Dan medicine pavilion, engaging in reckless and immoral activities than we had anticipated." Xiao Yan paused in the act of unfolding the letter, his gaze sweeping over the characters, and a vein at his temple pulsed slightly. After a long silence, he stared out at the rain-drenched courtyard, letting out a deep sigh. "I had thought that back in Wutan City, when the Jala family allied with others to suppress us, the Xiao family's business had plummeted. During those times, our kin subsisted on coarse bread, huddled in the ancestral hall with merchants loyal to the Xiao family, discussing strategies. Even when trade routes were severed and shops vandalized, none spoke of disbanding." His fingertip unconsciously traced the edge of the teacup, his voice tinged with a hint of desolation. Who could have foreseen that now the Xiao family's Dan medicine pavilion thrives, subtly becoming the empire's leading clan, yet has bred such vile conduct? Those who once could not even balance the accounts now dare to usurp homes in the name of the family and bully merchants, utterly forgetting their roots. His words trailed off as he forcefully placed the teacup on the table, tea splashing over the rim, staining the letter with darkened watermarks. Xiao Yun regarded his brother's taut jawline, tapping his fingertips on the piled letters. What complicates matters further is that these transgressions are condoned by the elders. He suddenly rose and pushed open the window, the dampness of the rain-laden air swirling in, mingling with the distant clamor of the Dan medicine pavilion. Once, the Xiao family had survived the dire straits of Wutan City through unity, but now, these parasites must be eradicated to restore the family's dignity. "Enough of this troublesome matter. I presume you did not come simply to lament," Xiao Yan said. "Speak, Brother Yun, for I am not a man who cannot rise to the occasion." He took a hearty gulp from his teacup, steadying his emotions, his gaze now piercing as he awaited Xiao Yun's strategy. A cold smile crept across Xiao Yun's lips as he reached into his sleeve, drawing out a weathered map, which he slowly unfurled upon the table, the location of Wuxi Mountain circled in red cinnabar. "Brother, tomorrow I shall gather our kin and declare my temporary departure from the clan, returning the position of clan leader to you." His fingertip pressed firmly on the mark of Wuxi Mountain, the flickering candlelight reflecting in his eyes, rendering his expression increasingly frigid. "Within 3 days, I will orchestrate an accident in the medicinal fields of Wuxi Mountain, compelling you to personally inspect the situation." Xiao Zhan's gaze swept across the winding mountain paths depicted on the map, and suddenly he comprehended. "You mean to say, deliberately providing those pests with an opportunity to act?" "Precisely." Xiao Yun nodded, stating that once you depart, the affairs of the clan would be entrusted to the Elder Council. The usually reticent elders would undoubtedly be unable to restrain themselves, leveraging their authority to support the unruly offspring. When they finally reveal themselves, we shall ensnare them all at once. As he spoke, he produced a stack of confidential letters. "These are the pieces of evidence I have gathered in secret, sufficient to render them irredeemable in their transgressions." Xiao Yan stroked his chin, contemplating before remarking, "Yet this plan carries considerable risk. Should they detect any anomalies, they may take precautions. Thus, this charade must be convincingly genuine." Xiao Yun rolled up the map. "When the handover is announced tomorrow, I shall feign reluctance, making everyone believe I am loath to relinquish power. You must appear reluctant as well, accepting the position only after much hesitation. As for the Wuxi Mountain area, I have already arranged for trusted allies to lay out an elaborate trap." The rain outside had ceased without notice, and moonlight streamed through the clouds into the study. Xiao Yan rose and approached the window, gazing at the brightly lit Dan Yao pavilion in the distance, his expression grave. "Brother Yun, the Xiao family has achieved this day through great effort. Do not let these pests undermine our foundation." Chapter 89. Attraction. The morning light filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting a warm golden hue over the gilded dragon columns in the conference hall. Clad in a simple white brocade robe, Xiao Yun stood at the head of the table. His waist cinched only with a modest ebony belt, a stark contrast to his usual ornate attire adorned with jade pendants. He lowered his gaze to the elders and younger members murmuring below, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the inky-stained evidence concealed within his sleeve, which now burned in his palm. Esteemed members, as Xiao Yun raised his eyes, he intentionally let a hint of fatigue surface. Recently summoned urgently to the border, I must depart forthwith to address pressing matters. Before his words could finish, a ripple of unrest stirred among the crowd. The fifth elder, Xiao Yun, rose slowly, supporting himself with the intricately designed armrest. The jade hairpin in his silver hair, swaying gently. Nephew Yun, the journey to the mountains is arduous, and the affairs of the Dan Yao Pavilion are numerous. Should any misfortune arise, his statement lingered with a weighty implication. Xiao Yun bowed his head respectfully. His demeanor earnest. It is precisely because I am unable to set my mind at ease that I earnestly request my elder brother Xiao Yan to resume the position of clan leader. He turned to look at Xiao Yan, who stood in the shadow of the corridor, deliberately displaying a sentiment of fondness. In the past, when the Xiao family was in decline, my elder brother dedicated himself to preserving our legacy. Now, for the various matters of the clan. Only with my elder brother's presence can we ensure absolute security. Xiao Yan frowned slightly, feigning hesitation. Dear brother, why must you trouble yourself? There is no need for you to decline, elder brother. Xiao Yan stepped forward briskly. The pressure of his hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder subtly conveying a reminder. I have already arranged many matters. And we shall meet again at Wuxi Mountain in a few days. He turned to survey the assembly, his gaze sweeping over several young members who appeared uneasy. I hope that everyone will work together in unity, so as not to bring shame upon the Xiao family. Rest assured, clan leader Yun, the grandson of the seventh elder, Xiao Lang, stepped forward eagerly, his indigo brocade robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns. We shall certainly assist the clan leader, ensuring the Dan Yao Pavilion flourishes even more. He wore a radiant smile, yet concealed within his sleeves was intelligence gleaned from internal sources, revealing that Xiao Yun intended to take half of the elite guards with him. Xiao Yun cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yan before striding out of the council chamber. Outside, 100 elite guards stood in perfect formation, their dark iron spears glinting coldly in the sunlight. With the command to depart, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed, and the dust that rose gradually obscured the departing figures. As the procession vanished around the corner, Xiao Yan slowly turned, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk, sweeping over the clansmen who were still engaged in hushed conversations. He abruptly slammed his hand on the intricately carved table beside him, causing the cups and plates to rattle. Have you all seen enough? Get back to your own business. If there are any discrepancies in today's accounts at the Pill Pavilion, bring your heads to me. The crowd, startled by his reprimand, bowed their heads in respect and withdrew. Elder Xiao Yan stroked his beard, a flicker of subtle brilliance flashing in his eyes as he exchanged meaningful glances with several trusted disciples before turning away. Once the crowd had dispersed, Xiao Yan stood alone in the empty council chamber before making his exit. As night fell like ink, it quietly enveloped the Imperial capital. The towering eaves of the Pill Pavilion held aloft glazed lanterns, their warm golden glow spilling through the intricately carved windows, tinting the white marble steps in shades of amber. A long line of citizens eager to purchase medicinal pills formed outside, huddled in their garments against the biting wind. Their shadows elongated on the cobblestone path as candle flames flickered. Lanterns began to illuminate the shops lining the streets. The silks and satins from the textile stores shimmering in the light, while the jade wares displayed in the window of the jade shop reflected a cold hue. The bustling market of the day had quieted, save for a few vendors whispering their wares at the alley's entrance. The night breeze swept through, stirring the edges of the gambling den's awning. Though the Xiao family name was not brazenly displayed, none were unaware of the formidable backing it implied. Groups of gamblers, cloaked in their garments, hurried inside, while shadows flitted in the dark, surreptitiously passing heavy purses through the walls. Within the upper levels of the Pill Pavilion, the scent of sandalwood mingled with the aroma of aged fine wine, lingering behind the gilded, intricately carved screen. Elder Xiao Yun leaned against a zeatonwood couch, his white jade wine cup gently swaying, the amber liquid reflecting the bustling merchants below. Elder 7 and Elder 9 sat on either side, while before them, the ebony table was piled with recently delivered silk accounts and the profit details from the jade shop. With Xiao Yun's departure, those overseeing affairs could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Elder 7 popped a candied fruit into his mouth, his plump fingers gliding over the silk accounts. At the new silk store in the west of the city, I instructed my grandson to record 30% of the profits as losses. Who could possibly uncover it? Elder 9 scoffed, caressing the new jade ring at his waist. The mine is a tough nut to crack, but unfortunately, that young man keeps a tight grip on it. However, As for the jade shop and the branch of the pill pavilion, his gaze drifted to the citizens lining up below for medicinal pills. A few adjustments to the accounts will suffice for us to live comfortably in our later years. Suddenly, Elder 5 raised his hand for silence, his aged, murky eyes fixed on the patrolling guards outside. Do not be too ostentatious. With half of the elite taken by that young man, it is likely a test. In these recent days, it is prudent to remain still, awaiting the winds to settle completely. He lowered his voice, suggesting that the affairs of the casino could allow those local power brokers to test the waters under the banner of the Xiao family. Even if they were caught, it was believed they would not speak indiscreetly. At the same time, it would serve to remind them who they must pay tribute to in order to make a living in the capital city. As the three clinked their glasses, the gilded chalices resonated with a crisp sound. Suddenly, a squadron of armored guards swept past outside the window, causing Elder Gio to instinctively retract his neck, only relaxing once he confirmed it was a routine patrol. Ultimately, it was merely the fear of poverty that gripped them. Elder Qi let out a belch, gazing at the heavy purse on the table with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscing about the days spent with the old patriarch in Wutan City. Living on mere cornmeal, who would wish to endure such a life again? 3 days later, news of a pestilence striking Wuxi Mountain erupted like thunder. The urgent report that reached Xiao Zhan's desk was marked in vermilion ink. Glaringly prominent against the parchment, every single medicinal plant in the vast fields was being ravaged by heart-eating worms. If not addressed promptly, the supply of materials for the dam pavilion would be entirely severed within 3 months. Within the council chamber, candle flames flickered as the 9 elders took their seats in order. The first, second, and third elders occupied the main positions on the rosewood chairs, their expressions grave. The remaining elders from the collateral and distant branches sat on either side, their whispers betraying an undercurrent of anxiety. The 5th, 7th, and 9th elders exchanged glances, a glimmer of calculation hidden in their eyes. Xiao Yan slammed the urgent report onto the long rosewood table, causing the wax to splatter. Gentlemen, behold. The heart-eating worms are rampaging through Wuxi Mountain. This concerns the lifeblood of the Dan Pavilion. The first elder adjusted his spectacles, trembling as he unfolded the report, his brow furrowing deeper. The heart-eating worms thrive in shadowy, cold conditions. They typically emerge in late autumn. How could this? Before he could finish, the 5th elder interjected. Surely, someone is scheming behind the scenes. It is likely that other factions covet the Xiao family's assets. The 7th elder quickly concurred. Indeed, this misfortune at this juncture clearly aims to sever our financial lifeline. He furtively glanced at the 3rd elder, observing his silence, and added, but how can the patriarch, with his invaluable life, risk such danger? It would be better to send a few stewards to handle this commotion. Xiao Yan abruptly rose, his robes sweeping across the table. Wuxi Mountain is fundamental to the foundation of our clan. Can stewards maintain order in such a crisis? The 2nd elder pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. What the patriarch says is indeed correct. However, he cast a meaningful glance at the 5th elder and the others. I trust that all elders will be diligent and responsible, and not allow any underhanded individuals to exploit our vulnerabilities. After the meeting adjourned, the 5th elder, 7th elder, and 9th elder deliberately lingered until the end. Once only the 3 of them remained in the hall, Elder Ju lowered his voice. This pestilence has arrived suspiciously. Could it be, regardless of its suspicious nature, it is our opportunity now that Xiao Zhan has left? The 5th elder scoffed. Let the casino owners expedite their tributes, and we shall also manipulate the accounts of the silk shop and jade store. Yet, the 7th elder hesitated. But what of the 1st elder and the others? As the 3 departed into the night, a pair of eyes observed this scene from the shadows, capturing every moment.